Buongiorno ragazzi, hello everybody and welcome along to our live coverage of the 6th edition of the Champion Cup Kart, the rental international competition that brings together all of the best rental karting drivers from around the world. It's a Daytona 500 blast around our new venue for this year, the Leopard circuit Viterbo, just an hour and a half or so away from the gorgeous nation's capital of Roma. And we are excited for the battle. It's going to be a non-stop day of no-holds-barred action right from the outset. I'm Jake Sanson. I'll be joined over the course of the day by Yusuf bin Sahel and my pit lane reporter, Margherita Baldini, who is down there in pit lane, ready to give us all of the spice of the action over the course of the day. We've got so many races to get through. The battle is obviously going to be joined by Dennis Holler, Vika Schletz, and Leon Schmid in the early phase of the day after their fantastic performances in the heats and the first semi-finals yesterday. We've got semi-final 2 and semi-final 3 coming up. I'm going to be up here in the commentary booth all the way through the day. Down in the pit lane, we're going to have Yusuf bin Sahel, who, when he's not racing, is going to be talking to drivers, as, of course, is my good buddy, Margherita Baldini, who is down in pit lane, I believe, ready to give us all of the slice of the action. Ciao, Margherita. How are things where you are?
Hi Jay, good morning. It's really incredible to be here today, and we are already witnessing the first pilots to get, they just entered the pit lane, they're already in, they're starting to get ready for this first semi-final. It's actually the second one, but it's the first one of the day, and I'm so excited to see what they're going to tell us later, and what they're going to tell us a little bit about how the race went.
And the action yesterday was very exciting across all of the different heats. A very hot circuit, very dusty circuit. What have the drivers been telling you about the experience? How much fun have they been having? How ruthless has the racing been so far?
The drivers are actually quite excited to be here. They're liking the whole track very much. They like how the race is going, especially two of them. I hope that we're going to interview them later. I'm not going to spoil you the names though. And yesterday they told me that they hope to be here today and also talk to you.
Okay, it's going to be an exciting one, whichever way we slice it. Margherita, you go grab the stories. We'll go at the action up on the screen. Grazie. So the action is all ready to go out on the circuit itself. We've got the drivers in position for semi-final Group B Group A, I should say, semi-final 2. It's going to be Dennis Holler at the front of the grid from Remy Luth and Gianmaria Companucci. Leonard Vrgindevai will be next up from Igor Polak. Debbie Wolfs, Yusuf bin Sahel, who's obviously not going to be commentating on this one because he'll be driving. Then Ricardo Ribeiro, Fabio Santos, Christopher Bustillo, and Anton Schoppler of the United States. From Valentin Aparicio, Vincenzo Nito, Mauro Palermo, Antonio Interlandi, Amon Mednish, Christian Milano, German Munoz, and then Alain Cobio. Jaime España, Davide Baiano, Jan Grzyzeczka, Maria Menendez, Justin Caruso, Mario Sarapulo, and then bringing up the rear will be Lia Tainica, Fernando Velora, Alberto Di Gaetano, Clemente Sarapulo, and Roberto Liberali. We're under starters orders for the first semi-final of the day. And the contenders charge through this first double apex as they run up to the first part of the course. It's always been a pretty hectic and frenetic start on this very twisty and very fast circuit. Up to turn 5 already, and there's a decent chance now for Dennis Holler to extend his gap up at the sharp end of the field. Certainly doing a grand job. This is the man, of course, who won the Champion Cup Kart title back in 2021 when we raced at Jesolo on the Pista Azzurra up in the northeast of the country. So Dennis Holler up in the first position. Remy Luth, the Frenchman, working his way into second position for the start of this one. Obviously, all of the points are accumulated from the heats yesterday and the semi-finals yesterday and today. Up the inside, that looks like Leonard Vrgindevai is going to make his first bid for third place. He's got through on the inside of Gianmaria Companucci. So Leonard Vrgindevai, who is the twin brother of Jaco, who will be out on the circuit a little bit later on. And you can see, of course, all of the nations that the drivers are representing. There are no teams in this sport, only nations. And of course, the drivers compete in their own individual categories. It's going to be fantastic to see all of the competitors out in the force, in the talent categories, the junior, the expert, the master, the heavy, and the lady category. There are 6 titles to be won in the same competition, but of course the overall title winner will get their hands on an F4 car from the magnificent race team that has prepared us for a fantastic test drive at the end of this amazing event. And we're currently in the semi-finals. We have the finals coming up later. D final, C final, B final, A final. After the A final, the top 10 drivers in the competition will then be the ones selected to go through to the major competition. We will have the last duel between the top 4 drivers to work out what the starting grid for the first of the playoffs is going to be. It's a little bit like NASCAR this weekend. We'll have the top 4 drivers in their own private duels to settle the top 4 starting places on the grid. Then the top 10 drivers will race in GP1, the first of the playoffs. And then at the end of that race, the bottom 4 drivers will be eliminated from the competition. And it will be the top 6 drivers left in the competition who will race, no holds barred, for the victory. So today is going to be brutal. 119 drivers are going to be whittled down over the course of the day to just 6 for the final race of the afternoon. It's going to be so intense. So Dennis Holler leading the way from Remy Luth, Lennart Vrogindevai, and Debbie Wolfs has worked her way forward. The Dutch racer doing a grand job there to make her way up through the field. Igor Polak and Ricardo Ribeiro from Fabio Santos and Gianmaria Campanucci, who's having a really tough time up the inside. That's a change of lead as Remy Luth goes for the move on Dennis Holler. So Dennis Holler is going to fall back out of position. And that is the position for 4th place backwards. My apologies. So that is Igor Polak making his move up the inside with Fabio Santos coming with for company as Debbie Wolfs has lost position. The 92 has already been given a warning flag for some discrepancies out on the course. You can already tell today's going to be a little bit more intense. It is the Belgian Alain Corbiot who has been given a little bit of a ticking off there by the officials. He is one of the leading contenders in the Masters category. So we have the different groups fairly straightforward. It's either by age or by experience or by weight category. So we have the ladies category. No explanation needed as to what you need to be to qualify in the ladies category. Then in the Masters category, that's for drivers over the age of 35. My apologies. The Masters are over the age of 45. The Expert are over the age of 35. The Juniors are under the age of 16. Under the age of 18, I should say. And then the Talent are 18 to 35s. The heavy category, well, they are over the normal statutory heavy category weight, which I believe is 10 kilos above the standard weight. The standard weight, by the way, is 85 kilograms. So if you think that the kart is fairly light in and of itself, if you only weigh anywhere between 40 and 50 kilos, you are going to have to add some ballast. Fortunately, I have never had to use ballast in my own driving career because I weigh 115 kilos on my own, so I can weigh more than a cadet and their kart together. Not that that's something I sing and shout about too often, especially when racing drivers are near me, because I don't like the facial expression they come back with. It's usually comic. So we talk about the racing as it goes. Dennis Holler, the German star, leading the way from the Frenchman Remy Luth, and Lennart Vrogindevai doing a grand job in 3rd position. But Dennis Holler, what a talent this man has always proved to be. He's been racing here on and off since the start in 2021. The 38-year-old from Hagen in Germany. He was the 2021 Champion Cup Kart winner when we were racing back in Jesolo in 2021. A year later, we returned to the circuit and we had a very special guest star, Kimi Antonelli, from then the world of F4, but of course nowadays he is leading the Formula One World Championship, so it's very exciting that we have a CCK alumni currently fighting for the Grand Prix World Championship. He'll actually be racing at Zandvoort today in Formula One, and we wish him all the very best. He is one of our brothers as far as we're concerned. 2023, we moved on after the fantastic title-winning performance of Christian Duven in Jesolo, on to Lonato, the temple of speed as far as karting is concerned. And we had a fantastic race weekend that saw Alberto Brentegani become the first home winner back in 2023. Then a year later, we moved on to Lignano, and Christian Duven got the job done under the lights in fantastic fashion for his 2nd championship title. Then last year, we sadly had to move to an autumn date, as there were no summer dates available, on the fantastic Siete Larghe circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo, not too far away from the city of Milan, one of my favorite venues in the whole country. Sadly, because it was October time, we had rain every single day. Not likely to get any of that today, though, as we move on to the Leopard circuit Viterbo here near to Rome. And what a fantastic weekend it's been so far. Not a drop of rain has been featured out on the course over racing conditions. Had a little bit in the evenings and in the practice sessions, but certainly not to spoil the day. 3.5 minutes to go in the first semi-final. And Dennis Holler and Remy Lurth are doing exactly what they need to do. Try and pull away from the rest of the field and then start racing. There is absolutely no percentage in racing wheel to wheel in the middle of the race, because what you have to do is try and build a bit of a gap, and then with 2 laps to go, then you start racing. Because otherwise, if you start racing in the early doors, you've not just got a few drivers to play with, you've got all of them. So you want to extend as much of a gap as possible. It's very much a very cautious tactic that the guys are playing, and it's very common in the world of karting. You get 2 drivers who want to pull out the rest of the field. They work together until the penultimate lap, and then the second they get the board on the digi-screen, which is 2 laps to go, because in the semi-finals, the races are 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So the second the timer runs down to 0 and we get the command that there's 2 laps to go, that's when the racing really kicks on for the lead. And Leonard Vrogindevai is the only one who's been able to stick with them. So if Dennis Holler and Remy Lurth do start battling, which of course they will do, then it's going to be Leonard Vrogindevai who is the only one in the mix who has a chance to move up. So Dennis Holler and Remy Lurth doing a fantastic run, with Leonard Vrogindevai in 3rd position. Then Igor Polak and Fabio Santos. Up to P6 has come Josipin Sahel. So the British driver doing a grand job to work his way forward. Ricardo Ribeiro in front of Debbie Wolfs, the world's fastest politician. Then Mauro Palermo and Gianmario Campanucci. He's not going to be happy to have slipped all the way to P10. Then Vincenzo Nitto in front of Cristobal Bustillo, Valentin Aparicio, Armand Mednish, Anton Schoppler of the United States, then Sheman Munoz, Alain Cobio, Mario Sarapulo, Davide Baiano, and Jan Grzyzecka in front of España, Milano, Lia Tanica of the ladies category from Slovenia, and then Alberto de Gaetano. Maria Menendez, the 52-year-old Spanish lady, doing a fantastic job this weekend. Fernando Garcia Villara, always part of the CCK when he can be. Clemente Sarapolo, Justin Caruso, Roberto Liberari, and Tony Interlandi. A grand total of 119 drivers from around the world pitching to win the Champion Cup Kart. A very exciting event, and it has been right from the start. The 6th edition, from Jesolo in 2021 and 2022, all the way to Lonato in 2023, to Lignano in 2024, to Castelletto di Branduzzo on the gorgeous Siete Larghi circuit last year. And here we are at Leopard circuit Viterbo, one of the most exciting race circuits in Italy. It's going to be the venue not only for FIA karting over the course of the season when we get the World Cup in October, but also the Miami Warrior final at the end of October as well. So it is one of the most exciting venues over the course of the season. And here for Champion Cup Kart, it's only appropriate that one of the toughest race circuits in the country will put on one of the most exciting race events of the season. And of course, Italy is the headquarters of karting these days. All the top manufacturers are based here, except, ironically enough, for the one that we are working with. Sodi is, of course, the French brand, and all of the karts are Sodis for this event. They're all equal, they're all part of the same fleet, so it comes down to driver skill. Across the line, 15 seconds to go on the timer, so that means we've got 3 laps to go. Once the timer runs out, the next time they pass the line, there's going to be only 2 laps remaining. Drivers for semi-final 2, Group B, you should be in position now. Semi-final 2, Group B, you should be in position now. Yes, I know, I'm ringmaster as well as commentator. Honestly, I think I need 25 hats over the course of one weekend because there were so many different jobs I end up doing. But it's all part of the fun and games here in Champion Cup Kart, the race that reminds us that racing should be fun. It should be about motorsport at its purest form. Champion Cup Kart, we are passion. So Remy Lurth, right in behind Dennis Holler, still trying to extend away. And you'll notice that the drivers have not only got race suits on, but they've also got bibs with their race number. This is to harken back to the traditional days of karting in the 70s and 80s, when the drivers used to wear bibs with their numbers on, as well as on their karts. So it kind of harkens back to the days of Riccardo Patrese, Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, all the great legends of motor racing. When they started in their karting careers in the international competitions, they would wear bibs with their numbers as well as race suits. And it's something that we wanted to bring back to hearken to the spirit of Coppa Campioni, the Italian national trophy, which was raced in by so many great competitors over the eras of karting when it became an international form of motorsport. Time has run down, the 2-lap board has been given. Dennis Holler in front of Remy Lurth, with Leonard Vrogindevai not too far away. and Igor Polak leading the chase behind of Fabio Santos, Yusufin Sahel, and Ricardo Ribeiro. There are the drivers listed on your screen. The gaps between them in terms of lap times is almost nothing. Certainly in the 1:12.4s, Dennis Holler has only been able to lap in the 1:12.499, which is very quick for this early part of the morning, but not as quick as he would like to be, because he wants to get away from Remy Loeth, and the Frenchman is on his tail as they go down the back straight. This is where Remy Loeth may go for the move for the first time. But Dennis Holler is being so smart. He puts his card right in the middle of the road, so you can't go left, you can't go right. There's no way to really attack. And Remy Loeth is actually leading the hard attack until the very end. The trouble is you don't want to go too aggressive too early, because you want to make sure you've got a little bit of time to spare. But very exciting stuff as the drivers come off the final turn. It looks like Ben Sahel has managed to make the move on the Portuguese driver, Fabio Santos. And now we work our way down the straight. Here comes the move from Remy Loeth. He's going to go into turn one. He fancies his chances into the first corner, and he makes the move. Remy Loeth of France gets ahead of the current interim leader, Dennis Holler. So very good work indeed from Remy Loeth. But now Dennis Holler is going to need to use all his racecraft and all his guile to get back, as Remy Loeth now goes ultra defensive. Dennis Holler can swing from the outside line to try and get alongside Remy Loeth. As they go through the double left apex, they'll now shoot up along to the climb. The climb takes them through a left kink and then a trio of right-handers. Here's the first, up the peak. Here's the second, and then drop down the crest up to the third, and you're flat on the acceleration at this point. Whoever's timed it right can get the benefit. Dennis Holler's going to try and pull level with Remy Loeth. Loeth will be to the inside. Holler will be to the outside on the hairpin. But if Holler can brake a little bit earlier, he can get on the throttle fractionally earlier and get a slingshot. He knows that Loeth is going to cover the inside, so he'll cover the outside. He'll get better acceleration, but is he going to have enough to cover it round the outside? He needs to stay level with Loeth. Now he tucks back in, waits for another shot to get out of the draft and go for the move. He knows that Loeth is going to protect the inside. Has he got the acceleration to kick out of the final turn? Loeth knows he's going to be there. One final turn. Holler's going to push him to the line. It's going to be Remy Loeth. The Frenchman, Remy Loeth, gets it done in the first of the semi-finals today. So semi-final 2, Group A, goes the way of the Frenchman, Remy Loeth. And I believe that is his first win of the week thus far. Excellent display. Dennis Holler in second place. Lennart Vergindevai hangs on in third place. Fabio Santos, Ricardo Ribeiro, and Igor Polak, as Yusufin Sahel has a difficult final lap to come home in 7th place. Mauro Palermo, Vincenzo Nito, and Debbie Wolfs in the 10th position. Christopher Bustillo and Valentin Aparicio from Gianmaria Campanucci. He will not be happy with only 13th on this occasion. Ahmad Mednish in front of Anton Schoppler, then Sheman Munoz, Alain Cobio, and then behind them it is going to be Mario Sarapolo, Jan Grzeska, and Cristian Milano. From Jaime España, Maria Menendez, Lea Tanica, Davide Baiano, Clemente Sarapullo, Alberto Di Gaetano, Justin Caruso, Fernando Velora, Roberto Liberali, and Tony Interlande. So a fabulous end to a very tough run indeed out there. The competitors putting on a good show and starting off the business in semi-final 2, Group A. It was always going to be an exciting one and a very difficult battle for all of the contenders. But certainly as things kick off and as things start the ball rolling, it is a victory that we can be very, very happy about if we are French, because Remy Loeth has added his name to the victory lineup. And it's very impressive considering just how many drivers we have had take wins thus far through the course of the week. The same circuit will play host to the remainder of the semi-finals. We will have semi-final 2, Group B, C, and D, and then we'll have a third semi-final rotation of A, B, and C. Then we get to the finals, which will be D final, C final, B final, A final, and the top 10 drivers over the line in the A final will go through to the next phase. We'll have the last duel, which is going to be between the top 4 drivers. That will set the grid for the first of the GP1 playoffs. Then the playoff, the top 10 drivers. The second playoff will just be the top 6, and those 6 will be the ones questing to become the 2026 Champion Cup Kart winner. From 119 drivers, we'll end up with just 6. Whoop, looks like the throttle stuck open there a little bit on the kart at that point of the circuit. So a little bit of a hiccup there for the 74. So that is going to be a little headache for Remy Loeth. But he makes his way back in, and after a fantastic run, he can certainly be very happy with the way things are. They take their weights and ballast. They get onto the scales to make sure that they are correct with the weight that they have registered. And then, as long as everything is tickety-boo, they are still classified as their position that they finished. Great work from CCK, and hopefully Remy Loeth will be able to speak to our correspondent down there in pit lane, Margarita Baldini, very soon indeed. So we will make sure that everything is all tickety-boo for Remy Leuth, but a very good start indeed for him. And after a race week that has already seen a flood of different winners, it's been very exciting. Just to give you a quick talk through what's happened. In Heat 1, we obviously had A, B, C, and D groups. Albert Boss was the winner in Heat 1 from Dennis Holler and Nico Croce, the Brazilian. Then in the B Heat, it was Fabian Koep, the teenager from Germany, who got the job done in front of Alejandro Florido and Mario Campanucci. One of the only races this week to have a group of teenagers in the top 3. In Group C, it was Matthias Bartsch who got the job done for Poland in front of Ruben Conceição and Jakub Pajusin. And then Leon Schmid got the job done in Heat 1 at Group D in front of Anton Schoppler of the United States and Marco Coronado in 3rd position. We'll talk about more of the heats a little bit later on because, of course, we want to focus on all of the drivers in all of the rotations. We've got a lot of podiums to give out, even in the lunch break, because there is medals for all of the drivers who came through in the top 3 positions across the heats. Heat 1, 2, 3, and 4 in A, B, C, and D. So naturally, that's 4 times 4. So that's 16 podium ceremonies for the heats. And then, of course, we'll do the same thing for the semi-finals. 3 rotations of 4. So that's 12. So in the lunch break, we've got 28 prize-giving ceremonies before we even get to the body of the finals. So that tells you how busy the Champion Cup Kart is. But the great news is that we're in the countryside here. We can run until it gets dark, as we did in the endurance last night. There was an endurance race, sadly off our live stream, but the drivers really enjoyed having their 2-man teams, or 2 women teams in some cases, of course, racing around on the Leopard circuit Viterbo in the night race last night. It was 2 hours. It started in the daytime, and then by the finish line, it was night. So very exciting to see all of the action out on the circuit there. And of course, we'll also have a podium ceremony for the endurance battle later on in the day as well. So all of the contenders are getting themselves ready for their next race. Obviously, they know exactly which grid they should be in because it's all listed on the live timing page of the results website here. If you really want to look along and be detailed as well, you can do that from home. stg.mk.time2race.it. I'll say that again. stg.mk.time2race.it. So we'll try and get somebody hopefully to put that in the comments. If you want to follow along on live timing yourself at home, you can, and you'll be able to follow the action of your favorite drivers as it happens here at the Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Do please drop your comments and your messages to us. Where are you watching from? Who are you cheering for? There's so many great drivers from around the world. Just because it is rental cars, that doesn't mean we don't have a splendiferous amount of people. Dave Schoppler is watching along and cheering for Anton Schoppler. Michi Egger, oh, we miss you, buddy. Michi Egger doing a grand job and watching along, and also Rodovento is tuning in as well. And how about Fleur Wolfs? Come on, Debbie, give gas. Great support for Debbie Wolfs racing here for the Netherlands, of course. And we've got Leon Schmid and Abdullah Badawi putting on a great showcase as well. Great to see from Michi Egger, who is supporting them and cheering them on. The drivers are getting themselves into position ready for semi-final 2 Group B, and that's going to give us another 30 drivers out there on the starting grid. And of course, we've got 30 nations represented across the competition here today from the Americas and Europe. We're hoping that in the future we'll get some Asian drivers to come and join us as well, maybe even a few from Africa as well. Anybody who is a rental driver who wants to go racing is able to race. As long as you've got a race suit and helmet and you want to go into competition, you can. It's not restricted by license, it's not restricted by experience. If you've never raced before and you want to compete in this competition, you are totally able to. One of the things we love about it, in the same sort of guise as Gusto's in the Disney Pixar movie Ratatouille, where they say anyone can cook, well, we say anyone can race. We are passion here at Champion Cup Kart, and the idea is that anyone who has a passion for the sport, who wants to drive, is allowed to. So a fantastic start to the battle thus far then here in Champion Cup Kart 2026. I believe that Margherita Baldini is in position and ready to have our first on-the-spot interview of the 2026 running of Champion Cup Kart. Margherita, how are things where you are?
Hi, Jake. So it's been an intense race for now, and we're actually here with the winner of this semi-final to Group A. We're here with Lot Remy from France, and we want to know actually a little bit how the race went.
The race is pretty difficult because I push all the lap Denis Holler, and yeah, the last lap I decided to pass him, and it's a very fair play battle. So perfect for me, perfect for him. And yeah, I love this type of battle, so that's why I'm here, so perfect.
Yeah, we can actually see the fact that a lot of drivers here are really loving the track. And was there a special turn or a special moment in which you thought it was great to do the overlapping right there?
Yeah, the track was is a very difficult track because a lot of grip in the track, on the track, and yeah, to defend is very complicated. So to defend and pass, it's pretty complicated. So yeah, I'm very happy for this win.
We can see it's been an intense race, Jack, right?
Yeah, it's been very good. Merci beaucoup to Remy Leuth, and massive thank you as well to Margherita Baldini. We're going to get some great conversations over the course of the day, naturally. Already the drivers are being sent out onto the circuit for semi-final 2 Group B. So they are ready to go to battle once again. It's going to be fast and furious, very thick and fast. The races will come over the course of the day. That's because we've got 119 drivers to battle over the positions. 10 minutes on the clock, 2 laps to go after that. And of course, all the drivers in position. Alejandro Florido will go from pole position from the Polish driver Matthias Bartsch. Then Jakub Pandzin alongside Jakub Rogindewaj, twin brother of Leonard. Then Max Skomski, the British driver Ty Dewey-Sherlock, along with Fernando Aranenche and Michael Merzinger. And then it's going to be Ruben Kotsesa from Harry Suonen, Juan Testi, Luca Graupner, Ricardo Herrera, Marvin Comdor, and Jorge Maya. Then Giuseppe Di Domenico, Ottilia Granberger of Latvia. And then it's Lorenzo Cencioni from Nicolas Jaitla, Oscar Martinez, Wesley Peels, Sebastian Orio, Ike Needham, Lucas Giano, the Frenchman, and then Marco Folli, Giuseppe Coppola, Toby Wykes, Ricard Mednes, Jeremias Silva, and Ricardo Allegro. And I'm delighted to say, just ahead of semi-final 2 Group B, that I'm joined by our racing driver, commentator, correspondent, Yusuf bin Suhail. You've just got off the kart, the first race of the day, Yusuf. How was it?
It was really good. I think I got quite a good kart. The pace, I mean, I don't know what the lap times were, but I felt really quick. Things got a bit heated on the last lap, so we'll leave it in the discretion of the stewards, I think is best.
We'll talk about that one later, shall we?
Yes, I think at night over repeats.
I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I can with you because, of course, you're a racing driver and you want to really go for it, and the adrenaline must surely still be pumping. But we have got semi-final 2 Group B about to get under starters' orders. We wait for the pace kart to get out of the way. The lights go out and we're racing. The pace kart peels off. We're racing to the first corner once again. And Alejandro Florido picks up the attack on Matthias Bartsch. So it is going to be very interesting to see how the competitors will run right off the start. Jakub Pandzin is going to be putting in a big effort from the outset with Rogindewaj, Skomski, and the British driver Ty Dewey-Sherlock giving chase. It's going to be fascinating to see if anyone can break the 19-year-old from Cadiz early. Dust is already being kicked up. We've got a massive plume of dust from the first chicane. That tells you that not all of the drivers have remained on the black stuff.
Yeah, a bit of gravel going up, and it's really difficult as well when you're behind because gravel gets in through the visor and then you're kind of squinting and trying to focus on your driving. But a really good start from Alejandro. He's pulled a few kart lengths and he wants to get his head down, hopes that the drivers behind won't be able to work together too well to reel him in.
So Matthias Bartsch working hard here in second position, currently trying to protect his position from Jakub Rogindewaj, who has managed to work his way into third position. The 2 Dutch twins doing a grand job. Look at the squabble coming up to the hairpin further back. It's getting pretty hectic out there. Some very exciting stuff as the drivers are ready and in position. We'll let the drivers flow through because I believe we get the chance to have a word with Denis Holler down in the paddock as well. But we'll keep the race going on the inset. Margherita Baldini is down there, I believe, with our former champion and the man who came home in second place in the previous heat, Denis Holler. We're going to have racing and talk show all the way through the day, don't you worry. So Margherita, you're with Denis Holler.
Yes, Jake, I'm here with Denis Holler, and so I actually told you it was going to be quite a surprise, and especially 2 of them maybe wanted to talk to you more. And he was one of the 2 that I was going to tell you, and I didn't want to spoil you. And I actually thought it was going to end first. But we're going to ask him. In the previous days, we saw you like winning a lot of races. What made you second in this one?
Yeah, because the other drivers doing obviously also a good job, right? So it's very well deserved from Remy. He did a good job. He overtook me in the second to last lap, I think, on the start-finish line. It was not. I saw him coming, but I thought, okay, let's try to catch him again in the last corner or something. But then he was defending quite well, so a deserved win. P2 for me starting into the Sunday is quite a good, decent result. So everything is possible, and let's go for the next one. And I'm trying to be on P1 again.
Jake, you have to know that Dennis here is a beast in racing, and yesterday he won 3 out of 5 of his races, and we really thought he was doing a great job. So maybe today, lacking of concentration, or other people are more concentrated than him.
Sehr good, and I wouldn't have expected anything less from the former champion. Vielen Dank to Dennis Holler, and of course to you, Margarita. We'll come back to you guys down in pit lane again very shortly. Back to the racetrack action, and myself and Yusuf have been observing that there's quite a lot of dust being kicked up by drivers. They're really starting to be a little bit more ruthless out there. It seems that the curb is going to be used perhaps a little bit more than the racing line at some points.
Yeah, there are a few curbs where you can really use it and just open up the corner a slight bit, but then there are other curbs that just unsettle you, and it kind of just depends on you putting in a hot lap or racing with someone. At the moment, we're starting to get a few gaps forming on circuit, but we might have someone being lapped soon, which could be very interesting because I don't think we've had that yet, and it's going to bring in a very new dynamic to these short races.
Yeah, we really haven't. It's a very good point. Over the course of the weekend thus far, nobody has actually been in danger of being lapped, but clearly there was an incident earlier on in the race, and it's Marco Folli who is currently right down at the back of the field, and if these 4 drivers keep on pushing it, he may well be caught. In fact, he's being shown the blue flag. That's the first time in the competition that I've ever seen the blue flag in 2026, so very tricky indeed for Marco Folli. He pulls right off the circuit, he goes onto the escape route on the far side, and he allows the field to go through, and I'm afraid he's going to have to do that for the entire field. So he lets the few leaders go, but he's going to have to move aside and let pretty much everybody go as well. So it's a sporting gesture. There is the blue flag for Marco Folli. He's already let about the top 9 or so through. Now he's got to do the rest. But this is where things get tricky at the front of the race, as Matthias Bartsch has got great straight line speed. He gives a little bit of a bump draft, so it really is going to be a fantastic battle for each of the competitors. It's going to be an interesting one, so it'll be very tricky to see how it all goes. But the competition is going to be very tricky as they run through. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a word with the driver in 3rd position from the first semi-final very shortly indeed. We've already heard from Remy Luth, we've already heard from Dennis Holler, so hopefully we'll get to hear from Leonard Vrugindevai very soon indeed. His twin brother Jaco is actually 3rd in the lineup, is up the inside. Matthias Bartsch goes for the move, and that was very sweet, but perhaps a little too early maybe.
Yeah, potentially. It just depends how quick he feels. I mean, you said it yourself, he looks quite quick in a straight line. We'll see whether he can use that to pull clear, or maybe even just try to drag Alejandro Florido away from Vrugindevai and Panchishin behind him and turn this into a 2-way fight for the lead that they can really dogfight it over in the last lap or 2.
So give us an insider's expert view. When you're in the middle of the battle and you're trying to gain an advantage, what do you have to do? Is it all just reading the other karts around you? Are you trying to gauge where their top speed is and then trying to figure out how your speed filters into it? Or do you have to think more on instinct?
It's weird. I'd say instinct. You know, I had a few moments in that previous race where I thought, oh, I'm catching up to Debbie. I'll work with Debbie for a lap. And then when I caught her, I just thought, you know what? I think I'd be quicker on my own. And then I just decided to go for the move. My main thing is, if it's a group of karts, it's really difficult to get through. If it's a one-on-one, usually they'll be a lot more compliant and say, yeah, we're not going to battle over this. I'll let you go through, you seem quicker, and I'll follow you for a bit. But it's as soon as it becomes a group, that's when it becomes really, really difficult to read, because it's no longer, you know, rock and paper. It's rock, paper, scissors, throw in a few other elements into the mix. But it looks like Bartsch and Florido are doing a good job at the moment of stretching out that gap to Vrugindevai. It doesn't look like much, but it's enough just to give them that little bit of comfort that, okay, I can go for a move, and if it doesn't work out, I won't lose this position.
Yeah, it's a much tougher battle when you've got so many karts around you, and still drivers are pushing each other around. Up on the far side, we've actually had a collision between 2 karts, Both drivers feeling very irate with each other and kicking up a massive dust cloud in the background as well. You can see it on your screens now. So not everybody's being friendly out there. Obviously, Sunday is when the red mist really sets in and drivers know, look, there's only going to be 10 spots in the main playoffs at the end of the day. I've got to try and figure out a way of getting there. With 119 drivers whittled down to just 6 in the final playoff, Yusuf, you kind of have to drive with your eyes on stalks. And we've got this amazing battle now kicking up in the top 4.
Yeah, I think there's been a change for second place. I think Vrogindovai is up into second. I believe he did that through the long left-hander. So Alejandro Florido down into third position is a three-way fight at the front, seemingly. And we'll see now whether Vrogindovai can give more of a challenge to Barch than Florido was able to do on the last couple of laps.
Ike Needham and Attilio Granberger have lost some time on that lap as well, so they've both ended up falling positions. The driver who spun off down the field, it looks like it was the Austrian Nicolas Jeitler, so he's definitely going to be unhappy with the way things have worked out on that one. 2 minutes to go on the timer. As soon as the timer runs down, they then get the 2 laps to go signal. Still more drivers going over the curbs and kicking up dust. It's very tricky, but on this part of the day as well, the early morning when it's dustier and when the track temperature is colder, it must be like driving on sheet ice at times.
Well, I think the first race this morning, we started at 9 o'clock, so a little bit later than we did yesterday. The track was already fairly warm. The tyres warmed up quite quickly. Maybe on the outlap it was a little bit understeery, but I think as soon as we got the race underway, the tyres felt good, the karts felt good. At least for me, maybe for some others, it was slightly different.
Now, I want to have a look at Jaco Vragindovai as he comes through, the second in the line. Look at his seating position. He's actually raised his knees right up parallel to the Nassau panel. Now, I've seen a few drivers doing this, maybe a dozen or so. Why are they doing that, Yusuf? What's the benefit to make that happen?
So there's 2 ways of doing it. One is what you're seeing from Vragindovai, the bum shuffle forward, human DRS we sometimes call it, as he's coming under a little bit of pressure into the hairpin. It's essentially just to reduce air resistance, as this is getting really feisty.
Yeah, so you want to reduce air resistance as much as possible. That was all because Vragindovai was defending his position and then he suddenly missed his braking point by about half a metre and he actually nudged the back of Barch going into the turn. He didn't mean to hit him, but there was just the littlest bit of love tap. That put Barch offline and now it's all Skittles. We've got 7 of them in the mix and it's going to be very tight. We've got Barch, Vragindovai, we've also got Florido, Pagajin, Shkomski, Conceição and Lorenzo Ciancione. They all want a piece of this and it's a 7-kart brawl with 30 seconds on the clock.
I think in defense to Vragindovai, he actually got a tap from Alejandro Florido behind him. That's what actually sent him into Barch. Otherwise, I think he would have been fine. But I think he'll happily take the lead of this race going into the final couple of laps. How defensive does he want to go? To be honest, if it was me, I'd just get my head down. Don't worry about battling. Even if you get overtaken by Barch, fight him on the last lap. Because if you go defensive right now, all of a sudden, you're going to be back into a 6-kart battle for the lead.
So with Florido now in second place, the spicy 19-year-old from Cadiz is working very hard indeed to try and move his way further forward. Some interesting battles coming as Matthias Barch knows he's got Florido diving up the inside to take the lead. A beautifully timed move from Florido. He's got to be careful on the exit that he doesn't invite Matthias Barch to get back on the parallel line to then cut back on the undercut. So very interesting from Florido. He goes quite early, I would say, because this is going to be the anti-penultimate lap. So as they come through at the end of this one, it's going to be 2 laps to go. Very interesting to see how it all continues to cook up. But Matthias Barch and Alejandro Florido battling away for the victory. Florido buries his kart in the middle of the road as now Barch comes around the outside of him. Can't quite get the faster line through because once again Florido holds the middle of the road, backs him up. This is big defense from Florido. Barch is going to wrestle his way through anyway. Matthias Barch not going to wait around behind Florido, defending with 3 laps to go. Florido gets back in front. Florido getting desperation up into his visor now. This is going to be ferocious for the rest of the race as Barch is going to get hung out to dry on the outside line. Here comes Vragindovai, and along with him comes the hard-charging Jakub Pagajin. Vragindovai waving at Florido. What are you doing defending, man? There's going to be 7 of us fighting for the victory if we're not too careful. You could come away with nothing here. So Vragindovai trying to gesture to the 19-year-old, you're being too defensive. We need to go for this. And there's a 5-second penalty handed out further down the field to the Latvian Ricard Medniš. So Ricard Medniš is given a 5-second penalty. And look, that's why Florido did it, because he's now backed up the pack into each other. They can fight each other, and Florido is gone. He's got himself about 7 kart lengths, and that's the reason why he did that. He backed up the pack to let them battle against each other. They've costed themselves time, and he gets away. It's a ruthless tactic, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just a very gutsy and very audacious kind of tactic. It's the kind of tactic that Michael Schumacher probably would have employed. Great to see all of the people watching along at home. Hendrika Boss, Gene Bates, and Valerio Criscioli all watching along from their various locations. Good to see everybody really enjoying the battles out on the circuit as Alejandro Florido comes through the final turn, and he will receive the last lap board. Boy, has he used a cutthroat tactic to give himself that little bit of breathing space over Jakub Rogindevai, but it has worked. It's not illegal to do it, it's just very gutsy. Max Skomsky up into 4th place now from Lorenzo Ciancioni, Marvin Comdur, Ruben Conceição, Taiduis Sherlock and Fernando Arancha, all now in front of Matthias Bartsch. Off the road goes the 897 of Ruben Conceição, forces one car off onto the grass in order to try and come back. That was pretty cutthroat as well. They're 3 wide coming out of that hairpin. My goodness me, drivers are really starting to get their elbows out here. So it's getting pretty ruthless. But everybody knows that there's only 10 spots available in the playoffs. So they've got to try and make a bit of a stink on it and try and work their way forward. But for Alejandro Florido, he may have used a gutsy and incredibly cutthroat tactic, but he's executed it to perfection. He's allowed the rest of the field to scrabble amongst themselves so that he can disappear and have a comfortable run to the line. So the 19-year-old from Cadiz making sure that he gets it done. You may not like everybody's tactics, but as long as it's legal, there's nothing wrong with it. So out comes Alejandro Florido, the 19-year-old. Another big victory coming from him after he won Heat 2 Group B yesterday. Now he's going to come through and add a 3rd victory because he also won semi-final Group B in race 1. Now he's going to do semi-final 2 Group B as well. Alejandro Florido taking the win then from Jakub Rogindevai and Max Skomsky, the Polish driver, coming through for 3rd position. Very nicely handled in the end there. And again, ruthless efficiency, true determination, and pure guts are what you need in this category. Obviously, if you come a cropper with the stewards, then there is something you need to explain, and you need to figure out the best method of getting out of jail. But certainly a very exciting battle all the way through, and it is Alejandro Florido from Jakub Rogindevai, Max Skomsky, Lorenzo Ciancioni, Jakub Pancigin, Marvin Comdur, Fernando Arancha, Ruben Conceição, a very unhappy Matthias Bartsch, I'm sure, and Taiduis Sherlock, who comes through in 10th position. Very solid racecraft all the way through, and it was always going to be thus because the competitors here can be absolutely ruthless. So, very exciting stuff. And we're obviously going to have a lot of exciting battles. We get to talk our way through some of the highlights now out on the course. But it's going to be an interesting one. So let's see if we can have a bit of a chat and a bit of a catch-up down in the holding area as my colleague Yusuf bin Sahel is out in position, and he's going to be in conversation with driver number 62, getting himself ready for an exciting battle once again out on the course after a very spicy weekend for him so far. It's a very popular man in the paddock who will be on the microphone with Yusuf bin Sahel. Omar Oswat, the British driver who is based in Qatar, having born in India, raised in London. Yusuf bin Sahel is with Omar Oswat.
Thank you very much, Jake. I am indeed here with Omar. And you're about to head out on circuit for your 2nd semi-final. Talk me through how your 1st semi-final went, first of all.
Well, it's been a weekend of learning, slowly getting faster and faster. The pace then arrived, but the racecraft was disrupted, so that's going to be what we're working on next session. Thanks to the great guys at Mokadamo, they're the ones who have actually invited me down to this race, and I didn't realize the level is so high. But you know what? That's how you become better as a driver. So all of this footage you guys are going to see is simply my learning experience. And you might want to watch Dennis's video, who's at the front of the pack for the other end of the spectrum.
And you were in the endurance race yesterday, so you've gained even more practice now. Tell everyone where you're starting this race, and let's have a prediction. Where do you think you're going to finish?
All right, it's P20, so it can't get any worse. But you know what? I want to push close to top 10. I got to 13th yesterday, which was my best. And I think with a good kart, smart racecraft, I can push into at least 10th. That's the challenge.
We're going to hold you to that. Thank you very much. And Jake, I'm going to hand back over to you, but I do have a second driver ready to jump with us in a few moments' time.
Awesome, Yusuf. I love that we can really cover the bases in the Champion Cup Kart. We're not just focusing on the top 3 drivers every time. We get to focus on the entire grid. You've got to remember there are 119 drivers that have all paid the same race fee. They all want to compete at the top level. And even if you don't make it through to the playoffs, you're still on an equal footing with everybody. It's one of the favorite things I love about this event because you've got 6 different categories. You've got lady, you've got talent, you've got expert, you've got master, you've got junior, you've got heavy, and every single one of them has a chance to win this race outright and overall. And it's always been incredibly competitive right from the sharp end. And even drivers like Kimi Antonelli, who came here in 2022, well, when he raced with us at Jesolo, he finished 15th in the final. So even Formula One potential world champions do not have it easy when they compete in Champion Cup Kart. But that's what makes this race so special. You've got to have a very different kind of personality, a very different kind of characteristic. And you've got to play the strategy over the course of the week. You can't just go gung-ho and hope that you're going to be fast because everybody drives a different kart each race. It's what I say to drivers every single time we compete in Champion Cup Kart. It's not about what you do when you win. It's about what you do when you don't. Very, very important to keep that consistency and keep that balance all the way through the weekend because you're not always going to get a kart to your liking. So you've got to try and measure yourself all the way through the event. It's very, very easy to get complacent and very, very easy to get cocky. You've got to try and measure yourself. Be humble, be timid, be cautious and patient. Discipline is what really counts in Champion Cup Kart, especially in an event when we're whittling down 119 drivers to just 6 in the last race of the day. It's brutal, it's cutthroat, and it's absolutely extraordinary. So, down in the pit lane, we have obviously got lots of people to talk to, but fresh off the back of semi-final 2, Group B, we obviously want to catch up with the 19-year-old from Cadiz in Spain, Alejandro Florido, who is down in the holding area with Margarita Baldini.
Hi, Jake. Yes, we're here with the winner of this race, and he's a Spanish guy. So we're going to ask him a little bit how the race went. He's going to answer in Spanish. I'm going to tell you eventually what he said.
Pues sí, la verdad que ha sido una carrera bastante dura desde el principio, porque sabíamos que no nos podíamos escapar con ese car. Y nada, finalmente un compañero, no me acuerdo ahora mismo el nombre, creo que era Mateus, decidió pasarme y 2 vueltas después se puso a defender un poco y le metí el kart y ya pues lo que tocaba era defender hasta que se rompiera el grupo y eso ha pasado.
So basically, he knew it was a difficult race because the car was not the best for him, and he eventually had this like sprint when someone overlapped him, and he tried to overlap him back again. So he finally won the race like with a last overlapping at like the last lap, I think.
Fascinating stuff from Alejandro Florido, who's already had a very exciting battle over the course of the event. 2 semi-final wins now, so very interesting to see what the Spanish man can do. Gracias, mi amigo, and we will get you into the battle again shortly for semi-final 3. Gracias, Alejandro, and to Margarita as well. Grazie mille tutti. So, big battles all the way through. Just to bring you up to speed with how things have been going over the course of the event, because you know me, I like to take way too many notes, because I'm a dork. That's how things go. So, a lot of people to catch up with and talk to. I told you already about the Heat 1 rotation. Albert Boss, Fabian Kopp, Matthias Bartsch, and Leon Schmid coming up with the victories in Heat 1. Heat 2 yesterday was a little bit mixed. Leon Schmid then had to get the job done again for Heat number 2, managing to come through in front of Ruben Conceição and the Finnish driver, Harri Suonen, who actually had a bit of a scare going into that race. Coming into Saturday morning, he didn't know where his race suit was. He seemed to have misplaced it on Friday night, and he actually asked me if I would loan him my spare karting suit, which fortunately I had managed to bring with me. So for a little moment there, he almost was in my race suit. That was very, very close to the mark. Fortunately, he did manage to find it with about 27 minutes before the start of the race. So a bit of a scare for Harri Suonen. Alejandro Florido then coming through for the victory in Heat 2 Group B yesterday in front of Giovanni Giarratana, the very talented junior driver, in front of Abdullah Badawi. So Abdi, the Austrian, doing a great job there in that particular encounter. I'll continue that story about the heats in a little way because there's still plenty of people to speak to. Margarita Baldini, I believe, is down there with Jakob Gindevai.
Yes, we're here with the second place, and he was talking about the last semifinal that he did also yesterday. Today he ended up second place, but he was telling me about the race of yesterday where he found it particularly difficult. How did it went?
It went pretty well, but we have a lot of fighting in both semis. We swapped multiple times of positions. In the end, it was P2. It was very well for me. But of course, I want to win. And let's see in the next one how it goes. But I think we're fighting too much. And with a little bit of luck, you finish in front. With a little bit of less luck, you are a couple positions back. So let's see how it goes.
And what did it change between the last semifinal of yesterday and the one of today? How did you get to the second place today?
Be in the last 2 laps at the right positions. I positioned myself wrong in the last semi-final. I needed to defend it much more, so I did, and it worked well. If you have a long train of karts, they can't do 2 lines. So I just make 1 line and defend it as well as I could.
And we're hoping, obviously, that Jaco is going to do also great in the next one. What do you think, Jake?
Well, what's really going to be interesting is whether Jaco beats Leonard or Leonard beats Jaco. Who's going to get to drive home? That's going to be the interesting one. I'm sure they'll have to battle that between each other. Thank you very much, Margarita. Thank you, Jaco. And good luck for the rest of the event, buddies. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
So we're going to continue on. I was talking to you about the Heat 2 results yesterday. Leon Schmidt from Rubicon Seisau and Harry Simonen in Heat 2 Group A. Heat 2 Group B saw Alejandro Florido, who we just heard from, having won semi-final 2B. He got the win in front of Giovanni Giarratana and Abdi Badawi. Vika Schlitz was the winner of Heat 2 Group C, and that set him on the charge to run to the top 3 in front of Dennis Holler and Remy Leuth, who we've already heard from. And then Adrien Garcia getting the job done in Heat 2 Group D in front of Christian Duven, the former double champion of this event, and Giamaria Campanucci. So some very good talents. I'll come back to Heat 3 in a short moment because first and foremost, we've heard from Alejandro Florido, we've heard from Jaco Vrogindevai. So now to hear from the third man in the equation with the best racing number in the world, number 53. It is, of course, the Polish driver Max Skomski, and he is with Margarita.
Yes, we got the 53 right here, and he told us about a really intense race today, and he ended up 3rd place. What did you do today that made you up to the 3rd place position?
I think the key was patience. I saw the group of 5 people that were in the first places fighting, and I just stayed calm, waited for mistakes, for unnecessary overtakes, and when the time came, I just took the opportunity.
How do you think that in those cases, like in those races, how do you manage mistakes?
I don't know, like in the moment I think that you just disconnect, you don't really think about it, it's just most about intuition and like stay calm, stay patient and just wait for the right moment.
So Max right here is telling us that he took a great opportunity and I think he did the right thing, right Jake?
Very much indeed. It's all about timing and it's all about precision, and Max definitely putting himself into the good frame of mind. Max, we'll catch up with you later. Great job, buddy. 3rd position, very strong start to the day. Hopefully there's a lot more coming. Thanks, Margarita. Thanks, Max. So getting ourselves ready then for semi-final Group C of the 2nd rotation, and 2 of the big guns, the Dutch heavyweights, Vika Schlitz and Christian Duven, double champion of Champion Cup Kart in 2022 and 2024. And how good was Christian Duven's title in Jesolo? Well, amongst all the other drivers he beat that year was a guy called Kimi Antonelli. I wonder what happened to him. Giovanni Giarratana 3rd on the grid from Adrien Garcia, Salvatore Nito and Nico Croce, and then Jacopo Mongelli, Davide Testa, Matteo Marconi, and then Marco Coronado, Elias Silvestroni, Vincenzo Castado, and then Marco Silva, Simon Liegel, Cuevas, Capolongo, Gonzalo, Chivers, Belfioretti, Ramos, Aswad, Zaccato, Grunfeld, and Co. As off we go. The pace car leaves the pack, and we go racing up to the first corner, and it's going to be very tricky indeed for Vika Schlitz to hold on with the might of Christian Duven and the resurgence of Giovanni Giarratana, who is really getting quicker as the week goes on. The drivers working their way through the chicane. Bit of dust kicked up again because drivers are just being a little bit too hungry on this opening lap. Look at the squabble. It's like NASCAR at the back of the field as everybody everybody is trying to find that little bit of a nudge, and it definitely looks as though the sort of the push and bump draft tactics of NASCAR are actually creeping their way into the event as drivers are throwing their hands up in the air, they're getting angry, they're getting irate. When you're in the middle of the throng like that, you have got to find a way to keep your emotions in check.
Absolutely, and you have to tell yourself that you've got a long race ahead, you know, another 11, 12 minutes remaining in this race. I saw a lot of curb hopping as drivers going 2, 3 abreast through turns at 6s and 7, but at the front, as we so often see, it is relatively clean, and that is what has allowed Schlets and Duven to pull away. The Dutch duo flying at the front of the field. It is the domination of the Dutch, but it's just not Group D. So we need to swap the groups around, I think, to make it make a bit more sense for that.
We have a 5-second penalty handed out in the first 60 seconds of the race. I cannot believe it. I have never seen a 5-second penalty handed out so fast in this competition. And it was the 109 of Valerio Petruccelli, unfortunately, who came a cropper. He's actually out there with his brother Marco. I hope it wasn't him that he came up across with. Then they're really going to have an argument over the washing up later. Some big battles in the midfield yet again as drivers are taking advantage of some run wides to try and gain as many positions as possible. But there's a lot of dives, there's a lot of ducking and weaving, and drivers... I know the old adage, Ayrton Senna always used to say, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver. However, that doesn't mean you get to create your own gaps out of thin air.
I will say that quote has been misquoted so much. Ayrton Senna said that in irony after he intentionally took out Alan Prost. He didn't actually mean it, but everyone seems to think that he does, or he did.
That's a very good point, actually, Yusuf. Everybody rides on that comment, but it's like, hang on, context, irony, quotation. Make sure you know what you're talking about. Christian Duven in behind Vika Schlets, and the two Dutchmen are going to disappear out in the front of the field. These two men are ice cool. They know exactly how to get the job done. Vika Schlets has had so much bad luck over the last 5 years in this race. He's never won the final, but he's always been pretty much close to it, if not in it. Christian Duven has won the title twice, 2022 at Jesolo and 2024 in Lignano under the night. So he knows exactly how to get things done. But it is never easy to pick your moment. But these two guys, they are lightning cool. They know there is absolutely no point racing each other for 7 minutes when you've got 2 laps of racing right at the end. If you pull 15, 16 seconds clear, you know you're the only 2 guys in the fight for the win.
Absolutely. And, you know, I don't want to call it too early, but Vika Schlets has just looked so good. There's just a point where you see some drivers and it just looks like they are in the form of their life. And Vika Schlets is driving phenomenally. No matter what is thrown at him, he seems to have an answer. And considering that this event is based on points, not where you finish in the final races, he has picked up so many points. So we'll see how it goes. I'm really excited, especially to see him and Holler on the circuit at the same time, as well as Luca. And it's going to be really interesting once we get to those final few races.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the top 10 drivers that go through to the playoffs are not the top 10 drivers that cross the finish line in the A final. They are the top 10 in the points rankings at the end of the finals. So even if you finish the finals outside the top 10, as long as you've accumulated the most points over the week, you still have your place in the playoffs. So the A final is not the be-all and end-all as it used to be back in the day. The format has evolved over the years, and now we have this playoffs scenario. So if you're in the top 10 of the standings by the end of A final, that's what gets you through to the playoffs. It's cutthroat, it's brutal, and that's what makes it so scintillatingly exciting. There's not many rental races in the world that can have this insane kind of quality to it, but it really is fantastic to see just how much of a great battle these guys have been able to produce for us. So the battles continue on, and it's definitely going to be very intriguing all the way through. And Vika Schlets and Christian Duven extending the gap. Giovanni Giarratana running in 3rd place, the Italian, already about 4 seconds back. That shows you the pace that Schlets and Duven have got. And then Giarratana, Garcia, Marco Silva, and Salvatore Nito from Matteo Marconi, Davide Testa, Nico Croce, and Vincenzo Castaldo. Quite a lot to be fighting for here. And then Jacopo Mangelli, Simon Ligel, Marco Coronado, and Miriam Gonzalo. Then Elias Silvastroni from Ash Chivers. Luca Capolongo is in 17th in front of the Hungarian Adam Grunfeld. And then Jose Ramos, very popular member of the paddock here and always has been, 19th position in front of Marco Petruccelli. Looks like Miriam Gonzalo's made some work through the field. Good opportunity for her to make up some progress then. Very tricky weekend so far for the number 22, Miriam Gonzalo, the 20-year-old from Madrid. And she's doing a grand job, actually. She's keeping herself in the midfield pretty much every race, but she wants to have a little bit more luck to give herself a little bit more. It's going to be fantastic as the competitors will continue to run through in fine position. And it is very tricky to know who is going to have the run of the draw as they continue in their great battles. Good to hear from everybody watching along at home, really enjoying it. If you have got questions, if you have got comments to make, and if you're supporting particular drivers, do please share them with us. I know that Valerio Criscioli is bigging up Nicolo Cimoni. He's got a big opportunity. And Forza Ragazzi from Simone Cecchiello. We know, obviously, there's always going to be big love for the Italian drivers. And Salvatore Nito has actually worked his way into third position. The battle for third is almost more exciting at the moment than the battle for the win up front. And Salvatore Nito has managed to work his way through briefly into that third position. He certainly was third as he crossed the line, but he's now dropped back to 8th position. That's how intense the third place battle is right now. Garcia is back into third from Marconi, Silva, Giarratana, Castaldo, Nito, Coronado and Testa. And that's how close it is between 8 or 9 drivers. Hang on a minute, if you count it all the way back, that's third through to, oh my goodness, that's third all the way through to about 16th, Yusuf. That is a nightmare battle to be in the middle of.
That is incredible. 9-second gap from second to third. To be honest, with how much of a gap they have, Duvin could just decide to start battling here and now, but I think they'll probably work together for maybe another lap or so. But this battle for third place is looking fantastic. Maybe third, fourth and fifth, they've started to break away, but they'll probably start battling once again and they'll all start bunching up once more.
Fascinating stuff. Here is that third place battle. It's Garcia, Marconi and Silva at the front of it. A little bit of oxygen between them and Giovanni Giarratana. And then Vincenzo Castaldo fancying his chances up the inside line. So Castaldo's going to go for the move. And he has the audacity to make the overtake and then gesture to Giarratana. Come on, work with me. Are you kidding? You just hoodwinked me. Why would I work with you? It's always one of my funnier sides of karting, that you overtake someone and then you try and convince them to work with you. We've had an off, actually, at the far side of the course. A couple of drivers going off the circuit after a very intriguing battle. It's starting to get very racy indeed out there. To the extent that we're now starting to lose drivers down the order. I think it was Marco Petruccelli who's ended up dropping back. No, it was Valerio. So Valerio, who ended up with that 5-second penalty earlier on, he's now actually gone off the road. So Valerio Petruccelli down the order. And look at that. We've got 2 different battles to look at. That's what's amazing about Champion Cup Car. You just run out of directions of where to look in. Some amazing battles for the lower positions. Third position downwards is still intriguing. But we always want to know when Christian Duvin is finally going to uncork the bottle and make this move on Vika Schlitz.
Now, I think I've spotted somebody out there without their number plate and transponder.
Really?
I'm not sure who it is, but I'm pretty sure I saw someone coming around and it wasn't the kart tester. So I'm going to have a look to see who it is as our race leaders round the final corner, and I think this is going to be the start of their battle to the end.
Yeah, and our kart tester, of course, Francesco Marconi, he never carries a number, but he never carries a bib either, so we know that it's not him. So Francesco Marconi, who is, of course, our test driver, who keeps things equal and even between the karts as much as possible in the fleet. Look at the battle down the main straight as the third battle downwards from third to about 16th is just getting euphoric. Drivers are really starting to go for these choice and cheeky maneuvers. We're going to see who it's. Yes, it's the 62, in fact. It looks like it's Omar who's ended up having a problem with his number plate falling off. So that's a bit of a difficulty for Omar Aswat. In that circumstance, of course, the plate is welded to the transponder. And so if you're not running with that, our poor timing man, Roberto, he's basically got to keep an eye on the race every time they come past and click the button when he comes through. So it's kind of old school at the moment as the contenders are still demonstrating what they are capable of and what they can do. So pretty tricky as the battle continues to rage. They're working out in very tricky circumstances out there as the competitors battle away in position. So not particularly easy to see how things work out and progress, but certainly going to be an interesting one with all of the contenders out in strong position. So the drivers are obviously going to have an interesting time of it, but it's not going to be particularly straightforward to see how the racing is going to play out in the closing stages between the drivers from third downwards. Garcia now third, from Silva, Nito, Coronado and Castaldo, and then Marconi, Giarratana, Davide Testa, Simon Ligel, Miriam Gonzalo up to 12th, so she's got a good chance of getting into the top 10 here, as does Ash Chivers, who's been working his way through the field pretty dramatically. In front of is Elia Silvestroni and Nico Croce, so there are still some decent battles to be had. But of course, we draw ever closer to the moment when Vika Schlets will suddenly find he's got a big mission on his hands. Duven goes for the inside line. There is the first big move from Duven, and he's going to draw level, go parallel to him side by side. The time has run down to 0. They've obviously got 2 laps to go, and Duven makes his move. He's got plenty of time to do so on Vika Schlets, so Duven finds his moment, finds it gathered up, and that's when he's going to make the moment happen. So Christian Duven gets himself into the lead in fantastic fashion. Really beautifully done. And it was never going to be easy to make that standing point happen. But of course, it is now exactly what was moving. He's going to dive to the inside to hold his line from Vika Schlets. Schlets is going to try and carry the pace right round the outside, and that's going to compromise him on the exit of the chicane. These two are so far ahead of the rest of the field that they can afford to have this duel. But that might be the winning moment for Christian Duven. Having Vika Schlets try to get parallel alongside him and losing out, it's not helped him. So Vika Schlets has tried his best and played his hand, but Christian Duven is about to time his first win of the event absolutely to perfection, because it couldn't have come at a better time as far as he's concerned to get the win now and to put one over on Vika Schlets and take valuable points off him. This is exactly what he was hoping for, and it looks like it's going to be the Spaniard Adrian Garcia that will get through in 3rd position as long as he can hold on in front of Salvatore Nito. Schlets is going to come back at Duven, and he'll get the better run off the turn, and he gets back in front. So Vika Schlets comes from nowhere back into the lead of this race, and it's going to be very tricky now between the two Dutchmen as they go into the last lap of this semi-final, and Duven is going to attack Schlets going down the main straight. Here we go, Schlets to the inside, Duven to the outside. He's got great pace, and so Duven is going to try and pass him before they even get to the corner. Surely even Duven can't make that one stick. He has to get out wide, and Schlets gets the inside line, but Duven still has the hunger. Up through 2, up through 3, round the right-hander, up to 4, and now up towards the hairpin at turn 5. Schlets to the inside, Duven to the outside. Duven cuts back, tries to get the underswitch. He knows there's going to be 2 left apexes. It'll be an inside line from Vika Schlets. Schlets will move to cover him. Driver's going off the road further back. It's getting pretty meaty out there. And now Duven fights to get alongside Vika Schlets, almost hops over the curbs to stay with him. Now he'll get the switch back as they drop down through the crest and along the back straight. They're going to be side by side. They're trading paint as they get up to the hairpin. Vika Schlets and Christian Duven, the Dutch rivals, absolutely going at it. Schlets and Duven still at it. Duven tries to get a better run off the turn. Schlets is trying to squeeze him. He's got to leave a little bit of space, but can Duven fit that kart in? He has to go on the curb to do it. Duven is there. Schlets is going to try and dive back in, but Duven will have it. Duven is going to be in front of Vika Schlets. Schlets could be frustrated, but Christian Duven has managed to thread the eye of the needle and work his way forward off the turn, down the straight, check it in the air. Thank you very much for the memories, Christian Duven. He gets the job done in front of Vika Schlets in semi-final 2C. Wow, magnificent stuff. And that shows you that Christian Duven is still very much up for the fight. 3rd position, Salvatore Nito. How about that? He's had such a race, going as high as 3rd, dropping all the way back to 10th again, and then managing to get himself back into 3rd position. My word, that was a bit of a carousel for him. Absolutely awesome work and proper proof that we are going to be fighting all the way to the death. Amazing scenes here. So it is Christian Duven from Vika Schlets and Salvatore Nito. Wow, absolutely incredible racing, as ever. When are you ever going to get a bad day at the office in Champion Cup Kart? A quarter past never is the answer. Fantastic racing here in Viterbo, and always they're going to give us plenty of drama and suspense. Very exciting stuff, and amazing duels all the way through. But now we know that Vika Schlets is quashable, and the man who's going to take the fight to him is the double Champion Cup Kart title winner, Christian Duven, who has finally taken his first win of the week. And what a time to do it. Sunday morning in semi-final 2, Group C. A big chance for him. And Salvatore Nito, one of the most popular of the competitors out there, and one of the senior statesmen of the Italian rental kart racing scene, still proving he's got more than enough pace and more than enough ability. So the drivers will work their way back into the pits once again. Yusuf bin Sahil and Margherita Baldini are down there in the pit lane to chase all the stories. Muggins here, Jake Sanson, is getting himself ready for another exciting duel up in the commentary booth. But my goodness me, we're going to run out of all of the adrenaline and all of the energy that we had at the start of the day if this racing continues to bubble over in such extremes. You can see on your screens the drivers parking their karts. They'll get out, they'll take their ballast, their suit, their number plate over, and they'll get themselves weighed, and then on they will march. Speaking of Yusuf bin Sahil, well, he's back down in our holding area position. Yusuf, what can you give us?
Well, I have found a driver. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm number 78. My name is Andrea Guerreschi, and I'm doing this event of Milano Car Championship.
And where are you starting in this semi-final?
I start in 4th position, and let's see what we can do.
What's your prediction for where you'll finish then?
I hope to maybe finish in the podium. Victory will be the goal, but it's really hard. Drivers are really strong, so it's really difficult. But I hope to finish maybe in the podium, but the goal would be the victory.
Last thing, very quickly, we've got lots of people from lots of different countries here. Can you teach them an Italian phrase, una frase italiana?
Andiamo a prenderlo. It's like, let's catch him.
Excellent stuff. Jake, back to you, and we're going to have our second interviewee in a few moments' time.
I'm going to use that in general conversation, I think. Grazie ragazzi. Thank you, boys. Very, very cool to hear some proper motor racing Italian. We're going to hear a lot of different cool phrases over the course of the action. You can see the drivers at the end of their race going to the scales, getting themselves weighed in. This is to show you just how easy it is for everyday drivers to get themselves into position and go racing. Anyone can race. It doesn't matter what experience you have. We've got pro drivers, former pro drivers, and amateurs all on the same race grid. Yusuf, more excitement from you down in the holding area.
We are trying to make our way through all of the different nationalities, and we have another driver here alongside me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Harry Stütz from Austria. I'm driving for the Mokadamo team. So this is our product that we try to put on the market, or we have on the market, and we sell here also. And yeah, my expectations for the race are not pretty high, because in the races up to now I was always around like P20. It's the first time for me at CCK, and yeah, very competitive field and quite aggressive drivers around me. So let's see how far I can get forward, but yeah, I don't have too many expectations. Yeah, and come on, way.
Sorry, we were going to say, what is your German phrase to teach everyone?
To teach?
To teach people, so for people watching that they have a phrase that they can use themselves.
Okay, yeah. Full gas.
Do you want to tell everyone what that means, or should we guess?
It's full gas.
Okay, excellent stuff, and best of luck in the race. Jake, back over to you as our Group D drivers are getting into their karts.
Thank you, and vielen Dank to Harry Stütz. Some things just don't need translation, do they? Awesome. It's going to be interesting to see how we continue on in the process for the semi-finals, of course. Plenty of drivers to focus in on and talk about. We talked a little bit about the Heat 2 races. I'm going to catch up with you on what happened in Heat 3 yesterday, because, of course, many of the races we didn't get to see on our live stream, but we still want to tell the story. Ruben Conceição opened the Heat 3 races yesterday with a victory in Group A in front of Gianmaria Campanucci and Matthias Bartsch. In the B race, Heat 3B, it was Dennis Holler who got his first win of the competition in front of the Frenchman Remy Lerth and then Fabien Koep. Group C was Ricardo Ribeiro, the first master to take a victory this weekend in front of the Pole Igor Polak and the very talented Herman Munoz. And then Heat 3 Group D, Vika Schlitz, Leon Schmidt, and Nico Tic of Slovenia. Some very big talents. So if we're going to have some exciting racing, we need to talk to an exciting racer. You're not going to get much more exciting on the course than a double champion Cup Kart title winner. He won in 2022, he won in 2024. Margherita Baldini is with the man who's going for the triple. Margherita Baldini is down there with Christian Duven himself.
Yes, Jake, we're here with Christian Duve, and he just won the race, and he was telling us about how intense this race was. What do you think led you to the win?
Yeah, it was a really tough one, but also a really cool one, you know, to battle it out like that with Vika, one of my best friends. It's really amazing, you know. After a few laps, I already saw that we had a huge gap. So with 3 laps to go, I was like, okay, let's go for it and let's see what happened. And yeah, I think it was an awesome fight in the end.
Yes. Did you overlap your best friend?
Yeah, but he took me back one time. Huh? No, but yeah, you know, the good thing is we know each other so well, and we also know that if we race like this together, it's always fair. Like no strange things happen, you know, we can really trust each other on what we are doing, and I think that's also why the battle in the end was really good.
Yes, clearly. We congratulate ourselves with Christian, and actually, Jake, we're going to talk soon also to Vika.
Awesome. If you're going to have a race battle of that kind of intensity, who better to do it with than with your best bud? Christian Duvin, great to hear from you, and I'm sure that could well be the first win of many today. Great job. Awesome stuff. So with Christian Duvin getting himself ready for his next semi-final, that's going to be semi-final 3 a little bit later on. And now we're obviously going to hear very shortly indeed from Vika Schletz, who has already taken several victories over the course of the competition. Heat 2C, Heat 3D that we've just heard about. And of course, he also got semi-final 1C yesterday as well. So it's been 3 wins over the course of the competition for Vika Schletz. So let's hear from the man explaining himself how things have been going across Champion Cup Kart. He's been very exciting to watch. He's been battling out with Christian Duvin in the previous semi-final. So let's hear from Vika Schletz, right in the hunt for the title fight.
Jake, we're here with Vika, as I told you, and yes, he's actually here for the battle fight, and we can say actually right now that Vika is the driver of the day from yesterday's race, because he won actually 4 races out of 5, and he entitled himself like for the driver of the day. But what led you today to the 2nd place instead of the 1st, like yesterday maybe?
It was just I worked together with my teammate, with Christian, until the last 2 laps, and then we fight it out nice and clear. It was fair, so we didn't push each other off, and he won totally fair. So I cannot. I give him all my compliments.
Jake, Vika here is really a chill guy, really a nice guy.
I think friend. I mean, this is the thing when they're friends. I mean, they're supposed to be rivals. You're supposed to be battling tooth and nail. It's meant to be Verstappen and Hamilton, not chalk and cheese. No, we love it. Vika, it's really exciting to see how things are going to go for you. After 4 out of 5 wins yesterday, Vika, just how confident are you that the pace is still going to be there for the rest of the day?
Yes, Jake is asking you, how confident are you about the races for the rest of the day?
Pretty confident. You know, I fight for P1, and we will do all the other races the same, yeah? It's like that.
Yes, as I told you, like a really chill guy.
Yeah, you can't break these guys when they're in the zone. Vika, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you over the course of the day, I'm sure, and there's plenty more silverware on offer. Thank you, bro. So the drivers being sent out by the engineers down here in the pit lane. They're working very closely together. And it's been always very exciting to see. Now, of course, we had those 2 disappearing out in front and dominating proceedings. They led by such a huge margin at the end, Christian Duvin and Vika Schletz, that they let the rest of the pack battle amongst themselves. And it properly was a battle. But of all the people that could have come through to win it, it's one of the most popular men in the paddock. Salvatore Nito was the man who came through for 3rd position, who's always done a fantastic job of not just bringing the race pace, but also the showmanship, the bravado to our competition. So it's wonderful to see Salvatore Nito right up there at the sharp end. He managed to come through for 3rd position. Margarita, I hope you're ready. This could be an interesting interview.
Yes, it is for sure going to be an interesting interview. And we were actually telling before that we're really excited to interview Salvatore today, because he's actually like one of our traditional interviewers. And clearly we want to know a little bit about this race and a little bit also about the last days and what he did the last days. We're going to do this in Italian, Jake. I know you love Italian language, so I'm going to translate that for you later. Salvatore, partiamo innanzitutto dalla gara di oggi, quindi un po' come è andata, cosa è stata magari la cosa che ti ha portato a raggiungere la 3ª posizione innanzitutto?
È stata tutta in risalita questo weekend, però diciamo oggi siamo partiti col piede giusto, risalendo fino alla 3ª posizione, e vediamo in seguito come andrà, perché è stata molta sfortuna, molti kart che purtroppo è andata così.
Basically, he was telling about the fact that in the last days his karts were not the best probably, so he tried to go up for his position, and now he's in third position, but he's looking for the second and the first position clearly. And the other question that we wanted to ask, l'altra domanda quindi che ti volevo chiedere era proprio sui giorni precedenti, cioè adesso abbiamo visto questa risalita, negli ultimi giorni ti abbiamo visto magari un po' in posizioni più basse, come mai pensi questa cosa, oltre la questione del kart?
Posizione molto più bassi perché purtroppo ci sia molta variazione di carte, molta differenza, purtroppo nei sorteggi siamo stati molto sfortunati, diciamo che oggi un po' di fortuna ci sta aiutando e diciamo siamo riusciti a risalire e speriamo di continuare così e di finire la giornata in migliore dei modi.
Quindi principalmente pensi che il sorteggio del kart sia fondamentale per la gara?
Oggi sì, è fondamentale, in questo weekend è fondamentale che prendi il kart, purtroppo è deciso.
So basically, he's saying that the most important part in those kind of races is actually the kart, and he said that today he was little bit lucky, so he got also a good kart and not like the previous days, and he's hoping to get a good kart also for the next races.
Makes perfect sense, and you know me far too well, Margherita. You know that my love of the Italian language is like sitting on the pit wall in Ferrari. Grazie mille tutti, and grazie to Salvatore Nito. We will see you out later on the circuit.
Prego, Jake.
Great to hear from Salvatore, one of our favourite characters in the competition. Well, we saw the Dutch duo, Christian Duven versus Vika Schletz. Now we're going to see the Austrian aces, Abdi versus Leon. Abdi Badawi and Leon Schmid at the front of the grid from Francisco Ramirez, Andrea Guideschi, Alejandro Lancho, Albert Bos, Nico Tich, Fabian Kurb, Matteo Infante, Nicolo Piacimino, and Amber Ebbers from the Netherlands, from Robin van Ouderkerke, Pablo Cristobalena, then Bisogni, Mori, Ricobeni, Pirozzi, Grun, Stacchiotti, Teixeira. We're off and under starters' orders for the fourth group of semi-final two. So Group D charges their way to the first turn, and already a gutsy move from Francisco Ramirez, who decides he's going to split the Austrians. Fascinating dynamic from Francisco Ramirez. He's not going to wait around. He's going to get stuck in nice and early through turn one. Bit of dust kicked up in the background, and Francisco Ramirez decides it's all hell for leather now. He's going to try and make his bid to work his way further forward. So fantastic racecraft already, as now we've got ourselves a proper game plan. 72, Leon Schmid. It's actually Guideschi. It's Guideschi who's moved forward. So it's not the 56 of Francisco Ramirez who's moved the way forward. It's Guideschi. Guideschi's decided enough of this. No mucking about. I want to get into the top 10. I've got to go hell for leather. He's currently working through the top four karts like the bullet in Mario Kart. Working his way forward. Down the back stretch. Up to the hairpin. Nice rotation needed. He's going for the lead on lap one. Oh my goodness. Andrea Guideschi, no hesitation, has decided, I've got a good car, I'm going to push it, I'm going to take the lead. Thank you very much. No waiting around. What a first lap from Andrea Guideschi in rental karts. That is very impressive how he's managed to work his way to the front. So Abdi Badawi now finds himself in the second position spot with Albert Bosch, the winner of the very first race of the contest, the Dutchman in third position. So Albert Bosch out of the top three. He's come very close to winning this event in the past as well, and it's always gone away from him with a lot of bad luck, but this time he's got real feisty determination in him and some very smooth moves. Interestingly, for those who don't know, Albert Boss is actually the fiancé of Debbie Wolfs. They're going to be married in May next year, so very cool indeed to watch them out on the circuit, although Debbie did actually point out this morning, do you know what? We've been racing all week, and we haven't raced each other yet. Oh dear, that's a bad omen. I hope that doesn't turn into anything. No, to be fair, they're actually really good racing against each other. And Albert Boss usually ends up losing to Debbie Wolfs. There, I said it. Albert, come at me. I'm ready. Up to the inside line, the battle from Abdi Badawi. He goes through on the inside line. Very nicely handled to get past Andrea Guideschi. Albert Boss is going to try and make the move as well. So a little bit of resurgency now, and perhaps a little bit too much exuberance and enthusiasm from Guideschi. He's now down to third, but Badawi takes it, Boss into second, Guideschi down to third, and look at the squabble further back for fourth position when you get a chance. Schmid, Leandro Lancho, Matteo Infante, and Nico Tich as Robbie de Wilde picks up a penalty. That's not good news for the Belgian, because that's a 5-second penalty ridiculously early into this race, and unfortunately de Wilde, that's now going to drop him outside the top 20, I think, when that gets applied. So we've got Badawi, Boss, Guideschi, Schmid, Lancho and Infante. Then the Slovenian Nico Tich, Nicolo Piacimino, Fabian Kurb, and Amber Ebbers has got her way up into the top 10 as well. Very impressive work from Amber Ebbers. Has only been karting about 4 or 5 years or so, but has been very quick on the draw in working her way up the ladder. She really enjoys putting all her effort into her work and into her craft, and it's always rewarded with incredible determination, and the results are finally starting to come. She had a lot of bad luck on Friday and Saturday. Now she's really starting to find the resurgence and put her way up into the top 10, and she's going to be one to watch as this race plays out. This is getting feisty up front as Albert Boss is trying to work with Abdi Badawi to get away, and now there's a gap on the inside. Leon Schmidt is going to try and work his way past Guidetti. He knows that this is a long game plan. He works through on Guidetti, gets into third position, and now he can use the tactics and use the strategy to find out in position. So they are working in close proximity. 1-1-2 going up the inside line to try and make the overtaking move. That is Andrea Bisogni having a look on Michele Pirozzi. Big battles all around. Abdi Badawi. Oh, move on the inside from Leon Schmidt. He's decided he knows he can be a bit quicker, or he believes he can be a bit quicker than Albert Boss. So he dives in on the inside of the Dutchman. And how about this? We've got the two Austrians back in front. Abdi Badawi and Leon Schmidt back to normal service resume. Another 5-second penalty goes. This time, it's the 84 who is being given a penalty. So all sorts of difficulties in the early part of racing. It's Robert de Wilde. Oh, my apologies. That was the 5-second penalty already handed out. But it ends up on the gantry now. So it's the same driver getting the penalty as before. So the contenders having a very tough race of it up front. Leon Schmidt's going to make the move on the inside of Badawi. Well, that's interesting. Badawi sees Leon Schmidt goes through and he shrugs his shoulders. Okay, fair enough. That was the plan for the two of us to lead. I suppose if it's Leon, then it's not so bad a problem. But this is becoming pretty hectic. And up to third position again has come Andrea Guidetti. And look out for Nico Tic. Nico Tic, the Slovenian, has lined up behind the 65 of Alejandro Lancho, with Boss rolling all the way back to P6 now. Infante 7th, Kopp is 8th. Up to 9th comes Amber Ebbers in front of Robin van Oudekerke. So some big shuffles in the deck. And now up the inside, it's going to be another move for the lead. That's going to be Abdi Badawi. So Abdi Badawi comes through. Andrea Guidetti finds it. Oh, it's going to get messy. It's up for second position. It's getting a little bit intriguing. Leon Schmidt manages to cover the bases. And now there's a gap built up for Abdi Badawi. Abdi Badawi's now got a bit of space here as the rest of the second place battle is a proper squabble fest now. Up through the rights and down the crest. Abdi Badawi looks over his shoulder. Brilliant. I've got a gap. I'm going to use this. But he might not get much of a chance to, because in second position, Leon Schmidt has found the position to get back into P2. And now he's going to get some support himself here. Third position, tucked in behind him, that is going to be the 101. Nico Tic has worked his way forward. This is a great comeback from the Slovenian. And he's got a chance now to put himself into the showcase. This is really good racing. So the drivers still giving us a lot of activity out there. Oh, goodness me, it looks like Enrique Spinsante is having a little bit of a boxing match with Maxence Grund and Tiago Teixeira, along with Vinieri and Gaetano Riccobeni, the Belgian. So it's getting pretty feisty further down. Where's Nicolo Piacimino come from? Cimino's driving beautifully up into the top 5 and really making a decent run of it. He's done a 1:11.7 apparently. I think that's pretty superhuman. I'm not entirely sure that's actually physically possible on this course. How many corners did he cut to make that lap? There might be a timing discrepancy somehow. The fastest times we've had so far today have all been in the 1:13s and 1:12s yesterday. So I'm not entirely sure you're going to see a lap time in the 1:11s. I think that might be superhuman. Either that or he's taken something off the cart. Most likely himself, if he's going to get a lap time of that kind of speed. That's the amount of weight you need to lose to find an extra second round here. Abdullah Badawi, Leon Schmidt and Nico Tic. Then Nicolo Piacimino, Alejandro Lancho, Albert Boss, Andrea Guidetti, Kopp, Infante and Amber Ebbers from Van Oudekerke and Bisogni. And look, Badawi's actually having to protect his position with 2:45 on the clock. This is not a stereotypical race battle at all. There's a lot of defensive moves to try and kick on this strategy. Very interesting at the moment. So the fans all the way back home in Austria are watching as we've got 3 wide, but they're not necessarily all together. Look around the outside. Nico Tic could get it, splits the 2 Austrians in the middle. That's the most amazing move you're ever going to see in the middle of a semi-final battle. That is absolutely amazing. Threading the eye of the needle in between the 2 Austrian drivers. That is a move for the ages. He splits Badawi and Schmidt, goes up the center of them. My goodness me, that is one of the greatest overtakes you're ever going to see in rental karting. Nico Tic Absolutely extraordinary. 14 gets a warning flag. So that is the 14 of Abdullah Badawi. So I'm not sure which move it was that caused him to get the warning, but he gets a warning nonetheless. I really want to see that move again if we get the chance to, because that was absolutely biblically good. You never get an overtaking move like that twice in one day, and that is going to be a move that we'll remember for such a long time. So Nikotic checks over his shoulder. He now leads as a result of that. And anybody who appreciates rental karting, anybody who appreciates racing will take one look at that overtake and go, okay, fair play. I've got no criticisms of that at all. Badawi and Schmidt were so busy battling with each other. Teach went onto the racing line. He came through the first corner, full chat, and he managed to find a way to slot up the inside of the two drivers, in the middle of them. So now we've got a dive from Lancho. Lancho's going to try and make the move on Badawi. So Lancho gets up into third position. Now he's going to try and look at Leon Schmidt. This has not gone the way that Schmidt or Badawi were hoping for. Schmidt goes out wide, so that's going to give Lancho a chance to move forward. Badawi back down to fourth position as a result of the shuffle. But this is astonishing stuff. You know, we're going to see a replay. Look at the inset on the left side. Look at Teach. He's come from the far side, and look, he just dives through, cuts in the middle of the two drivers. Absolutely extraordinary scenes. That is unbelievably difficult to pull off. And Nikotic, genius, absolute genius overtake from the Slovenian. And now he's leading, and it could be his first win of the weekend. Amazing work. So Teach. Now it is Lancho. Lancho's got ahead of Leon Schmidt here, I believe. So now the battle for second place really is raging. We've got 9 seconds on the clock. Across the line, 3 laps to go. And up into second position has come the 65 of Alejandro Lancho. So the Spaniard now in front of Leon Schmidt and Abdi Badawi. Then Fabian Kurp has come up to the top 5 again. From Gadeshi, Cimino, Boss, Infante, Ebers, Bisogni, and Van Oudekerke. Time has run down to 0. Ulify watches and says, that was actually the greatest move I've ever seen in karting overall. That's a fair point. You're never going to see an overtaking move like that very often. And Nikotic, I mean, you couldn't script that a second time. If you tried to execute that twice, you'd never manage it. And I bet Nikotic got a massive adrenaline injection from that overtake. If you pull off a move like that, you're never going to forget it, and you're always going to be fired up and pumped up. He'll be running on pure adrenaline at the moment. Fabian Kurp and Andrea Gadeshi think they've got another chance to get back in this. Kurp is going to dive up the inside, and he'll force the issue on Abdullah Badawi. Badawi and Schmidt are going to resist as long as possible, so they're going to lose time. Gadeshi gets up the inside of Badawi now off the turn. Gadeshi will try and make his move through as Tich is being hunted down by Alejandro Lancho. They've got 2 laps to go, and the third place battle is game on. Badawi's going to be frustrated here because up the inside of him is Fabian Kurp. And Kurp is going to finish that move. So Badawi down to P6 as a result of all of that. Absolutely amazing. Carly B watching along. All my missed sleep to stay up to watch this is so worth it. Thank you, buddy. Absolutely amazing. I know she's watching all the way from the United States. It's going to be very early in the morning there. Stupid o'clock is what I tend to call it. But yes, with racing like this, who needs the ZZs? So out onto the back straight, and Nikotic has now got that immense move to try and back up with an ultra-defensive tactic, because here comes Alejandro Lancho, the Spanish driver, wanting a piece of this. Up to the hairpin. A big battle for third place as well. Gadeshi fancies leaning on it as Leon Schmidt takes to the grass further back. We've got battles for the win. We've got battles for third place. It's difficult to know where to look at the moment, but Lancho is absolutely launching on the attack for Nikotic. And the third place battle is a proper squabble further back. There's about 8 of them all pitching for the lead. If we get a long shot here, you'll see the squabble. Look, there's about 8 of them all going for it as into the last lap goes the Slovenian. Nikotic, Alejandro Lancho's got to try and come back from it. Is he going to get the ultimate slingshot? Oh, he got too much curb. The back end started to kick out and he lost momentum. That would have been an amazing overhaul, but he just got a little bit too much curb. So Lancho had to back off the throttle to avoid spinning at turn 1. Very impressive stuff. Mishiega points out Nikotic is the man of the race. Not only did he get the ultimate move, but he's been able to find immensely superior defensive tactics. That back off from Lancho has just given Nikotic the win, essentially. I don't think Lancho's going to have the pace to come back with half a lap to go. Really impressive stuff. And Unify points out, for real, performance was insane. I've never seen something like that. I don't think I have either. That's why it took our breath away. That's definitely the kind of move that needs to be put on Karting World. I think all of the Instagrammers on that social media channel would be very impressed indeed with Nico Tich coming up with the goods for one of the most immaculate overtakes you're going to see in motorsport, never mind karting, as the Slovenian Nico Tich takes our breath away on track and across the line. The Slovenian is absolutely delighted, and with good reason. One of the most, if not the most, spectacular overtaking move I have ever seen in rental karting. Absolutely astonishing. Nico Tich from Alejandro Lancho and Leon Schmid. There are victories, and then there are stage steals. And that was an absolute stage steal. Let's look at some of the highlights of that particular race, because there's quite a lot to get through. So let's check out some of the moments out on the course. Here's the big one. Look at it. Threading the eye of the needle. How on earth did Nico Tich manage that? Just astonishing. And here is another look at it from over top. Look at it. He's just gone the far side. These two are going to squabble. Look at it. Absolutely mesmerizing. You're never going to pull off that move twice. Genius. Absolute genius from Nico Tich. And easily, in 6 years of racing at the Champion Cup Kart, that is, without a shadow of a doubt, the greatest overtake I have seen in this competition. You are never going to pull that off a second time. Oh my word. Nico Tich of Slovenia, I think he's kind of stolen the show so far this morning, and everyone who is a proper hardcore racer will look at that move and take a bow. Absolutely amazing, Nico Tich. Take a bow. Wow, just stunning. It's been a long time since one overtaking move has left me that breathless. Stunning. Right, and that is obviously the next precursor into the next phase of the battle. We'll catch up with Nico Tich, and no doubt we'll get to talk about that move, because there's no way that wasn't the best move you've ever seen in rental karting. It's certainly the best move I've ever seen in karting, and very exciting to know that that's the kind of level you've got to get to if you want to win on this playing field. That ends the rotation for semi-final 2. We're going to go straight into the rotation for semi-final 3. All of the points are accumulated, of course, at this stage. And then once all of the points are gathered together, the top 30 drivers will go through to the A final. The bottom 30 drivers will be in the D final. So you can work out for yourselves exactly how it works. But the winning driver in the D final does get the chance to move to the back of the grid for the C final. So they do get a second chance to work their way forward. That's what we love about the finals in this competition. If you win the D, you can then get onto the grid for the C. If you win the C, you can get onto the grid for the B. If you win the B, you can get onto the grid for the A. So it's almost impossible to do, but you could genuinely go from the D final to the A. It is one of the hardest things to pull off in motorsport, but if you're having a nightmare weekend and you have the talent, you have the ability, you have the pace, you could theoretically go all the way forward. It doesn't happen. It hasn't happened yet, but theoretically the chance of making it happen is still in existence. But wow, we love Champion Cup Kart. Everyone has as equal a chance to fight for the victory. You can always argue and say, oh, I got a bad kart. Oh, well, I had a good kart, so I obviously... But everyone is in the same boat. Everyone has that same possibility or probability of success or defeat. So it's about what you use with that opportunity. You may not necessarily get a good kart. You may get a great kart, but you've got to use what you've got in front of you. A great driver will be patient, will have that discipline, will have that measure, will have that composure to keep themselves in the mix, no matter what equipment, no matter what opportunity, no matter what scenario they are presented with. It's very important that you've got to keep yourself in a very calm, a very cool, a very focused discipline. The best drivers in Champion Cup Kart will be the ones that stay calm, stay focused, keep the concentration, compromise where they need to, but calculate if they have to as well. It's a very important part of racing that they've got to keep themselves in a very cool and very, very focused manner. You can't just go in with full adrenaline. You have to make sure you know exactly where you're going to bring your A game out, when you're going to bring out the best of you, because obviously it's a very exhausting discipline, this, and you've got to make sure you're in a good focus. They're the drivers coming out of the karts after their race. They obviously have to bring their weights, their ballast that they carry and put into the kart. They slot it in on either side to make sure that the balance of weight is an equal one. You've got to try and make sure that both sides of the kart are fairly even. That's obviously calculating and taking into account your weight, the kart's weight, and where you've got to put the ballast in to make sure that the weight is even. It's a clockwise circuit, so you want a little bit more adjustment towards turning right, because of course you'll be turning right more often than you will be turning left. But on a circuit like Viterbo, you've got 16 corners, a lot of variation, a little bit of elevation as well. Not the most elevation in the world, but certainly interesting ones. Right, we have been blown away by the incredible overtaking move of Nico Tich. People on the stream already saying that's the best overtaking move we've ever seen in karting overall. Let's go to Nico Tich, who is with Margarito Baldini. Let's see how he called it.
Yes, Jake, we're here with our guest from Slovenia this time, and he had a really, really intense race, and we wanted to know a little bit about it, how he went.
Yeah, so I started from P7, and then I think the guy in P1 had a really bad kart, so I could just really catch up to the guys. And then he went really defensive, so I got through both of them, the P1 and P2, and then just held the lead, and then the guy in second came really close. So I just defended, and the last lap, I think he made a mistake. So I just held the lead. It was a really intense race, really nice, really good kart. It was perfect.
Did you expect to win this race or not?
No, because I thought the karts were the same as yesterday. So I got a number that I know it was not so good. So I was like, what's going to happen? And then I saw I got really good pace. And yeah, just went for the lead. I didn't expect it. Not at all. I went top 5 maybe, but yeah, over.
Over it. Yes, clearly they're not expecting it today. And as we said also before, Jake, the karts today are really doing a massive work.
We just saw the replay of that overtake again on the stream, Margarita, and I'd love to ask Nico, do you think you'll ever pull off an overtaking move as good as that ever again in your motorsport racing journey?
So basically, Jake saw again the replay of your overlapping, and he's asking you if you think you're ever going to do an overlapping like that, like you did before, or never again.
No, that was pure luck. That was pure luck. Nothing.
Well, luck is really important in those cases, right?
Well, in my opinion, you make your own luck, and that's a move that Nico Tich can frame and put on his bedroom wall. That was absolutely stunning. Nico, thank you so much, buddy. We're in awe. We loved it. It was amazing. We'll catch up with you later. Thank you, buddy. My goodness me, can you believe what you've just seen? Just been handed the official results for semi-finals for Group 2. For A and B. So confirmation, Remy Luth was indeed the winner of semi-final Group A in race 2 from Dennis Holler and Leonard Vrogindevai. No adjustments needed to be made to those results. So that's great news in front of Fabio Santos, Ricardo Ribeiro and Igor Polak. In the second one, Alejandro Florido confirmed as the winner of semi-final 2 Group B in front of Jakub Vrogindevai and Max Skomski. So no further investigations, no further penalties needed, and the racing remains as it was. Amazing to see such fantastic battles. We've not just got our word from our race winner, Nico Tich. Margarito Baldini has more.
Yes, I am more, and I'm here with also the second place, this time from Spain. We wanted to know from him how was the race from his position and how did he arrive in the second position. And he's going to tell that in Spanish, and then I will translate it.
Bueno, pues la carrera ha ido bastante bien, la verdad. Empezamos en cuarta posición, luego al principio de la carrera estaba muy loca, bailaba mucho las posiciones, podías ir tercero y en la siguiente vuelta ir séptimo directamente, pero bueno, luego ya se ha ido rompiendo el grupo un poco y nos hemos quedado en el grupo de arriba y finalmente acabamos en segunda posición.
So basically, he had this he started in 4th position, right? And then he was he did some overlapping to go over it. But then he went back to the 7th position, and then he managed to go to the principal group in the front, and he tried to do some overlapping there, and so he ended up finally in the 2nd position.
Fantastic racecraft. I want to know how difficult it was to keep your confidence when there were so many different changes of position in that top 5. How to keep working forward, how to keep moving up.
Yes, so Jake actually, wanted to know how you're keeping up with your confidence in the track.
Sí, al final la carrera estaba para estar seguro de las decisiones que tomar y eso.
he's basically giving it all up to the kart also again. So he said that he at the start, also before he said that at the start his kart was he was unsure of his kart, and then he managed to control it in some way. So maybe he's pointing it all out, like his confidence to the kart and to the control of the kart.
We certainly enjoyed it, and we hope there's a lot more to come from him after such a fantastic battle. Gracias, mi amigo. So the drivers getting themselves prepared then. You've just seen on the screens the semi-final karts being prepared again for the third rotation of semi-finals. The refueling has been going up because, of course, these karts all need to be refueled at some stage. So after the rotations, they get a top-up of the fuel to make sure that everybody has the same amount of fuel to make it nice and even, and it obviously keeps the pace all the way through. Well, we've heard from our top two drivers at the end of a fantastic race battle. Alejandro Lancho in second behind Nico Tich. Now we're going to hear from the man who had such a great chance and is still right in the hunt for the victory. A host of top 5 finishes this week. Leon Schmidt with wins after wins after wins, and another top 3 finish keeps him right in the game. Margarita is with Leon Schmidt.
Yes, Jake, I'm here again with Leon Smith because yesterday he kept me with a really big company because he was all the time doing the interviews because he was constantly winning. So again, we want to ask him about the race of today. He ended up in the 3rd position, so basically always on the podium, or what?
Yeah, it was a crazy race, this one. We were just fighting for P1, 7 people, and I was in the front the whole time, but then 3 laps before the end, we just started fighting way too much, and the guys in P1 and P2 just drove away. Otherwise, I could have won it maybe if I had a better position, but P3 at least, it's a good position, we can work with that.
Fantastic stuff from Leon Schmidt. I know you're going to have a very strong end to the day, but the consistency, keeping those firsts, seconds, 3rd places creeping through, what do you put it down to? Is it your confidence? Is it to do with the consistency? What's the skill to keep being in the top 3?
Yes, actually, Jake wants to know, like, your secret to be always in top 3, if it's the confidence or the control over it.
Yeah, you have to go into these races with confidence, because if you fear someone, you already lost to them. And I think it's also just a bit of luck, because, of course, if you get a bad card, you can't do anything. And for now, I had pretty good cards now. I didn't really have a shit one until now. But it's definitely confidence. Like if you think, oh, he's better than me, then you will already lose to them in the race.
Confidence and luck, the secret poison, like the secret mixture for the winning.
I like that. Believe you won't be beaten, and you won't be. Fantastic. Leon, vielen Dank. Thank you very much, buddy. We'll catch up with you later. Always amazing to hear from a man who has iron, bulletproof belief, and that is something so exciting to witness when you see that magic that a driver has, just to know that they are untouchable, know that they are unstoppable. It's a really, really impressive frame of mind to have, and it's never easy to unlock that kind of pace and that kind of magic. So the drivers getting ready then for semi-final 3, semi-final 3, Group A. It is time to get the 3rd and final rotation of semi-finals underway. And it really is going to be exciting from the outset. Back to the front of the field then go Remy Luth and Dennis Holler. Absolutely astonishing what they have given us thus far. Leonard Vrugindevai in front of Igor Polak and Fabio Santos, Ricardo Ribeiro and Gianmaria Campanucci from Josipin Sahail. That's why he's been quiet recently. He's been getting ready. Debbie Wolfs and Mauro Palermo from Chris Bustillo and Vincenzo Nito, from Valentin Aparicio, Anton Schopler, and then Amon Mednish, along with Jaman Munoz, Alain Corbio, and then Cristian Miliano from Jan Gruzecka, Jaime España, Mario Sarapolo from Mario Menendez, Davide Villano, Lia Tainica, Justin Caruso, Clemente Sarapolo, Fernando Villora from Alberto De Gaetano, Roberto Liberali, and Tony Interlandi. So plenty of good battles on the horizon, and certainly an amazing run for all of the contenders as we push on for another extreme run of form. But of course, all eyes are going to be on the man at the front end of the field here, because after such a fantastic performance earlier on to take his first win of the competition, Rémi Leuth, the Frenchman, now in peak condition and in a peak position to make a good play of it. The driver's sent out into position then. I've got time just before the race gets underway to tell you about what happened in the Heat 4 races over the course of yesterday. Dennis Holler picking up the win in Heat 4 Group B in front of Gianmaria Campanucci and Fabian Koop. The A race, by the way, was won by Giovanni Giarratana in front of Leon Schmidt and Ruben Conceição. Then it is Vika Schletz who got the job done in Heat 4 Group C. So to reiterate, he did indeed win 4 out of the 5 races yesterday. Then it was Garcia who came through to get the job done. Vika Schletz got the win in Heat 4 Group C in front of Jakob Pagegin and Rémi Leuth. And then in Group D for Heat 4, it was Adrien Garcia in front of Christian Duven and Jorge Maya. I should also give some credit to what happened in the contest, which was 3 test sessions on Thursday to average out who was going to be the fastest driver over the course of 3 sessions. It was an extracurricular bit of training, but just a little bit of a mention to the people taking part in the contest, because the top 10 were very evenly matched and very closely competitive. It was actually Jakob Pagegin who was the fastest driver across the 3 sessions in the contest, in front of Albert Boss, and then the 2 Vrogindovai twins, Leonard and Jaco. 5th place in that competition was Fabian Koop in front of Giuseppe Di Domenico, and then Marconi, Croce, Debbie Wolfs, and Alain Corbio. So those are the competitors who did such a fantastic battle in that part of the contest. That was on Thursday night. We'll talk about the semi-finals from yesterday very soon indeed, but we've got one about to get started on the track for the moment, so let's let the lights go out and we'll charge for turn 1. Rémi Leuth has got a very big mission on his hands here to hold on in front of Hurler, Vrogindovai, Polak, Santos, Ribeiro, Campanucci and Bin Sahayel. And there's already a squabble into turn 2 as the drivers battle away from 3rd position downwards. Leonard Vrogindovai finding it struggle to keep onto his position. He's going to hold on to 4th place, but it backs and Concertina's the pack up. So it's going to be an absolute nightmare into the hairpin. Oh, several cars going out wide on the hairpin on the far side. So it got a little bit messy, and you could see it coming up again into the second pair of left-handers. It's getting very congested as drivers are trying to find a decent bit of racetrack to play with, but there's not a lot on offer. As Rémi Leuth now leads the way from Dennis Holler, and in 3rd place, that is the Polish driver, Igor Polak, who has worked his way forward. So now Igor Polak with a chance to battle. Dennis Holler's going to go to the front. Holler's going to get on the inside of the Frenchman, and Polak is going to try and go with him. He leaves his braking very late. He nudges the back of Holler, and now he's going to try and get alongside Rémi Leuth. He bails out of it. He decides, look, that was my error. I'm going to hold back and run in 3rd position for the moment. As drivers work their way further forward, 4th position, that looks to me still to be Vrogindovai. And in 5th position, in 5th place, is that Debbie Wolfs? Oh, we've had contact further back. 2 or 3 carts flying off the road and onto the grass. But yes, it is indeed Debbie Wolfs who's in 5th position. What an opening lap for the Dutch racer. She's worked her way forward beautifully. Debbie Wolfs in front of Valentina Aparicio, and then Chris Bustillo, Gianmaria Campanucci, Vincenzo Nito, and our friend and colleague Youssef Bin Sahayel in the top 10. Very exciting times at the moment as the contenders are certainly giving us a really good battle. Really exciting moment. So also very, very cool to see just how completely intense the first couple of laps of these races are. The first 2 laps of a Champion Cup car heat or semi-final are more like a boxing match. No, scrub that. It's more like an unleashed UFC fight as drivers are swapping and trading paint in the various apexes around the course to try and get themselves into some clear air. Once it settles down into a routine, then we get a little bit more. Valentina Aparicio working with Debbie Wolfs by the look of it. Look, I'll follow you. Let's go after the top 4. We can go and get a win here. So Debbie Wolfs and Valentina Aparicio, 5th and 6th in the queue, but they both have a chance to win a semi-final when it really counts. This is the last semi-final for each driver before we get to the finals. After the semi-finals, A, B, C, and D for Group 3, we'll then have the D final, the C final, the B final, and then the A final. And at the end of that, we will know the top 10 in the standings, and those top 10 in the standings will be the ones that go through to the last duel and the playoffs. And then, of course, we will whittle those 10 down to the last 6, and whoever wins the second playoff will be the Champion Cup Kart title winner 2026. They'll follow in the footsteps of Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Alberto Brentagani, and last year's champion, the Spaniard Diego Perez Lara, who sadly could not race with us this year. He certainly wanted to, but his racing schedule took him elsewhere. So Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and in third place, Igor Polak from Leonard Vrogindevai. Only 2 returning champions this year. Dennis Holler, the 2021 champion, and Christian Duven, the 2022 and 2024 champion. Sadly, our old friend and alumni, Kimi Antonelli, couldn't race with us this time. He's got this big event in the Netherlands. I'm not sure what it is, but it sounds important. Anyway, Dennis Holler in front of Remy Luth and Igor Polak. Polak is really pushing Remy Luth out of the final turn to try and get into the slipstream. And now he's got a good opportunity, but he's got to keep one eye on his shoulder because Leonard Vrogindevai in 4th position is also being hunted down by Wolfs and Aparicio. Campanuccio has got it in front of Chris Bustillo. So some big opportunities coming for the contenders. Some really good battles all the way. A really solid bit of racecraft as the contenders have demonstrated some real noosh in their ability to work their way further forward. Amazing racing. Dennis Holler and Remy Luth being hunted down by Igor Polak, with Vrogindevai in 4th, and then it's Wolfs, Aparicio, Campanucci, Bustillo, Nito, and Bin Suhail. From Christian Milano, Fabio Santos, then German Munoz. From Palermo, Schopler, Mednis, Grzeczka, Cobbio, Espana, and Sarapullo. Really astonishing to see how the battles are continuing all the way down this field. Phenomenal racecraft required and some really intelligent battles expected all the way throughout. Fascinating stuff. So Holler and Luth basically resuming the battle that they took on earlier in the day. And so that is going to continue. And it's likely to going to be just as intense a situation. And the competition is certainly going to be an exciting one all the way throughout. Up to the top end, Dennis Holler just keeping a lid on things with Remy Luth in 2nd, 3rd, Igor Polak the pole. And then it's Leonard Vrogindevai, Debbie Wolfs, Valentin Aparicio, and then Campanucci, Bustillo, Vincenzo Nito, and Josip Insuhail. Some good challenges expected, and they're certainly going to pull off some great moves around the course. Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, Igor Polak, and Leonard Vrogindevai. And Valentin Aparicio trying to work with Debbie Wolfs as they challenge over 5th position at the moment. But now they've actually caught up to Leonard Vrogindevai, so this could be a great chance for Wolfs and Aparicio to move forward. But in this phase of the race, they're just trying to tick down laps at the moment. They're counting down as Josip Insuhail gets his move on the inside of Vincenzo Nito. I'm going to lose my voice at this rate. It's getting very tricky to keep up to date with everything that's going on here. But the battles are immense up at the sharp end of the field. Holler and Luth trying to pull clear of Igor Polak. Dennis Holler, still one of the great rental kart racers around the world. So many competitions have fallen to the German Dennis Holler, the 38-year-old from Hagen, doing a grand job as he once again mixes it in fine style with the 25-year-old from Marseille, Remy Luth, doing a grand job in 2nd position, and in 3rd place, the ever-impressive Igor Polak, the teenager from Rzhov. Brilliant stuff from Igor Polak. And the Polish driver working hard, 17 years of age, trying to get under the skin of Dennis Holler and Remy Luth. It's a bit like asking a mouse to get under the skin of a couple of big cats. Very tricky indeed. So Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and Igor Polak. He's doing a grand job here. But I seem to recall that cat and mouse analogy. I'm fairly sure that Jerry won a few times against Tom, didn't he? So Igor Polak has just as much of a chance of hoodwinking Holler and Luth. Off the final turn, down the main straight. Debbie Wolfs with help from Valentin Aparicio. They've now tagged in behind Leonard Vrogindevai. The second the top 3 drivers start scrapping, this is going to turn into a 6-kart rout. And after that point, all bets are off. You've just got to try and stay hungry, got to stay in the mode, stay in focus, and the chances will come. Debbie Wolfs has decided to pull the pin. She goes on the inside of Leonard Vrogindevai and moves up into 4th position. So Wolfs is into 4th, Vrogindevai down to 5th place with Valentin Aparicio now trying to make a move. So Debbie Wolfs is now the leader of the trio behind the 3 racers up front. So that's a really important position to move into for Debbie Wolfs. It's like putting the bishop across from the rook to try and make sure you're going to close off the run from the knight. So Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and Igor Polak doing a grand job thus far. And a very solid position as the competitors continue moving forward. Very exciting stuff at this moment in time. Just a little bit of housekeeping while we've got 1:30 on the clock. Christian Duven is confirmed as the winner of semi-final Group C, Race 2. That is ahead of Vika Schlitz and Marco Coronado, as we assumed. And Nico Titch keeps that amazing win he pulled off in front of Alejandro Lancho, Fabian Koep, and Albert Boss. 5th place was Amber Ebbers. She managed to pull off that in fantastic style at the end there. I almost didn't notice it with Nico Titch coming up with the goods. Oh, Alain Corbiot's picked up a penalty. That's not good news for the Belgian. So Alain Corbiot in the closing stages of this one has picked up a 5-second penalty, and that's obviously added to his race time. So he's going to drop out of the top 20. So if you get a 5-second penalty, it's added to your race time. Oh, the 92 has actually been given a 10-second penalty. Right, that means it's a very bad offence as far as the officials are concerned. So Alain Corbiot is given a 10-second penalty, not a 5-second penalty. So drivers are certainly getting a little bit more of the crack of the whip on Sunday than they were on Saturday, that's for sure. Certainly looking pretty tricky out there for all of the contenders. They obviously want to get in a good showcase thus far, but it's certainly looking pretty tricky. And so the contenders are certainly giving us plenty of spice. The Foxer wants to know what's so important for Kimi Antonelli to miss this occasion. I don't know. I'll message him and I'll figure out exactly what it is that kept him away. Not sure. He's got a busy schedule these days. I saw him jet surfing on holiday recently. What's more important than that? Dennis Holler and Remy Luth go into the anti-penultimate lap. Time runs down to 0 approximately now. And so now it's just 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Dennis Holler and Remy Luth still squabbling away for position. The support has got big for Taiduis Sherlock, and obviously supporters there from Ronnie Veas for Chris Bustillo, who did a great job in the last one as well. Excellent stuff. And now we're going to see, where is Remy Luth, the Frenchman, going to uncork the bottle and go for broke on Dennis Holler. That's not any man that he's going to try and take on. It is one of the top talents in rental karting around the world. He's won multiple championship titles, including, of course, the Champion Cup Kart. So this is a big man to take on, a big man to try and make the move on. And Remy Luth has obviously got to try and time this right. Igor Polak is trying to stay with them. Debbie Wolf's doing a grand job in 4th place here, despite the fact that her, Vrogindevai and Aparicio have now been caught by Gianmaria Campanucci. It could be very tricky for those 4 in the closing 2 laps. Here we go then, 2 to go. And there's a warning flag for the 28. A warning flag for the 28. Is that someone up in the top end? Not on this occasion. So the 28, that's the warning flag given to Alberto Di Gaetano, the 44-year-old from Praia Amare. So sadly for Alberto Di Gaetano, who is already down at the back end of the field, he's now going to have an insult added to injury there as he gets a warning flag from the officials. But now Remy Luth will be wanting to go for win number 2 this week. His first win was earlier today in semi-final 2 Group A. Now he wants to get the win in semi-final 3 Group A. Can he make it finish up and make it 2 out of 2? Dennis Holler, already a race winner in semi-final 1A, as well as getting a victory in Heat 4 Group B. Now he wants to make a win number 3. Luth is behind him. Holler gets the tactical move from Remy Luth, who is still going to battle with Holler. He's not going to make the overtaking move on this lap. That was the gesture he was making. We're going to try and stretch this because Igor Polak is still fairly close, and we've got Wolfs and Vrogindevai very close together as well. And Aparicio has lost out to Gianmaria Campanucci. Campanucci gets up into P6. So still some vulnerability for the Dutch races in 4th and 5th because we've got Campanucci charging his way forward. Here we go, last lap. It's all down to Dennis Holler versus Remy Luth. Holler knows that Luth is going to be there. He's not going to try anything into turn 1. So that keeps them with a decent gap. They can't afford to battle too early, but they also can't afford to give away too much. Igor Polak is right there. Debbie Wolfs and Leonard Vrogindevai, chased by Campanucci and Aparicio, are not far off. Last lap of the semi-final, number 3, Group A. Double left apex. Luth is waiting for his moment. Up the climb, through the left, hug the curb on the apex. get a decent, slightly wider trajectory through the right-handers because you need that pace when you drop back down the straight. This is where Dennis Holler knows Lerth is going to be hungry. He's going to try and tuck into the inside line. Lerth is going to go one side. Holler tries to predict where he's going to go, but he's got to tidy up the exit. Lerth is going to have a slingshot maneuver. Watch for Igor Polak. He may get a chance to zip up the inside of Holler as well. He's already there. Lerth is through. Polak on the grass to squeeze through past Dennis Holler, and it's going to be Remy Lerth who gets an amazing steal on Dennis Holler. Remy Lerth gets the job done. Masterclass in trying to pitch where the kart's going to go. He makes it 2 out of 2, and he is delighted. Formidable, Remy Lerth. Very impressive work. Remy Lerth, 2 semi-final wins out of 3 now, and that puts him right into the warpath of the Champion Cup Kart title. Everybody watching back home in Marseille will be delighted for Remy Lerth. Igor Polak second, Dennis Holler third. I'm not sure whether that move from Igor Polak is going to be investigated with 2 wheels on the grass to get ahead of Dennis Holler. He will argue, well, look, Holler pulled across on me. He didn't leave enough space. Where else was I supposed to go? Dennis Holler will say, that's racing. That's what we're supposed to do. So it could be very interesting to see how it all works out. So some interesting battles out on the course as Remy Lerth and Igor Polak come through in front of Dennis Holler. Looks like the Sodi mechanics have gate crashed our live feed broadcast down there and they've nicked the microphone. Don't worry, it's all okay. It was all in good sport. But I wasn't going to let it go unnoticed. 4th position for Lena Vrogindeva in front of Jamalia Campanucci and Debbie Wolfs. Her best finish of the week, I believe, up in P6. Although, of course, she did get a win on the road yesterday, which was cruelly taken from her with a 5-second penalty, despite some amazing racecraft. The Foxer points out that was a nice overtake by Lerth. It certainly was. It was really timed to perfection. He knew exactly where Dennis Holler was going to pitch the kart. He knew that he would have a slightly wider berth off the hairpin, so he timed it nicely. He got off the brake pedal and onto the throttle as he turned in, managed to find that inertia to tuck in on the inside line. Beautiful slingshot, absolutely how it's done, and that was a textbook race steal by Remy Lerth, one of the greatest steals since the Great Train Robbery. Very nicely done from the Frenchman Remy Lerth. So that's 1 semi-final out of the way for the 3rd group rotation, and there are 3 more races to come across groups B, C, and D. So obviously with the drivers finishing off in good style, there's some big moves in that one. Giamatti Campanucci coming up and making some good overtakes there. He managed to get himself up into P5 in the end, despite a difficult starting position. So some really good pace from Campanucci. Debbie Wolfs, top 6. Really good early phase of the race there to work her way forward. And not a bad run either from Chris Bustillo, right up there in the top 10. The Spanish driver coming up with the goods to put himself up there. Josep Pizzahayel shaking hands with the 124. German Munoz, the Spanish driver, giving him a very good race there by the look of it. And they were able to shake hands after a good battle. That's one of the things I love, again, about this sport. Particularly in the Champion Cup Kart, the drivers will get out and shake hands with each other and bump fists and hug each other after a great race. They're all racers. They know they're not going to win every race they start. They know they're going to have tougher races than good ones. But look, we're all competitors. We're all athletes. We're all racers. And even if we're involved in a great battle that doesn't come out with the win, we are still elated that we were part of that battle in the first place. And even if you don't win your race, if you win your battle, the next time you go to battle, it could well be for the top 3. It could be for the win. So it's always important to try and take on your opponent and come up with the goods to get the win. So it's always very special when you have a battle like that that is really enjoyable, that really leaves you with that taste of satisfaction. Always really nice to witness and observe. And it's wonderful to see the sportsmanship amongst the drivers, that they really can enjoy the activity that they're in. And a lot of the drivers come back time and time again, not just because the racing is good, because the atmosphere is good. There's not much animosity between anybody. Everybody likes to communicate with each other. They hang out together. They socialize together at the circuit. They'll go and have dinner with each other at the end of the day's activities. It's always part of the family and festival atmosphere of this fantastic event. So we've already spoken to him once today, but after a fantastic run in semi-final 3 Group A, we get to catch up with the Frenchman yet again, Remy Lerth, the 25-year-old from Marseille, doing a fantastic job and putting himself into the frame for a really good push ahead of the finals later. He's got a bit of a breather now after that third semi-final of the weekend, but taking 2 wins out of 3 in the semi-finals and some very good performances in the heats will definitely give Remy Luth a big point score. So the Frenchman is down there in the holding area with Margherita Baldini, who'll be able to give us all the lowdown from Remy Luth's fantastic third semi-final push.
Yes, Jake, we're here again with our French boy right here. Another win for you. And again, how does it feel to win again? For a second time in a row.
Yeah. Oh, it's perfect. I love that. This battle was very intense. It's not the same as the first one because it's more complicated. My kart was not so fast than the first one, so I have to push always. Every lap, so very complicated, but we did it, so perfect. I'm very happy.
And what do you feel was the key for your win today?
To wait, the last lap for me, because the guy behind are very close. So if we attack at the maybe 2 lap or 3 lap to go, all the guy behind will catch us. So yeah, I tell to all to continue until the last lap, and yeah, the last lap it's full attack. So yeah, I'm lucky. So perfect.
So basically, he took the control right at the end, right?
Amazingly done. What I love about Remy Luth's driving style this week so far has been his sense of timing. It's always been really, really good. I want to ask for Remy, now that the wins have come on Sunday, how does that change his approach? Yesterday, they were close to the win, but never quite the win. Now that there are wins on the board, how does that change his approach for the rest of the day?
Yes, Jake is asking you, since like in the previous days and also like yesterday, you were not in the top 3 like on the podium. What did it change from yesterday to today, for example?
Yesterday night, I'm thinking about all this thing and the battle we followed yesterday, and I finished two time P2, 2 time P3, and I'm thinking who to beat him, you know. And today I just ride full and disconnect my head, you know, and it's working. So yeah, it's perfect.
I love that. Like the disconnection of the head led him to win.
It's quite important that you take stock of the situation and really read how to calculate and get yourself into a better frame of mind. Merci bien and merci beaucoup. Formidablement brave. Remy Luth, winner again. Thank you. So now I want to talk a little bit about the rankings up to this point. We talked about the heats and how it all played out into things. I think I managed to find the time as well to get through the semi-final 1 standings. If I didn't, then we'll talk about that in a brief while, because obviously having had the victory just then from our good friend Remy Luth, we've obviously also heard from Dennis Holler, but let's catch up with the man who came through into 3rd position in a fantastic run. The Polish star Igor Polak is now with our friend Margherita Baldini. So let's hear from Igor Polak.
And back here again with the 2nd place this time, yes, with Igor. Igor did the 2nd place, and clearly we want to ask, how close were you to the win?
I mean, the pace was there. I was in the tunnel with the first 2 guys. After a good start, we was driving all the race together, and at the end, it was just fighting. Like, at the lap, we was fighting, and it's just the luck that we was having that I got P2, the P2 got P1, and the P1 go to P3, and we just overtake each other, but it was like really close.
And how are you feeling about the 2nd place?
I mean, it's good. However, I'm feeling really good because about all the races that I was having, it's quite okay, because I was having much of trouble, but now it's quite okay.
Yeah, he's satisfied, we can say.
Sounds good to me. Hopefully there's more for Igor Polak on the horizon. Thanks, buddy. We'll catch up with you as the day continues. Great to hear from Igor Polak in conversation with Margherita Baldini. To catch you up with all of the things that have been happening over the last few days, the only missing piece of information you have now is the results of the semi-final 1. Dennis Holler got the victory in Group A in front of Remy Luth and Gianmario Campanucci. Alejandro Florido in semi-final 1B took the win in front of Matthias Bach and Jakob Panchajin. And then Vika Schlitz ahead of Christian Duven and Giovanni Giarratana. And then the semi-final 1 Group D, well, that was taken by Abdi Badawi in front of Leon Schmidt and Ramirez getting the job done. Francisco Ramirez in third position. Everything else you've already seen on your screen, but we'll still give you an opportunity to catch up and update. After the third semi-final, the man who almost managed to get the victory there from Remy Luth. It's our man on the spot, the former champion, Dennis Holler. One more time, he's with Margherita Baldini.
And we're back here again, yes, with Dennis Holler, and he ended up in third position, but actually we know that you had the first position all the time, and then on the last lap you were in the third position. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was really probably the toughest race of the weekend for me so far. It's been actually a good race. The three of us were pulling away from the pack, so we were really aligned with each other, and then we had the last lap coming down the back straight, and Remy behind me. I was covering the inside, so he went from the inside to the outside, to the inside to the outside, and I was really looking behind me where he is, and then I missed my braking point just slightly, overshot in the hairpin, and then he had a better exit, and both of them could overtake me into the snail. That's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, that's part of racing, right? So we are now heading into the final, and then probably into the shootout. So yeah, nothing happened so far. It's really a decent result so far, and then yeah, we'll see what's coming up next.
Yes, clearly a little bit unfortunate, but still on the podium, so still on the third place. And what do you think could make the difference today for you?
Consistency and being calm on the track. So because you are not, in this sprint format, you are not winning the sprint races in turn 1 or 2 and 2. That's impossible. So you need to be smart on the track, especially during the starting phase, let me say it like this, and then in the end you need to fight it out, yeah? So that's the secret, and not all of them are knowing it, so they are fighting from the start.
I love that today we're getting a lot of secrets from those drivers.
We certainly are. The one question I wanted to ask Dennis is, after the second semi-final, he is leading the standings by just 4 points. How does he feel the threat from Vika Schletz is going to be when he gets to go wheel to wheel with him for the first time this afternoon?
So Jake is asking you about the fact that you're going to have to fight with Vika, and how do you feel about it, since you're really close to it, like really close with the points, right?
Yeah. I mean, actually we are teammates, right? So that's always a special thing, fighting against your teammate in those sprint events. But we know each other pretty well. We are fighting each other for sure, but it will be a fair fight. That's for sure. But I'm also looking forward to it because yeah, it's a great fun for sure.
Let me say like that. Are you afraid of Vika for the race?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid about anybody, right? If you want to win the race, so you have a lot of respect. Let me say it like this. I think that's the better word for it. But no, we are not afraid.
So Dennis fears nobody.
Sounds like Dennis Holler to me. Thanks, buddy. We'll catch up with you later on. Honestly, Dennis Holler. Fear? What's that? He has no idea. Awesome stuff. We are rejoined in the commentary booth once again by Josip bin Sahel, fresh off the back of an intense battle out on the circuit for semi-final number 3. Was certainly pretty ruthless out there, and you were not the only one covered in dust by the end of it all, because there were so many intoxicating battles. How are the general attitudes of the opposition out there? Is it getting more ruthless, or are drivers trying to be a bit more calculated?
It's probably getting a little bit more crazy, which is crazy to think, considering how crazy it was, at least at the start, for me. So there's a lot of pushing, a lot of loading, especially at the start. And if you can get into a group of 2 alone, then yeah, there is a bit of working together. So that's good. But then as soon as other people catch up, then it is just a frantic battle to try to get to the front of that individual group and essentially escape the mayhem. And it's one of those catch 22s where you try to get to the front to avoid the carnage, but in doing so, it starts to create the carnage that you are trying to avoid. But yeah, some good battles out there, and yeah, at least able to come off the track with a smile on my face.
Put us in the seat on that opening lap when you're in there with a pack of dogs trying to charge your way into the first corner. You're being hit from the left, hit from the right. You're being nudged into the cart in front. You're being concertinaed into the cart from behind. What is that experience like?
So I just figured out how to drive turn 1 on the opening lap, because essentially, if you look at all of my previous opening laps, I've lost places because I've kind of gone in a little bit careful, get loaded from behind, had to jump on the brakes full lock, but it doesn't matter, you run out wide anyway. So essentially what you have to do is you load the driver in front of you, because that way you've got someone to push into when you inadvertently get hit.
Yeah.
You can push into someone else, and as long as you are on the inside of them, aiming for that inside apex, you don't tend to wash out, and then, yeah, you just put your hands up and say it's someone else's problem at that point.
So the concertina effect of going through that first corner, when you're all going through on the throttle, it kind of guides you through. It's like a wave on the ocean.
Yeah, as long as you've got someone in front to buffer you, you're fine. But if you get hit and then there's a gap and it launches you into them, that unsettles the car. But if you're already like on their bumper and that almost like suspension effect is already stiff, then it's fine. So that's what I figured in that heat, and it seemed to work for me.
And you're one of the drivers who actually has a bit of a disadvantage because you're quite tall. You're beyond 6 feet, so that doesn't make you the most natural frame to get a decent position when you're in the kart.
I do need someone to figure out if when you sit in the car, if your helmet being 2 inches higher up, how much time that costs you over a lap. I've never seen anyone essentially do it. I know Andrew McWilliam from Nameless, he said that when he changed his seat insert, so he dropped down, he said he went 0.3 a lap quicker, but I'm calling a little bit of horseradish.
Hogwash.
I think he might have been a bit more comfortable, but you know what? He's a quick driver. I'm going to take his word for it. I would be 0.3 quicker, so I'd be Lightning McQueen out on circuit, I think.
0.3 seconds a lap. Oh, would you stop poking me in the eye with your nose, Pinocchio? Oh, bless you, mate. Fair play. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound feasible to me. Let's talk about semi-final Group B of the third rotation, as we've got Alejandro Florido from Jacopo Rogindavai, then Skomsky, Patricin, Barch, Arancha, Dewis Sherlock, Kutsisa, Ciccone and Condor to the first corner. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's boogie. First apex, everyone tucking in for the first corner. A little bit of a run on the curbs. And then they kick out through 2 and 3. Oh, a little bit of dust kicked up as drivers running out a little bit too deep through the S's. And as a result of the dust cloud, there's all sorts of wash from the drivers. Look at the battle behind as they all try and creep in for 5th position. Dives on the inside line. People just see red. They see a gap and they think, that's my line. That's where I'm going to put the kart. And nothing left or right of me is going to stop that from happening. But you've got 7 people who all have the same opinion.
Yeah, it's just people trying to brake at their normal braking points and forgetting that you've got a bunch of karts up ahead who you're going to hit. And as a result, it becomes mayhem. That person feels aggrieved and needs to get his elbows out, and it just continues. The cycle never ends. And as we can see now already, that front 4 group have been able to take full advantage of that. They've checked out. And to be honest, those are going to be the 4 at the front come the end of this race, most likely now.
We've said it time and time again, you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. And the guys from 5th position downwards effectively have already done that. Matthias Barch has come through at the front of that throng and worked his way into the gaggle, but unfortunately the time lost trying to keep his position has meant that he now needs the support of everybody else. Up into the 2nd position goes Max Skomsky, so he decides to go for it. There's already a warning flag that has come out, and that's for the 6. So that is Dewis Sherlock has already been given a warning flag. More dust kicked up on the way through to turn 2 as more drivers venture off the road into the S's, and a couple of drivers losing a lot of time as a result. But the top 4 are well and truly clear. Florido, Skomsky, Vorgindavai and Patricin. And Patricin is really a dark horse in this one. Don't forget, he won the contest on Thursday, which was the 3 timed sessions where the average time was evened out. And he was the most consistent of all of the competitors in that particular contest. A nice little bonus in the run. But of course, that will give him a bonus point to add to his score. You win the contest, you get a bonus point. So it all counts. And if that's going to be the difference between 10th and 11th place in the standings, it is, of course, going to make all the difference.
Yeah, and you think about the top 4 from each finals. 2 of those top 4 won't make it into the top 10, most likely. So every single point does matter, as you said. All of those tiebreakers, whether you've picked up a race win, your fast laps, everything does come into play. But the top 2 starting to break away now. They've got a couple of kart lengths ahead of the drivers in 3rd and 4th, Rogindavai and Patricin. So let's see if they can try to close in or back up to the top 2, who I don't think will be fighting now. And they're going to try to maintain that kart length or 2 gap to the drivers behind.
A really good tactic from Skomsky, clearly deciding to force the issue and go with Florido rather than living with Vorgindavai and Patricin's onslaughts. A little bit of a run wide from the 19-year-old from Cadiz, though. Florido getting out sideways. That's going to back up the pack a little bit. Just looking at the top 10 in the standings after semi-final 2, because obviously we're in the depths of semi-final 3 and the results of the A race haven't even been confirmed yet, so we can only go on the rankings of what we had after semi-final 2. The favourite 10 10 to go through at this moment are Dennis Holler, Vika Schlitz, Alejandro Florido, Remy Lurt, Leon Schmidt, Christian Duven, Ruben Kutsesau, Jamario Campanucci, Fabian Koop, and Jakob Panjajin. So he is on the bubble in P10. So the fact that he took that victory in the contest on Thursday, that could actually end up making all the difference. He's got a 10-point clearance on Adrian Garcia and an 11-point clearance on Albert Boss. But that can disappear in the A final later. If he gets a bad result, it could be enough. That 1 point for getting the win in the contest, that could just be enough to move him further forward. So every point counts, every result makes a massive difference. You've got to keep yourself in the mix. The drivers who are trying to get into that top 10 are Adrian Garcia, Albert Boss, Jakov Rogindovai, which is why third place is so important for him right now. 14th is Giovanni Giarratana, and 15th is the leading master, that is Ricardo Ribeiro. I also want to have a look at, while we're talking about it, the leading contenders in their individual categories. So the leading driver overall is also the leading expert, that is Dennis Holler, only 4 points ahead of the leading talent, which is Vika Schlitz. The leading junior at the moment is Jamario Campanucci, who is looking very good at the moment indeed. The leading pro at the moment is actually Leon Schmidt, the Austrian, although there is not technically a title fight for pro. There's also a gent contest, which is Jorge Maya. He is down in 28th overall, but leading. In fact, you are on the second of the gents, actually, Yusuf bin Sahil, considering what it says there. The second in the gent. You are a gent.
Oh, I didn't realise that. It must be because I'm British.
It must be because you're British, absolutely. So you're a gent. The leading lady at the moment is Debbie Wolfs, currently in 25th position. The leading heavy driver is the Austrian Simon Ligel. So the leading master, of course, as we mentioned already, is the Portuguese driver Ricardo Ribeiro. So that's as it stands after semi-final 2. So that's where we are at the moment. But this is where the tactic is really going to come into play for Max Skomsky. He's had a tough week so far as Max Skomsky. He's there or thereabouts, but he is outside the top 10 at the moment, currently in 23rd overall. So getting a win off Alejandro Florido is crucial, and he knows just how tough it's going to be.
I hate that you brought that up, Jake, because now I can't be impartial because I finished my race in 10th and Jorge Maya's in 13th, so now I'm getting very excited. But I'll do my best to stay impartial. Any Jorge Maya fans out there, Forza Jorge.
That's true, Forza Jorge. Yes, he's in 13th at the moment, so any chance to come through as the top gent was going to be a great battle between the two of you, I'm sure. Florido, Skomsky, and Jakov Rogindovai from Jakob Panjajin and Matthias Bartsch. But Bartsch is actually doing the homework here with Marvin Komdor. They have broken away from the rest of the pack, and they are starting to have a little bit more sense and sensibility. And as a result of the top 4 now scrapping away, Vrogindovai has got in front of Skomsky. That's going to back the 4 up. And now there's a chance for Bartsch and Komdor to chase them down. We've got 4 minutes plus the 2 laps. I think if Bartsch and Komdor are smart, they can actually catch up the top 4 now.
Yeah, and I said at the start of the race, I don't think anyone's going to catch up to these 4, but they've started battling a little bit earlier than I expected. So let's see if Rogindovai, he's up into second, so now he's going to try to push Alejandro Florido ahead of the 2 behind. But to be honest, we've not really, I don't think they're going to be able to break away from each other, just because when you're in third, you get the double toe effect.
And let's remember what Alejandro Florido's style is like. Many times this week, he has had the tactic of, with 2 or 3 laps to go, park the bus, back up the pack, let them scrap over second, and then get clearance. So if Rogindovai has done his homework, he knows that's what Florido is like, so he'll try and get ahead of him before we even get to that phase. He doesn't want to be backed up by Florido in ultra-defensive mode. Florido is one of the best in this paddock this weekend for defense. He knows exactly how to slow the kart down, bumper up the pack, let the third-place guy go for second, then he scampers away. It's a really crucial tactic that Florido can play here. It's brutal, it's ruthless, it's a little bit over the line, but it is legal, so he's allowed to do it. When you're the leader, you can dictate what your racing line is. So if Florido is going to do what he does best and back up Vrogindovai into Skomsky, then Vrogindovai's got to make the jump early on Florido to get ahead of him to stop him making that move.
Yeah, and if you're Alejandro Florido, you've got to have a lot of faith in yourself. And that's what we see from the top drivers. They have that belief, you know, if I start going defensive, I will hold on to first. And you need to have that if you are a top driver. Last lap, Florido did a 0.7. This lap that he just completed was a 13.1. So a little bit quicker, but you can see he's taking those tighter lines that you were mentioning, Jake. And we can see as well that the 2 drivers behind of Bartsch and Komdor are slowly starting to close in. They might just get to them on the last lap of the race, so we could see something quite exceptional.
Yeah, here we go. Florido's already defending, so Skomsky's decided, I've had enough of this, I'm going for it. because Florido's going to back us up. We're going to get caught by Barch and Commodore. I'm going for it. I'm going to go into second, and now they're going to squabble, and this is where Barch and Commodore go, brilliant, it's Christmas. We're going to get our chance to battle for the victory. So now they're going to get back into it. Vergindewij's got to make sure that Panjajin doesn't get through. Skomski's held on a second. Skomski's absolutely irate to Florido. Come on, stop defending. These guys are going to catch us. But Florido is doing exactly what his tactic tells him to do. Back up everybody, let them fight amongst themselves. I'll get clearance, I'll get space, and on the last lap, I can cruise. That's exactly what he wants. So this is frustration for Skomski, but this is all part of the game plan for Florido. And look, it's already worked a little bit. There's oxygen between Skomski and Vergindevaj, and Barch has got ahead of Panjajin. So Barch has got through, now he's got a third. So Barch has not only caught them, but he's got himself at a third place. Once Florido starts getting into Skomski's grill, Barch could steal this from what was about a 17-kart deficit earlier on. And this is a big opportunity for Barch, who now has a chance to creep himself back into the top 10.
Yeah, he's 40 points down at the moment. He's down in P18 in the standings. If Barch could win this, that would be a phenomenal drive, and it would be a huge number of points going his way. He might still be able to scrape his way into the top at 10. However, we do have, actually, we're going to have 3 laps remaining once they come over the line. Barch is giving the old finger wag forward, and to be honest, I think the drivers behind might be a bit compliant. Well, maybe not the drivers behind Panjajin, because they're now fighting for 4th position, and Barch has been able to pull clear.
Yeah, Comdore's now trying to get ahead of Jakob Panjajin, so that's going to be interesting. Oh my goodness, Matthias Barch is going to rue not starting Heat 2 yesterday because he didn't get here on time. The races got underway at 8 o'clock and he was just slightly too late to get onto the starting grid. So he was feeling rather peeved and fed up with himself after that one. He couldn't believe he made such a clinical error. But now he is fighting back with gusto. More wins, more points on the board. He could still give himself a chance to get through. If he can win the A final on top of this, that's his best chance. That's his best opportunity to break himself into the top 10. But to do that, he needs to be minimum 3rd for this semi-final and then get up towards the sharp end in the A final. It's a very tricky last gasp hurrah for Matthias Barch, but the Polish driver still believes, he still has that confidence in himself. He's still got the faith. The time has ticked down to 0. There's still more dust getting kicked up in the background, and we're now on the run to the final 2 laps. But watch the leader, Alejandro Florido. If we know him of old, he's going to park this bus in the middle of the apexes from now on. He's going to try and back Skomski into Barch, let those 2 poles battle with each other, and he'll try and scamper off in the lead. So Skomski has got to read what Florido is doing and not take the bait. He's got to try and keep with him, but also bring Barch in, because if he brings Barch in, then there's a chance they could both hoodwink him, and that's where he's going to get the opportunity.
Now, both of our leading 2 drivers, they had a little look at each other and they gave the finger wag forward. So, well, the question is, does Max Skomski actually mean it? Because I have seen some instances where they give the finger wag forward and then they go for a move, which is, I think that should be an instant disqualification if you do that, because that's just so untrustworthy.
Yeah, it's ruthless.
It's up to Skomski, and you can see that Matthias Barch is closing in. One of the tactics that I actually say to sometimes do is, if you think the driver in front is going to defend, back off, give him a kart length gap, because then you know he's not going to defend into the corners and you can get your head down without forcing him to be defensive.
There you go, Milky Cereal's hot take for this particular race weekend. If you pretend you're going to work with someone, instant DSQ. There you go, done. So Max Skomski battling with Florido, and here comes Matthias Barch. He's been waiting for this all the way through. Florido is gesturing. He's actually telling him, look, go left, go right. He's telling him where to go. Max Skomski's got 2 options here. Trust him or go against him. Will he turn rogue? Because now with Matthias Barch on the warpath, they've only got 1 lap to settle this. Matthias Barch is in the box seat in 3rd place. This is his race to decide.
There is no way Florido does not go defensive on this last lap. It does not matter that Skomski's saying, go ahead. Look, he's going for the move up the inside right after he said, let's work together.
Barch!
Barch!
Oh, he's stolen it. Barch has got through past both of them. Matthias Barch, the greatest steal since the Great Train Robbery. Absolutely amazing. Dances through on the inside. And that is what Alejandro Florido and Max Skomski have ended up gifting him. Absolutely incredible. We're going to need to see that one again, because that's an absolute textbook from Matthias Barch in letting the other 2 get flustered, get into each other's heads, and he just manages. He knew exactly what was coming. Now there's going to be Skomski on the inside of Barch. Skomski's going to fight his countrymen. They're going to go side by side down the back straight. Florido can give a bit of support to Barch. He goes rogue. He turns against both of them. Skomski's a nose ahead, but Barch has the inside line. Now comes Florido with the undercut, and look out, because you've also got a fourth interloper. Vergindevai's trying to try and creep into it. There's a cone that's been moved onto the racetrack itself through all of that. Barch is going to get squeezed onto the grass, fights back, takes out Florido. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute dogfight on the last lap. The most brutal and gruesome of all the battles we've had so far, and the man who comes out on top of it all is Vergindevai. Unbelievable. Vergindevai from Skomski. Florido and Barch were having a boxing match on the last lap, and they've given the victory away to Jakob Vergindevai. Wow, that was a mess, but it was beautifully read by Vergindevai.
Absolutely. Well, your heart has to go out for Barch because he got pushed wide at the top of the hill. That is what allowed Florido to get alongside him on the run into the left-hander. Maybe Barch was a bit aggressive defending on the run into the snail section, and then Barch just got completely punted through the left-hander over the grass. I mean, at that point he thought, well, I've got to come back on the circuit to try to hold on to the position. Took out, I think it was Florido with him, or maybe it was Skomski. And Vergindevai said, yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that, sons.
So a shame for Matthias Barch. He pulled off the most amazing overtake in turn one to move himself forward. But as a result of the battle with Skomski and then Florido backing him up, that really got away from him. So Jakob Vergindevai is the one who takes the victory in front of Skomski, Florido, Barch, Conceição, Arantxa, Condor, and Jakub Pancezin. That 8th place is actually going to be a really sweet gift as far as he's concerned. That really elevates him when you've got people like Garcia, Boss, and even Vergindevai making a massive jump. It's a difficult one, isn't it? We're going to see the replay. You can see it there on the inset. Very nicely done indeed there from Matthias Barch. And now look, this is where it all gets wrong. Florido is going to force the issue. He's going to get caught up on the curb. Now that was Barch leaving Florido with no room at all to negotiate. They bring the cone onto the circuit. Up on the far side, Skomski goes for it. And Florido, look, he takes revenge. He takes revenge there on Barch. Barch goes off the road. He comes back on and takes Florido again. So that was a 3-round boxing match in 3 corners. That was a mess between Barch and Florido, and they really needed to keep an eye on their cool there.
Yeah, so again, it started, Florido pushed Barch at the top of the hill.
Yep.
That's what let them get side by side. Barch then squeezed Florido off the circuit. Absolutely unacceptable in my opinion. Florido then did it back to Barch, and Barch did it back to Florido. So you can't look at any of them in isolation, can you? And it's an unfortunate way to end what was an absolutely amazing race.
Yeah, that was 2 guys in a children's playground with skipping ropes and ice creams, wasn't it? Come on, just sort it out. Drive like men. That was really, really silly. So unfortunately, their squabbles ended up giving Jakob Vergindevai and Max Skomski the chance to battle for the win. And that was a very different end to the race compared to what they were hoping for. So let's go through and look back over some of the best bits of that semi-final, because there were some magic moments that we really need to unpick here. I'm going to see if we can try and figure out that last lap duel again so that you guys at home can kind of see how that all unraveled. So let's have a look at some of the moments. Here's where it all really starts to get tricky in the middle. Florido's going for his ultra-defensive tactics. Here comes the move from Skomski. This is a couple of laps before it really kicks off. So Florido is doing his park the bus act. Skomski fancies his chances to go for second. He gets it. Vergindevai is going parallel there with Pancezin. Pancezin really got hung out to dry there, and he was in the top 4 for the entirety of that race, dropping all the way to 8th. Here's that gorgeous move from Barch as Florido and Skomski get themselves out wide. Barch gets the move. Skomski attacks. Florido's already hit Barch. Barch, look, he squeezes. There's no racetrack left to play with. That is a very, very audacious move from Barch. Round to the far side comes Vergindevai. Then he backs out as Florido takes his revenge on Barch. He waits, he pauses, they take each other off again. Vergindevai sweeps in with Skomski following. That was all avoidable, and that's the big key factor there. Both drivers just getting a little bit too heated. They took it too personally.
Yeah, and hopefully they can kind of put it past them, you know, water under the bridge into the A final. Otherwise, they're probably going to be even more elbows out in the A final. So yeah, need to get their cool a bit, have a bit of water, and have a bit of a mental reset before the A finals come around, because both of them are very quick, very talented drivers, and we expect to see them at the front of the field.
And not only that, but I have a feeling they're going to be head up in front of the headmaster as well. However, there is one man that manages to sweep in and take it all as a result of all of that. A fabulous bit of driving from Lennart Vergindevai, who managed to put himself into position there. Oh, sorry, to Jaakko Vergindevai. That's only the first time all weekend that I've mistaken the two of them. Hashtag no it isn't. So Jaakko Vergindevai was there in position to take advantage of that squabble on the last lap between Barch and Florido, and a beautiful bit of driving to keep himself in position. So Margherita Baldini is down there with our very, very fortuitous but also very cleverly tactical race winner, Jaakko Vergindevai.
Yes, thank you, Jake. We're here again with Jaakko. This time he's in the first. He ended up in the first position, and clearly we want to ask you from the start, like, how important was consistency today?
It was really important, but I think I won this not because I was the fastest, but I had a little bit of luck. They shoved each other off in the last corner, and I was there. That was the important thing. I keep my head calm. I had no top speed, but I was there, and when they are fighting, I took the inside and I took the victory.
What do you think that made the difference today for you to end up at the end in the first position?
I don't know, maybe I eat last night very well. Yesterday, I am the highest ranked driver without a podium. Yesterday I was 1,000th off, and today is gonna be a little bit better. I drove the endurance and I picked up a little things over there, and maybe I find some more speed.
Yes, basically endurance has made the difference, and clearly food is fuel right now, we can say.
Certainly is. Fabulous run from Jaakko Vergindevai. Very deserving victory, and we'll move on to see if that is going to be enough to put him in the top 10. Thanks, guys. Very calculated moves there from Jaakko Vergindevai, considering that he was hovering just outside the top 10. He was 16th going into that. So a victory now, when other drivers are starting to lose their cool, Yusuf, that could be the difference between getting a chance for the win in the A final and being caught back in the midfield. It's a massive bonus for Jaakko Vergindevai. Big moment for him.
Yeah, so Jaakko Vergindevai on 295 points, and it was Panchichin who was in 10th on 307. So there was only 12 points between them, and I think he's just taken far more than 12 points over Panchichin in that race. So really good for him. We'll see how Albert Boss does later on. He was one of our favourites coming into this weekend, not had the best of weekends so far, and he really needs to start picking it up if he wants to get into that top 10.
Right, so we heard from the race winner, Jaakko Vergindevai. Let's hear from the man in second place who was right in the middle of that gaggle and can tell us a few of the stories from that war on the last lap. Margherita is with Max Skomski.
Yes, back here again, and also I wanted to say that there was we know that there was a contact in the last lap between some drivers, so just wanted to tell you that right now those are the positions, but they're viewing it from the VAR room right now, so for now we interview obviously our podium, but it can eventually, if anything changes, I will update you. And right now, talking with our second place, we want to ask you if there was a particularly moment that changed the race for you today.
Yes, I would say the last lap after the first corner when I overtook Alejandro and Barch overtook me. It probably shook up things a bit because the group reunited and from a fight of 2 cards it began a fight of 4 cards. So probably the start of the last lap.
And did the race went as you expected or not?
I mean, I think the finish is what I expected. I was hoping maybe we could win this race because I also knew I had a good card. But the last lap was unpredictable. Like I haven't had any idea that it could happen. But I'm still happy with the position and with the results. So I would say kind of yes.
Well, we're full of surprises today.
We certainly are. As we get closer and closer to those finals, it's really interesting and intriguing to see how the drivers are handling it. Margherita, Max, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. So as we expected, the last couple of laps of that race are being investigated at the moment. So we will talk no further in terms of who has done what. What it means for the wider scope of the race is going to be fascinating, though, because, of course, we're going to get 30 drivers in that A final, but getting a place in that A final is going to be critical. And moments like that are going to be what really dictates it. So it's very important for drivers to keep it smooth, keep it calm, keep it cool, and you'll get an opportunity. Let's have a word, though, with the man who was involved in that last lap duel. Alejandro Florido, who will, of course, talk with us in Spanish, is with Margarita Baldini. Let's see what he made of things.
Yes, back here again with the third place this time. And the first question we want to know, what was the challenge today?
Pues la verdad que la carrera ha ido bastante bien, hasta que ya en las últimas vueltas nos hemos estado peleando. Y nada, finalmente la última vuelta me han adelantado en la recta, posiblemente me he confiado bastante y me he quedado tercero y he estado esperando la oportunidad en una de las últimas curvas, en la cual me he podido poner primero en paralelo con el segundo y el segundo ha decidido literalmente echarme a la tierra. Y en la última curva pues ya estaba primero y el segundo se ha saltado una curva para darme y finalmente pues he logrado la tercera posición, que estaba bastante bien. Y nada, y ahora a pensar a la final y ver esos puntos que nos han dado.
Yes, so back as I was telling you before, there was kind of a problem in the last lap in the curves for our drivers, and basically what he's saying is that he tried to overlap the other drivers, and at the end, while he was leading at that point, he was like pushed to the ground from another driver, and he went back there again. So that's why he is here in the third position right now, and he hopes that he can do better for the next time. And he said that he took a big opportunity with the overlapping, so he was not expecting those reactions from the others.
Seems to make sense with what we saw. Gracias, and we'll catch up with the latest when we get the developments. Thank you to Alejandro, and thank you as always to Margarita. So yeah, conversations are ongoing. I want to give you a little bit of an interesting insight into the mindset of a racing driver. Over the last couple of years, we've had some interesting guests come up into the booth in various times who've talked about things, and various celebrity drivers to come racing with us, or names that are recognizable, and certainly in the karting world. Kimi Antonelli, when he came and raced with us in 2022, he got into the kart, he raced, let's see what happens, let's have some fun, and he did. Last year, we had our dear friend and very missed colleague, Kai Bikini, who was in the commentary booth and on the track with us last year. Sadly, he can't be racing with us this year because he's actually taken the commentary booth position for BBC 5 Live's coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix. Congratulations to Kai Bikini, 19 years of age, and he's leading BBC 5 Live's F1 radio commentary. Good job, well done, buddy, and he was racing with us last year. This year, we have Yusuf bin Sahayl as our driver commentator, and I have never seen anybody so close to the action, but also checking all of the points and all of the scenarios and all of the ramifications. You are absolutely cutthroat in your dedication to look at everything. You are looking at everybody's points, not just yours. You're looking at everybody else's. You are taking this so seriously, and I love it.
You know, the annoying thing is, I said before this event, I was talking to Ike and Toby, and I said, you know, I'm coming in. If I can finish top 50% or maybe top 50, that'll be good. Highest place, Brett, I'll take that. And then after qualifying, I started thinking, oh, maybe I'm not too bad.
Maybe I'm quick.
And then I said on Friday evening or Friday before the first heat, no, after the first heat when I finished in 11th, I said, you know what, at the end of this weekend, I'm going to be really annoyed that I didn't do better. When beforehand, I thought, yeah, I'll just take it easy, just have some fun, have some practice before, you know, some other Saudi events coming up.
I don't buy that anymore. You're a racer.
You know what? I'd sold the lie to myself. I genuinely believed that. But I also knew if I get a good result, I'm going to want more. And now I'm at the point where I'm just thinking, you know, if I had a bit more experience, or if I went back to the qualifyings now, I'd be able to do that a little bit better. And I think it's one of those things where, and we've seen it in lots of races, if you're in that top 4, top 5, you stay out of the carnage. If you're in that 5th to 10th, you're constantly in the carnage. And sometimes I think, at least for me, I think you're at the mercy of other drivers sometimes. If you're one of those really quick drivers like Holler and people like them, they have that ability to get through it. Sometimes it helps that you are a known driver in the field and they're like, oh, that's Dennis, let's be a little bit calmer around him. But they have that ability to navigate through the traffic, navigate through all of the disasters to get those results when they are put in bad situations, and that's what makes them the best.
I've got a feeling that you're going to return next year, but you're going to be too busy to get in the commentary booth. You're going to give this a full burn, aren't you? You're going to be full in on the chat for the a full track to try and win this event, aren't you?
To be honest, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I actually think I get an advantage by commentating. And so this happened when we did the Campellos 30 hours last year, and I jumped up with Henry Burdett for a bit.
Yep.
And it was when I was up here watching, I found that I could actually learn a lot more from drivers than I could in the grandstands, even though you've got a similar view. But I think when I'm in the commentary box and I kind of turn on the analytical mind of looking at what are they doing, I start realizing, that's something that I can gain, something that I can do. So I don't think, for me, that I've lost anything by being able to come up here. Like, there's a little bit of running back and forth, but I think overall it actually might help.
Yeah, we're not just dull faces in our commentary booth, are we? We know exactly what we're doing when we need to. We have been given an update on the previous race in that Alejandro Florido has been handed a 5-second penalty after the end of the race. So he is indeed demoted from third position, and that is going to be inherited by Matthias Bartsch. We are waiting to see if there are more problems in amongst the rest of the field, but that has the potential to drop Florido as far down as 12th. And considering that Florido was third in the points coming into that semi-final, that's a game changer. That could really make a massive difference, particularly for the drivers around like Remy Lerth, who's really starting to gain big points at the moment, Schmid, Duven, Giamaria Campanucci, who's always fighting forward, the young Fabian Koep, the German talent, Adrian Garcia, heat winner this year, Conceição, the Portuguese talent. There's so many opportunities, and you cannot afford to let over eagerness, over the zealousness of the intensity of this battle start to take over you. And for a mistake like that at this point in the competition, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely so. And he was only 20 points behind Holler, so with a good result in the A final and then the playoffs, he had a good chance of fighting for the win. But it's at that point now where if you're Holler or Schlitz, you have that little bit of a buffer. And I say that neither of them are going to be thinking about that buffer. All they're going to be thinking about is winning every race as it comes. But it does mean that they have that little bit to say, okay, you know what? If everyone's going crazy for first in a three-way battle or a two-way battle, I can just sit in second. If you're Holland, you know Schlitz is in third and you're in second. It's like, I've got points over him. That's what matters. Once they're all grouped together, now you can start to think about it in a more traditional way of, I need to be that guy rather than I need to get as many points as possible.
Well, we had a conversation last night, myself and the Formini brothers. What's been really interesting is that we brought this format in this year to spice it up, but there is a clause in the rule. There is a mercy rule attached to it. So if the leader of the contest at the end of the A final has a dominant lead in the points, then we're not going to do the playoffs. However, look at what's been happening the last couple of semi-finals. Höller, second, defeated by Lerth, who is now gaining points twice. Vika Schlitz, dominated by Christian Duven on the last lap of that last semi-final. So the guys further back are starting to reel them in. There's a little bit more variation in that top 5, top 10 now. So the points are going to tighten as we get to the A final. So I don't think we're going to get this mercy rule enacted at all. I think we're going right to the death, and we are going to see these playoffs through to their conclusion. If there was one man dominant in the points, then we wouldn't run it. But it's not going to go that way. If anything, the points gaps are actually going to thin rather than increase.
Yeah, which is exactly what we want to see as neutrals. We want to see the tightest possible battle. We want to see them all tied on points going into the finals, right? So it's going to make things very exciting, and it's good to see as well, because I think at the start it looked like Vika was just on another level. Same with Holler. I mean, to be honest, I think Leon was also on point as well. So it's good to see that they're all getting very close. And again, that A final is, you know what? I hope I'm not in the A final. That way I get to watch the whole race. Otherwise, I'm going to be at the back of the field, because we've been trying to work out where I'm going to start, and I'm right on the cusp of 30.
You are, aren't you?
But I've done some quick maths. So I was 29th. Condor gained a bunch of points over me, so he's probably going to start. He's going to jump me. So I'm in 30th. but I've got more points than Santos, and I've got more points than Silva, more points than Suoinen. So it's just legal is the only one who can jump me. So you will be seeing me starting from dead last in the A final. And I don't know if I'm happy about that or not. I might have wanted to start first in the B final.
Why, that's Simon legal. No, it's all good to see how close and how frenetic the battles are. We're just about to get the next race under starters' orders, which is semi-final 3 Group C, and that's going to put, guess who? Christian Duven and Vika Schlets on the front 2 positions. Oh my goodness, this is cooking up into an amazing showcase. Thank you so much, by the way, for your comments and your messages. Great to see. Michi Egger, say what you will. Karting is the most honest and best sport in the world. Super exciting. Bless you, Michi. We love having you on the stream whenever you can't be with us in person. We've always got you in spirit. The Foxer, shout out to my friend Marco that is racing in semi-final B. Yes, he did a grand job there as well, right up in the mix of it all. So fabulously done. And great to see so many more of you. Mereli Croce giving the big Brazilian flag boost to Nicodemo Croce, doing a grand job. Michi Egger, next Duven race alone in front of all the others. Oh, I'm not sure it's going to be a bit like that. Vika Schlets is definitely going to give him a big boost. Patrick Fegan, watching all the way from Ireland. Good to hear from you, Patrick. Thought the young lad that took the win played a blinder. The other 2 need skipped down 30 seconds. Put the manners back into them. Oh, tell us what you really think, Patrick. They were very interesting. Michi Egger also says, I'd like to take this opportunity to greet my Argentinian friends at SG Racing. Miss you guys. They were the flavor of the race last year. The Argentines, everybody wanted Team Argentina to take victories last year. They brought not just the noise and the vibe, they brought the party with them, which considering we had 4 days in the blithering cold and rain of Siete Larghe, that was a real game changer in terms of the whole mood of the event. We were all a little bit glum, we were all a little bit downcast. We're in Italy, we're on a fantastic circuit in the proximity of Milan, and it's raining all the time. It was cold, it was windy. We were so disappointed. And people like the Argentine team coming here and really giving us the boost again, it was so cool. But that's one of the things we love about this event. Racing is only 50% of it. The energy and the atmosphere and the vibe is the other 50%. We love it. Just 2 Shebas. Hello to Ike Needham is watching along on the stream as well. Ike Needham, do you know what? He was actually one of the standout talents in yesterday's endurance. He made a massive wave through when there were so many difficult things going on, all sorts of complications. He was resolute. I had a great chance to talk with him last night. He's one of the most analytical drivers I've ever met. He's really good at seeing things from both sides of the fence.
I can't comment because if I say anything nice about Ike, he's going to use this against me. And I see him like every other week for VPEC races. But no, Ike's been... It's one of those things that when we did testing, I think myself, Ike, Toby, we all felt relatively quick. And then once we got into the sprints, none of us really do sprint races. So we knew, yeah, okay, we've kind of got pace, but we can't really show it. And we thought, once the endurance comes around, that's our bread and butter. And I think Ike showed it, I showed it, Toby really showed it as well. I think myself and Toby, we were running with Leon Schmid. So I was running with Leon Schmid, we were working together, and Toby was running with, I'm trying to remember, it was his teammate. Either way, he was running with his teammate, and he was putting in like 13 zeros, 13 ones, overtook him at the end, pulled a gap. So, yeah. It's really good. All of us have had really good pace. We've just needed to try to convert it in these sprints.
So it looks as though we are getting the final commands ready. There's been a slight delay, unfortunately, to semi-final 3 Group C. Hopefully we'll get back on schedule very shortly. You may be wondering why we're standing around dithering. It's because we want to fill the time. We want to make sure that you guys have got some good entertainment. Hello to Grace Williams too, her first race abroad. Yes, we don't get to see it, unfortunately, on the live stream, but she took part in the endurance yesterday in fantastic fashion. And Grace is one of my favorite characters in this paddock because if she's got an issue, boy, will she tell you about it. She will be brutally honest. She'll tell everybody what needs to be sorted, what needs to be changed. I actually love people like this because they look for ways to improve, look for ways to change, and she has no fear. She has no filter. And it's people like that that really get things done. I've got a big amount of respect and support for Grace. I think she's coming to this event with eyes wide open, full of possibility, and she is already clearly thinking about 2027 and wanting to come back and do even better.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether we can convince Grace to run in the actual championship event.
Go on, Grace.
For next year. I'm sure she can hear us somewhere around the circuit. I think they might actually be in the restaurant. That tends to be where they hang out. So I've also been doing a few championship permutations in terms of who can make it into the top 10. And I'm looking at Giovanni Geratana, who's starting this race in 3rd place. He's currently 14th overall. So he's got a huge amount he can gain in this race to work his way up into that elusive top 10.
Yeah, and of course, we won't know who the top 10 are going to be until the end of the A final. So there could even be an interloper at the back end of the A final grid that still manages to find their way into the top 10. Every race, every lap, every point that you can score counts big time. So you can't afford to let these opportunities slide. Drivers getting themselves into their karts for the penultimate time before we get to the finals. We'll have the D final, which will be the drivers at the bottom 19 positions of the rankings. Then we will, 29 positions of the rankings. Then we'll have the C final for the next 30. Then the B final for the next 30. And then the A final. There's Martina for ACI Sport, making sure that everything is well regulated. I have to say, the actual procedure, as Michele is standing alongside her there, the actual procedure of the sprints, when we've got the competitors organised and in position, despite this little glitch, has been the most efficient that we have had over the course of the last 6 years. And I am delighted and very grateful to ACI Sport, the Italian Federation, for their contribution to the event. It's been much, much stricter. It's looking more and more like a professional championship race of the OK standard from heat to heat than we've seen for a long time. So it's great to have their support. Now, look at the tyres. This is going to be the key factor. That's, of course, the only contact patch you've got with the ground. Everybody says it doesn't matter how good the kart is. The tyres are what count.
Yes, and so tyres and engine both play a huge, huge factor in this series. And as with any rental series, you're never going to have exactly identical equipment, and it's really good that all the drivers kind of acknowledge that, and we know, okay, we've gone into one race, maybe we don't think that we had the power behind us, but we know in another race we're going to get one of those good karts and make amends for what you had before. So that's part of rental racing. It's, damaging or limiting the damage when you're in a bad situation, maximizing what you can get in a good situation. We started with brand new tires on, I think it was Friday morning. So all of the tires should have done roughly the same amount of running. There might be a couple of karts that have maybe done 1 or 2 heats less, but they should all be roughly in the same kind of situation. I think this morning they were very well balanced on the circuit just before all of the rubber started coming down, before it started getting a bit too hot. Now we're into a similar situation that we were yesterday. So those kind of 13 zeros, maybe 12 nines are going to be the best times that we see, I think.
So before we got to semi-final 3, the likelihood of seeing the starting grid for the D final was likely that we were going to see the likes of Lucas Giano, Nicolas Yaitler, Mirko Nito, Diego Muccioni and Marco Folli towards the front of the D final grid coming up later. That's not confirmed. That's just the possibility of where we're looking at. If we go up towards where the C final is looking, it's likely to be the likes of Erika Spinsante, Federico Belfioretti, Adrian Cuevas, Miriam Gonzalo and Juan Testi towards the front. Then we look at what the likelihood is of the B final towards the front, and it's the Fabio Santos, Marco Silva, Simon Legal, Harry Suonen and Ottilia Granberger sort of mark. Hopefully you're not in that, because you might have just pushed yourself a little bit further forward to be in the A final.
See, I still don't know if I want to be in the A final or B final.
It's too late now. You've had a great race, so there's not much you can do about it.
Well, I finished 10th, which is, if you take 10th out of the 4 groups, that's 40th.
Yes, it is.
It actually pushed me down outside of the top 30 on laws of averages. So I might, but we'll see. I'm going to be supporting Legal. I want a nice glory run in the B final, which means that I'm going to start on pole for the B final, and I'll be into the barriers at turn 1, and then I'll be crying.
Watch this space and we'll see if it happens. So the competitors now lined up at the end of the pit lane. It is single file formation, of course, in CCK. It's far too treacherous to consider them going 2x2 hurrah. As we've seen on the first lap, if they went 2x2 hurrah, nobody would make it through turn 1. So the fact that it goes single file is just about okay, and we just about get away with it. So the competitors are sent out onto the circuit with the test driver of the Champion Cup Kart, Francesco Marconi. He's our Bernd Maylander, as it were, the safety kart driver. and the competitors will venture out behind him. It's going to be Christian Duven in first in this one from Vika Schlitz, then Giovanni Giarratana, the buzzman that Yusuf pointed out is going to be looking for a very strong result here. Marco Coronado from Davide Testa and Vincenzo Castaldo, and then the Brazilian Nicodemo Croce. Obrigado to all of our Brazilian fans who are watching along. Matteo Marcone, Salvatore Nito, and Adrian Garcia. Jacopo Mongelli, Marco Silva, Elie Silvestroni, and Simon Ligel. And then it is Ash Chivers from Great Britain, Miriam Gonzalo in 16th position, in front of Luca Capolongo. And then we also have big challenge from the Budapest man, Adam Grunfeld, Jose Ramos, Adrian Cuevas, Omar Aswat, the British Qatari, Marco Petruccelli, Samuele Zaccato, Federico Belfioretti, Marco Nito, Claudio Deliello, Simone Ricciardi, Valerio Petruccelli, Soro Costieri, and the Irishman Martin Yesayan, who will be taking part in his first Sunday race battles in the competition. He watched it on television last year. He said, I really, really liked it. I wanted to test myself, and here he is. That's it. A lot of people watching at home thinking, this looks like fun. How can I race in it? Simple. ChampionCupKart.com. Just pay the entry, get yourself here next year. This is probably the only motorsport competition on the planet where you need no prior racing experience. You can make this your debut race if you want in motorsport. Be quick, come here, do a good job, and put a surprise on. That's what I love about this event. In the same breath, as I said earlier, Gusto's in Pixar's Ratatouille said anyone can cook. In this event, anyone can race.
Absolutely so. And, you know, there's... someone's almost...
It's the concertina effect, isn't it?
Yes, but thankfully he's going to be able to join the group. I'm going to wrap up my thoughts because I think we're about to go racing, being led at the front of the field by Duven.
So off we go. Pace car pulls off, and Duven is going to try and make his way into that first corner with the lead intact. Look at the marriage of the white line from everybody on the inside line there. And there's already a couple of drivers being hoodwinked. Giovanni Giarratana is going to be on the back foot. Everybody trying to scoot their way through. There's dust being kicked up in the S's, but the two leaders, Duven and Schlitz, are already trying to break clear of the rest of the pack as the battle for third position rages behind them. And there's a lot of exchange of opinions into those left apexes. Drivers getting spat out sideways, trying to get back on the turns, and my goodness me, it's getting a little bit flustered as they work their way through. But now Christian Duven and Vika Schlitz with a bit more of an opportunity as they climb out and onto the back straight. The run to third position, look at it, it's an absolute squabble. It's like the exit of the ferry at Calais as they run their way through there. Everybody just swarming for the gate, and now they're going to try and work their way through the left-hand hairpin. But down the back straight, Duven is your leader from Vika Schlitz. Both men need to be smart here. They need to be sensible. If you have to take a second, take it, because there is all sorts of chaos behind that they do not want to get involved in.
Yeah, more chaos going in through the snail section. We've got 4-5 abreast coming out of the corner, but at the front of the field, it is the Dutch duo who continue to work together and have broken clear of third position, which is Marco Coronado ahead of Davide Testa. So Testa having a really good run up into fourth position, trying to work his way up towards the start of the B final, or the front of the B final, I should say. And I think he should be able to do it if he continues to pull off the performances that we are seeing of him in the semi-finals.
Still a good run between Duven and Schlitz. They're having a very tasty race of it at the moment as they duel for position. It's still a little bit toxic in places in the midfield. Still drivers trying to work their way forward, but with 8 minutes on the clock and 2 laps on the agenda after that, this is exactly what Duven and Schlitz need to do. They are just stretching away. Every single other driver in the field can learn from this. Get to the front, stretch away, don't race, just work in position. And 2 karts work through the air better than 1 does. So you'll pull away, but it's looking, oh my word, there's a lot of irateness going on between the drivers, almost using their karts as boxing gloves in some cases. There was Ash Chivers and Luca Capolongo going a little bit too wheel to wheel there, and it looked as though Ash Chivers was being driven into there by his opponent. I'm not sure whether that was Mongelli, Capolongo, or whether that was Giarratana, but certainly frustrations starting to creep in. And there is a 5-second penalty already for the 76. So already problems then in this first couple of racing laps. So it looks to me as though we've already got a little bit of a headache for one driver in the field. 5-second penalty to Saro Costieri. So Saro Costieri already in dire straits as he finds himself down in 23rd. When the 5-second penalty is applied, he'll be a lot worse than that.
Yeah, that is not what you want on the opening lap. Giovanni Giarratana, who started this race in third, is down into 12th position. So that is not the start that he would have wanted. So I'll try to keep my eyes out for where Giarratana is on circuit and whether he is making any progress up through the field. Still Duven and Schlitz at the front, who continue to push each other along. We'll see whether Coronado can close in, but he doesn't really have anyone to work with at this current point in time.
Coronado getting a third place is going to help him out a lot, because at this point he's currently in 27th in the rankings before semi-final 3. So it certainly makes up a lot of ground for him if he can be top 3 at this stage. Duven and Schlitz trying to stretch away, and still Coronado trying to get with him, but he needs Vincenzo Castaldo to close up a little bit without losing too much time himself. So he's got to hope that Castaldo is going to be able to tag onto the back of him and then go with him as they work their way further forward to the two Dutchmen up in front. It's then Testa, Nito, Garcia, Silva, Cuevas, Mangielli, Capolongo, Giarratana back in P12, then Simon Liegel from Nico Croce, and then we've got Chivas, Gonzalo, Marconi, Petruccelli, Zaccato and Grunfeld in the top 20, and still this patient dance up at the front end of the field between Duven and Schlitz. They're just edging away. But this is where I think Schlitz will really want to show his hand to Duven. Duven's making up ground in these last couple of races. He's taking some points off Vika Schlitz. Schlitz will want, for the psychological edge going into the A final, he will not want Duven to get complacent. He will not want him to think that even though they're best mates, he's going to have an easy time of it. He's going to want to get under his skin a little bit in this race. It'll be fascinating to see if they're still friends at the end of the timer.
I'm sure they will be. I think once you're good friends, that happens on the track stays on the circuit, and they'll both give each other that little bit of respect.
5-second penalty. 5-second penalty for the 10. So that is an interesting one. 5-second penalty for the 10. That's Matthias Barch. That's from the previous race. So Matthias Barch given a penalty from the previous race as well. So it looks as though Florido and Barch were both given a penalty there. That is definitely going to change things in terms of how the standings are going to work out. So it looks as though both of them were given the penalty on that front. That's very unfortunate. So, well, it certainly got messy, but that's a previous race's penalty being applied that will obviously take into effect what happens in these next two semi-finals, this one and the one after it. So that definitely changes things for Barch. He was looking good for a third position finish, and that's going to drop him down to about 11th or 12th place. So fascinating how the two men that were third and fourth are now going to come down the order. We're going to talk about that later. We've got action on the main, action on the inset, as everybody is trying to put themselves in as high a position as possible. And now the drivers are going to start to think exactly what Yusuf Bin Sahel has been thinking. Do I want to be in the middle of the field for the A final, or do I want to be at the front of the field for the B final? What kind of position can I give myself to have the better afternoon's racing? What can I achieve, and where am I going to achieve that in the best frame possible? What can I do to make it happen? Ash Chivers bumping up and down like a bucking bronco on the back straight, trying to find more speed from his kart as he tries to work his way through. He, of course, is fighting Simon Liegel for the heavyweight category title, as well as fighting for his own supremacy in the finals, because you've got a top 3 to fight for across all 6 categories: junior, talent, expert, master, heavy, lady. But then you've also got the main competition itself, and there are all sorts of battles, all sorts of dramas that can kick in. It's going to be really fascinating to see how the drivers cope with the pressure and the excitement. The exertion in the middle of that pack getting pretty tricky to keep an eye on as well. But this isn't working for Marco Coronado. He wanted Castaldo to come with him a little bit more, and Castaldo just can't quite keep up with him. So the two of them are in no man's land, out on their own. The guys in 5th and 6th, Adrian Garcia and Salvatore Nito, are battling away for 5th position. Garcia initially got ahead. Now Nito's got him back again. If those two keep battling, then it's going to be only 4 drivers in the fight for the victory. And if Castaldo can't get close enough to Coronado, it's only going to be the two of them. It's only going to be Duven and Schlitz.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping an eye on Marco Silva. He's one of the drivers on the cusp of making it into the A final. He's currently having a good run in P7, which might be enough to squeeze into the A final and displace this terrible driver called Yusuf Bin Sahel. But I think if he can gain another position or 2, that will pretty much guarantee him a spot in the A final.
So there's a lot of drivers trying to find their last little bit of racing action before we get to the lunch break, which of course will take place after the semi-final Group D Race 3. Then we'll have our lunch break, we'll have our pause. There'll be a podium ceremony in the middle of all of that as well for the heats and the semi-finals, so that will be fairly quick fire for all the drivers that finished in the top 3 of their various races. But now it's time to see what Vika Schlets is going to unleash. We've got just about 2 minutes left on the clock now. So 2 minutes left plus the additional 2 laps. It's not going to make things particularly easy to read the situation. Would Schlets unleash it now? Would he save it back a little bit? Knowing that Dennis Holler has had a second place, would he want that victory in this one to give him those few more extra points to put him at the pole position of the A final? Vika Schlets having to start thinking about these decisions. Christian Duvin in front of him is not going to take too many points off him, but with Holler having taken second in his heat to Lurth earlier on, he's got a chance now to overtake him in the rankings to get that pole position for the A final. A lot of things will be going through Vika Schlets' head right now.
Yeah, and if Schlets can win this race, he'll essentially be, 1 point ahead of Holler going into that A final. We're still at the point where it is just about trying to bag as many points as you possibly can. And these two are still going to work together for a little bit longer. Probably will start battling with 2 laps to go, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we're about to go to 3 laps to go. In fact, we may actually run out of time on this lap. It's going to be touch and go. Problems for the 123. Martin Yessian, the Irishman, who finds himself at the back of the field at the moment. Patrick Fegan says, go on the Irish. I thought I was the only one in rental karting. Bless him. Get to Garda next week, he says. Right, there you go. He's in Italy, so we'll tell him to get a train, not a flight. We'll tell him to get the train up to Desenzano, and then hopefully he'll be able to go racing with you. Incredible performance by Duvin and Schlets, says Michi Jäger. Yeah, the way they've just been able to drive away from the pack. Not battle, not rage. They are just so consistent, so smooth. They know each other's tricks of old. These are the racing besties of the paddock. They know every trick the other one's got. So they will go to the last 2 laps. We've got 3 laps to go as they cross the line with 10 seconds left. They're going to have a battle, but they're not going to do it yet because they know it's way too early. 5 seconds on the clock, tick down to 0, and it's still way too early to be battling. These guys know you don't do it until the last possible moment. And these two want to make sure that it's absolutely man v man rather than an absolute brawl. 76 gets a 5-second penalty. So that is a real headache in the field then for the kart that we mentioned previously who had that warning flag, Saro Costieri. Is that another 5-second penalty? I think it might be because he already received the 5-second penalty and now it looks as though he's going to get another one. So some drivers really pushing the ragged edge, and I have a feeling that's going to pretty much confirm Saro Costieri as running in the D final later. But it is going to be a tricky one for all of the drivers to put themselves into position. All of the drivers will, of course, be introduced one by one on the live stream later as well when we talk them through on the starting grid for the D final. The driver's presentation will obviously be taking place in between semi-final and race as well for the finals. So a lot still to do. Out of the final turn, 2 laps to go then for Christian Duvin and Vika Schlets. And now this is all going to be about tactics. Duvin wants the win because the more points he can get to get himself further up the A final grid, the better. Vika Schlets wants the win because that could put him onto pole position for the A final, just a whisker ahead of Dennis Holler. What will the 2 men do?
And we will be finding out over the next 2 minutes. Christian Duvin is the one who essentially gets to decide whether he goes defensive or not. Vika Schlets will be having a look behind him, or already has done, seen the gap to Coronado and knows, right, if I start battling with Duvin now, Coronado will not be able to close in. That's essentially the cutoff point when Schlets will say, right, now I can start battling. This is where I would expect to see Schlets go for the move, but he's going to sit behind still on the back straight, heading into the left hairpin of turn number 13. Sorry, turn number 12. And now they make their way towards that Snell section. It looks like it's going to be a last lap masterclass from one of our 2 leading karts.
Schlets is keeping it nice and honest at the moment. Duvin just keeping it to the racing line. Frustration for Marco Coronado, who sits there in 3rd position, as it looks as though Castaldo has been caught and passed by Salvatore Nito. So 4th place is going to be the real battle on the last lap behind the 2 leaders. But Duvin and Schlets are going to go at it. Hammer and tongs now on the last lap. Is Schlets going to find the move on Christian Duvin? We're going to find that out as they work their way through the S's, up to turn 4, out through the right kink, then up to the hairpin. Is Duvin going to defend? Is Schlets going to attack? They're currently trying to second guess each other at the moment. Marco Coronado is close, but not close enough really to challenge for the win, I don't think. He's not quite going to get close enough to these 2. So it all comes down to the consistency and the measure of Christian Duvin and Vika Schlets on the last lap. Up the climb, through the right-hander. Dropping down through the kink they will go. and along the back straight. And this race is going to be dictated by what Duvan decides to do. He covers the inside line. Off to the far side, the right-hander. Coming up is the left. Vika Schlets is going to get parallel. They're going to work their way through to the far side. It's going to be tight as they come on through. Schlets is going to duck back for the inside line. Duvan's only going to leave the minimum amount of space required. Schlets will have the inside line. Duvan's going to try and come back and then get the slingshot out to the hairpin. Can he get back around the outside? Schlets covers the inside. Duvan knew he was going to. He might just have the measure around the far side to get parallel. Schlets has the inside. Duvan on the outside. It's going to be close. It's going to be to the line. It's Schlets who gets there. Vika Schlets gets the job done by 42 thousandths of a second. Absolutely to the line between two of the best in this paddock. You are never going to see cleaner, harder, tougher racing between these kind of racers until you get Schlets and Duvan, and they still have what it takes to shake each other's hands on the slowing down lap. That's amazing. When you've got two drivers at the best of their craft, they know they're going to give a little, take a little, receive a little, offer a little, but the two of them absolutely in the form of their life, and you can only separate them by less than half a tenth of a second. That is the quality you get from Duvan and Schlets.
Absolutely fantastic racing between the two of them. They both trusted. They probably had a chat before the race saying, look, if we battle, we do it on the last lap, kind of a Hakkinen Coulthard-esque almost. And it was a good battle. It was a clean battle. They raced hard but fair, and that's what we love to see.
Magic, absolutely magic. Vika Schlets not only beats Duvan, but he manages to score those extra additional points that could just about see him in the pole position for the A final later. And that could make the difference between Vika Schlets having another frustrating year and finally taking that title.
And also, congratulations to Marcus Silva, P5 in the end, which I believe does promote him up to the A final.
That's an amazing run from the Portuguese driver, really finding his feet there right at the bitter end. But it's a fabulous bit of driving from Duvan and Schlets. They really push us to the ragged edge, and the appreciation coming through on the stream as everybody recognizes, do you know what? Two masters of their craft. That's what makes this so special. And Christian Duvan can't quite get one over on Vika Schlets on this occasion. But for Marco Coronado, that's a very important third place. Outside the top 20 coming into that semi-final, but a third place with so many other drivers having difficulties, that will make a massive difference to his tally. Very impressive stuff. There is Marco Coronado, the number 30, just taking his ballast to the weighbridge. So fascinating stuff from the contenders at this time, but really wonderful to see the drivers giving us a little bit of a show. So excellent performances from the contenders, and certainly a really intriguing battle as the contenders will put us into a good position. No, it's all right, Yusuf. You can be as tall as you need to be. It's only the slight top of the head that's, but no, not tiptoe. Come on. Getting ourselves back into position on the camera so we can talk about things. But really intriguing to see the sort of the psychology, the sort of the mindset that we got to see there between Vika Schlets and Christian Duvan. Two absolute masters executing their craft and really giving us a fantastic bit of battle out there on the course.
Absolutely so, and it's great to see, and it's one of those things that you'll see over the course of Champion Cup Kart. You have people who are on very friendly terms who will work together, and I think once we get to those A finals and even the playoffs, you're going to have a bit of team tactics coming into play. You know, oh, if you're in second, back off this guy so I can get away in first, and all of this stuff might come into play. Hopefully, though, it all stays clean and just adds a little bit of spice for us to see from the commentary booth.
We've got one more semi-final to come. Is it going to be a ruthless driver or an intelligent driver that will get the best of it over the course of the day?
It's got to be intelligent driver, I think. I think if you're ruthless, I think you make too many enemies. And I think what we see from pretty much everyone at the front, maybe not what happened in semi-final B, but again, semi-final B, we saw some ruthless driving at the end. The two ruthless drivers ended up dropping down to third and fourth because they couldn't, put water under the bridge in that circumstance. So I think you do have to be intelligent. You can't let the heat on circuit from the sun get to you.
It's a fair point, and it's a very interesting assessment of the situation. There are still some amazing battles coming. You can see the drivers now having those interesting conversations. Jose Ramos deep in conversation after the race. It's amazing how much analysis there is at the end of these races. Drivers always feel that in the hindsight, they always have those skills. We're seeing some of the highlights of the previous race play out there as well. So Margherita Baldini, I believe, is going to be on position to greet the drivers from the previous race. I'll be fascinated to see what Vika Schletz and Christian Duven have to say about that one, particularly considering just how little they can afford to give up to anybody, and they're giving it up to each other at the moment. So that is an interesting dynamic. They really have to push themselves into that corner. As the drivers are getting themselves ready for semi-final 3D, we are standing by as Margherita Baldini is going to be standing by to have a chat with the man who really is making all of the right moves at all of the right moments. You've got to leave these things to the last minute sometimes, and Vika Schletz certainly timing his last lap move in semi-final 3 Group C to absolute perfection. Let's catch up with Margherita Baldini, who has Vika Schletz beside her.
Again here, again with Vika, and this time he's first. He won the race. So Vika, you were in control for this race. Did it feel the way from inside the kart?
Yeah, I was just doing the same as the 2 last races, drive together with Christian, and then we will fight out in the last lap, and we will see who will win. Yeah, like that.
And how much pressure were you under those final laps?
I had no stress because I know my competition, they scored less points than I would be 2, so I was also happy if I was P2. So
pressure? What pressure?
Sounds about normal. Vika Schletz coming into this one with a very exciting and very calm maneuver and very calm edge to his battles at the moment. What I'd like to know from Vika is, he's come so close so many times over the last few years. He's been right on the ragged edge of winning these championships. How much would it mean to him to get the job done here at Viterbo after so many years of getting close to the mark?
Yes, clearly you were always close to the final win, like to be the champion of the CCK. So what would it mean for you if you won finally this time in Viterbo?
yeah, it would mean a lot. I did it 3 times in the past. I did this championship, and last year I was 3rd on the podium. But before in the final I was P1, and then in the final I screwed up. So hopefully this year, but I'm confident.
So it's perfect, and we clearly hope that he can do it. I think he can do it.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Margherita Baldini and Vika Schletz, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you later in the day. 1 semi-final to go, and it really is going to be the deciding factor then as to how the competition will play out. Right, we do need to do a little bit of housekeeping here because we've got the final confirmation of the semi-finals in Group A, Race 3. That's not changed. Remy Lurth in front of Igor Polak and Dennis Holler. I'm interested because I thought there might have been a penalty amongst the top 3 there, and there wasn't. So they decided to leave that one as it was in front of Lena Vragindevai, Jamalia Companucci, and Debbie Wolfs. However, there were penalties to be given in semi-final 3, Group B. And Jakub Vragindevai keeps the win. Max Skomski keeps second, but both Florido and Barch were given penalties for their incident. Florido for the initial incident, Barch for forcing out Florido down the back straight by the look of it. So, Ruben Kutsesal and Fernando Arrancha are promoted, with Marvin Condor up to 5th in front of Jakub Panjajin, who is promoted to P6. So that does kind of give him back a little bit of momentum. So that does help a little bit. So it's very difficult to know exactly how this is all going to finish off and how it's going to play out. But it certainly gives us a little bit to start unpicking and start to unravel. After this race, we're going to have a pause and the podium ceremonies for all of the heats and the semi-finals, not the Super Nation that is still being judiciaried at the moment. But let's head down once again to Margherita Baldini, who is with the 2-time champion Cup Kart winner, Christian Duven.
Yes, 2 times winner, and in this case, second place is to your favorite number. And we wanted to know from you today, how close were you to the win?
Very close. I think we were side by side going over the line. I don't know exactly how much it was, but it was for sure a very close one again.
And do you feel like you had the pace to win today?
Yeah, I mean, it was 50-50, you know. With Vika together, we drove away again from the pack, and then we knew in the last lap we were going to fight for it. And it could have gone either way, you know. It was pretty fun because the the way he overtook me now was exactly the same way I overtook him last race. So we kind of both made the same mistake, I would say. So yeah, no, but it was nice, and yeah, it was 50-50.
Vika took revenge.
Exciting battles all the way for Christian Duven. Thanks, Margarita. Thanks, Christian. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Good battles for those two, and certainly giving us plenty of energy and excitement all the way through the course of the day. There is, of course, another interloper in that particular battle. The man who has got himself right up to the top three, and probably the most perfectly timed of all of them, Marco Coronado. A very handy and very valuable third position, considering how much is at stake with the A final impending. So Margarita will be down there once again with Marco Coronado.
Yes, we're here with Marco. Marco is on the podium for today and for the third place. Marco, how satisfied are you with this third place?
Yeah, I'm very happy, and very happy with the third place. And it was a race of pushing and trying to catch the guys ahead, but they were like 2 tenths faster every lap, so I stayed where I was.
And what was missing for the win?
I think like they were pushing together, and I was alone all the race. But the two guys that won, they are very, very good and very known in this sport.
Well, I love this fair play, and we hope clearly that Marco continues with being on the podium.
Gracias, mi amigo. Thank you very much to Marco, and thank you to Margarita Baldini. Our final semi-final is up and away, so we'll focus on that. And now, of course, the man on top spot for that is going to be Nico Tic, the Slovenian who has pulled off what people are already calling the greatest overtake they have ever seen in karting. His own admission, he said it was pure luck, but still, we all think it was probably the most astonishing thing we have ever seen. Yusuf was actually racing at that point, or certainly downstairs at the point. I'm not sure he was actually able to see it. Fortunately, I grabbed a video of it, so I'm actually going to give him the chance to see it as it happened. I have never seen, Yusuf, a karting move as good as this. He said it was luck. Everybody else on the stream watching it said it was the best karting move they've ever seen. Nico Tic came from the outside line as the two guys were battling for position. They sorted themselves out. Nico kept his foot on the throttle, dived up the middle. It was the perfect execution. He says pure luck. We all think pure genius.
I think when you're a good driver, luck is sometimes an indication of very good skill and intuition. And luck and intuition do come into play, and you need to have that intuition to be in a lucky situation. And we might see who's going to be lucky for Group D. Semi-final 3.
Nico Tic from the outset from Lancho, Badawi, Boss, Cobb, Schmid, Gadeshi, Ebers, Cimino and Bisogni. Up the way they go to charge their way forward. The last chance to break into the A final, and the drivers know it's all hands barred, and there's problems in the background already. Several karts flying off the road. Oh, and we've had karts going into the barriers. Goodness me. Far too aggressive from the contenders on the first lap, and there's a kart facing the wrong way on the approach to 5. So things are getting very messy indeed out there as the drivers are running in pure determination and pure desperation mode in some cases. But the man up front, Nico Tic, has held his nerve. The Slovenian working so hard, pulling off that amazing move earlier on. And to reiterate what Yusuf was talking about, who was it, that great philosopher that once said, the harder you work, the luckier you get?
I don't know. Is that something I said?
It's certainly one of those famous expressions that's been doing the rounds for quite some time, but it certainly rings true for someone of Nico Tic's amazing move earlier on.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. He's pulled out a big gap. However, I think we're going to see Badawi and Lancho just working together now in second and third place. I think it's been a good start as well for Schmid, because the two drivers in front of him started battling a bit at the top of the hill. Leon was able just to get the switch back on the pair of them, gain 2 positions just like that, and now we've got, about 10 minutes, 11 minutes to the end of this race, and I think we're going to see a little bit of calm as there is a black and white flag being prepared for number 13. I think that's just a warning, though.
It's Nicolo Cimino right up there in the top 10, so clearly the officials are not going to take anybody pushing their weight around the circuit, and considering that Nicolo Cimino is on home ground, he certainly can't usurp his own strength out there on the circuit to do things too forcefully, because the officials have clearly decided that's not going to work out in their favour. So now we've got Nico Titsch leading the way from Abdullah Badawi. So Abdi, the Austrian, in second place in front of Albert Boss, the man who always seems to find himself in a great position at a great time. And here he is in third position, trying to pull clear of Schmid and Kopp. Alejandro Lancho, P6 in front of Timino, Gadeshi, Amber Ebbers, who is in hot contention to win the ladies category against her great friend and rival Debbie Wolfs. So the two of them are going to be very much keeping an eye on that battle as well. So Nico Titsch, the Slovenian, out in first from Abdi Badawi and Albert Boss. Here they come again, up to the first corner. And Nico Titsch trying to keep it nice and measured through the opening couple of apexes. Nico Titsch just keeping the balance calm and favourable. Badawi does look like, though, he's got a little bit more pace. So I wonder if Nico Titsch's card is not quite as he wants it, or he certainly isn't feeling quite gelled with it yet. He gets a little bit of a wider berth through turn 5, and this is where Badawi and Boss are going to be hungry to pounce on him. Badawi will certainly be looking for a move sooner rather than later if he feels he's being held up by the leader.
Absolutely so, and Badawi is in a situation where if he gets two first, a first here and a good result in the A final, he could sneak into that top 10 for the playoff spots. Albert Boss is also in a position where I think he's in 14th or something in the standings, so very close to that top 10. So big races this for Albert Boss and Abdullah Badawi.
Another warning flag goes out. This time it goes out to the 122. So already some ferocious moves being made in this one. And now it's Erika Spinsante, the very talented lady driver in the junior category. So Erika Spinsante is now the one who gets a little bit of a ticking off there from the officials with a warning flag. And of course for her, it's her last chance to try and break through. And she wants to be in the play to get through to at least the B final. She's currently looking like she'll be starting at the front end of the field in the C final. At least that's how it looked going into the third semi-final. So this race will make massive differences to several drivers in the field. The driver who's ended up right at the tail of the field after all of the dramas on the opening tour, that was the 18. So a big disaster for Javier Ponce, the Argentine, the 38-year-old from Buenos Aires, having problems there. So that dropped him all the way down the order. Trying to see who else had a major plummet in terms of the chaos and shenanigans on the first lap. We actually had Harry Stutz, Giovanni van Blitterswijk, Robin van Oudekerke, Emanuele Stacchiotti down the field, Luigi Vinieri quite a long way back as well. So Francisco Ramirez was the one who crashed out on the first lap. So Francisco Ramirez, he actually brought the kart into the pits and retired it, I think. So problems there for Francisco Ramirez. Any chance? No. I remember what happened to Francisco Ramirez. He actually missed the race this morning, if you recall. He's missed this one as well because he fell ill last night. They actually pulled out of the endurance, he and Alejandro Florido, because Francisco Ramirez ended up falling ill. So that's very unfortunate that he's now had to sit out the semi-finals today. And that's going to plummet Ramirez down the field. And considering that after the second semi-final, Francisco Ramirez was doing a fair job and looking towards the sharp end of the C final, he's now going to plummet all the way down the rankings. And he was up at the sharp end. He got nothing in semi-final 2 because he didn't start it. So very unfortunate indeed for him. Nico Titsch doing a grand job, though, as he holds station from Abdi Badawi and Albert Boss. Could be a very interesting competition for them as Boss comes off the final turn of the first sector, charging his way down the back straight. Abdi Badawi starting to realise that this is going to be tricky to hold Albert Boss at bay with a little bit of a sluggish run perhaps from Nico Titsch. 4 minutes to go, and there may need to be a decision made here by Abdi Badawi before Albert Boss decides to make it for him.
Yeah, and Schmid last lap, fastest lap with Cup behind him, pushing him along. They gained a couple of tenths on that group ahead. We'll see what their relative pace is this time round. At the moment, that top 3 working together, but they're not really that close that they're pushing each other along. There's a bit of a gap between them every time they come onto the straight. 13-4, 13-3, 13-5 from the leading 3, 13-4s from Schmid and Kopp. So it's very close pace-wise between that the leading quintet.
So Nico Titsch, Abdullah Badawi and Albert Boss. That's the top 3 at the moment, as Badawi runs in very tight proximity. He's having a look on the inside of Nikotic there, having a little bit of a think about it, deciding not to go for broke, but he's just reading the situation. A lot of these races, when you're in the top 3 positions, you're just trying to read what the driver in front is going to do. You're trying to second guess how things are going to be interpreted. You're trying to figure out where you're going to get the opportunity, where you're going to take an advantage, where you're going to get your best chance of making those moves. So this is all about reading the situation. A really tough situation for everybody at the moment. So good to see how everybody putting on a great show at the moment. Oh, I've got to stop reading these compliments, otherwise Nadia Ego is going to give me too big a head to get out the door. Bless you, Nadia. Thank you so much. Anyway, Nikotic from Abdullah Badawi and Albert Boss from Schmid, Kopp and Lancho. And it's looking interesting for Lancho. I think Lancho's actually lost out to Andrea Guereschi. So Guereschi now leading the charge. Guereschi in 6th place in front of Lancho and Ebers. And then Teixeira, Timino, Bisogni, Maxos Grund, Perozzi, De Wilde, Mugiano and Erika Spinsante. But this is going to get serious now. 2 minutes and a little bit of change on the clock with 2 laps to go. And Badawi, I think he's decided, actually Teach may be slower than me, but he's got a little bit of power in reserve. I don't need to panic too much here. Boss is not really giving us too much aggro, so we can make this work. We can make this run in the trio. He got a little bit wide there, though, did Badawi, so he's got to be careful he doesn't make too many mistakes, because otherwise Boss will start to punish him for them.
Yeah, Nikotic is having a really good set of results in these semi-finals. And don't forget, Boss and Badawi are searching for a way to get into the top 10. Bit of contact going into the hairpin. Is that going to push Teach wide? No, it will not. It's actually compromised the Badawi, who's lost a little bit of exit speed, and now there is a gap between them. Schmid is starting to close in along with Kart, but again, there is a big gap between them. You're looking at about half a dozen kart lengths, which is the best part of a second. We'll see when they come over the line. Last time around, the gap was 9/10 of a second. That looks to be a bit lower, maybe about 7/10. Here they come. It is 7.5 between them. 13.5 for Schmid ahead, 13.5, 13.7 in the leading trio of karts.
That tells you the difference between nailing your braking point and missing your braking point by 25 centimeters. It was so big of a difference in terms of the concertina effect. 5-second penalty now handed out to the 1-2-2. I'm not sure if that's Erika Spinsante getting the penalty. It is. So Erika Spinsante now gets a penalty for her problems. That's very unfortunate indeed for the Italian, who was looking very confident going into the day after a good run in the endurance yesterday. But now we charge down the back straight. Interesting stories regarding to the endurance. We'll know what the final result is later, but of course it was an 11th hour decision for 2 of the teams of the Dutch combo, Albert Boss and Marvin Comdor, and the sister team, the Girls on Fire, Amber Ebers, who is in this race, and Debbie Wolfs. They actually decided at the 11th hour, do you know what, we're tired, we've raced hard, we want to go for the sprint, we're going to pull out, we're going to take stock of the situation, and we'll sit out. So they actually chose at the very last moment to sit out the endurance and go racing again today. And for all 4 of them, it seems to have worked out good because they've got a lot more energy, and they've certainly had a decent night's sleep. Albert Boss able to really give Teach and Badawi a real pressure cooker going into this one. Albert Boss, the 30-year-old from Assen in the Netherlands, motorcycle country, of course. And we really do wish Albert Boss and Debbie Wolfs all the best next year, because they'll be getting married in May. They've been racing each other as teammates and rivals for quite a long time. They've been dating for an extraordinary amount of time now, and they'll be tying the knot in May. It's very cool to have 2 racing drivers on the same grid who race each other but still love each other. Nikotic, Abdi Badawi, Albert Boss, then Schmid, Kopp and Guereschi. This is where Boss can really start to think about the moves. Badawi is a little bit sluggish, but then he has to brake later to catch back up to Nikotic. He has to get a fraction of a throttle push earlier to sustain that concertina effect. Boss is now giving him that little bit of a push. The time has run down to 0. On the next lap, that's when we're going to go for hell for leather, and it's going to be Slovenia, Austria, and the Netherlands. It's like a World Cup group as they run through out of the final turn. This is going to be tricky. And just to add a 4th nation into the measure, Leon Schmid of Austria is standing by ahead of Fabian Kopp, the German. So we've got 4 big nations there in the top 5, courtesy of Kopp, putting Schmid under pressure. Ebers is on it as well. She's managed to get ahead of Lancho. So Lancho has been vanquished by Amber Ebers. She spent most of yesterday and Friday as a pinball by her own mouth. Up the inside, Badawi makes the bid on Nikotic. He makes the bid, makes the move, and now Boss has got to try and respond and go with him. Nikotic has got to think very carefully about his next move. But Abdi Badawi, the Austrian, gets into the lead. Perfect timing.
Yep, and into the lead he goes, as you mentioned. Now, how does Nico Tic want to play this? Because he has to be careful of Albert Boss behind him. I think Tic is going to be all eyes ahead. Surely we're going to be seeing defensive driving from Badawi, who goes all the way over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Now gives Tic the squeeze on the entry into the hairpin as they make their way onto the back straight, right in front of the commentary box, and they're still side by side. This could be the perfect opportunity for Albert Boss as we head into the Senale section.
Boss squeezes his way through along with Nico Tic, so Badawi is shunted down to third position in the parallel duel, and as they come off the turn together, Tic is now your leader from Boss and Badawi. Schmid and Kopp, Ganeshi, Ebers, Lancho, Teixeira and Chimino. One final lap before the finals. It really is the last big push to try and get yourself into a good position, and Boss keeps himself nice and tidy on the inside line with a little support from Badawi. He gets a better run through the first couple of corners. Boss is on the warpath. If he can time this on Nico Tic, he'll get the run into the fifth corner. Tic cuts across. Boss has got to patiently find his way back for the inside line of the next two left radiuses. He knows that Tic is going to cover it. Here comes Badawi from a little further back. He'll give Boss a little bit of a rub as they come through. Watch out. Here comes Leon Schmid and Fabian Kurb. They're not far away. This could be a 5-kart duel in the last stages of this one. They come up the hill, trying to make the move on the inside. That could be it from Albert Boss as Tic gets on the curb. Badawi goes with him. Now it's going to be Boss and Badawi. Leon Schmid's going to creep up alongside as well. Fabian Kurb is closing in. It's going to be tight between the five of them. In the middle, Nico Tic. Oh, the beautiful crossover from Badawi. He gets through on Boss. That's going to compromise the three guys behind, and it's going to be Fabian Kurb who splits the difference. Comes up in a third around the far side. Boss is trying to hold on a second. Kurb gets third. Lovely from Fabian Kurb. He really read that situation beautifully, and so it's going to be Kurb in third position. Boss is going to be second, but it will be the Austrian, Abdi Badawi, who holds onto it. Two hands in the air. Lovely from Abdi Badawi. What a race. And it's the Austrian from the Dutchman, from the German, from the Slovenian, from the Austrian. What an amazing race battle from Abdi Badawi. Kept the faith, even though he was in third position going into that last lap. He really read every single apex ride. He gets the handshake from his buddy Leon Schmid. What an amazing race from Abdi Badawi.
And that was an excellent example of how racing should be done. I think every single driver in that top five was happy with the racing that occurred. Obviously, some of them will be a bit disappointed they weren't higher up, but they thoroughly enjoyed that race. And you can see that, in the gestures between them at the end of the race, that they had a good battle and they gave everything out on circuit, and it was a good, clean race.
Some races end in a mess, some race in a masterpiece. That is exactly how racing should be done. You leave each other space, you give each other the room, but you race tooth and nail. You're not going to give anything away, but you're not going to take anything from anybody that's undeserved. Fabulously done and really smooth racing from Badawi, Boss, Kopp, Tic, Schmid, Gadeshi and Ebers. Really smart racing all the way through. Anybody could have won that race. It was very impressive to see how the drivers made those final moves to execute it. And a masterclass in racecraft from all of the drivers in the top five. Okay, you're going to be annoyed with the result on some cases, but it's not the result that counts. It's the vibe and the racing craft that you give and you dish out. Very beautifully done indeed from the drivers. Next on the course is going to be the prize giving during the lunch break of every heat and every semi-final. So that's going to be exciting. That's going to take place at about 12:55 local time here. And that's obviously going to be an unbelievable 28 podium ceremonies back-to-back. They will all be televised. We'll have the camera on, but we'll welcome the top three drivers in each case, give them their round of applause, give them their photographs. So that's obviously going to be big for their social media and their sponsorship pushes. But it's going to be 28 podium ceremonies back-to-back for all of the individual heats for Heat 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. That's 16. Do the math. And then, of course, we've got the semi-final 1, 2, 3 in A, B, C, D. So that's another 12. So the photographer is going to run out of film. Oh, no, wait, it's digital nowadays, isn't it? I'm such an old fart. Anyway, prize giving will be at 12:55, and a brilliant indication of just what we can expect here at Viterbo. We have now technically got, I'm trying to do the math here, 8 races left, because we've got the 4 finals, D final, C final, B final, A final. We've got the 2 last duels, which will be between the top 4 competitors of the top 10 to set the grid for the first GP1 playoff. Then we'll have the GP1 playoff, and then we'll be whittled down to just the top 6. And then that last blast for GP2 playoff 2 will be the winner. It's like NASCAR in go-karts turned up to 1,000. It is going to be rip-roaring all the way. Let's look through the highlights of that last day's activity. The semi-final all the way through the day. We're going to show you some of the best bits while we're waiting for the drivers to come off the karts from semi-final 3, Group D. There have been some real humdinger moments here in the beautiful Lazio countryside on the approach to Rome. I was actually very indebted to the company that rented me the Vespa that they gave me on Tuesday to actually explore this region on the Vespa. Look at the racecraft we've had today. This is across several heats rather than just 1 or 2. We've had so many fantastic battles here in Champion Cup Kart. 2026, we really have turned the dial up to 11. That's the battle that we saw earlier on between Barch and Florido. I think that was the first one that actually ended up being relatively clean, and then it all got messy from there. But fascinating to see just how much the drivers desire their racing. They really want to push it. They want to leave nothing on the table, and they are prepared to go hell for leather, Yusuf, to get themselves into that zone. Look at the fighting between Barch and Florido. This is how it all ended up getting messy. Just one too many hits, one too many pushes, and drivers find that ragged edge, and they find, this is the beautiful move. Here you go. You're going to see it in real time. Titch slicing through the middle. That is a masterpiece.
Yeah, that was fantastic. When you showed me the move, I thought, is he going to go around the outside of both of them? Kind of, Wilton Mill-esque going into Christmas corner. But yeah, he did absolutely thread the needle there. Wow. His eyes must have absolutely lit up as that gap opened for him.
Every time I see that, I still get goosebumps. And I've only seen it 5 or 6 times already. That's the best overtaking move I've seen in motorsport in 2026. There, I said it. He said it was lucky. But this was beautiful as well. Barch on the inside of Skomsky and Florido. And then, unfortunately, it all just kicked off after that point. They just started swapping paint. Florido gets the first push. He's parallel Barch with Skomsky. Then Florido creeps in, gets up the inside. Here's the first nudge. Bosh. Now, Barch has left him no room. That's what he gets his penalty for. But then what Florido does here is what he shouldn't do, is he takes the book by his own hand. He needs to let the officials deal with it. He tried to get revenge for it. He needed to just let the officials deal with it. He probably would have got 2nd or 3rd place out of that race had it not been for that. Meanwhile, we're going to head back down to the man who has got another decent run. This time it's Fabian Kopp, the German star who did such a great job on the heats. He's come up with a top 3 finish. He's with Margherita.
Yes, we're here back again. We're with Fabian Kopp. He has the 3rd position this time. We're going backwards. And Fabian, first of all, how much pressure was there behind you?
Yeah, it was pretty much pressure because I worked with Leon Schmitz, and the guy behind us kept coming closer and closer, and yeah, that was pretty nervous the whole race.
And at what point did you realize that the podium was possible?
I realized it's pretty late because they 1, 2, and 3 started fighting pretty late, and yeah, I managed to work with Leon all the time, and yeah, that's how we got to the front.
Well, Jake, we can say that we expect Fabian to fight for the win next time.
It's going to be fascinating once he gets onto the grid in the A final. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Fabian, you've been amazing so far. I'm sure you'll continue to be so. So great battles from Fabian Kopp, who came through for 3rd position in the Champion Cup Kart semi-final race 3, Group D. And of course now all of the semi-finals have been complete. We'll await official confirmation of the results in semi-final 3 for Group C and Group D. They are the only ones that need to be given official confirmation. And then we will have our podium ceremonies for the heats and the semi-finals. It'll be a small token of appreciation for the top 3 drivers in those cases. But after a fantastic fight that went all the way down to the last lap, it'll be a good chance to catch up with the man from Assen, 30 years of age, the Dutchman, who has been part of the CCK pretty much since the start, all the way back in 2021, and he is definitely a driver who has got plenty to showcase when we get into the sharp end of the dais. So let's see what we have to say to Albert Boss, who came home in 2nd position. Albert is with Margherita Baldini.
Back here, we're with the 2nd position right now, and we're with Albert Boss. Albert, how close did you feel to taking the win?
Yeah, actually quite close. I was in 1st place at some point, but I outbraked myself but I outbrake myself in one of the last corners, so that's a shame, but happy with second place because honestly my kart was feeling good in the corners, but not too fast on the straight, so I was really working hard to keep up with Abdi and well, the other guy, and that worked out. There was an opportunity. Second is good.
So yes, great second. Actually, obviously it's good, but what do you think was missing for P1 today?
Well, just don't outbreak yourself because that's quite stupid actually. But nothing was, everything was there. I just outbreak myself. That's just the honest answer. So yeah.
Yeah. So for one time, we can say that the kart was actually good this time.
You're one of my favorite people in this paddock, Albert. The way that you just say it like it is, it's just wonderful. Keep up the pace, keep up the adrenaline. We'll see you in the finals. Albert Boss, always willing to call a spade a spade. He says, by his own admission, well, don't outbreak yourself. I made the mistake. It wasn't the kart, it was me. Always wonderful to see people be so humanitarian. The final semi-final winner of Champion Cup Kart 2026 is now with Margherita Baldini, the Austrian superstar Abdi Badawi. What a great push and what a great run to the flag.
And here we are now with the winner, and we want to ask you if, like, how difficult it was to stay in control at the front.
Yeah, it was a very tough race, but at the beginning we drove all together with a good strategy, and at the end all went good for me.
What does this victory give you going into the next race?
Again, sorry?
What does this victory give you going into the next race?
Boy, I don't know. I hope I hope I had enough points for the last final, so we will see.
Right, actually, and we're hoping that he can continue staying on the podium.
It's definitely going to be an exciting one all the way to the flag. We can't wait for it. Vielen Dank, Abdi Badawi. And so with all of the semi-finals and all of the heats now concluded, we will focus our attentions on the podium ceremonies of the heats and semi-finals. Once the final official confirmation of semi-final 3 Group C and semi-final 3 Group D are handed to me, we will head down to the podium in front of the restaurant, and we will have 28 back-to-back podium ceremonies covering the top 3 drivers for all of the heats and all of the semi-finals. Then, after the lunch break, we will find ourselves in position to go to Final D, ahead of Final C, Final B, and Final A. And at the end of Final A, we'll know the top 10 drivers in the competition. They will go to battle with the top 4 going into the last duel. And then the top 10 drivers will go into Playoff GP1. The last 4 drivers in the grid will be eliminated, and we'll end up with our top 6, the only 6 drivers that can fight for the championship title of Champion Cup Kart 2026. Don't go too far away, still plenty to do here at Viterbo. The wait is over. You've all been very patient. You've all been very compliant. Now it's time for the thunder and the noise of the Champion Cup Kart 2026 to return to the gorgeous Leopard circuit Viterbo, just a few miles away from the nation's capital here in Italy of Roma. What a battle we've had so far. We've just concluded the podium ceremonies of the heats and semi-finals. All the pictures for that will be on our social media channels. But the real factor that you came here for was the racing. And now we get ourselves ready for the finals. I'm Jake Sanson. I'll be here in the commentary booth all the way through the day. We've got Yusuf bin Sahil and Margherita Baldini offering assistance in the interview booth by the holding area. And all of the drivers are already geared up to get themselves into battle for the D final. And the chance for all of these competitors to put themselves in the showcase for the big show. Ever since the 2021 season, we've been resurrecting the spirit of the former Coppa Campioni trophy in karting that saw so many great drivers from the likes of Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, Nigel Mansell, Riccardo Patrese, all of the great drivers that ended up in Formula One in future years to battle away for position here in CCK, the Champion Cup Car. And we've had some amazing contenders over the years come through to get into our Hall of Fame. The German talent Dennis Holler, the first ever champion at Jesolo. Christian Duven winning the title in the same circuit a year later with even Kimi Antonelli, the Formula One driver for Mercedes, alongside him on that particular grid. Alberto Parentagani then took to the fabulous circuit at Lonato in South Garda, the temple of karting, and won the title in 2023. Christian Duven got the job done again at Lignano 2 years after his first, and in the soaking wet of Siete Larghi in Castelletto de Branduzzo last year, Diego Perez Lara for Spain was able to take the victory in 2025. But there are categories to win in junior, lady, master, talent, expert, and heavy. It's going to be a very intense battle. 16 corners around the course here in Viterbo, and it's definitely going to be a big challenge for all of the contenders as we gear up ready for the showcase. We're going to be in a very tough position ready for the start. But of course, there are plenty of battles awaiting us. We have the D final, first of all, leading into the C final. Then we will have the B final, the A final. Then we'll know at the end of that particular race the standings in the top 10. Once the A final is complete, we'll have our top 10 drivers. They will be the ones who go through to the playoffs. The top 4 of those drivers will first of all take on the last duel, where 2 of the drivers of the 4 will go head-to-head in adjacent race runs to get the fastest times. They will swap karts and do it a second time, and then they will battle it out to get the fastest time. Whoever gets the fastest time aggregate gets the pole position. And then we will have the playoffs themselves, and the final 6 drivers in the competition will be the ones to battle away for the Champion Cup Kart title. We're going to whittle 119 drivers down to just 6. As I mentioned, I'll be joined in the booth by our driver commentator extraordinaire, Yusuf bin Sahil, who's come to us all the way from Great Britain. Milky Cereal on Instagram if you want to catch all of the content. Yusuf, it's been a very tough race for everybody, including yourself. What can we expect from these finals? It's going to be tough, it's going to be ruthless, it might even get rough and toothless. All of the drivers pushing very hard to come up with the goods.
Well, I think it's going to be, what, a 30-minute final is what I've heard, which is, I mean, longer than what we had in the endurance stints yesterday. So I'm kind of hoping, that it's going to be a little bit more measured. It might still be a bit chaotic on the opening couple of laps, but I think after that, people are going to get their heads down, realize, okay, let's work together. There should be a few more kind of packs, like individual split-out packs, but again, you never know. People might get a little bit greedy. And then I think you're also going to have a slight factor of teammates helping each other out, whether it's friends from the same nationality or just drivers who have raced together, maybe playing second driver to help their teammate out. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, but it should be a lot more tactical and strategic, I think, for these finals.
Yeah, it's really going to be difficult to try and figure out who's going to get the best of it. The drivers are sat waiting at the end of the pit lane. So without further ado, let's cross to the action. The D final awaits us, and we've got a very competitive grid of drivers to line up for the first of our finals. These are the drivers at the bottom of the rankings coming into this event, but it's certainly going to be an exciting challenge for all of them as they gear up for the start of an intense battle. It will be a very close quarters race as all of the drivers in position have obviously been gearing up to this for quite some time now, and we'll be in a very interesting position as the competitors charge forward for the ultimate battles. We're definitely going to have an intriguing race for everyone. But of course, it's been pretty intriguing leading up to this point, and all of the contenders certainly know just how much excitement we're going to get from this encounter. We're going to have the D final coming up next, and these are the drivers that have not had the best of luck leading up to this point, but now we get ourselves ready and in position. The final grids are obviously now in position, and the drivers will venture out onto the starting course. So the drivers get themselves gridded up. They'll be running through the motions on the way out of the particular course, and now we figure out all of the drivers in their positions. It's going to be the 91 position, I believe, that starts us off in the mix, and that is going to be Diego Mugioni, along with Claudio D'Aiello and Luca Schiano, then Harry Stutz and Mirko Nito, Nicolas Jaitler, Marco Folli, Alessio Cirillo and Marco Petruccelli, then Sebastian Orio, Leo Tainica, Justin Caruso and Simone Ricciardi, then Jose Ramos and Fernando Garcia Valora, Fernando Barros, Clemente Sarapolo, Valerio Petruccelli and Ricard Mednish, from Tony Interlandi, Alberto Di Gattano, Jeremiah Silvagantes, Javier Pons, Martin Yesayan, Riccardo Allegro, Roberto Liberali, Robby De Vilda, Giuseppe Coppola, and Soro Costieri. They will be the drivers that will take us through the motions for the D final, and it's certainly going to be an exciting prospect for the drivers up at the sharp end. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of the number 98, Diego Mugioni, at the front of the D final grid, and there's a lot of competitors who want to finish their competition on a high note, so it's definitely going to be no holds barred.
Absolutely so, and I think for this D final as well, there's probably less looking at making it into that top 10. It's just going to be a straight dogfight for the race win as our pace car makes its way around the final corner for us to get our first final of the day underway.
The 98 leads us around, and it's going to be Diego Mugioni who takes us into the battle for the D final. Off we go. Now, the timing screen is not correct, unfortunately. That will update shortly, but I can tell you that it is Diego Mugioni who leads us through already some very scary moments in the first couple of S's as the drivers work their way further forward, but it is certainly Diego Mugioni who leads the way from D'Aiello, Schiano, Stutz, Nito, Jaitler, Folli, and then Ciroli and Petruccelli up in the mix. So it's definitely going to be an intriguing one as the contenders fight their corner, but it looks like Mugioni has made the perfect start. Schiano is already putting Claudio D'Aiello under some pressure, so the youngster Luca Schiano, who I believe is the youngest in the entire competition, trying to work his way forward. He had a very difficult run last year, but this year he's had it even tougher. And now it looks as though the Frenchman, who is based in Portugal, finding himself in the mix here for third position, looking to put himself into a good position. We'll see how the contenders go as the racing is under starters' orders. A couple of glitches with our timing screen, unfortunately, but we will try and keep a note of things as they run in close proximity. But the 98 in good position, Diego Mugioni running up at the sharp end of the field. A little bit of a moment as the competitors run their way through. It is only a 12-minute D final on this particular occasion. The A final is going to be longer later on, of course, but it is Mugioni who leads the field. The 114 is next up. Schiano seems to have lost a place or two there, so D'Aiello still finds himself in second position, but I think Harry Stutz managed to work himself into third position. So the battle is certainly well and truly joined, and the contenders running through. But this tighter D final, it's a big opportunity for Diego Mugioni, and he's just trying to get away.
And we spoke as well to Harry Stutz as well, if I remember correctly. I interviewed him. What was his key German phrase?
Full gas.
Full gas. I'm guessing he said that in German, though.
He did indeed, but that's one of those things that doesn't need translation.
Absolutely, but it's a really good start from Mugioni, who is leading by, probably the better part of a second. You know what? That is the calmest race we have had all weekend.
Well, it certainly is on the second lap, isn't it? But it's not done yet because Diego Mugioni may well be joined by the trio of drivers trying to catch them up. Claudio D'Aiello still in second position. A big charge forward there from, I believe, Mirko Nito, actually. Nito is the one who's managed to get into third position. He's the one with the Lando Norris tribute helmet as he runs in third position, getting a buff as Luca Schiano fights his corner to the inside line. Beautifully done from Schiano, and the Frenchman based in Portugal now finding himself up into third position, and he's going to give chase to Claudio D'Aiello. So it is Mugioni out in front, D'Aiello in second, and Schiano in third position as the rest of the field is brawling behind them. Fantastic stuff though from Schiano as he now has a little bit of work to do. He's caught up to D'Aiello, but do they have a hope of catching up to Diego Mugioni?
Bit of contact as well coming out of turn 3, and our dust gets kicked up for the umpteenth time today. But a good start for Mugione. I'm just looking at the time. It's not a 30-minute race. It is 9 minutes on the clock. So we'll see whether these two work together. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a dogfight for second place, as they are pretty much nose to tail. Second, third, fourth, fifth, move up the inside for fourth position, and successfully and, more importantly, cleanly done at the top of the hill.
I think that's going to be Nicholas Jeitler who's made the move. So it's definitely going to be an interesting position for all of the contenders as they chop their way further forward. Diego Mugione still out in front. The karts are actually getting onto the grass as they battle 3 wide for third position. And it's going to be contact, slides around. Sciano trying to stay out of hot water there. He drops to 5th position, but that could be to his benefit. Mirko Nito is going to give him a support as they run out of the radius and then up to the final couple of corners. Mugione is away with the fairies up front. No worries at all for him. At second place, it's a clean break for the 114 of Claudio D'Aiello. But now up to third position, it is the hard-charging Tony Interlandi. How did he make his way up there? He was a long way down on the initial grid, but he's been able to fight his way right up into third position. A very gutsy and determined drive required then from Tony Interlandi, who's clearly gone through the field like wildfire. That's like the missile upgrade on Mario Kart. How has he flown that far up? Very impressive from Interlandi. As the battles further back, Mirko Nito just losing out a place there. I think that was Alessio Cholillo, although I could be wrong on that one. Oh, there's been a contact as well up at turn 5, unfortunately. A little bit of contact and 3 or 4 karts having to recover at the tail end of the field. So not everything is as clean as a dandy. But for Diego Mugione, look at that oxygen that he has built up over second and third place. This is his win for the taking. All he's got to do is just chill and dial himself in. This could be the easiest final win of the day.
You say that, move going up the inside from the driver in third position, who has been looking very quick, and I think might actually have the pace to close into Mugione, especially if after he makes this move, these two can work together. However, that was an unsuccessful attempt. It's cost him a lot of time, probably the better part of a second, at the very least half a second, and now he's got all of that work to do once again as our race leader makes his way through turns number 1 and 2. Still a while remaining, 6.5 minutes give or take, as our field make their way through the opening corner.
To put that into some context, Tony Interlandi is the man in third position. He started 20th. That is how incredible his drive up has been on this one. Mirko Nito in 4th place, in front of, I believe, Luca Sciano. I'm fairly sure that's him in position. So the drivers working their way through, and you can see there's so many different battles to focus in on at the same time. Unfortunately, our timing screen is down for the D final, but we'll still give you plenty of movements as Tony Interlandi puts his hand in the air, as if to say he's not particularly happy with Claudio D'Aiello. When they battle for that second position, it hasn't really gone according to plan. Luca Sciano, by the way, is now working with Mirko Nito to try and move his way further forward. So hopefully their battle and their challenge is going to be a strong one. But Sciano's got through into 4th position, so he's got ahead of Nito. And in 6th position there is Marco Folli, who started in 7th place. So he's worked his way up into P6. So that gives you an idea of how things are running in the 6th top positions. We may need to run through the entire order post-final, but we'll still give you everything we've got for the moment. Interlandi, though, as you mentioned, Youssef, is dropping, absolutely dropping Claudio D'Aiello. So D'Aiello is not really going to be able to mix with Interlandi. Could Interlandi really go from 20th on the grid to win the D final? Could he actually do this?
Absolutely, and right now I'd say the smart money's on him because he is reeling in the race leader at a vast rate of knots. To be fair to D'Aiello is going quite quickly. He's also closing in onto the race leader, just not quite as quickly. The question is, how does Mugione want to play it? Because don't forget, we've got that promotion up into the C final. So you might just say, look, it doesn't matter if I drop down into second. The most important thing is I go up to the C final. So maybe he'll just essentially wave him through, not defend, and then try to stick onto the back of Interlandi and pick up second and that promotion into the C final. Then again, you would want to get a trophy, wouldn't you?
Well, you certainly would. I mean, the D final top 3 will still get silverware, but a win is a win is a win, and a driver will clearly want to win if they've got a chance to take it. It's going to get very brutal as the drivers ranked 91 to 119 play it out here in the D final of the Champion Cup Kart. This is their last race for the majority of them. And there you go. That's the positions as it currently stands at the moment. Mugione in front of Interlandi and D'Aiello, looking very confident at the moment. The 99 gets a warning flag, so that is not good news at all for Giuseppe Coppola. He's having a bit of a difficulty. 4 minutes to go now and 2 laps. And look at how quickly Interlandi's caught up to Mugione. This is unbelievable. And now Interlandi is going to try and push Mugione further forward so that none of the other drivers in their wake even gets a sniff at the victory. Or maybe Mugioni just isn't quite going fast enough for Interlandi. He may want to fast his way through. Look, he's going to make the move anyway. And Interlandi decides, do you know what? It's not worth working with you. I'm just going to take the lead. And Tony Interlandi has gone from 20th on the grid in the D final to the lead. Talk about comeback, kid. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, I've been talking to a few drivers and we've just been saying it doesn't matter where you start in your final. Get a good car, drive it well, and you can quite easily be at the front of the field. Interlandi's taken that a step further, and he's gone to the very front of the field, and he is just going to absolutely gap Mugione now at this point. The question is, can Daiello close into Mugione for second position? And have a look, because we've got Mito and a few other drivers closing in onto Daiello for third position.
Such a strong performance in this one from Interlandi. He's going to come through in front of Mugione and Daiello. Fourth position, Mirko Nito. Fifth place, Luca Sciano. And it's going to be a hard push now from the 83 in P6 and the 23 in seventh place. That is the wily combination of Marco Folli and Nicolas Jaitler, who is now in seventh position. Drivers still trying to push their way further forward and trying to gain a little bit more time. But it is very tricky now as the competitors are trying to work their way forward in the best possible fashion. Running out of time, 3 minutes less than on the board. But Interlandi is just disappearing. He's suddenly realized, you know what? I'm sorry, Diego. I've tried to work with you, but I've got a much quicker kart underneath me. And it looks as though Tony Interlandi, who don't forget is in the expert and heavy categories, he's actually dominating. Absolutely brilliant run thus far from Tony Interlandi. And it looks like nobody is going to get even close to him on this one.
Yeah, it's what we see from a lot of our heavyweight drivers, because don't forget the heavyweight drivers, to be able to mix it with the juniors, the regular weight drivers, they have to be that little bit quicker. But because they're constantly in battles, it's hard for them to get the exit out of corners, and they're constantly finding themselves just being swallowed up by the field. Here in this D final, because it's a little bit more open, let's say, and they can pick drivers off one by one, we're now seeing Interlandi able to show that pace. Because he's got that cleaner, he can carry that corner speed without being essentially boxed in behind the other drivers.
So the science is sound, and Tony Interlandi has certainly made it work to his favour. Just under 2 minutes to go then, as Interlandi goes into yet another lap. Mugioni in second position, then it is Claudio Daiello in third position in front of Mirko Nito, and then it is Luca Sciano in danger of being swallowed up here. Jaitler has gone into sixth position in front of Mirko Folli, but there is a real chasing pack. Sciano's got to be careful here. There is a possibility that he could get swallowed up in the field. It's just not worked out for him. Last year, when we had the twin-engine karts, he had such a stronger race weekend, but on these single-engine Sodis, he's just not been able to get the weight balance right. That's the thing. He's still a very, very small driver, very, very lightweight, and as a result of that, trying to get the even balance on the ballast has not been easy for him to find a natural rhythm. You've got to remember he's used to racing Rotax karts rather than arrive and drive. He loves coming and racing in this competition, and he loses out, unfortunately, on the exit of that turn to Nicolas Jaitler, and it looks like the door's going to be wide open as well for the 83 Marco Folli. Folli's going to get through. Is there going to be another scalp from Petruccelli? No, he manages to save that and also get back the move that he was going to lose out there on Marco Folli, so he gets away with that one. But that was a little bit of a scary moment for sure. 42 seconds on the clock now, as Interlandi is looking good to romp away and dominate in front of Diego Mugioni and Claudio Daiello. So the D final looks like it's very much going the way of the heavyweight star, Tony Interlandi, one of the 6 drivers in the competition that are competing in the heavyweight category. I should have raced after all. I would have only had 6 opponents. It would have been nice. 20 seconds on the clock. Mind you, having said that, in the dry, I'm rubbish. In the wet, I'm unbelievably good. No, I'm not. Up to the far side of the course, Luca Sciano still trying to shake off the interlopers. Folli and Petruccelli really coming at him, and the Frenchman is going to have to give best as Folli gets to move up the hill. So that will do nicely indeed for Marco Folli, but Luca Sciano still with a chance to fight back as they go down the back straight. Plenty of battles coming in as Mirko Nito is going to close in now on Claudio Daiello. Oh, Sciano makes a big launch on the inside of the 83, and that was beautifully timed by the Frenchman. He manages to get the overtake, so that was a move he can be proud of, as Mirko Nito really is hustling to try and get the moves. And further back, we've got 3 or 4 karts dancing to death. That's Sciano and Petruccelli. Further back, there's even more battles and more drama. But as we go into the last 2 laps of the competition, it's Interlandi who leads Mugioni and Daiello, and I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, possibly. So it's all about this battle for third position now. Mirko Nito in fourth position as he tries to hunt down Diallo for third place, and he's going to get a really good run, gets a switchback out of the kink, up the inside, and he's already completed the move by the time he jumps onto the brakes into the hairpin. Now he just needs to try to keep Diallo behind him.
Sadly, a 5-second penalty for the Ayrton Senna tribute band. Fernando Barros, the Spaniard, has unfortunately picked himself up a 5-second penalty there as Schiano continues his duel with Petruccelli, and the battle for third really is raging. That last spot on the podium is going to be very hotly contested indeed, and I'm not sure Diallo is going to have it for long. In fact, indeed, Nito has got through. So Mirko Nito now into third position, and that is the chance for Nicolas Jaetler. Nicolas Jaetler trying to get through into fourth position past Diallo, but the perfect run thus far of Tony Interlandi looks like it's going to finish off in fine style, and the 120 really showcasing his talent in the bitter end. And it just goes to show you, talent does get rewarded if you have the determination and the motivation to work you hard into the crescendo. But the 14-year-old from Gela now goes into the last lap. And so Tony Interlandi keeping it nice and tidy as he goes through that first corner. There he is. Perfect run from Interlandi thus far. And there is the battle for third position. Mirko Nito now in that third place in front of Jaetler. No, Jaetler has not quite been able to get past Diallo yet. So Nito now finds himself in third position. And it's going to be like that all the way to the death as Tony Interlandi is going to finish very strong indeed here. Wait a minute. Where's Tony Interlandi gone? Where's Interlandi gone? Interlandi's disappeared. Mugioni is through into first position. I'm not sure what happened to Tony Interlandi. Interlandi seems to have packed up. I'm not sure where he is, but he was dominating, and now Tony Interlandi's gone. Goodness me, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Tony Interlandi's now out of this one. He had worked his way forward. He's now down the order. I'm trying to figure out where he is. He's not in the top group, so Tony Interlandi... So you've got to spin. It's Diallo. Diallo has spun right in front of the pack as well, so that's a nasty one. So this is going to be a bit of a crazy end to the race here. But Diego Mugioni is going to be the one who survives after the great push from Tony Interlandi. Interlandi's not going to be there anymore, so it will be Diego Mugioni. He will take the checkered flag. Mugioni comes through to win the D final. He's ecstatic about it. Second place for Mirko Nito. Third place over the line will be the 83 of Marco Folli. Wow, fascinating stuff all the way to the line then. So Tony Interlandi put on that stunning performance and then retired. I'm not entirely sure what happened. We'll probably get the story about what happened later on. But the D final, suitably crazy as ever. And it's going to be Diego Mugioni. He started from pole position, but that doesn't really tell you the whole story about how he won the race, because Mugioni able to keep calm and smooth throughout. Mirko Nito, very good run from him in second position. And in third place, it goes the way of Marco Folli. 3 Italians in the top 3 positions. But boy, oh boy, was it fun to get us to that point. Very interesting. I wonder what on earth happened to Tony Interlandi. We may never know, but certainly a fascinating run from the man who's getting a round of applause from the guys on the starting gantry. They celebrate as D final winner is Diego Mugioni. Wow.
Yeah, fantastic race, and just a shame for Interlandi. As you said, no idea what really happened to him, but he came into the pits 1 lap too early, really. Or, well, technically 2 laps too early, because he retired right as he crossed the line to start the final lap of the race. Well, we've got our top 3. We've got our drivers who are going to be advancing into the C final, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll see how they can perform and whether they can work their way up through the field, whether they can pull off a bit of an Interlandi without the retirement of Interlandi.
I think we're now going to have to call that an Interlandi, aren't we? That's going to be what that move is going to be called for time immemorial in Champion Cup Kart. Your guess is as good as mine as to what happened. I'm sure we'll get the explanation a little bit later on. Margherita Baldini will be down there to pick up the pieces of that story and others, I'm sure. But yeah, very interesting. And of course, now our focus after the D final is going to turn to the C final, where we've got an all-female front row. That's going to be an interesting one. Erika Spensante and Miriam Gonzalo will be on the top spot. Oh dear, this is getting a little bit messy after the race, isn't it? That's the 114 being spoken to there. That is Claudio Diello having an interesting conversation post-race with the 23 of Nicolas Jaetler. So Jaetler and Diello, obviously for that incident on the last lap, Diello doesn't seem to be particularly happy about it. Nicolas Jaetler telling you, well, that's how racing goes. This is what's happened from my side. I'm not sure if Diello is going to agree with him or not, but certainly the interesting conversation developing down in pit lane. Heated exchanges, perhaps.
Yeah, I think there was contact going into turn number 12. Jaetler on on Diallo. How far Yetla was up the inside when the contact happened, I don't know, but essentially put Diallo into a spin, which he eventually caught, but dropped about 3-4 seconds down the field. So Diallo obviously feeling very aggrieved by that. With Interlandi out, he would have been in the top 3 and advancing, so clearly a little bit heartbroken by that.
Well, I think there's going to be quite a bunch of heartbroken drivers at the end of that one. Some of them, of course, knew there was not going to be any chance at all of reaching the C final. They just want to enjoy a last gasp race and have a nice battle out there. The racers who are here because they love racing, really enjoying themselves in the last battle and the last contest. But for a whole bunch of drivers, the Champion Cup Kart just ended in 2026. And now the focus will be on the C final, where we're going to get to see Erika Spinsante on the pole position in front of Miriam Gonzalo, then Federico Belfioretti and Elia Silvestroni, Ricardo Herrera and Christian Milano from Aman Mednish and Maxence Grund, then Emanuele Stacchiotti and Luca Capolongo, Oscar Martinez and Pablo Cristobalena, Luca Grobner, Ike Needham of Great Britain, then Jan Gruszeczka of Poland and Wesley Peels of the Netherlands, Adam Grunfeld, Gaetano Riccobeni, Jaime Espana, Ash Chivers, Luigi Vigneri, Davide Baiano, Omar Oswat, Francisco Ramirez, Samuele Zaccato, Mario Sarapolo, Michele Perozzi, Giovanni Van Blitterswijk, Toby Wykes, and at the back of the field will be Maria Menendez. So a very interesting battle set to take place in the C final. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. But the D final, it's always a tough race out there to win, and it's always a difficult one to contest. But despite the slight teething problems, we're still in a good position, ready for the C final. And I can tell you that the timing screen has reset itself. So that's good news ahead of the C final. So I'm guessing the D final will be a bit more of analog in terms of its running. But there is a backup system. So the results of the D final will be confirmed in due course. No major panics on that one. The transponders do record everything electronically, and the bugs do get unwritten when the opportunity is there to post-race. The results will come through. And so the contenders will obviously be in the position at the end of a very tricky race battle. So all of the contenders are there in position. We've obviously had a fantastic run from Diego Mugioni, and he is going to come through for an exceptional battle. Wasn't the easiest race of the week to win by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly had a little bit of a mission there with Tony Interlandi taking the lead from him in the middle of the race. But from pole position, Diego Mugioni was able to sustain the pressure, keep himself cool, and when Tony Interlandi pulled out of the race, he stayed focused, he stayed present, and he got the win. Now he's with Margherita Baldini, talking with the final winner of the D group.
Yes, we're here, and Jake, this is a total Italian podium. I know you like it, but we have basically all Italians this time. We're starting with the first position, and we want to ask him how difficult it was to stay in control in the final laps. I'm going clearly to translate. Come prima domanda volevamo innanzitutto chiederti quanto è stato difficile rimanere in controllo, soprattutto negli ultimi giri, per non perdere la posizione.
Perché all'inizio della gara il kart comunque andava e poi dopo si sono riscaldate un po' le gomme, è stato un po' difficile tenerlo perché comunque slittava un po', però tutto sommato ce l'abbiamo fatta, l'abbiamo portata a casa.
E quanto potresti dire che il kart incide in questo caso su questa tipologia di gare?
No, bene o male, tutti i kart fino ad ora che ho preso erano tutti quanti simili, cioè avevano uno scarto di un 0,1 0,2 decimi, sono uguali.
So he basically said that it was kind of difficult for him to remain always in control of his car, because he was saying it was kind of sliding on the track. And I asked him how important is in those kind of races to have a good kart, since a lot of the drivers that we interviewed before, they were actually telling me that the kart was really important in these cases. Well, he told me that pretty much he thought that the kart that he had during these days were pretty much the same, and that he thinks that it's also the consistency, so that you have to keep it with you to control the kart.
Very good point. And fortunately now Diego Mugioni can finally relax, having taken the victory in D final. Grazie very much for the talk and to let us know what's been going on. Diego Mugioni, the D final winner. Great performance there from Diego Mugioni. I'm hoping we'll get to hear as well from the men in second place and third, Mirko Nito and Marco Foli, who will also be able to tell us, I'm sure in fluent Italian, exactly how things worked out for them. But now, of course, it's time to put the two ladies on the front of the starting grid, Erika Spensante and Miriam Gonzalo, and they're going to have a whole fleet of racing drivers hot on their tail throughout, who they will be adamant are not going to come through. Before we get on to that, second place in the D final, it's Mirko Nito with Margherita.
Yes, we're back here again with Mirko Nito and again another Italian. We want to ask him, first of all, what do you think was missing for you to get to the first position in this case? Quindi come prima domanda, che cosa secondo te è mancato per prendere la prima posizione?
Allora, innanzitutto la prima posizione era alla portata, però ho fatto qualche errore di troppo, quindi ho subito dei sorpassi e poi sono stato ricostretto a ricostruire la gara, rimontando fino alla seconda posizione, però comunque complimenti al vincitore perché ha meritato e ha dimostrato di essere il più bravo.
E se potessi cambiare, diciamo, qualcosa del tuo approccio sul kart per questa gara, che cosa faresti?
Beh, sicuramente un po' più di calma, sicuramente gestire meglio, perché questa comunque la pressione è tanta, il livello è altissimo, campioni da tutte le parti del mondo, quindi per me che lo faccio per hobby anzi è un onore, quindi sono contento.
So basically he was telling me about the fact that there was a lot of pressure for him also because he does it basically as a hobby and not really as a professional like other drivers right here. He told me that he had to take the control over the track because he had some overlapping over him. So he had to try to overcome this problem and go over the people that were overlapping him. And then I asked him if he would have changed something during his race, and he said to be also more relaxed because he has a lot of pressure on him.
He certainly didn't seem to show much pressure, so it was nice to see him put on an excellent show and a very deserving top 3 finish for Mirko Nito. Grazie ragazzi. So excellent effort then from Mirko Nito. A second place, we get the green flag at the rolling lap then for the Group C final. So the C final, Erika Spensante and Miriam Gonzalo will lead the field out from Federico Belfioretti, Elias Silvestroni, Riccardo Herrera, Christian Milano, Armin Mednish, Maxence Grund, Emanuele Stacchiotti and Luca Capolongo in the top 10. The last word of the D final, though, comes from the 83 in third position. We'll have a quick chat with Margherita down in the holding area because we've got one more man to speak to, the man in third place in the D final, and that is Marco Foli.
And here again, for the third place, this podium is all Italian. I really like that actually. And we wanted to know, first of all, how hard was your fight to get onto the podium? Quindi un pochino se potresti raccontarci se hai avuto anche difficoltà o se pensi che sia stato difficile il percorso per riuscire ad arrivare alla posizione a cui sei arrivato.
Yeah, it was quite very hard because the opponents are very tough and very determined to arrive on the top, and the level is quite high, and for me especially. And but for my first experience here it's a good result.
Quite a surprise for me. My guest talks in English. Anyway, can we know also how much pressure was there behind you?
Yeah, a lot of pressure, but I saw the guys behind me that we are adopting the same strategy to push each other and to not let the front row go away, and I'm quite happy for that. There was a good intesa.
Yes, so it was really an intense race for you, actually.
Yeah, it was very. Actually, it was very hard to finish, and I'm still happy. I'm still elaborating the results. So good job, everyone. Yeah.
Yes, and congratulations again. And Jake, please tell me you loved that Italian podium, right?
I certainly did. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, grande, grande. We're talking about great races. We've just started one, so we'll head our way over to the C final. Grande, grazie ragazzi. So the battle raging up at the sharp end of the field already, and Erika Spinsante's pole position did not quite go according to plan, as she was not able to hold her lead in the first corner. Several drivers trying to tuck in on the inside of her. We join midway round the first lap, and it's already a very tricky run up at the first position for the pole sitter. It is already big disappointment, as Federico Belfieretti is the man who currently leads the way, and it's absolute skittles behind. Drivers being pushed and bumped and bored around, as all sorts of nudging in the first part of racing. Looks as though it's going to be a tricky one for the contenders to continue on with, and as they come through at the end of the first lap, it is going to be the 29 that leads the way here. So already a big charge forward from Elia Silvestroni. So Silvestroni is your race leader in this one. Very tricky scenes from him, as Herrera, Belfieretti and Gonzalo have all managed to get ahead of the 122. In fact, contact and into the barriers. 2 karts go off the road there. That is a big one, the biggest in the chicane that we have seen thus far, and everybody else is just trying to avoid the incident and pick themselves off. That's very unfortunate. Erika Spinsante going backwards down the field and already well out of the top 20, but it is chaos in the C final thus far.
And I just want to put a shout out to my boy Ike Needham. He's gone from 14th to 8th on the opening lap. I think he's up to 6th now. He's definitely my hot tip to win this race. We'll see how well he can continue working his way up through the order. I think he's actually in 5th position right now, or 6th actually, pardon me.
And Ash Chivers has worked his way up as well. He's up to 15th at the end of the first lap, so he's made up some decent progress, as we're starting to get some semblance of order now at the front of the field. Nothing like that in the tail of the field, as everybody's still hustling and bustling and trying to figure out who it was that had the incident on that first lap. Don't tell me that was Erika Spinsante. Oh my goodness, it was. So the pole sitter being shuffled down the order and then getting hustled off the road on the beginning of the second lap. So Erika Spinsante dropping to the tail of the field after what was pole position for the C final. Disaster for Erika Spinsante, and she will be absolutely enraged. In fact, she's lost her number on the front of the Nassau as well, so that's not good news. The transponder coming off in the accident. So very disappointing indeed from her side. And now down in dead last. You've really got a feel for Erika Spinsante on that one. However, it is Silvestroni who now leads the way. The 2 drivers chasing are Herrera and Belfieretti, who was initially the leader on the opening lap, but then lost ground. Then it is the Latvian driver Armand Mednish from Maxence Grund and Ike Needham, P6 at the moment, chasing down the Frenchman. This could get spicy, as Ike Needham is now trying to go with the 7th place man, Luca Graupner, in the hope that he can start to make up a little bit more ground. But it is going to be interesting. And now they're side by side. So this is going to be tricky to see who's going to figure out on the far side of it. Needham holding the outside line to try and sustain the position. And that's gone very nicely indeed for Needham. He holds the line, I think. Well, hang on, what's happened to Needham? He seems to have fallen out of position.
Yeah, Needham's dropped down a couple of places. I think the 2 behind Graupner and Gonzalo worked together on the start-finish straight, but they were able to get past. So they're still working as a duo now, trying to close in onto Grund. I think regarding Spinsante, got loaded wide lap 1 at turn 1. That's what dropped her down the order initially and into the pack. And then we saw the incident that happened on the following lap coming out of turn 3.
Very unfortunate indeed for Spinsante, who was the pole position sitter. Miriam Gonzalo is still there in the top 6, but even she's dropped out of 2nd place. And so now it really is difficult to see how this race is going to go. But that lead that Elia Silvestroni had is not going to be big for long. Herrera and Belfieretti really are reeling in, and they're taking Mednish and Grund along for the ride. Gonzalo still has a decent line with Graupner, and Ike Needham is not out of this by any stretch. The 5 drivers up front, if they start battling, they're going to add the 6th and 7th to it. They're going to add the 8th, and it's going to be like a typical TKM festival final. It's just going to be absolute skittles around the course, as the drivers will still be fighting tooth and nail. But there are the contenders. Silvestroni, Herrera, Belfieretti, they are the closest to the sharp end, but the Latvian Armand Mednish and the Frenchman Maxence Grund still very much in the hunt.
Yeah, I think I might have put a bit of a commentator's curse on Ike. Sorry about that one, buddy. But we do now have a 5-way battle for the lead. And as you mentioned, they are going to start fighting. I don't think this is one where they're going to be playing it sensibly to the end. It's going to be gloves off. And that will certainly be allowing Gonzalo and Graupner to close in.
Here we go then, hashtag handbags at dawn, as the drivers will work their way through 2, 3 and 4 and up to the hairpin at turn 5. It's going to be an interesting one for Ricardo Herrera. He'll go for the move exactly as Yusuf predicted. No waiting around, no messing, go straight for it, and Belfieretti's going to try and join him. Belfieretti doesn't get the opportunity, but there's a dive up the inside from Mednish. Mednish is going to try and take his position. That was a little bit feisty, and that's the kind of racing again in the C final. It's going to be desperation and resurgence from everybody in the mix. They all want to make a good run of it. So it's definitely going to be tricky all the way through, up to the far side. Now up to the braking zone, and still your leader, Elia Silvestroni. But for how much longer? Herrera's going to have his chance to dive through to try and make his own bid. And as they come off the hairpin along the back stretch, it is now a very deserving Ricardo Herrera, who has got himself into the lead for the time being. But for how much longer? Because Silvestroni still fancies his chances. That banked hairpin really does sort out the men from the boys. You've got to have a real confidence to make sure you're not through just the first apex correctly, the second half of that first apex, and then going into the second apex itself. You've really got to make sure you're measured, you're composed, and the back end is not kicking out. You've got to have a really direct approach to each of those turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now the top two, they've pulled a little gap to third, although as I say that, it's started to close in. If they do have that gap, there is a potential that maybe they just look behind them and say, you know what, we actually do have a bit of a gap here. Let's try to work together to stretch out that gap. But again, everyone's Constantined up together. And I think Gonzalo has gained a position and Grabner is trying to follow through.
91, warning flag already handed out in this race then, so it's fairly early doors on this particular occasion. Not exactly what either of the drivers in the race would have wanted, but the 91, Oscar Martinez, is the one that comes up with it. That's the 16-year-old from Madrid. Doesn't quite go that right way. Drivers for Final A, drivers from Final A, please make your way to the holding area. Drivers for Final A, please make your way to the holding area. So drivers for Final A, it's time to get ready for the final. And that is, of course, the cue for Yusuf Bin Sahel to make his way down to the holding area because, of course, he's going to be in one of the next races. So we thank him for his patronage. Hopefully, we'll get to hear from him a little bit later on, but it'll be a bit sad for him if we do get to hear from him later on because it means he won't have gone through to the final 10. But we'll still see how it all plays out. So currently, it is Herrera from Silvestroni, Mednish, Belfioretti, Grun, Gonzalo, Grabner, Needham, Cristobalena and Peels. And as they work their way through on the far side, now we're going to get some pushing and shoving. The battle for second position. Here comes Armand Mednish. Mednish is going to squeak through, and there's a chance for Belfioretti to squeeze by as well. He makes that big. Grund is going to get the move on the inside line as well. So from second place down to fifth already. A big kicker in the teeth there, I'm afraid, for Elia Silvestroni. Not what he needed at all. But they've got to start thinking about those last couple of laps. They don't want to be messing around here because Herrera has just been given a bit of oxygen. Look, the gap has opened up to about 6 or 7 kart lengths. So they've now got to work together again, despite having worked their way into second and third. Now they've got to team up. The opportunity they've got is that Herrera does not look like he's the fastest of the drivers in the top 5. So Mednish and Belfioretti are going to catch in quite naturally, I think. Fourth place, Maxence Grun, the Frenchman, with a chance to make some headway there as well. So it's definitely going to be tricky. Very intriguing as the contenders will head their way out to the position. Mixing it up and battling away for position. Not going to be easy to pick and choose. You've got to be very selective about these overtakes off the final turn and down the stretch once again. It'll be a tricky one as the second place man, Armand Mednish, has identified the opportunity to extend with Ricardo Herrera. He doesn't want Belfioretti, Grund or Gonzalo to get anywhere near this. But certainly Miriam Gonzalo looking for a chance to work her way forward for the C final. Up the inside comes Grund. Grund dives in for third. That'll do nicely. Maxence Grund on the inside of Belfioretti. Now he's going to try and protect that move on the inside. That opens up the door for Miriam Gonzalo. And Gonzalo gets through. What a lovely move she made to get into fourth position. That'll do nicely for her. So Miriam Gonzalo now up into fourth position. And that just shows you the difference in the positions between the 3 drivers that we saw in the top 3 positions earlier on. It was Herrera, Silvestroni, Mednish. Well, now Silvestroni is all the way down in 7th place. Mednish is the one chasing down Herrera, as the two of them desperately try to get away from the rest of the field. I don't think they're going to manage to. I think it's going to be fever pitch all the way, and they're really going to struggle. Oh, that's a move from Miriam Gonzalo. Gonzalo goes for third, and she's made it. Lovely overtake there from the Spaniard. So Miriam Gonzalo makes her bid and gets into third position. That will very much satisfy her in the battles that we have out here on the course. Excellent performance thus far. So Miriam Gonzalo doing a grand job as Chivers has just thrown his hand in the air in frustration and dropped to the back of the train. So Chivers not particularly happy with the way this C final is playing out. However, there's still opportunities around him as Omar Oswat has moved his way up into 8th position. He's got ahead of his countryman Ike Needham. And so Ike Needham in 9th position. Miriam Gonzalo, 3rd place in front of Grund, Grabner, Belfioretti, Silvestroni, Aswat, Needham, Cristobalena, Peels, Zaccato, Milano, Stacchiotto, and then it is Capolongo, Vinieri, Baiano, Grunfeld, and Sarapullo. Tricky scenes here in the C final, and still the drivers battle for supremacy, hoping for a little bit of assistance from either the drivers around them or the opportunity to make their way move further forward down to the hairpin. Amon Mednish still giving it nice and careful moves. And that's where Federico Belfioretti is now. He was in third place. Now finds himself down in P6 behind Gonzalo, Grund and Graupner. So it shows you again that we're going to get another bit of onslaught here. Here comes Miriam Gonzalo, the Spanish driver in third position, right in behind Mednish Armand. I wonder if Mednish is going to have his opportunity here. So Ricardo Rivera, Armand Mednish and Miriam Gonzalo. Here comes Gonzalo, starting to look for the move. They're going to defend to the inside line. Miriam Gonzalo with a chance to counter-attack here. They're going to bash and biff each other. Gonzalo gets the chance to move in a second and goes for the lead. Miriam Gonzalo takes the lead. Brilliant. She moves into the lead with 30 seconds on the clock and 2 laps remaining. Miriam Gonzalo finds the lead and down on the inside line, baffing and bishing for second place. It's still Ricardo Herrera and Armand Mednish. This is exactly what Miriam Gonzalo wanted. They're scrapping away over second place. Their pride is dented, and there's a gap left open for Miriam Gonzalo to get away up front. This is fantastic. So Miriam Gonzalo has hit the front, and she could be the first woman to take a victory over the course of Champion Cup Kart this week. Of course, it will be the second on the road because Debbie Wolfs was able to take the win in the heats earlier this weekend, only for a 5-second penalty to dock her back, and a run wide there. Not the best of opportunities for Maxence Grund. Grund is held back, and now a dive up the inside line. That's going to be a resurgent form from Belfioretti. Belfioretti trying to work his way further forward, but it is Ricardo Herrera who holds that second place, and with 2 laps to go, this could be a fairy tale for Miriam Gonzalo. She's got a bit of a gap, but can she sustain it? Second place is Herrera, who is begging the 35 of Ahmed Mednish, please work with me. We've got to catch up to Miriam Gonzalo. We're never going to win this race if we're going to scrap amongst ourselves. So they've got to team up. And Mednish is now going to try every trick in the book. No, he's not. He's going to go for the move. Sorry, Ricardo. I just don't think you're fast enough. So he makes the overtaking move. And Ahmed Mednish now gets in a second place, the Latvian. More dust kicked up as there's more drama further down the field, more pushing and more shoving as more dust gets kicked up. But Miriam Gonzalo has about 7 kart lengths, and in an ideal world, that should be enough. But it's motorsport. You never know until the checkered flag flies. Is the Spanish driver Miriam Gonzalo going to get the victory in the C final? It would be a very popular win if she did, and it's looking very good for the Spanish driver right now. But Ricardo Herrera and Armand Mednish are still putting in the big kick up. And in fact, in second place now, it is Armand Mednish, the Latvian, into second place. But has he got enough speed? Has he got enough time to go after Miriam Gonzalo? They come off the final corner, and the Spanish driver, Miriam Gonzalo, starts her final lap. The 22 is under investigation, apparently. So Miriam Gonzalo is under investigation despite leading the race. But she can't focus on that right now. She's just got to go for it. She's got a lead. She's got an advantage. And she's putting herself into a very strong position to win this C final going away. Second place now is Luca Graupner. So Luca Graupner has worked his way forward. I thought it was Armand Mednish. It's not. It's Graupner. So the German really working hard to try and close up as Ricardo Herrera is still there in third position, trying to gain as much time as possible. But the battling, the savagery, the wheel-to-wheel drama has left Miriam Gonzalo out in front, and in my opinion, deservedly so. On the back straight, she will charge her way forward, and the Team España charge is going to be very hungry to finish this off. But Gonzalo, Graupner, Mednish, and Herrera all battling in the closing stages, but it looks as though no matter what Luca Graupner can do, he'll charge, he'll push, and he'll accelerate. But Miriam Gonzalo has worked herself into the right position at the right time. And in the C final, when all around her was flustered, Miriam Gonzalo is going to come out of the final turn. And for España, Miriam Gonzalo gets the job done in the C final. Fantastico! Wonderful from Miriam Gonzalo. Excellent display and a great race. It is a woman winner in the C final, and deservedly for Miriam Gonzalo. Really sensible driving, great racecraft throughout, and a handshake too from Luca Graupner. Wow, fantastic. And of all the races, it is Miriam Gonzalo who gets the job done. Armand Mednish doing the best job he possibly could to find himself up there at the sharp end. But on this occasion, It is the Spanish driver, Miriam Gonzalo, who comes through and takes the victory in the C final. As long as that stands, everyone in Spain is going to be absolutely euphoric. Luca Grabner, second for Germany, and Latvia, third is Armand Mendnish. So fabulous. We're going to go back and look over some of the highlights of that battle. There really were some humdingers amongst the contenders in the C final. Some really great battles. This is the chaos on the first lap. You've got to feel for Erika Spinsante getting pushed sideways. And then look, it really kicks off on the second lap as well. We're going to see Erika Spinsante, unfortunately, look, she just gets nudged out there. Bang, there's the contact. Nowhere for Spinsante to go. Bang, completely blameless. She did nothing wrong there at all. Just an innocent victim of the chaos around her. And I really do feel for Erika Spinsante. Once you get pushed off on the first lap and dropped to the back of the field, that's it, you're done. She did a fantastic job. She worked her way back into 18th place of the 30 drivers in the running. But sadly, game over. What a shame. So Miriam Gonzalo, who started second on the grid, dropped her way back to as low as P6 at one stage. She was so smart, so intelligent. And it's just as Youssef bin Sahel said earlier on, it's not the ruthless driver that's going to win here. It's the intellect that's going to win. And on this occasion, Miriam Gonzalo was ever the intellect, and a dominant victory in the last 3 laps for the Spanish talent. Totally deserves the win, and a very impressive stance there in the closing stages. And just like that, we are only 2 finals away from the playoffs. Fabulous stuff. The B final coming up very shortly indeed, and then of course the A final. Once we've got our top 10 drivers in the standings after that A final, we will know the identity of the top 10 drivers who will go through. First of all, to the last duel, that'll be the top 4 overall who will quest over the pole position, and then we'll have the playoffs themselves. The 2 races where the top 10 will race for supremacy, and then the top 6 will race for supremacy in playoff 2, and the winner of that race will be the Champion Cup Kart winner 2026. It's brutal, it's tough, it's ruthless. It's Champion Cup Kart, but it's also pure passion. That's what we love about this sport. Great to see everybody putting on an excellent display. The drivers coming in at the end of their battle and the end of their rivalry to get onto the weighbridge and make sure that everything is A-OK. And for Miriam Gonzalo, it is a very delighted winner after a very exciting battle out on the course. The Group B drivers for the B final are getting ready at the sharp end, and it's going to be an all-Portuguese top 2 on this occasion. Jorge Maia on the pole from Fabio Santos, Simon Liegel and Amber Ebbers from Michael Netzinger, Harry Suonen, Vincenzo Castaldo, Tai Dewis Sherlock, German Munoz, Davide Testa and Vincenzo Nito from Fernando Arantxa, Ottilia Granberger, Thiago Teixeira, and then Valentina Aparicio from Chris Bustillo, Jacopo Mongelli in 17th position ahead of Erika Spinsante. No, that's not true, because Erika Spinsante was pole position for the C final. We'll figure out what that is shortly. Lorenzo Mori, though, 19th, in front of Lorenzo Ciancioni, and then Adrian Cuevas, Robin van der Kerkhove, and then it is Anton Schoppler, Andrea Bisogni, Giuseppe De Domenico, Matteo Marconi, Matteo Infante, Alain Corbio, Juan Testi, and Mauro Palermo. So we have just 60 drivers remaining in the competition. And, of course, the B final is going to be pushing us all the way to the showdown, and it really has been something spectacular to watch, hasn't it? Really impressive racecraft from everyone involved. But in the C final in particular, really wonderful to see Miriam Gonzalo come through to take the victory for Spain. And so the contenders obviously well aware of how tricky things are going to get from here on out, as we now go into the B final. And after the B final, we will, of course, have the drivers on the A final in presentation mode. We'll get to meet all of them one by one before we get into the start of racing. And then we'll be left at the end of the day with just the top 10 drivers. They are the ones that will go through to the last duel. And then, of course, the playoffs. A gorgeous backdrop, an amazing sight, and a plethora of excitement and noise as the contenders are having an amazing showcase. Wonderful stop for all of the drivers. And what a challenging venue this has turned out to be. The Leopard Circuit Viterbo in fine style. Really good battles between them all thus far. And all of the competition, all of the flags of the nations that are competing in the event around the course. Wonderful to see. Such a wonderful international flavor yet again from across Europe and the Americas for this event. There's a hope that those of you watching out in Asia and the Pacific regions and the African nations will get a chance to join us in future years. But of course, in the headquarters of karting, there's nothing quite like Italia. And on this particular occasion, look at that beautiful skyline with the mountains in the background. I didn't quite get to drive over those mountains over the course of the week, but I certainly drove through them over the course of the last couple of days on my beautiful Vespa that I was given in Roma city centre to go from Roma to Viterbo and back again just in the days prior to this one to soak up some of the Italian atmosphere and culture. And may I say, this is one of the most beautiful countries on the planet, never mind in Europe. If you ever get the chance to see it aboard a Vespa as a driver, I urge you, go do it. It really is a scintillating experience. 2 finals to go then here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. 30 drivers in each, 60 drivers remaining in the competition, and certainly an exciting battle for everybody as they put on a great showcase around the Leopard Circuit Viterbo with just 2 races to go before the playoffs. The B final will be furious at the front end of the field. So many drivers wanted to come away with the victory to at least get something out of the bag after the difficulties. But of course, there can only be one winner of each individual race, and that winner has really got to work for it. In the C final, barring the investigation, we hope it's going to be confirmed very shortly indeed for Miriam Gonzalo, who did such a fantastic job in that race. Really good driving from the sharp end. And I know all those of you who are watching, cheering for the girls in the ladies category, well, you were certainly rewarded there with a fantastic bit of racing from the female contingent. They certainly gave us plenty to get excited about through the course of the competition anyway, but lovely to see Miriam Gonzalo get the job done. Mishiega echoing those sentiments, drove absolutely brilliantly. And Klaus says, Interlandi, where are you going? That was clearly from the D final. Did Interlandi just stop too soon, says Alexander van der Dande? A good question. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. We'll have to find out the story a bit later, I guess. And of course, all of the Argentinian fans have woke up for breakfast, and now they are cheering on their superstar drivers. And they have got an Argentinian contingent in this one because Juan Testi has got into the grid for this one. So the competition will reign supreme then as the drivers are on the approach. They're being gridded up at the edge of the pit lane. Hopefully we'll get to hear from Miriam Gonzalo before too long, but I wonder if that investigation means that she is currently being spoken to by the officials. So maybe that's the reason why we haven't got the top 3 drivers yet from the interview side of things. So we may have to wait on that one. But certainly a very exciting prospect and an amazing battle that the contenders have given us all the way through here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Just about 50 miles or so from the nation's capital of Roma, one of the most beautiful in Europe. But now, there's no time for beauty. There's only time for thrill-seeking and exhilaration as the drivers are preparing for the green flag in the B final. And it's Portugal's Jorge Maia at the front end of the field in front of Fabio Santos, Austria's Simon Liegel, the Dutch lady Amber Ebers in front of Austria's Michael Merzinger, and the Finn Harry Suonen with Vincenzo Castaldo, Ty Dewey Sherlock, German Munoz, Davide Testa, Vincenzo Nito, Fernando Arancha, and Ottilia Granberger in the top end of the field from Thiago Teixeira, and then Valentin Aparicio in front of Chris Bustillo, Jacopo Mongelli, Niccolo Cimino, Lorenzo Mori, and Lorenzo Ciancione. You can see the drivers warming up in their positions, being greeted up and making sure that they are in the correct positions. All of the team down there, Martina from ACI and Michele from CCK, all just making sure everything is correct and in the right order for the drivers as they venture out onto the circuit, ready for the B final. And it is the penultimate race before we get to the big show. Let's go, Amber. This is Alexander van der Dande. A very top talent, the Dutch racer, considering her inexperience. She's only been racing about 4 seasons and started very late to karting. But what she has done in such a short space of time in terms of her pace and elevation is just extraordinary. It shows real talent. So Maia, Santos, Liegel, Ebers, Merzinger, and Suonen. 2 Portuguese, two Austrians, the Dutch lady, and the Flying Finn, right up at the sharp end of the field. In front of the Italians, Castaldo and Testa, split by the Brit, Ty Dewey-Sherlock, and in there for the mix is the Spaniard, German Munoz. The final couple of drivers getting themselves into position, ready off the start. And hopefully that will be our cue in to go racing for the penultimate time before the playoffs here in Viterbo. This is quite an incredible circuit. Already this year it's seen WSK, Rock Cup Italia, Easy Kart, Rotax Max, the RGMMC Champions of the Future Academy as well earlier this year, and later in the season it'll see great racing from Miami Series Italy, the ACI Campionato Italian Championships, the FIA Karting World Cup for the Karting Academy Trophy. That's the championship that gave us Charles Leclerc, as well as OKN and OKNJ, the national version of OK. And then, of course, in October, the IWF, the Miami Warrior Final, will take place here. The greatest drivers in Miami X30 from around the world will battle around this circuit in October. In November, we'll have the third and final round of the WSK Final Cup. And then the first weekend of December, we'll see the Leopard Trophy, a big competition for all of the local drivers here in this part of the world. And this is quite a spectacular circuit that's built up over the years and under the management of Leopard Racing, of course, the team that has been made famous in the world of the MotoGP paddock. But taking on the world of karting has certainly elevated them, and maybe it's not going to be too long before we see Leopard as an international karting team in some stance. Certainly doing a fantastic job of running this amazing race circuit. It just appears over the horizon when you're on the road out of Viterbo on the approach to the Italian countryside. It's quite astonishing when it just suddenly appears over the horizon. You're driving along, minding your own business on the road to Montefiascone, and suddenly the circuit just emerges. It just suddenly appears through the trees, and it is quite spectacular and an amazing international racing venue that will see literally all that is good about karting around the circuit. We even get the Ovales in the mini bike world racing here as well. So it's not just karting that takes place on this circuit, it is motorbikes as well. So now we get ourselves ready to venture forward for the B final. 12 minutes plus 2 laps. More great action to come. We wait for the command at the end of the pit lane. When the green flag flies, we'll be ready to race for the B final. The drivers will be sent out by the man running the safety cart, the pace cart at the front. The green flag flies, and Francesco Marconi, the safety cart driver, sends the drivers out. I have a feeling that investigation into the top 3 means that we're not going to hear from the top 3 drivers from the C final just yet then. So we'll allow those results to finally be confirmed. If we get a chance to talk to the winner of the C final, whoever that ends up being an official confirmation, then we will surely get a chance to with Margherita Baldini or even Yusuf bin Sahil or even myself later on. It depends on who shows up in the commentary booth, I guess. But now we've got the battle for the B final under starters orders. Jorge Maya, Fabio Santos, Simon Nigel, Amber Ebbers, Michael Metzinger, Harry Tsuonen, Vincenzo Castaldo, Ty Dewey-Sherlock, German Munoz, Davide Testa, Vincenzo Nito, and Fernando Arancha. From Attilio Granberger, Tiago Teixeira, Valentina Aparicio, and then Chris Bustillo from Jacopo Bongelli, Niccolo Cimino, Lorenzo Mori, Lorenzo Ciancioni, then Adrian Cuevas, Robin Van Oudekerk, Anton Schopler, the American, from Andrea Bisogni, and then Giuseppe De Domenico, Matteo Marconi, Matteo Infante, Alan Corbio, Juan Testi, and Mono Palermo at the tail of the field. 60 competitors are about to be whittled down to just 30. As the B final will get under starters orders, it's going to be very tricky off the launch. But who is going to get the job done? Can Jorge Maya from Portugal end his week on a high note? Fabio Santos directly behind him. The pace cart holding the formation for the contenders as the long line of 30 drivers is now neatly in position. We wait for the chance to go to battle. The pace cart will move off the line. The lights go out now for the B final, and off we go. Great start, but it's a better start for the second place man. Fabio Santos is going to try and squeeze through past Jorge Maya. Maya's got to try and keep it together and not lose too many places. He only loses 2. So it is Santos and Ligel that move their way further forward, and there's offs already in the chicane as drivers are bantering and biffing on their way through 3 and 4 up to the hairpin for 5, and you can see drivers really starting to make some gutsy, determined moves to try and work their way forward on the opening lap. But it's getting messy as drivers realize there are big moments. And some of those are not quite taken by everybody, but certainly a few messy discrepancies as the drivers are trying to get on an inside line that slowly deteriorates. So it looks like Santos from Ligel, Maya is next up, and then it's Amber Ebers. Already defensive tactics from Fabio Santos. That's not going to last for long. Simon Ligel is going to go for it, and so is Amber Ebers, trying to make the move on the inside of Jorge Maya. Ebers decides to back out of it, side by side, and through comes our third different leader on the same lap. Simon Ligel now comes through to the top spot. Santos is going to hold the field up here if we're not careful. Ebers really wants to get tucked in now behind Santos and Maya. There's going to be a battle in the final turn as Amber Ebers tries to hold on to her fourth position, going wheel to wheel here with the 6, pushing all the way down the main straight. That's Ty Sherlock, the British driver, trying to get through into fourth position and has made it stick. Amber Ebers is going to lose 4 places on the way through the chicane and try desperately not to get hit off the circuit in the next apex. She could lose a couple more here. That was unfortunate for Amber Ebers and certainly not her fault. So Simon Ligel, Fabio Santos and Jorge Maya battling away for position. So as they continue to battle, we'll let them settle down into a bit of a rhythm, but we do get the chance to talk to our race winner from the C final while the battle is raging in the B final out on circuit. Margherita Baldini is in conversation with Miriam Gonzalo.
And we finally found them, also the podium for the final. And we had a little bit of a problem with the timing, like with a check with the race director. But now everything is clear, so we are now here with the winner, and we want to ask her how the race went.
En la carrera, la verdad que he salido segunda. Bueno, principalmente me he ido un poco a la tierra y me he quedado, la verdad, que bastante atrás. Y lo que pasa es que, bueno, me he enganchado un poco, he ido cogiendo ritmo, he ido pasando poco a poco y finalmente he llegado a las posiciones primeras, se han empezado a pelear y he pasado, entonces me he conseguido escapar porque se estaban peleando por detrás, así que ya he tirado yo sola.
So actually she had to be really aware of what was going on behind her when she finally got to the first position, because she was telling me about a little bit about the kart and how it was lighting in the track, and then with some overlapping she was able finally to take the first position, but then she had to be really aware of her surroundings and especially behind her, because everybody was trying clearly to surpass her.
Great stuff. Great to hear from Miriam Gonzalo, the winner of the C final. Gracias, mi amigos. And we will speak to you guys later. So, mi amigas, Margherita in conversation there with Miriam Gonzalo. Great to hear. So we're going to have more conversations with the drivers in the second and third places as the B final kicks on. Still more battles raging around the course. That's Fernando Arantxa trying to make a move or two with Ty Sherlock in the mix. Still from the top 3, it is Simon Ligel, Fabio Santos and Jorge Maya up front. Then Merzinger, Arantxa, Sherlock, Teixeira, Munoz, Bastillo, Nito, Ebers, De Domenico and Testa all in the hunt for the position as well. Very, very tight-knit and very close quarters racing all the way through. Now we get to have a chat with the driver who came through in second position in the C final while the B final rages on up front. Luca Graupner is with Margherita.
Also here, so with the second position, we want to ask him, I had this curiosity, are you happy to have secured your second position, or does it feel like a missed opportunity?
Yeah, of course, it's nice to be second place, but I mean, if first place is so close to you want to win this, but I started from P13, so I'm happy to be on the podium.
And did you feel like you had the pace to win?
Yeah, I think it could be a win, but in the end, it is what it is. So.
Well, I think it's still wonderful to be on the podium, and the second position is really fundamental.
Yes, indeed. Racing is racing. You take what you're given. Thank you very much, Luca Graupner, in conversation with Margherita Baldini. There's already been a real shuffle of the deck in the top 3 because Fabio Santos is now the race leader, having got back ahead of Simon Ligel. Ligel keeping himself in the mix. Third place for Jorge Maya is now second place for Jorge Maya. So the Portuguese driver really putting on the steam here as up into the order we've got Santos, Maya, Ligel, and the more these 3 swap positions, the more chance there is for the fourth place driver, German Munoz. In Cho is Merzinger, Teixeira and Sherlock. They've all got a chance to catch up, so it's not going to be easy to run out the battles. Meanwhile, let's catch up with the third and final propaganda man in the battle, and that is the very talented Amon Mednish of Latvia. He's with Margherita. Yeah, very impressive to see just how hard Arman Mednish worked through the course of that C final. Well done, guys, and thank you very much. So a warning from race control, The 81, please go to the stewards immediately, please. Driver number 81, go to the stewards immediately, please. Attention paddock. Driver number 81, please make your way to the stewards room as soon as possible. And I'm afraid to say that Amber Ebbers has had a little bit more of a shuffle down the deck, as has Attilia Granberger. I tell you, the drivers in the B final are not exactly showing any favors to the ladies out there. And certainly both Amber Ebbers and Attilia Granberger seem to be being used as pinballs at the moment. That was certainly what Amber Ebbers was complaining about yesterday. And it certainly seems to be a similar story today. Mind you, it could be that the car just doesn't have the power she wants from it as well. It could obviously be a determining factor too. But certainly a very tricky race playing out. Here comes the move from Jorge Maya. Jorge Maya is going to get the move on the inside of Santos, and that changes the lead yet again. These three drivers really swapping positions. Here comes Simon Liegel. Simon Liegel with the green helmet, and now he's going to have Herman Munoz trying to dive up the inside, but Liegel is going to get into second position, so Liegel makes the bid. That was third, it's now second. Maya was second, now is first. So Fabio Santos has got to try and work his way back up the order, but he's going to have pressure now from the Spanish driver, Herman Munoz. Here we go, top four drivers all in the mix, and now Munoz is going to try and make his bid to get through on the inside of Fabio Santos. To the inside, and Munoz is through. Munoz gets into third place. So it's Maya, Liegel, Munoz, Santos, Teixeira, Duis Sherlock, Mertzinger, Arancia, Bustillo and Aparicio in the top 10. Just over 4 minutes left of this particular B final, plus the 2 laps that come after it, of course. And so things are really starting to heat up. The driver's really trying to push for it. Show your appreciation to the driver. You want to take the victory. Come on, there's going to be a big push in the closing stages, as the competitors are really going for broke here. Jorge Maya leading the way from Simon Liegel, Fabio Santos and Herman Munoz. And it looks like we could get a fifth interloper. Tiago Teixeira fancies his chances there as well. Tiago Teixeira doing a grand job as he works in close position. I want to get this on the inset if we can, because the drivers are actually watching the race on the live stream here. I kind of want to get a look at this if our director is tuned in. We've got Leon Schmidt sat watching the race on the timing monitor. We've got drivers down there in the holding area beside the track, and they're actually watching the race as it goes on. So the contenders are keeping an eye on it. Well, now they're being instructed how to go through the driver's presentation. So we'll get the competitors lined up for that later, of course. Jorge Maya, and now Herman Munoz up at a second past Simon Liegel. So Jorge Maya is under close scrutiny here. Herman Munoz is going to go for his position. It's not going to be particularly easy to see who gets the run, but certainly it's going to be very tricky all the way through, that is for sure. And so the contenders are ready to put on an excellent final flourish. The battles are going to be very tight all the way to the bitter end. A very tricky run. So it's definitely going to be an intriguing run. Can Herman Munoz do what it takes to stretch away and pull clear? Having got into the lead in the closing stages then, Herman Munoz certainly has a good kart underneath him. Simon Liegel has got through into second place. Jorge Maya is through in third position in front of Fabio Santos, with Tiago Teixeira pushing on to make the moves. I'm afraid I was busy looking at my timing screen at exactly the wrong moment. Director, if you get a chance, have a look on this inset, because we've got the drivers getting ready for the A final, absolutely glued on this inset to the final. It's fascinating to watch the drivers watching along and having a good run as the competitors watch along in close proximity. But the contenders are having an excellent run for the contenders, watching along on the race battle at the moment, as the contenders looking in close proximity. We've got these drivers watching along at the moment to the race as it happens. I really want to see them on the inset. This is how look, they are absolutely focused. No, you decided to watch it, guys. The second they came up on the screen, they decided to get out of Dodge. That's unfortunate. They were all watching the race. They were all very excited about watching there. I had to pull their pants down virtual stream-wise. That's how you do it. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist, Leon Schmidt. Herman Munoz, Simon Liegel and Jorge Maya still tuning away for the victory here as they battle for supremacy. Is there going to be one final roll of the dice here? With a minute to go, you shortly feel like this race isn't over yet. Munoz may have got his way to the lead, but I think there's more to do. Munoz, Miguel, Maya, and then Fabio Santos and Thiago Teixeira. They're close together, but certainly not as close as they need to be to challenge for the win, but they've got some help, because Taiduis Sherlock has got up in the 5th position past Teixeira. Mertzinger's there in 7th from Aparicio, Arancha, Testa, Nito, Bustillo, Testi, and Cuevas. Then to Domenico in front of Suonen and Cimino. Palermo, Bisogni, Evers, Ciancioni, Granberger. And behind them, we still have a good battle from Mori, Schoppler, Marconi, Infanti, Mongelli, Castaldo, Van Ouderkerke, and Alain Corbio. So it looks to me as though Alain Corbio decided not to take the start of the B final. Very unfortunate. Clearly deciding that, well, if I'm not in the A final, that's it. Game over for me. Some people just want the big stuff and nothing else. But the B final is certainly going to be a tough one all the way. Simon Liegel, he's got a good run down the back straight. Would he dare? Would he dare make the dive on the inside? Well, maybe on the last lap he might. But certainly with 2.5 laps to go, he probably doesn't want to take that risk just yet, because there's quite a few other drivers waiting in the wings. So Munoz, Liegel and Maya, then Santos and Taiduis Sherlock, the very talented British driver, trying to work his way further forward. But the battle is certainly getting pretty strong out there. Drivers working to make a very good push as they come through onto the main straight. 2 laps to go for German Munoz. Can he hold on to the lead as they tighten their way through turn 1? Liegel, Maya, Dewey Sherlock, Teixeira, Mertzinger, Santos, Aparicio, Testa and Vincenzo Nito. But there's only one big push to come, and it's obviously going to be for the win up front. Simon Liegel knows that he's got a bit of distance now between himself and Jorge Maya in 3rd. Will he just push for another half lap or so and then make the push on German Munoz to go for the overtaking move? It is going to be quite tight to the end, and certainly it's going to be a very close run, natured battle to the final flourish. The drivers know they're going to have a little bit more to do, so time to push for that little bit extra, and they're going to really find a little bit more of an opportunity. But Munoz still leading from Liegel and Jorge Maya. Looking for the move up on the inside positions. It's not going to be easy, but they all know exactly what's going to come here. Pushing to the closing stages. And so we wait for the drivers to put on their last big showcase. It's going to be very close to the final stages. Into the last lap we go. And German Munoz trying to get away from Liegel and Maya. Has he done enough? He's managed to get a tiny bit of a gap between himself and Simon Liegel, the Austrian. But there's still time for he and the Portuguese driver to team up and go after the Spaniard, German Munoz. Here comes the move from Simon Liegel. Dives in and goes for the move, but they both get out wide. Jorge Maya's going to take the lead from both men. The Portuguese driver, sitting pretty in 3rd place, waits for the chance, dives in on both of them, takes away the lead in the B final. Lovely from Jorge Maya. He knew exactly what was coming, and he took full advantage of it. But it's not done yet. Here comes Liegel again to try and dive in on the inside. He takes the lead now. 3 different leaders on the last lap, and they're still going at it. Maya to the inside. Munoz up the middle. Liegel around the far side. There's contact. Liegel's going to keep the speed. He's going to have the draw. Liegel will come alongside Maya. But Maya's going to hold the inside line. I think the Portuguese driver may have done enough. Final corners. Tight through the hairpin. Liegel is pushing, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough space to make it happen. It was always going to be close. It was tight to the wire, but it's going to be for Portugal. Jorge Maya who gets the job done. Brilliant win from Jorge Maya. Simon Liegel 2nd. German Munoz in 3rd from Taiduis Sherlock, Thiago Teixeira, Aparicio, Mertzinger, Santos, Testa and Vincenzo Nito. A brilliant end to the day for Jorge Maya of Portugal. He had the pole position, but he had such hard work to stay up front when there was the shuffle of the deck in the first turn. He got biffed aside in turn 1, if you remember. But he still managed to keep the composure, kept himself calm, measured, tactical, disciplinary, and smooth. Beautifully done from Jorge Maya. A great victory in the B final. Stunning work from Jorge Maya, who gets the race victory almost out of thin air there at the end. He just suddenly realized, I'm in 3rd, I'm in a box seat. These two can battle for position. If they run each other wide, I'm going to steal the win away from them both. That was lovely from the Portuguese driver, Jorge Maya. doing the job in style, and he and his good friend Fernando Barros are going to be very happy indeed with that one. So the 29-year-old from Matosinhos in Portugal, Jorge Maia, is your race victor. Very well deserving indeed, and a brilliant battle that goes all the way to the victory dais. And so those competitors have finished off strong. Let's go through the best bits of the B final. Very good work and some great racecraft to unpick and unravel. That first corner, very tricky. Jorge Maia being pushed back to third position, and you could see just how hectic it got. Drivers hopping and skipping over the curbs and kicking up the dust. You've got to be so careful in that first run. And then the battle's really raging. Maia did get to the lead at one stage with Fabio Santos, but he never really pushed harder than he had to. He let the battles come to him, but he didn't get panicky when he lost the position. He just dug in, let the kart do the work, never really got himself into hot water. He led, he dropped back, he led, he dropped back, and then this moment, that was the winning moment, a big move from Miguel. They both drifted out wide, and Maia said, well, that'll do. That's my lead. Thank you very much. Last lap. I've got it. And it was so smoothly reared down the main straight, just kept the kart in the middle of the road, tucked it to the inside line, slowed the pace of the kart down on the inside line to make sure that there was no move on the inside. You're perfectly entitled to do that as the race leader. No problem at all. Very well read. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 30 drivers that remain in the competition. This is going to be the toughest final of the race battle thus far. It was always going to lead up to this point, but the A final will bring the fastest, the most consistent, the most disciplined, the most tactical, and the most even of the drivers up to the front end of the standings. All of the points that have been taken through the heats, the semi-finals, and now to the A final will all be calculated up at the end of this coming race, and we'll get our top 10 drivers. But ahead of the A final, this is the last chance for all of these drivers to get through to the playoffs. It's make or break. The drivers are ready, in position, and we will introduce them one by one to make their way onto the starting lineup. It's been a very tough mission to move their way up to this point, but now we are ready for the 30 drivers to venture onto the karts. Starting with the pole position man, it's Vika Schletz, who lines up in pole. Second position on the grid, it's Dennis Holler for Germany. Third position, from Marseille in France, it's Rémi Leuth, number 74. Fourth position on the grid, it's the two-time champion, Christian Duven. Next up, the number 19, from Cadiz, it's Alejandro Florido. Next up in the lineup, the number 97, Ruben Conceição of Portugal. The Austrian is next up, 72 is P7, Leon Schmidt. Eighth on the grid for the young German teenager, Fabian Kupp. Ninth position on the starting lineup for Italy, Gianmaria Companucci. And bringing out the top 10, it's the twin, Jaakko Vroegindewey. 11th position on the grid, it's everyone's favorite flying ass and Dutchman, it's Albert Boss. 12th position on the grid for the Danish talent who won the contest, Jakob Pangicin. 13th on the grid, it is the Spanish talent, Adrian Garcia. In 14th place, it's number 14, the Austrian, Abdi Badawi. Next up, it's the other twin, the Flying Dutchman, Leonard Vroegindewey. And next up, it's the Italian superstar, Giovanni Giarratana in P16. 17th on the grid, it's the leading master in the contest, Ricardo Ribeiro. From Poland next up, it's the number 53, the talented Max Skomski. 19th on the starting grid, it's the Super Pole, it's the number 5, Igor Polak. 20th position on the starting grid for the Italian, number 78, Andrea Guideschi. Next up, it's the Slovenian with the greatest overtake in the world, the 101, Nico Tic. And it's everyone's favorite Italian stallion, the 102, Salvatore Nito. For Spain, on the number 65 kart, it's Alejandro Lancho. Next up, another flying Spanish talent, the number 30, Marco Coronado. The number 10 is next up from Poland. It's the flying Matthias Bartsch. For the Netherlands, it's the lady that makes her way to the final, the politician and the superstar, Debbie Wolfs. From Brazil, it's Nico Croce, the number 45, making his way from P27. For the Netherlands, the 41, it's Marvin Komdoor. 29th on the starting grid. For the United Kingdom, our racer, our commentator, our presenter on the spot, it's Youssef bin Suhail. And in the final position on the grid, number 8, it is the very talented Marcos Silva, who makes his way into the competition. So now you have met the contenders for the Champion Cup Kart 2026, the remaining 30 drivers that will fight to get their way into the top 10 of the standings. Anything can happen, and in this competition, if the last 6 years of racing are to go by, it almost certainly will. Don't forget, this is the competition that 4 years ago, the incredible Formula One driver and current championship leader in the FIA Formula One World Championship, Kimi Antonelli, came and raced in, and he could only make it to 15th position in the final. So this really is going to be a massive challenge for all of the contenders. They come from far and wide. Some of them have massive experience on their home nation. Some have international competition, dexterity, and exquisite racecraft. But they've all come here for the same reason. They all want to jump into that F4 car, the prize for winning on the top level, and they want to showcase that they are one of the toughest racers in the world. There's nothing like rental karting to be an equaler in motorsport, and if you win here, you are one of the best, whether you have fame, fortune, or fire. This is Champion Cup Kart. We are passion, and we are ready for the A final. The 30 drivers who have pushed it to the ragged edge are now ready to showcase their skills in the A final. A big challenge awaits them. If we still have time to catch up with the top 3 drivers from the B final, I'm sure we'll get a chance to do so, especially with the fabulous Jorge Maya, who managed to get the victory in the B final in fantastic fashion. If we get our chance to speak with him, then I'm sure we will. But the 30 drivers are now going through the motions of their weights and their checks, so it's certainly going to be an exciting one. But after all of the pressure of the 119 drivers filtering their way through, we are remaining with just 30, and the top 10 drivers in the standings will be the ones that go through to the playoffs. So, before we get to that point, let's congratulate the man who's taken the victory in the B final after a fantastic bit of racecraft. With Margherita Baldini down in the holding area now, we are going to get in conversation with the man who has worked very hard indeed all the way through the week. And the 29-year-old from Matosinhos, who took the victory in the B final, is now with Margherita Baldini, who is going to be down in the holding area to speak to us after a fabulous battle out there on the course and after an immense battle at the front end, which saw Simon Liegel, Fabio Santos, so many other drivers taking over the leadership of the race at various points in the B final. There was nobody quite like Jorge Maya. He was tactical. He was pushed out of the pole position initially on the opening lap, and then he found himself into a much stronger position, measured things carefully, and got himself with a tactical edge to put himself into a race-winning position. It's never easy to win a B final, but on this occasion, it was the Portuguese driver Jorge Maya. There are some slight technical difficulties. We'll come back to you in a moment on that one, but there will be a top 3 interview, starting, of course, with the Portuguese star Jorge Maya, and then we'll have the drivers in 2nd and 3rd position in the mix as well. But of course, we've already met the 30 drivers that will battle for supremacy, with the pole position going the way of the Dutchman Vika Schletz, ahead of the former champion Dennis Holler. So the competitors are having a fascinating run of things as the competition continues in fine flourish. And the 30 drivers we now know the identity of will take their way into the final, led by Vika Schletz, Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, Christian Duven, Alejandro Rolido, Ruben Conceição, Leon Schmidt, Fabian Kopp, Gianmaria Companucci, and Jakob Vroegindewey in the top 10. Next up will be Albert Boss from Jakob Pagigin, who was the winner of the Thursday contest, which was the 3-part time trial. Adrian Garcia from Abdi Badawi, Leonard Vroegindewey, Giovanni Giarratana, then Ricardo Ribeiro, Max Skomski, Igor Polek, and Andrea Guereschi. Finishing up the grid will be Nico Tich, Salvatore Nito, Alejandro Lancho, Marco Coronado, Matthias Barge, Debbie Wolfs, Nico Croce, Marvin Komdoor, Youssef bin Suhail, and Marco Silva. So those are the drivers on the starting grid then for the A final. Before we go to the rolling lap, we'll talk to the driver who managed to get the job done in the B final. I believe we are now ready for the Portuguese star, the 29-year-old from Matosinhos, Jorge Maia, doing a fantastic job, and he's in conversation with Margherita Baldini.
Yes, we're back here. We had some technical problems with the volume, and now we have with us the winner, who we want to ask if you can tell us something about the race. How was it?
The race, a corrida foi boa, mas o arranque não foi o melhor. Mas ainda assim tentei trabalhar com o grupo da frente, mas chegou um ponto que o grupo de trás estava a se aproximar. Portanto, eu tive que ultrapassar o meu colega, o Fábio, português também, para tentar fugir do grupo de trás. E assim foi. Juntámos-nos 3 pilotos rápidos, com bons karts, e conseguimos decidir na última volta, que é assim que deve ser. Esperamos pela última volta, eu esperei pela última volta, o segundo tentou ultrapassar o primeiro, e eu aproveitei isso e consegui manter a posição até à linha de meta.
So basically, everything was a game of overlapping each other in this race. He told about having a group in front of him and a group behind him. He had to look a lot behind him, and he had this other colleague, this other driver also was Portuguese, and he managed to do a final overlapping that led him to the first position and led him to the win, actually. And how do you feel just about this first position? Did you expect it?
Sim. Pronto, eu esperava estar na final A, mas durante o evento todo, só ter um bom kart, um realmente bom kart, era demasiado mau para ser verdade, mas foi o que aconteceu. Pronto, final B foi o possível, com os mesmos pontos do último da A. Portanto, tendo em conta os karts que eu tive, estou satisfeito por vencer a final B, sem dúvida.
So also in this case we can say that the kart is really important. He was talking about the kart, and now is at this point we can say that it's important to pick a good kart because they're
sortear é pura sorte, pure luck.
He was lucky, basically.
Unlucky.
Isn't it, Jake?
Absolutely amazing. Italian, Spanish, Portuguese. I bet if I got you to try and play piano underwater, you'd give it a good go, Margherita. Grazie. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Catch up with you later. Is there nothing that woman can't do? Honestly, absolutely incredible. So we're going to move on into the rolling start procedure for the A final, but we still need to hear for the competitors from second and third in that fantastic race just a few moments ago. So there's certainly going to be more to do and more to say. And of course, there's more competitors to talk about. So after a fabulous run in the previous B final, you can see for yourself that the drivers are now gridded up in their long line for the A final. And it's going to be Fika Schletz, who of course leads us out, who has been fighting for the win here in Champion Cup Kart for quite a long time now. Dennis Holler, Remy Lurth, Christian Duven, and Alejandro Florido in the top 5 positions. That's going to be immense. We've heard from Jorge Maia. Now we should really hear from the man who challenged him all the way to the victory on that last lap. It was always going to be a brutal one for Simon Liegel, but the Austrian really played his hand and pushed it to the end of the B final. He's in conversation with Margherita. I wonder if she can speak German as well.
You know I do.
There you go.
Obviously I do. And yes, we're here with the second position, and actually he's going to talk in German. So we first want to ask how close were you to the win?
Ja, es war ziemlich knapp. Am Anfang, der Start war ziemlich gut. Wir haben uns ein bisschen absetzen können, dann wurde es ein bisschen brenzlig, muss ich sagen, weil wir ein bisschen gefightet haben. Keiner wusste, wer war schneller. Das Hauptproblem ist, ich fahre halt auch schwer in der Heavy-Wertung. Ich fahre mit 10 Kilo mehr, ist ein bisschen schwierig gegen die ganzen Leute. Aber im Endeffekt haben wir uns dann zu dritt absetzen können. Wir haben uns zusammen gepusht, sind weggefahren und in der letzten Runde haben wir gefightet. Ich glaube, es war ziemlich fair, war ein gutes Rennen.
So he thinks obviously that it was everything was right, and it was actually so fair. The race was really fair, but also he feels like he was kind of close to the win actually, and that he had some fights with some other drivers. Back there where he was, he also had to look behind him a little bit, and he said that he was pushing for like the first position, and then clearly he had a little bit of a fight, especially in the last laps, so he was second at this point.
Makes total sense. He certainly gave us a very good show indeed there. Thank you, Margarita, and vielen Dank to Simon Liegel. Honestly, next year on the start-finish line, flaming batons, we're going to put them in the hands of Margarita Baldini, and she's going to put on a show, I promise you. Right, lights out. The A final gets underway. The last race before the playoffs, and this is going to be the tough one for Vika Schlitz to now try and hold on into the lead, but all of the contenders at the front end know that you don't barge the leader out of the way first protocol. You've got to try and look after the kart in the first lap or so. It's going to be the cleanest of the racing laps we've had in the finals for quite some time, as everybody has made their way through in the opening couple of positions quite well indeed. A couple of drivers running wide further back, but it certainly looks very strong indeed for Vika Schlitz. A very decent run thus far. So no major problems and certainly no major concerns up at the sharp end of the dais. Certainly very tricky to see how things are going to work out, but Schlitz holding the initial line. Oh, and off the road. Up in the top end of the battle. Not everybody has made a clean run of it there through the opening lap. A couple of drivers having to lose a little bit of ground. I wonder if that was Florido getting slightly sideways there. We'll try and figure out exactly who it was that was in the middle of all that. But Conceição certainly getting a decent run. And we certainly had one driver there losing an intense amount of ground. I think that actually was Alejandro Florido running wide and losing some positions. So at the end of the first lap, we'll have a bit more of an understanding as to how things are going to play out. But that's the end of a frenetic lap. It is still Vika Schlitz who leads from Dennis Holler. And in third position, that looks to me like the 74, Remy Luth remaining in touch. So no change in the top three, all change further back as we'll cross back down to the pit lane holding area because, of course, we've already heard from the top two. Now we're going to hear from our third place driver from the B final.
Here again, and this time, Jake, for your happiness, we're going to talk in Spanish as well. So we wanted to, he was talking to me a little bit about the race and how it went.
Bueno, pues ha sido una carrera, pues como siempre, las carreras se suelen dar en estos formatos, ha sido un poquito agitada al principio. He conseguido poco a poco irme librando de algunos pilotos y hacer contacto con la cabeza. Y bueno, pues a partir de ahí ha sido ir vuelta tras vuelta intentando adelantar hasta que nos hemos puesto primeros y aguantar hasta el final. La verdad es que ha sido muy limpia la carrera esa última parte. Me faltó defender un poquito en la cuarta curva. Me arrebataron al final el liderato y bueno, pues para entrar en P3 ya en una final B, bueno, no estamos del todo contentos, pero bueno, por lo menos nos llevamos un podium.
Well, clearly he said he's not extremely excited about the place, but he still got on the podium, so he's really is happy about that. And then he was talking about the race and that it was kind of everybody was fighting for it, right? And he was saying that he tried to do some overlapping, especially in the turn, and that he did it. But at some point, also someone else overlapped him, so he finished in third place. He wanted to make still to the podium, so he's quite happy with that.
Makes total sense. Good to hear from German Munoz. Thank you very much, Margarita. Catch up with you in a bit. So still good battles all the way then as the competitors put on a great performance in the first part of the A final. This is going to be the last race before the top 10 showdown, and it really will be a tricky one as all of the drivers know exactly what is in store for them. It'll be a tough race all the way to the finish, but at the moment Remy Luth and Dennis Holler are just staying in position behind Vika Schlitz. But the gap between Schlitz and Holler in the points rankings before we got to this race was only 5 points. Dennis Holler had previously led before the semi-final 2. Now Vika Schlitz leads after semi-final 3. And now in the A-final, he's got the advantage over Dennis Holler. So this could be a tricky one. But Vika Schlitz has never been the winner of the Champion Cup Kart. Two of the champions are in the field right now. Dennis Holler in second and Christian Duven, two-time champion, in 6th position. So he could come up with the goods of a very different race winner this time. If Vika Schlitz was to hold on to it, finally Viterbo would be his title-winning year. So it's going to be tricky for Remy Luth to come up with the goods. The Frenchman all over the back of Dennis Holler. So Dennis Holler still being very composed at this early stage. 4th place for Ruben Conceição. Then Gianmaria Campanucci from Duven, Garcia, Schmid, Jakob Rogindabay, Albert Boss and Abdullah Badawi in 11th position in front of Nito, Kopp, Florido, Gereshi, Rogindabay, Jaratana, Barge and Bin Sahel, who's working his way through the field up into 19th place. Skomsky, Coronado, Debbie Wolfs and Nico Tich. So everywhere you look, there's intense battles, as we know that the top 10 drivers in the standings are going to come from this race battle, as all of the top 10 drivers in the points rankings leading into this, and all of the 10 that could make it through to the top 10 are here in this particular race. Marco Silva, the last man in, he got 297 points. Vika Schletz at 430, so that tells you everything you need to know. The top 10 drivers will come from this race, but in which 10 will it be? It's going to be really tough, and you've got to make good use of this A final race in order to make your way through. For 20 of the drivers in this race, their Champion Cup Kart journey is about to end in the next 9 minutes' time or so. But for Vika Schletz, it's very much not only game on, it's almost game and set in this current position. Looking very good indeed in the A final. He knows he's got to be challenged by the drivers around him. Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and then Ruben Kutsesau from Gianmaria Campanucci. And then in sixth position will be Christian Duven from Adrian Garcia, Leon Schmid, Albert Boss, and Jakob Rogindewey from Abdullah Badawi, Alejandro Florido, Leonard Rogindewey, and then it is Fabian Kurt from Goreshi, Nito, Bin Sohail, Skomsky, Jaratana, and Matthias Barch. So some very tricky race battles all the way through, but there is some real determination for the contenders at this phase. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact further back. Drivers really trying to shuffle the deck and work their way forward without too much difficulty. And a lot of positions could well be lost as the battle is getting pretty heated behind. But certainly for the moment, the A final, Vika Schletz going well at the sharp end. The Dutchman looks like he could be in for a very strong finish here. This is the one that most of you have signed up for. You know that the champion is probably going to be towards the sharp end of this field, even from as far in as the A final, as Remy Luth has got ahead of Dennis Holler. Remy Luth now into second place in front of Dennis Holler. That could be a game changer in this championship as well as this one race. But the 20-year-old from Weert in the Netherlands is looking very strong here, and he could have a very solid and sturdy run to the victory. A very good battle in the offing as the contenders continue to make good work of things here. And of course, Christian Duven, who was the very talented race winner at the age of only 20 when he took the victory last time out, the first time round, sorry, I should say, in Jesolo. 20 years of age when he took the victory in that fantastic battle, but he won't be the youngest winner ever. That honour goes the way of Alberto Brentagani, who of course won the race 3 years ago, would you believe, at the tender age of just coming up to 16. The teenager from Verona, he was the one who is the youngest ever winner of the Champion Cup Kart. So Brentagani, who is not here racing this time, he's got very interesting battles in his race schedule at the moment. So that's why he's not able to be with us on this particular occasion. But Vika Schletz in front of the Frenchman Remy Luth and the German Dennis Holler. 3 different nations in the top 3 places. We've got the Dutchman, the Frenchman, and the German. Then we've got the Portuguese, Ruben Kutsesau, and finally the Italian, Gianmaria Campanucci, who is the teammate of Alberto Brentagani. So Gianmaria Campanucci hoping that he can emulate his champion teammate from the past. So very exciting to see how it all continues. Very exciting stuff. Still good pressure as the competitors are working in close proximity. But Remy Luth holding on from Dennis Holler, Kutsesau and Campanucci, then Christian Duven, Adrian Garcia, Leon Schmid, Albert Boss, and Jakob Rogindewey. Out of the final turn and onto the home straight. 3 minutes 20 plus the 2 laps remain in this A final. Still in the build-up and in the closing stages to this exciting sector of the race. Very interesting to see how things continue to kick on. But Vika Schletz doing a grand job as he leads from Remy Luth, Dennis Holler, Ruben Kutsesau, and Gianmaria Campanucci. Christian Duven, former double champion, looking tough to move up in P6. But look at the battle for second place. It really is now kicking on as Duven is down to 8th, in fact, behind Garcia and Schmid. But look at the battle for second. Vika Schletz is well away in the lead of the race. And further back, we've got Remy Luth into second. Dennis Holler is struggling to fend off from Kutsesau and Campanucci. Looks like Campanucci has got his opportunity now to take on Dennis Holler, and he is going to go for it. So Campanucci down the inside, and the Italian gets past Dennis Holler. So too does Ruben Kutsesau. So this could be the tide turning. This could be the pendulum switch. as suddenly Vika Schlets has got himself a decent opportunity now. But Dennis Holler and Christian Duven have been champions before in Champion Cup Kart. Vika Schlets has never had his opportunity. He's come close, he's been fast, he's been very consistent over the years, but he's also had a lot of bad luck as the 20-year-old from Viet. Well, this time, it looks like it could be his day. 2 minutes to go, plus the 2 laps that come after the time has ticked down to 0. So it's certainly going to be very tricky all the way to the finish line. Vika Schlets from Remy Lurth. Now Rebecca Seisau into 3rd position, the Portuguese driver. He had to take a leave of absence during the podium ceremony. Goodness knows why. I have a feeling his pizza might have been getting cold. Companucci in 4th place, Dennis Holler in P5, and then Adrian Garcia, Leon Schmidt, Christian Duven, Albert Boss, and Jakob Rugindevai. Look at the battles further back. We've got one guy stretching out the advantage in the lead, but in the midfield battle and the tail end of the field, it's getting pretty heated, as several drivers are still putting on an excellent show. Schlets leads. Lurth is 2nd, but for how much longer? Because Remy Lurth is under intense scrutiny. If we look back from the race lead, we're going to see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's getting pretty heated for the lower positions behind the leader. If we watch in the background, we can see it's getting pretty tight. The leader is out in front, but look at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. As we've got a very close run between Lurth, Conceição, Companucci and Dennis Holler. So, although we've got a race leader, we've got an amazing battle for 2nd place. Look back, and we're going to see an exciting battle for 2nd position. It's just coming into the move. A good run thus far. You can just about see the battle. It's slowly evened out now a little bit because we've got Lurth and Conceição as Companucci and Holler have dropped back a little bit of time. There is the battle for 2nd place. So we've got a lot of positions likely to change as they work their way through, because it's certainly been pretty tight and pretty feisty. We've got drivers in the back of the field having a good scrap as well. That looks like a very meaty battle in the last few positions. I think that's Ricardo Ribeiro duking it out with Alejandro Lancho and Debbie Wolfs. But then Marco Silva and Igor Polak are in this middle of the gaggle as well. But here is Vika Schlets coming through the final couple of corners on the lap. And he will start yet another tour with the time having tucked down to 0. There's only 2 laps remaining in this one, and he's a country mile ahead of the battle for 2nd place. Lurth and Conceição are now battling away for position. It's actually Conceição and Holler. Holler's going to get through into 2nd place. So Dennis Holler fights his corner and gets back into P2. Nice driving for the German. So Dennis Holler now into 2nd. But now there's an urgency. Look, stop defending. We've got a race for position. Conceição getting back through on Dennis Holler. And Holler is getting frustrated because now Remy Lurth and sorry, I'll try that again, shall I? Giamaria Companucci, that's what I was meant to say, trying to put the pressure on Remy Lurth. They go through the S's, left, right, out through the rounder. There we go. I'll get my worms out eventually, I promise. Ruben Conceição in front of Dennis Holler, Remy Lurth and Giamaria Companucci. But 5th position, Vika Schlets is just looking so calm. He's got such a big gap now. Over 3.5 seconds on the rest of the field. And this is going so well for Vika Schlets. So Lurth, 4th position in behind Dennis Holler at the start of the lap. But now we're going to get Vika Schlets come through as he will begin the last lap of the A final. And the Dutchman, Vika Schlets, going well and setting himself up beautifully for the playoffs. It looks like surely he is going to be the untapped potential victor here. Conceição 2nd. Dennis Holler 3rd, and look out, here comes Lurth and Companucci. They are gaining ground, so 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, going to be very evenly matched, and of course, it will change so much in terms of the point standings. If Holler has a bad score now, compared to Schlets on a good score, that will certainly make things harder for him to take the win. Here comes Remy Lurth, trying to get on the grass to get on the inside of Dennis Holler. He's got to be careful because Companucci is onto his left side as well. And now we've got pressure from Garcia, Schmidt and Duven. They're all going to be racing away for 2nd position. We need to keep an eye on this because this is where things could really change hands in terms of the point standings. So many drivers trying to grab so many points away from the gaggle. Conceição, Holler, Lurth, Companucci, Garcia holding the inside to Schmid with Duven not far away. A nice switcheroo there from Companucci. He's going to get the perfect switch back to get ahead of Remy Lerth. Garcia's going to move up in front of Schmid and Duvin to stay in position. But out of the final turn comes the Dutchman, 20 years of age from Weert. He will win the A final and set him up beautifully for a chance at the championship. Vika Schlets takes the win in the A final. Ruben Kitsesa second, third for Dennis Holler. And then in fourth place, it is Garcia, would you believe? In front of Duvin, Schmid, Convenucci, Lerth, Albert Boss, and Jakob Rookindevai. So, absolutely amazing situation for the contenders then. Wow, absolutely amazing. Fantastic. And a really, really exciting battle then for the contenders as we get ourselves now into position for the A final. Oh, wow, it looks like there's a little post-race conversation. Not everybody can be satisfied with their performance, but certainly not everybody can be circumspect about what has gone down. Racing is racing, battles are battles. And now we have ourselves a top 10. At the end of this race, when all of the positions are confirmed, we will make sure we know the identity of the top 10 drivers. The top 10 in the standings will then choose 10 karts from a random draw with the karts entered for the final selected by the race director. So it is as even Steven as it possibly can be. All the karts are the same level, of course, as always for the playoffs. Here are the highlights from the A final, the last bid for the drivers to get through to the top 10. It was always going to be tricky, but some nice moves in the early stages to really shaken up the battle. Not everyone had a clean race of it, but not everybody can be disappointed with their lot. Vika Schlets, though, really asserting himself at the sharp end of the field and making himself the favourite for the Champion Cup car title. But then, of course, you've got to remember back to last year when Diego Perez Lara had a lot of pressure on him through the playoffs to give himself the chance to fight for the victory. It was never easy in that last battle, and we're certainly going to have a situation like that. Now that we know the identity of the drivers that will go through to the top 10, it'll be confirmed when the points and the results are all assessed. If everything is okay in the steward's office, then the top 10 drivers in the standings will be confirmed. We'll present them to you on the live stream. And of course, they will then get to draw the 10 karts they will choose from the karts randomly drawn by the race director. They will choose the 14 karts to choose from. And then the top 10 drivers will obviously get the chance to select their race kart from the ballot drawn by the race director. It keeps it as equal, even, and as fair as possible to make sure that everybody is in the same boat. So congratulations from Pape Broncosoro, who's been cheering on Nico Croce. A big congratulations from Jessica, Ravi, and Babosina watching along at home in Brazil. They've done him proud, and he's done them proud. Great end to the dais. And so the competitors are ready to venture out of the karts. For 20 of them, it will be the last time. For the other 10, the battle is just getting started. So there's going to be a slight pause in proceedings now as the A final drivers finish off their lot. I'm going to take a quick pause because if I don't, I'm going to pass out. So I think you want me in a fit state of mind, ready for the finals. So at the end of the A final, the drivers have done a good job. I'll be back in just a minute or two. I just need to step out for a moment. When I come back, and when we come back, it'll be time for the Champion Cup kart to go to the top 10 drivers. So the battles are almost upon us for the last duel and the playoffs. We will shortly be identifying the top 10 drivers from an incredible day of race action. 119 drivers are about to be whittled down to just 10. The top 10 drivers in the standings will now battle their way in the playoffs and in the last duels very imminently indeed. We've got a little bit of time to play with while we get to that point because, of course, the positions in the A final have got to be confirmed. Once that happens, we will have the top 10 drivers in the championship standings confirmed. But before then, we can at least hear from the drivers in the top 3 positions of the A final, starting, of course, with our almost runaway race winner in the A final and certainly putting himself into the best possible mode. It's Vika Schlets. He's down there in the holding area with Margherita Baldini.
And we're back here again, and we're back here again with Vika, clearly. At this time, he became like a usual guest for my special spot right here. And we were chatting a little bit before, and I wanted to ask him, since he's been here and he has a lot of interviews in all those days. Vika, can you finally tell us what's your secret? Why are you always winning?
I think to just be calm, not being stressed before a race or in the race. Just be calm. Also, if you see you have a gap, don't make any mistakes because they will come back. And just, do what you can. I know, like that.
Is that how you manage mistakes? Do you think like being calm is the secret to manage a mistake?
Yeah, how many mistakes? It's like if you make less mistakes, you are always in front, So if people are going to fight with each other, you have to know, okay, now I have to be calm and just do my thing, and then you pull away.
And Jake, I think we can trust him since he's winning everything.
Certainly good for the moment, but that doesn't mean it's all done yet. Vika Schlets knows very much from his experience. Still a long way to go, but what a great start. Winner of the A final. Congratulations to Vika Schlets. It's a great start. It's certainly in a good rhythm, but there's still a lot that can happen, and you never really know what's coming around the bend. Champion Cup Kart leaves you with surprises all the way to the duel. Speaking of which, Vika Schlets was the winner of that one, but for a long time it was looking like it was going to be Dennis Holler who was going to be charging his way to second position. He ended up third in the end because there was one interloper that started to work his way further forward and put on an excellent display. We're going to hear from him now. He put on an excellent performance through the heats. He got a couple of victories, and now he's right there to battle in the top 10. We believe it's going to be the Portuguese star, Ruben Conceição. He's with Margherita.
And we finally got our microphones on Ruben Conceição. They didn't want actually to speak at first, but we got him, and we're going to translate what he's going to say because he's Portuguese, and he wants to tell us a little bit how was his race.
Foi uma corrida muito difícil, parti da sexta posição, no arranque acabei por conseguir ganhar uma posição e depois acabei por conseguir com o italiano chegar ao Denis, passei o Denis e tive que defender nas últimas 2 voltas para conseguir segurar o segundo lugar atrás do Vika que acabou por ir embora.
So he said that the race was kind of difficult for him, and he had to do some overlapping in some way, and that he managed to get behind Vika at some point, and he basically just had to keep his pace at that position, and I think he's quite happy with the result.
I would be too. Second place in the A final. I'd happily take that. Thank you. Obrigado to Ruben Conceição. A very good run indeed there from Ruben, and with my smattering of modest Portuguese, I can verify that Margherita's translation was pretty much bang on the money. I don't speak a lot, but I speak enough. That'll do nicely. Fortunately, we don't need any translation for the man in third position. The former champion, the man who won the title at Jezero 5 years ago, is still racing with us here in Champion Cup Kart, and Dennis Holler with a great chance to fight for the title again. He'll be going into this, I believe, second in the standings, but if my maths is correct, we don't need to worry about that just yet. All we need to worry about is Margherita Baldini getting the best out of Dennis Holler. That shouldn't be too hard.
And we're back at it again with Dennis Holland, and he also, like Vika, is one of our usual guests in our interview spot, and so also for him we want to know immediately if you are satisfied with the third position, or if you think it was a missed opportunity or you wanted to fight a little bit more.
No, I mean, considering the kart I draw in the beginning, P3 is a good result for me because I picked my go-kart number 17 and immediately I knew that this is going to be a big challenge because all the guys around me had one of the good karts we have tracked during the day. So yeah, with the race, how it went, with the struggle, with the problems we had with overtaking everything, finishing on P3 is okay-ish, yeah, I think.
I think the podium is still a wonderful position, whatever it is.
Dennis Holler ready for the action in front of him. Could be a very spicy playoff run for the German talent. Let's see what happens. Vielen Dank and thank you to Dennis Holler and of course to Margherita Baldini. We're just waiting for the final official confirmation of the top 10 rankings. Give you a couple of minutes and we'll be up to date. Attention paddock, driver number 38. Driver number 38, please make your way to the steward's office. Driver number 38, please make your way to the steward's office. So just going through the motions and showing you some of the best bits of the day while we are waiting for official confirmation. There's some great action from the Champion Cup Kart. I'll stay quiet. I'll put the amazing battles on your screen with a bit of music. Make sure you've got a decent seat for the playoffs, but I promise you, you're only going to need the edge of it. Attention paddock. Will driver number 72, please make your way to the steward. Driver number 72, please make your way to race control. Thank you. Attention paddock. Driver number 102, please make your way to the officials. 102, please make your way to race director in the race control. Driver number 102, immediately please to race control. Thank you. In the words of Neville Chamberlain, I have in my hand a piece of paper. And that piece of paper has the top 10 drivers that will qualify for the playoffs. This is the big moment that all of the 119 drivers have been waiting for. So we can officially confirm the 10 drivers that will get through to the playoffs. Vika Schlitz, no major shocks there. Dennis Holler, 2021 Champion Cup Kart champion. Remy Luth, the 25-year-old from Marseille, always at the sharp end this week. Two-time champion Christian Duven, he gets himself into the mix as well. Alejandro Florido for España, the 19-year-old from Cadiz. Ruben Conceição flying the flag for Portugal. He'll be in 6th position of the lineup. The Austrian Leon Schmid gets himself through. We always knew he was going to be fast after the heats and semi-finals. Gianmaria Campanucci keeping the Italian flag alive and prominent in the final. Jaco Vrogindevai, very impressive work from him this week, the 9th position slot. And the 10th and last driver to qualify It's Albert Boss. How about that? What an absolutely amazing lineup for the top 10. A few surprises there, maybe, Yusuf, certainly considering how close it was in the bottom end between 8th down to about 14th. A lot of upsets, but a lot of nice surprises there as well.
Absolutely. I mean, some great racing today, and yeah, maybe a couple of surprises. Although I think looking at that, I don't think you'd think, there's anyone there that hasn't been consistently at the top end. Albert Boss sneaking in at the end. We've been talking about him in some of the later heats, about how he had a bit of misfortune in his early heats. He's pulled it back up. I've got a question for you though, Jake. Without looking at that sheet, can you correctly remember how many different nations there are?
That's a really good question. I'm trying to remember. So we've got 3 Dutchmen at least. There's a Spaniard in there. There's an Italian in there. There's a Frenchman in there. I think it's 6. I might be wrong.
I don't have the answer here.
Okay, well, we're going to work it out. So we've got the Dutchman, Vike Schlets. His countryman is Duven. His other countryman is Boss. Oh, and Vrogindevai. So we've got a Dutch, an Italian, an Austrian, a Portuguese, a Spanish, a French, and a German. Okay, so we've got 7, actually. We've got 7 in the mix there. So that's a lot more than I thought we were going to have. So, yeah, that's fascinating. Really interesting to see how tight that is going to be all the way to the death. So 7 different nations in the top 10. That's pretty exciting. And 4 of them are Dutch. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one on the day of the Dutch Grand Prix as well. How about that? Not a bad day to be flying the flag for the Netherlands. But now we get into the serious business of the last duel and the playoffs. Before we actually talk about that, I want to put a feather in your cap. 29th on the grid. No, you haven't got a cap at the moment. You put it down, fair play. But 29th on the grid, and you finished up P14. You went through half the field. You should be properly proud about that, mate.
I don't know what it is. All of the races that I've had, so when I qualified 2nd, when I qualified 9th, when I qualified 11th, they went badly. When I started 30th and 29th, I finished 11th and 14th and in the A final of all things. So, no, I'm properly chuffed to bits with that. I'm recording a little vlog for the weekend, and I was saying, I can't really want much more than that, racing against some top drivers, and to be able to finish in that position from that place. I got a little bit lucky that the seas kind of parted for me, but then, once I was through, kind of took advantage of that, had an amazing battle with, I think it was Andrea at the end, and one of the, I forget his name, but not Lennon, with Lennon, on the last couple of laps. So yeah, excellent stuff.
Very, very cool. So now we're getting to the section of the race format that a lot of people will be obviously wanting to know about. Most karting meetings run pretty much to the standard that we've had thus far. You go through the heats, you go through the semi-finals or the last shot showdowns or whatever they're referred to on that particular weekend, and then you get the finals. Well, we've completed all the finals, so what's left? Well, now we've got the next section, which is basically the playoffs. Before the playoffs, we actually have one little nugget of extra bonus, which is called the last duel. So we've got 10 drivers left. There are 15 karts being provided, hand-selected by the race director at random. So the drivers then look at all of the karts, and in order of the rankings, they get to choose which kart they use for the rest of the competition. So Vike Schlets can look at his kart and say, I want that one. Then after him, it's Dennis Holler. He says, well, I'll take that one. Remy Luth, well, I'll take that one. And they'll do that all the way through until all of the karts have been allocated, with 5 spares just in case there's a problem later on in the event. So once all the drivers have chosen their kart, then we go into the last duel. Now, this is going to be an interesting extra piece of the information. We're going to have Vike Schlets, Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and Christian Duven, the top 4 drivers. They now go into the section of the event which is called the last duel. They'll be split into a pair, 2 pairs, in fact, apologies. They will each take a kart, and they will do a lap of the track, a timed lap, at the same time. Then they will finish, swap karts, and do it again. So it's an even, fair competition. And then the second pair will do the same. The aggregate time at the end of it will decide the first 4 positions on the starting grid. So it actually involves a little bit of intelligence going through that last duel. So Vike Schlets may not end up being on pole position for the first playoff. That could make things very interesting. And then, of course, we will have the first playoff race. 10 drivers left. The bottom 4 drivers in the standings at the end of that race will not go through. So even if you finish last, if you're Vike Schlets, for example, if you're still in the top 5, you still go through. So that's how that works out. So for the drivers, Leon Schmidt, Gianmaria Campanucci, Jakov Rogindova and Albert Boss, the GP1 playoff is the most important race for them to win. If they can win and get themselves a little bit elevated further forward, then they may just score enough points to crack the top 6. Because whoever is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th in the points rankings at the end is going to be eliminated. It could not be more tight.
And with that being said, should we run through the point standings and see how close it is for those kind of top 5 positions? The other thing to mention with regards to picking those cars, this is where those teams that come in with lots of drivers have that little bit more information, a bigger pool of numbers to kind of think back to say, no, that one's good, or I didn't like that one, or my teammate had a bad time in that. So it'll be interesting to see. I know for Leon, he's got all of the Mokodama guys, so he'll have a bit of information there. But then again for Vika, I think he's in the same camp as Dennis Holler and maybe with the Rogindova as well. So they've got lots of information there. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
It's a really good point. So we'll take a look on our computer. Stick around and we'll have a look at how the point standings currently rack up. But the last duel is not far away. So, after the finals, here are the top 10 rankings in terms of points, and this is fascinating. Vika Schlitz is on the top, and he has 570, so 570 points. Dennis Holler has 560, Remy Luth has 529, Christian Duven on 521, Alejandro Florido on 508, and then Ruben Conceição on 505, Leon Schmidt on 501, Gianmaria Campanucci on 498, Jakov Rogindova on 490 and Albert Boss on 488. So that is really, really tricky. It's tough to know exactly who's going to get the most of it. Every single driver in the top 10 is in the talent category, except for Dennis Holler, who is in the expert category, and Gianmaria Campanucci, who is in the junior category. So everybody else is pretty much there, and even Stevens and ready in position. The reason you're not seeing anything particularly special on your screen at the moment is because we're currently in the process of the drivers being allocated their karts. From the 15 that were randomly selected by the race director, the drivers are now choosing which kart they're going to take possession of, and we're sorting out which of the 4 drivers will get through into the last duel and in which format. Not far away then from the fabulous closing stages then of the Leopard circuit, Viterbo's Champion Cup Kart International Rental Competition, the 6th edition of this amazing event. Jake Santon and Yusuf Ben Sahel in the commentary box position as we get ourselves ready for the contest. And it is going to be very intriguing indeed to see who's made it through. Keep your comments and your messages coming into us. Now that you know the identity of the top 10 drivers, Vika Schlitz, Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, Christian Duven, Alejandro Florido, Ruben Conceição, Leon Schmidt, Gianmaria Campanucci, Jakov Rogindova and Albert Boss. Who's your money on? Who do you think is going to get the job done? There are 4 Dutchmen, along with the German, the Frenchman, the Spaniard, the Portuguese, the Austrian, and the Italian. Who is going to get the job done here in the 6th edition of Champion Cup Kart? Will we see a resurgence from Dennis Holler to get a 2nd title, or Christian Duven to get the hat-trick? Or will we see a brand new champion in the 2026 edition of the Champion Cup Kart? There are so many things that could take place. And now we're getting into the hotter stage of the day as well. You've raced on this circuit in these temperatures at this time of the day, Yusuf. This is going to be gruesome.
Yeah, it's really hot out there. Actually, one of the worst parts of today in terms of discomfort was before we went out for the A final, we were all standing waiting, and the tarmac was so hot, it felt like we were on the beach and just standing on the sand, boiling hot sand. So yeah, keeping cool, just keeping your wits about you is going to make all the difference. I'm guessing the conditions for this qualifying session and the race will be relatively similar to what we had for the A final. I'm quite a weird driver in the sense that I don't really notice a huge difference when we go from the slightly cooler conditions to these hot conditions, but lots of other drivers have been talking about how they can feel that there's that little bit more understeer on the front end and that they're struggling a bit. In terms of looking at the championship, as we can see the wonderful Viterbo circuit on your cameras, my favourite corner is that long left-handed, the snail section, as they call it, which I believe is just about to appear on camera on the right-hand side of your screen. But wonderful, wonderful circuit. Turns 1 and 2 also absolutely fantastic. You can carry so much speed into that, but if you get it slightly wrong, you end up just going that little bit wide, and it completely ruins your exit coming out of 2, which is then, well, it's not a straight, but it is a whole flat-out zone that leads into turn number 5.
It's worth pointing out as well that one of the difficulties we've had so far from the very start of the week is the extreme winds. It's been really, really strong here over Viterbo. You can actually see in the background, the banners are desperately trying to break free, and they were cable tied down at every corner and every position earlier on. Even the flags threatened to blow away on Friday because the wind was so bad. So it is tricky. How big a difference is the wind going to make for these guys when they're trying to battle away for position? Especially for some of the taller drivers out there, it can be really difficult to cope with.
Yeah, honestly, being a tall driver, so much wind, that's half a second a lap right there. But no, to be honest, I didn't actually realise how windy it was. I think when you're down in the paddock, you're sheltered by a lot of the tall buildings, so you don't realise. In terms of how it affects you when you're out on circuit, I don't think the wind's too much of an issue in karting. I think more of the issue comes if it's gusty. Because then what you do on one lap is different to another lap. If it's a steady wind, then I think, at least for me, in my head, I've just kind of recognised, okay, this is my breaking point. Going to another heat, if the wind's slightly changed, then you adjust it, but it then stays the same throughout the heat. If you get random gusts, that's what will make things really difficult.
So now we're going to be focusing our attentions on the last duel. This is now the section where we decide the top 4 positions on the starting grid. The last duel, stage 1 of 1, and it was then we'll have stage 1 part 2. And then we'll have stage 2 part 1 and stage 2 part 2. So, of course, that makes sense. So we're going to have 4 quick rolls around the track, and it will be the top 4 drivers in the standings only that are welcome to this part. Vika Schlets, Dennis Holler, Remy Luth, and Christian Duven. I'm not entirely sure at this stage which 2 it is that go out together, because I'm not sure if it's going to be Schlets and Holler, Schlets and Luth, and Schlets and Duven, or if it's going to be Holler and Luth, Holler and Duven, or Holler and Schlets. We will figure that one out very shortly indeed, but they are obviously going to be staggered in some way. I think it is a random draw how they are staggered for that particular one, but the drivers will get their chance to go head-to-head. And you've been in this situation, I guess, once or twice before in the past when you've had to go head-to-head with a driver where it's literally your race pace down to the 1 lap. You've got to pull out the perfect lap out of the bag. Trying to find perfection when you know the circuit, you know the conditions, but you also know your own mind. That must be really tricky to find the best in yourself when the chips are down and it really counts.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to just, I think for all of our top 4, they won't really let this phase them. It's one of those things where they're so quick, they're so consistent that they'll just go out and bang in the lap straight away. I think with Viterbo, I wouldn't say it's an easy circuit, but I don't think you've got a lot of corners where, at least with these cars, you've got to be so on the edge that if you get it slightly wrong, you're going to drop loads of time. I think it's a track where you can be that little bit easier. This is for me, personally. I mean, these top 10 drivers are that little bit quicker, so maybe for them, they are pushing that bit more. But I think it is one of those where you do take it that little bit easier into braking zones, which means that you're not risking so much pace-wise. So as long as you can be, smooth, quick, consistent, that Jensen Button style of driving, you're going to get the most out of your car. And if you get it slightly wrong, you won't drop that much time.
So let's talk about a potential scenario. We're not in that situation yet, but let's talk about a potential scenario. We know that the top 4 drivers are all going to be pushing to try and get the lap. Vika Schlets is the current strongman on the force. He's got 10 points on Dennis Holler, and he's got an incredible 41 points currently over Remy Luth in 3rd position. But let's talk about a potential scenario. If he ends up the slowest of the 4 drivers in the mix here, if he ends up being 4th in the grid, it probably isn't going to be a huge pressure to him in terms of, can I beat Dennis Holler, can I beat Remy Luth, can I beat Christian Duven? But that's where he starts to get into the cannon fodder, when drivers behind are desperately trying to move their way into that top 6. They've got the one last chance. That's when you get drivers like Florido, Conceição, Schmid, Companucci. They've got to go hell for leather. They're going to be starting 5th through 10th. they've got to make a move, and they've got to do it early to give themselves a chance to even fight with the guys up front. Is that going to be a problem that Vika Schlets could potentially have a bit of an issue with if he's going to start as low as 4th? Does he stay cool? Does he start to sweat? Does he lose focus? You're a driver in that situation. If you're leading with a decent points gap and you're suddenly back into 4th, halfway through the pack, what's in your head?
So I think one of the things that I'd say, and I've mentioned this in a few of my own kind of YouTube videos, this is Milky's Hero top tip. Whether the top 4 drivers would agree with me is another thing. I think when you go into a race and you go in on a defensive mindset and a mindset of, second's good enough or 4th is good enough, I don't know how, but it's almost like other drivers can feel it. And when you're out on track, all of a sudden you start getting bullied. At least for me, every time I've gone into a race and I've thought, I'll take it a little bit safe, I get absolutely banged around, have a terrible race. If I go in thinking, no, I'm going to win, I'm going to do everything I can to win, even if the chips aren't in your favour, you get a good result. So I think for the likes of Vika, for Dennis, even if things start to go badly, I don't think their mindset will be, this is okay. It's going to be, no, I need to make sure I don't drop points. Even though mathematically the correct decision might be, take it easy. I'm still gaining points over Dennis or Remy, etc. I think it is going to be, I need to win every single race and do everything you can for that.
So you've got to go into this race a little bit like Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa. You can't afford to be tentative. You have to come in with those early hits, with those early pushes to try and keep yourself in the rhythm and flow. You can't afford to have a bit of a backstep. You've got to go in with all of your A game brought to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what I'm going to be most interested to see is the driving standards in this race, because obviously we've had lots of races so far with 30 drivers on the grid, lots of chaos. The front tends to be relatively clean, those first 4 positions. Now we've got the 10 best drivers of the 120 or so entries. How are they going to race? And I didn't really see it, but I think what happened in the A final was the top 10 or so spread out into groups of 2, groups of 3, work together. If we see something like that happening in our playoffs, then we are going to get more of the kind of Dennis Holler or Vika Schmidt saying, okay, I can hold on to second place here, that's fine. The issue is when you're in a group of karts and there is no, let's say, etiquette, you have to be in prime Rocky Balboa, Apollo Creed mindset of, no, I'm throwing the first punch. I'm not going to wait to see what's going to happen. I must be proactive. But if it spreads out, then I think they have the liberty to be reactive.
So it's definitely going to be interesting now for the contenders. They will put themselves into the position. We've had all of the build-up, all of the onslaught, and now we have the 10 men who will fight for the Champion Cup Kart title 2026. Vika, Dennis, Remy, Christian, Alejandro, Ruben, Leon, Jamaria, Jaco, and Albert. All 10 of these guys are going to go at it hammer and tongs. 4 Dutchmen, along with the German, the Frenchman, the Italian, the Spaniard, the Portuguese, and the Austrian. They're all going to be fever pitch. There's plenty of people to get behind, and certainly 10 very different types of racing driver out there as well. You've got those who are calm and smooth. You've got those who are calculating and decisive. You've got those who are gutsy and determined. You've got those who are flamboyant and boisterous. And you've also got those who are patient, disciplined, controlled, measured. All sorts of different personalities going into this top 10. It is very difficult to predict who's going to get it. Myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague Yusuf bin Sahil, we're going to stay here in the commentary box. We're going to give these guys a chance to set the pace and set the mode and the format into position, ready for the last duel. Don't go away. So, being the nerdy commentators that we are, myself, Jake Santon, and my colleague Yusuf bin Sahel, we have been sitting and crunching the numbers of what we call permutations, because we know what the point scores are going to be. We know that there's 1 point available for the last duel winner. All of the points have been calculated from the previous heats, who had the most bonus points for the wins, who had the most bonus points for the pole positions, and that's where we've got to with our ranking of Vika Schlets on 570, Dennis Holler on 560, Remy Luth on 529, Christian Duven on 521, Alejandro Florido on 508, Ruben Conceição on 505, Leon Schmidt on 501, Gianmario Companucci on 498, Jakob Rogindevai on 491, Albert Boss on 488. Now, the one thing we do know for a fact, of course, is that there is a maximum amount of points that can be scored here, and that is 31. 31 points are the maximum scored. Whoever wins the last duel gets the bonus 1 point. Whoever wins GP1 playoff scores 12, and whoever scores the last playoff win scores 18. So there's so many points to play for here, but 31 total, which means that mathematically, there are only 2 drivers who can actually win the Champion Cup kart at this phase, Vika Schlets and Dennis Holler. That is an amazing rivalry between great mates.
Absolutely, and those two have been driving phenomenally across today. We can see them getting into their karts. I think that is Dennis at the back and Vika just in front of him in the 71. Yeah, indeed, it is Vika Sheets in the 71 kart. Now, something else that we didn't talk about, we kind of looked at the permutations and combinations. We saw it's a two-way battle for first. There's a lot of drivers who can get third, mathematically, but realistically, Remy Luth and Christian Duven are battling for that third place spot, and then it is a big battle for fifth. However, something very important to remember is only 6 drivers get through to that second stage. So who are the drivers who are mathematically, it's impossible for a few drivers mathematically to make it into the top 6, which is kind of bittersweet for the likes of Albert Boss because he is too far back. The maximum points you can gain over a driver is 11. So the question becomes, who is within 11 points of Ruben Conceição? And Ruben is on 505 points, so you have to be on 494 or above. So that also rules out Rogindevai out of that kind of top 6 contest. So Campanucci, Schmid, and Conceição all battling for that kind of final spot to go into the Grand Playoff 2.
That's really, really a good point to mention. And for the likes of Gianmario Campanucci and Leon Schmidt, nothing short of a win is going to be good enough because you've got Leon Schmidt, who's 4 points back from Conceição, and you've got Gianmario Campanucci, who is 7 points back from Conceição. So it really is down to the wire for that last place in the final playoff, and a win is the only thing really that is going to be good enough to at least get close to it. Conceição, well, he can finish 3rd position and still get through. No problem at all. He won't be demoted. So Conceição's target in this first playoff is very, very clear. Top 3. If he finishes top 3, nobody knocks him out of the competition because they won't be able to score more points than him enough to take him out of the equation. So it's still going to be a very interesting one. So here are the 2 that are going to go out for the first duel. It's going to be Vika Schlets and Christian Duven. The second duel is going to be between Dennis Holler and Remy Luth. That's going to be interesting. So we're going to see Schlets and Duven, who have already fought each other fairly often over the course of this competition. They're now going to go head-to-head in a playoff. So out onto the circuit goes Vika Schlets. Out onto the circuit goes Christian Duven. After their flying lap, they'll come back in, park the kart, swap karts over, and then go again. And then we'll really will get the full chat. And it'll give us a bit of an indication as to who is going to get the job done over the course of these last duels. It's an interesting format, and of course for all the other drivers, they now get to be in the position of spectator from 11th position in the rankings downwards. But this is what we love about this sport, the nail-biting conclusion down to the wire.
I think the other interesting thing is this is going to be really important for some of the other drivers to look and figure out, okay, who looks the quickest out of them, who looks the slowest, because when you go into this 10-kart battle, I would expect all of the drivers not to be very feisty at the start. They're all going to be a little bit patient, a little bit wary, and kind of waiting. I know I said maybe they won't be waiting, they'll be on the proactive foot, but I think we're going to see a 10-kart long queue, and it's going to be some really good, excellent racing. However, if we get through this qualifying, what is effectively a qualifying session, and the drivers think, you know what, he looks a little bit off, they're all going to be ready to pounce on that driver, and that's when the carnage is going to ensue.
So we're on the flying lap. They only get one flying lap around the course. To ignore the times that are on the timing screen there. That's from when they left the pit lane. So that's not really what it's going to count. We're looking for about a 1:12.5 average to get to that point. You don't think so, Yusuf? You think it's going to be slower than that, perhaps?
Yeah, I think from my session, the fastest lap that we had in the A final was a 1:13.2, and that was with Campagnucci working with Leon and some of the others. So I think in clean air, you're probably going to be looking at, well, actually, it's Vika we're talking about, so maybe a 13.4, 13.3. I think that's probably what Vika's going to be going for, 13.3. Maybe we'll see a 13.1 if he's, got a spot-on kart nails the lap.
That's a good point. You only really get the 112s if you're working in a gaggle of other karts to find that slipstream. So out of the turn, the first one to cross the line is going to be Vika Schlitz. He takes the checkered flag. So what is his lap time going to be? He comes up with the goods of a 1:13.87. So that is not quite what he would have wanted, I think, but it might still be good enough. We'll see what Duvan can come up with as he comes across the line. If he's quicker than a 1:13.8, then it's game on. 1:14.4. Oh, goodness me. It is very difficult to go from cold on these karts in these extreme temperatures.
So this is something that I was thinking about, but I didn't bring it up. So what you've seen before, pretty much all of the heats, is some drivers weave, some drivers don't. Do you want to bring up heat into the tyres? Now, because you've got a 10-minute race, if you put too much heat into your tyres, you might be good on the first lap, but it's going to be terrible after that because they're way too hot. So I wonder if maybe the correct strategy going into this qualifying session was to try to generate some heat into the tyres. They weren't doing that, obviously, but they were doing a general kind of fast outlap. Clearly, that wasn't enough to do it. So I'm really surprised by those times, particularly from Christian, that 1:14.4. And I think all of the other drivers, they're going to be looking at him as easy pickings unless he can show something big in that next session.
It is interesting, isn't it? We don't know exactly which karts have obviously been part of the 15 allocated kart draw allocation for these last duels and playoffs, but it certainly looks as though it's been an interesting first point of call as Vika Schlitz comes up with a 1:13.87 and Christian Duvan with a 1:14.48. That will be a very awkward reading for Christian Duvan. He won't be particularly happy with that, I don't think. So the drivers come back into the pits. And we now obviously get the handover. So the two karts drivers will be swapped. They'll get back into the same karts and go out and do the second part of the challenge run. Albert Boss watching along on the time monitor. There is the handover. So all of the ballast is swapped over. They get out of their karts and change over and swap into the opponent's kart to keep it nice and even, because everyone could just say, oh, well, he had a better kart than me. He was quicker. That's why we give them the chance to swap karts and do the same thing again. So it comes down purely to the driver. Yes, there is a discrepancy in terms of the derivation and the variance in karts. And a lot of the drivers have been telling me that it can be anywhere between a second to 2 seconds, depending on the age of the fleet. So it can be an interesting one. Here it has been variable based on temperatures of the circuit, the slipstream that you get from other drivers, and of course, the quality of the car you get. You can't get two racing karts the same. Even if you go into the Alfa Romeo garage and you come up with 27 Giulia TCRs, one is going to be quicker than the others. That is just the way it is. You get it in engineering, you get it in the day-to-day Mercedes-Benz showroom. You can make 10,000 cars and make them exactly the same way, and one or two of them turn out to be something special. Jim Douglas, the love bug, a direct quote. So you can't get two karts the same. What counts here is that you don't have always perfectly equal machinery. It's what you do with it. That's what makes you the perfect, consistent athlete. If you're able to create something good out of something compromised, that's what makes you a great driver, a special driver.
Absolutely, and that's what makes rental karting so special, because we're in a situation where, unlike in owner karting, you don't have a team buying 50 different engines to take the very best engine and then have that advantage, but that advantage stays with them for the entire year or a whole race weekend. In this case, it is going back and forth. I'd say, from what I've seen, maybe you're looking at about a second a lap discrepancy, but the thing is, most of the karts are relatively close to each other. The big issue is, you look at two karts, they can be different by 0.2, but when you're looking at a battle between Vika and Dennis, that just changes the narrative of the battle so much. So even karts that closely matched, if there is a slight difference, a good driver can take a huge advantage out of it. And that's something that there is no real way in the world to really control it. It's about making the best of the situation given to you. Green flag's being waved. Here we go for hot laps number 2.
So a 1:13.8 from Vika Schlets last time compared to a 1:14.4 for Duven. That's what we're talking about here. And that's obviously what we need to keep in our mindset. It's not going to be easy to figure out who is going to get the best of it here, but certainly the battle between Schlets and Duven is certainly going to be an interesting one. And then, of course, we're going to have this magnified when we get Holler and Luth, the German and the Frenchman, are going to be very difficult to separate out as well. So it'll be fascinating to see who gets the best of it. It's also that last little bit you're trying to extract out of yourself as a driver. These guys have been here so many times before in so many different types of race formats, whether it's one-shot showdown qualifying, whether it's a full practice session, whether it's endurance, whether it's sprint. These guys have done so much hard work. It's incredible to think that Christian Duven, still only 24 years of age, he actually won the championship title at the tender age of 20 the first time he got it done. Only Alberto Brentagani was younger to be able to do that. And sadly, we're not going to get a younger champion than Alberto Brentagani this time, who was 15 when he won the title back in 2023 at Lonato. Here we go, across the line, checkered flag. What is that time going to be from Vika Schlets this time? A 1:13.8. That is unbelievable consistency from Vika Schlets. So he gets a 1:13.8. That's a 100th of a second difference. Christian Duven, 1:13.6. That's massive in terms of difference. So that tells you quite a bit, actually. Christian Duven was able to go 0.8 of a second faster when he changed karts. Vika Schlets was 100th of a second quicker. A 100th of a second quicker last time. So that tells you quite a bit about Vika Schlets' overall pace. He can be quick no matter what you give him.
I think what that just goes to show is Duven messed up his first lap. He must have made a mistake somewhere. I think through turn 1 and 2, it's easy to get that wrong. Maybe carried a bit too much pace into it, went a bit wide. But again, you wouldn't expect him to be 0.6 off the pace. So I think for Christian, that's going to be definitely something that picks his spirits back up. He'll know, right, I've got the pace to be faster than Vika because he has that raw pace. And I think when you look at these drivers, they're all good enough to consistently do those laps, lap after lap, in a race environment. The fact that he has that ultimate pace, in my opinion, would go to show that once you get to that race environment, he's going to be the one who pulls out that quicker time consistently.
And doing what he's just done, as far as I'm concerned, for my money, Vika Schlets just guaranteed himself a worst-case scenario of P3 on the grid for GP1. That is a worst-case scenario. And that's a very favourable position for Vika Schlets to be in. He won't lose too much time to whoever could start second or first. Dennis Holler is the one who could potentially take the pole position away from him. And the gap between them to this point is 10 points. So it really is Vika versus Dennis all the way. And it really now counts for Dennis Holler what he does with this opportunity. If he can find a couple of 1:13.7s, it's game on. If he can find 1:13.7 twice, then suddenly Dennis Holler gets ready for pole position for the GP1 playoff. It's in his hands to try and take control of this now.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see if we've got a similar situation for our next two as we've just had, where they're a little bit slower off the marks with their first qualifying lap, or whether they'll be a bit more like Vika and straight away able to get that pace and then match that pace in their second set of hot laps. Either way, this is shaping up to be rather interesting.
Certainly is. I don't think either driver really wanted the results they got out of that. Duven did come up with the fastest lap of the two of them, but with a 1:13.6 in the second run and a 1:14.4 in the first, that is definitely not going to be good for the average. I think the average is going to be around the 1:14.0 mark. So that is still a good 0.2 of a second, nearly 0.2 of a second away from what Vika Schlets did. He did a 1:13.87 and a 1:13.88. That is ironclad consistency, 100th of a second difference in the two runs. Now it comes down to Dennis Holler of Hagen, Germany, and Remy Luth of Marseille, France. The two drivers, 38 and 25 years of age, they are going to be pushing it all the way. Dennis Holler, the first ever Champion Cup Kart champion, back at Pista Rosora in Jesolo 2021, 5 years ago. The very first competition, and he was the very first champion. Could he get a second title 5 years later? That really would be an astonishing return to form for Dennis Holler, and proof that you can never count him out, even at the age of 38. Meanwhile, for the Frenchman, Remy Luth, doing a grand job out there as well. He's been so ultra consistent through the course of this weekend. Started with top threes on the Friday and Saturday, worked his way up to a couple of semi-final victories today. Sunday just seems to be Remy Leuth's day. So could he do something spectacular here? Could he get in amongst them? He knows he hasn't got the points count to challenge for the title, but he could cement that third position by showing up the two title contenders.
And I think for Remy as well, if he comes out of the Grand Playoffs and he wins, that'll be a big source of pride that he can take away, knowing, you know what, I beat all of you in the final race when, you know, we had our pick of the cards in a straight dogfight. I won that. So that's certainly going to be something that Remy is going for. Remy and Dennis, they've been in the same semi-finals with me, much to my annoyance, because they've been very fast and just driven off at the front of the field, along with Jean-Marie on a couple of occasions. And then you've got Vika and Christian, who have been together and run rampant at the front of the field. So again, we're seeing all of them coming together, and we're going to be seeing our first set of hot laps coming through, because rounding the final corner is our former champion, Dennis Höller.
So let's see what Höller can do across the line. What is his first lap time going to be? He pops up onto the timing screen with it was going to be a 1:28.9 initially. I think we've got an issue with our timing screen. In fact, that's the worst possible timing to have an issue with our timing screen. Now it's going to be updated. Remy Leuth got a 1:14.1. Okay, so Remy Leuth got a 1:14.1. Dennis Höller, his time doesn't appear to have come up yet, so we'll certainly make a note of the time from Remy Leuth. So he did a 1:14.13. I haven't got Dennis Höller's time in front of me, so that's annoying, because we really needed Dennis Höller's time. That's the one we were really focusing on. So for some reason, Dennis Höller's time has not come up on the timing screen. Hopefully it will very soon indeed, and we figure out what Dennis Höller has set in terms of the pace. This is keeping us on tenterhooks. Dennis Höller's second time, his first time, was a 1:28.9. That was his outlap, so that doesn't really count as the full run. So now we need to figure out exactly what Dennis Höller is going to achieve as he comes through. I think that time is finally going to be calculated, but there's a lot of long faces here as we try to work out what sort of time did Dennis Höller set. Was it good enough for a 1:17.1? Well, Dennis Höller's just done, apparently the time has come up, was a 1:14.3. My goodness, this has definitely made things interesting. So he's actually gone considerably slower than he would have liked to have done. A 1:14.399. Well, this definitely just got interesting. Vika Schletz could have an unbeaten run to pole.
I'm not sure. I think that 1:14.3 might have been when he just came across the line now to come into the pit lane. So that could be his actual lap, because don't forget, Remy's lap time has just updated to a 1:19. I think the 1:14.3 is Dennis's in lap. So I don't think we've seen the last of essentially these qualifying lap times.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it for the moment then. If that's the case, then it's maybe not necessarily the full story. We'll see if Dennis Höller's lap gets updated, because obviously having had that particular run, we need to look at how even matched things are. So the times have been reset again. The drivers swap their weight ballasts over. There is a possibility that when we've written down the times, we have to wait for the official confirmation from the timekeepers, and there could be a change. If it is the way that it is, we can only go by what information we're presented. If it is the way that it is, then Vika Schletz is looking very good indeed for pole position. If the other drivers can't get above a 1:14, then this is Vika Schletz smiling and grinning from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat. If he gets pole position for the GP1 playoff, this contest could be over.
So for Remy Leuth to get pole, he has to do a 1:13.5 minimum, because he was just under 3/10 slower. So he needs to be just under 3/10 quicker than what we saw. So 3/10 quicker than a 1:13.8. You're looking at what, a 1:15, maybe a 1:15.6, low 1:13.6.
That's a lot to ask.
It is. However, Duvin did manage a 1:13.62. So it's around there. That's what Remy Leuth needs to do. And I'm sure he's got someone on the balcony who shouted to him, you need to put in a bloody good lap right now.
1:13.5 is what the Frenchman is looking for to try and take away the pole position. For Dennis Höller, he may have to settle for third or fourth position on the grid if the time we've got in front of us is accurate. They may not be, so we'll keep an eye on it. But certainly we think Remy Leuth's time is correct, a 1:14.1. So if he can get a 1:15.6, we will keep ourselves into the position. So he needs to find 0.62 of a second here, Remy Leuth. So that's going to put him onto a 113.62. So that's about where he needs to be. So a 113.62 would be enough to put him into the top spot. And of course, a 113.62 is exactly what Duven said. It's exactly the same time. So he needs to match Christian Duven. Even if he goes 100th of a second quicker, that is just about enough, I think, for Remy Lerth to get the pole. So the Frenchman, 25 years of age from Marseille, going for it. If he can get into the 113.6s, maybe even a 113.5, then pole position is on. As for Dennis Holler, just go for it. Just go hell for leather, push like stink, and make it happen. It is not going to be easy to settle this out, but the last duel is going to come to a crescendo, and Remy Lerth trying desperately to find that little bit of extra gusto. Lerth has gone into the lap second, so Dennis Holler will cross the line first, and will get his lap time. He obviously needs to get as quick as possible. A 113.6 would be delightful for Höller as well, because that would really pull his average up, and that would start getting him to flirt with the times of Vika Schletz, depending on what his first time lap was. If it is a 114.3, as we have been told, then that's accurate. If it is a 114.1, then that could be a different story. But it is interesting to see what sort of times we're going to play with here. So Dennis Holler out of the final section. Remy Lerth is pushing on the far side along the back straight, and the drivers will see the checkered flag. It is time to see who is going to get the pole position. We may not even get official confirmation out of the end of the last duel. Dennis Holler, what's the time? Dennis Holler, 113.64. Oh my goodness. How about that to throw the cat amongst the pigeons? A 113.64 for Holler. That could put his average slightly above Schletz. What about Remy Lerth? What does he get? A 113.63. Oh my goodness. Nothing in it between the two of them. And I think he's going to miss that pole position by 100th of a second. That's not confirmed. That is speculative. But my goodness me, how close has this last duel made things for the top four on the grid?
Absolutely fantastic. I think with Remy Lerth, it's going to come down to the thousandths of a second. It's going to be very tight. It's within, it's essentially within 100th or 200ths between himself and Vika. And for Dennis, it just depends what was his first lap. If his first lap was quicker than that 114.1, Dennis has pole. And everyone's going to be looking at Vika thinking, he's 2/10 off the pace.
It's a very good point. So now we are going to see how this makes it 9 thousandths of a second between Remy Lerth and Dennis Holler across those two laps. Check out that stat in the left-hand corner of your screens. 9 thousandths of a second between Holler and Lerth on that second run. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy for them to be that even, that close, having swapped karts. I mean, that just shows you the level we're dealing with here. We're not trading in tenths. We're not trading in hundredths. We're trading in thousandths of a second here. These guys are so good.
Absolutely so. A cracking job from all of them. And it's this weird kind of situation where three of them have the pace. The other one has the consistency and was able to get that pace out absolutely immediately. Maybe maybe Vika just decided to play it safe and said, you know what, I'm not going to push for an ultimate lap. I'm going to make sure I get 2 very good laps in and say to the others, like, if you think you can beat that, you straight out of the gate, go for it. And on one occasion they didn't, and on the other occasion they did. So, we're still none the wiser, but we're getting a few pieces of the puzzle.
It's good to get your feedback on it, Yusuf. I know you need to head down to have a chat with the guys ready ahead of the playoffs. So thanks for your input, certainly on the technical side of these qualifying runs for the last duel. It certainly helped us unravel some of the mysteries. Now it all comes down to the official confirmation. We wait for the timing screens to confirm the top 4 positions after the last duel. And don't forget, there is a bonus point for whichever driver got the pole position. So it is going to be fascinating. The drivers in deep conversation. Vika Schletz chatting with Remy Lerth and Dennis Holler after a fabulous run. This is all good driver banter. This is what we love about this sport. They're all great contestants. They're all fabulous opponents and athletes, and they love racing. This is all of the debrief that the drivers get to share amongst each other. They are very good, respected athletes. They've got a great friendship between all of them. They are very much each other's fighting force, a bit like Niki Lauda and James Rush when Lauda said, I need you out there. I need you pushing my buttons. I need you making me sweat. So stop mucking about. Get to work. And that's what these guys are to each other. You need these opponents. You need this opposition to bring out the best in these guys. And that's why we've got 9 thousandths of a second between the likes of Dennis Holler and Remy Lerth. These guys challenge each other. They really give each other that little bit of momentum. So stick around. Next up, it's the playoffs, the races that will decide the Champion Cup Kart Champion 2026. So I promise you, we are going to have a fantastic playoff here for the last two competitors. The last duel of the last duel, as it were. The winner of the first duel between Christian Duven and Vika Schlets has been confirmed as Vika Schlets. And then the winner of the duel between Dennis Holler and Remy Luth has been confirmed as Remy Luth. So now, Vika Schlets and Remy Luth will go head-to-head. Fairly simple, fairly straightforward. It was my loss of translation that caused the confusion, and I apologize for that. So now we go into the last of the last duels. Vika Schlets, get this for a stat. His combined lap times were a 2-minute 27.758. Remy Luth's combined times were 2-minute 27.769. Can you believe 11 thousandths of a second only covered the two drivers across the two sessions? And there's a lovely bit of a conversation there from Dennis Huller, who is actually good friends with Remy Luth and teammates with Vika Schlets. So they're going to race against each other at this point, and they're still bantering away and having a conversation about how it's going to work out. Amazing. This is like Norris and Piastri helping each other to get the most out of it to try and get the win. So fabulous stuff. And even Christian Duven is sat on the sidelines watching, going, well, this is quite interesting now. Holler and Duven know that they're going to be starting third and fourth. But it's one of these two that's going to be starting from pole position for the GP1 playoff race. And of course, whoever gets pole position gets a bonus point. So now it really is going to be fascinating to see who gets the best combined times here in the final showdown. Vika Schlets, the 20-year-old Dutchman from Weert, and Remy Luth, the 25-year-old Frenchman from Marseille, head-to-head to go for the pole. And after this encounter, we will have just two races remaining. The GP1 playoff of the final 10 and the GP1 playoff number 2, the last 6. All comes down to this, the sweltering heat of Italy, really putting on a good showcase for the end of this incredible battle. Vika Schlets versus Remy Luth to go for the pole position on the top spot. The test driver there, Francesco Marconi, I think it is, who's having a conversation with Vika Schlets, I believe so. So now we get ourselves ready for the final last duel. So as we get ourselves ready then for this last showdown of the last duel of the playoff between Remy Luth and Vika Schlets, time to get ourselves warmed up for the GP1 playoff. We've got some great characters who will be joining these 4 amazing aces on the grid. First of which is Leon Schmidt. He's down there in the holding area with Yusuf bin Suhail.
Thank you very much for that. I'm here with Leon. Leon, have you been watching closely the qualifying sessions?
Yeah, I was watching closely the last duel now. It's very close, like they're driving in like 1/10 of each other. It's like a crazy pace out there. But I think the top 10 final will be like a crazy race because everybody in the top 10 is almost on the same pace, so yeah.
And are you able to get any information from watching that qualifying session and think, you know what, maybe I can beat this guy or maybe this guy's going to be a bit too strong?
I mean, yeah, I know from the whole weekend that there are a lot of fast people here. And I mean, you can beat everyone, especially, but it's just luck a bit. Like, you know, if you're in the right position at the right time, you can win it. If you're unlucky, you can be last. It's just a bit of luck now.
And the big question to you then is, who's your prediction for, not for winning the event, but for winning the final?
I think Vika. I think Vika has been the best driver of the whole event for now. And there are a few people who came close to him, but I think he won the most races. He's the most consistent. And last year, he already won it almost, and I think this year it will be him.
And we were also talking about it before we went on air. You've got the Champion Cup suit. It's like having the new helmet. It's like an extra tenth a lap, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all good luck here, you know, the Champions Cup Kart suit, always good luck. And yeah, we will see. Maybe it will give me the luck I need for the final. Maybe get P1, who knows.
Well, our top 4 are heading onto circuit. So Jake, back over to you.
They certainly are. So the dogfight between Vika Schlets and Remy Löth going head-to-head for one final push. And this is going to be the one flying lap for the two drivers. Vika Schlets on track ahead of Remy Löth. And the two of them are really going to be pushing to the ragged edge. The checkered flag will greet these guys as they finish off. But it is going to be so, so close. If 9 thousandths of a second separate, 11 thousandths of a second, that's still unbelievably impressive. If 11 thousandths of a second are going to separate Vika Schlets and Remy Löth after their individual double headers of the last duel semi-final phase, how is it going to be in the final? Very close indeed. So 2:27.758 is what Vika Schlets came up with. Remy Löth, a 2:27.769. So who is going to have the ultimate pace? It's time to find out. The 20-year-old from Weert versus the 25-year-old from Marseille. The Dutchman and the Frenchman. The checkered flag is in the air. The first time lap for Vika Schlets. What's he done as he comes across the line? A 1:13.20. Now we're talking. That is going to be tough to beat for Remy Löth. He comes across the line. What can Remy Löth do? A 1:13.296. We are literally playing with hundredths of a second now. So when they swap karts over and go for their second push, this is going to be unbelievably close. Really, really tricky. A fabulous battle is awaiting us as they will swap karts for the last time. My goodness me, I don't know if you're breaking as much of a sweat as I am watching at home, but here in the commentary booth, I mean, I've got the air conditioning on and it's relatively cool now, but I tell you what, I'm still sweating because this is not only a hot circuit, this is a hot battle. And there's absolutely barely anything in it. 89 hundredths of a second, not even a tenth of a second between Schlets and Löth after that first run. And now they're going to have the swap over of karts and they will go to battle one last time. So I can tell you that the battle between them after that first run was 89 thousandths of a second. That's what we're talking about here. The difference between these two is 89 thousandths of a second. It's not even a tenth. So back into the pits, parks Vika Schlets. Alongside him will be Remy Löth. They'll swap karts one more time. And now we're going to see which driver is going to get the job done. There is Francesco Mancini, who is the Champion Cup Kart test driver. He's our CCK Stig, if you will, although he doesn't cover his face up. It's quite an attractive one. What? It is. Into the pits comes Remy Löth. Vika Schlets will swap karts with him for the last time. And now we'll go to battle. One more time of asking. 89 thousandths of a second between them on the first run. They swap swap karts, they swap ballasts. It's all going to go back to position again. And I love the sportsmanship and the camaraderie between these guys at the sharp end. The highest quality of driver. They're great friends, they're great rivals, yes, but the competitive spirit doesn't take away from anything. Wonderful stuff. Remy Löth versus Vika Schlets. Schlets is leading by 89 thousandths of a second in the last duel. Can he sustain that? Or can Remy Löth gain more than 9 hundredths of a second? If he's 9 hundredths of a second quicker on this second run, then it's going to be Schlets who has to settle for second. Remy Löth has to find 9 hundredths of a second more on this second lap. They've swapped karts. What on earth is going to happen? Off they go. The final duel. The fans in the stands and on the viewing gallery in front of us are all on fever pitch, trying to figure out who's going to get this done. 0.089 between the two drivers after the first part of the last duel. Remy Löth has to find 9 hundredths of a second more than Vika Schlets on this lap to steal pole position and the bonus point away. How is this going to play out? So Remy Luth onto the circuit after Vika Schlets, and they're going to start fighting the pace. Oh, in fact, Remy Luth went out first, interestingly. So Remy Luth is going to cross the line first of the two of them. So Luth and Schlets battling it out for the top spot. The 25-year-old from Marseille and the 20-year-old from Weert. A little bit of weaving from the two drivers as they both try to find a little bit of pace. Not as much weaving as Remy Luth, interestingly. The Frenchman just finding that a little bit more to weave. Here we go then. Remy Luth going on the hunt of pole position. Green flag flies. Can he find the lap that he needs? He needs to go 9/100ths of a second quicker than Vika Schlets on this time lap. Schlets begins his lap. Edge of your seat motorsport now, folks. Every corner's got to be perfect. Every apex has got to be nailed. Every radius has got to be sweet. Sweeter than a cheesecake right now. Off on the far side. Up the climb. Through the left out kink. Up towards the triple right. You've got to nail this point. The back end wants to come around. The dust on the circuit entices you to attack the apex with a little bit more vigor. But the back end of the kart wants to slide. I drove the circuit in one of the sessions on Wednesday, and I can tell you, it is very easy to lose the back end on some of these turns. You've got to have precision, you've got to have fluidity, you've got to be rigid on the throttle, on the brake, and on the steering. Everything's got to be just so. It comes with practice, it comes with skill, and it comes with tenacity. Here comes Remy Luth. Last couple of corners. Got to nail that radius, got to find the apex. A little bit of exertion through the final turn, up to the name. What is the lap time going to be? Is it quicker than a 1:13.296? It's a 1:13.360. Okay, so slightly slower. But what can Vika Schlets do? Across the line comes Vika Schlets. What's he done? A 1:12.892. Oh, fantastic. A 1:12.892, and that means that Vika Schlets has got the bonus point to win the last duel. Vika Schlets is top banana. Absolutely brilliant. So Vika Schlets, who is having an amazing week anyway, has come through the last duel to take the victory. Everyone is predicting it's going to be his turn. He came so close to winning the title last year, so close to getting the job done. But Vika Schlets will start the playoffs from pole position. He leads the championship now by 11 points. There's a 30-point availability from these two playoffs. So Dennis Holler has got to beat Vika Schlets twice if he wants to take the Champion Cup Kart title. It's up to the German, and Vika Schlets has just played his hand. He's the quicker over one lap on several occasions now. But can Dennis Holler get him on Racecraft? Boy, is this going to be an amazing showdown. How do you find the greatest rental kart driver in the world? Answer, push them to the ragged edge and see what they do. And Vika Schlets is looking like the king of 2026 incumbent. But that's only one phase of the battle. He's gained the bonus point. He now leads by 11. But there's 30 points available in the last two playoff races. A nice handshake between Vika Schlets and Remy Luth. The gap between them in the end was almost half a second in the second run, 11 thousandths of a second between them in the first. But it is going to be Vika Schlets, a very popular man. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe in 2026, it's his time to get his racing hitch. A very solid effort from the Dutchman. The 20-year-old from Weert looks likely to emulate Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Alberto Brentagani, and Diego Perez Lara. But we are still quite a long way from figuring that out. There are still two playoff races to come. GP1 Playoffs 1 is about to get underway. So after pushing it to the ragged edge in the last duel, this is no longer about fast lap times. We have proved who is the fastest over one lap consistently now, and it's Vika Schlitz. He has the pole position for the final playoffs. He will start the penultimate race of the weekend from the front. He has an 11-point swing to Dennis Holler, but there are 18 points available for the win in the last playoff. There are 12 points available in the first. So Dennis Holler has really got to bring out the A game. He's only going to get a 2-point gain on Vika Schlitz if there's only a casual swing. He's got to beat him by 11 points. He's got to beat him by 12 points over the next two races, and it's looking very tough indeed to do that. This is going to be very, very tricky indeed. Vika Schlitz, surely 2026, the gates are opening for him after coming so close last year and losing out in the closing stages to Diego Perez Lara in the rain at Siete Larghi. Surely now, this is his chance, and he's going to take it with both hands and both sleeves rolled up. Is the time about to open up? Is this the golden opportunity for Vika Schlitz? You want to stick around to find out. So now we have the starting lineup for the playoff, and it is going to be Vika Schlitz in pole position after a combined time of 2 minute 26.099 right at the bitter end there, ahead of Remy Lerth on a 2:26.656. That second run really determining all of the final reckonings. Third position on the grid will be Christian Duven, the double champion, ahead of the 2021 champion Dennis Holler in fourth position. Then Alejandro Florido, Ruben Conceição, Leon Schmid, Gianmaria Campanucci, Jakob Rogendevai, and Albert Boss. And there will only be 6 laps of racing. So just 10 drivers to go to battle for just 6 laps. The first playoff is about to get underway. Right, race fans, here we go. This is what you've been waiting for. Vika Schletz, the 20-year-old from Weert in the Netherlands. Remy Luth, the 25-year-old Frenchman from Marseille. Christian Duven, the 24-year-old from Bledicum in the Netherlands. Dennis Holler, the 38-year-old from Hagen in Germany. Alejandro Florido Jimenez, the 19-year-old from Cadiz. Next up, Ruben Seisal, the Portuguese barrage from Barreiro. Leon Schmidt, the 18-year-old Vienna Wunderkind. Gianmaria Companucci, the 16-year-old from Osimo. And then the last two in the mix, I should say. Jakov Rogindevai, the 31-year-old from Tiel, twin brother of Leonard. And then the 30-year-old from Assen. It's Albert Boss, the Dutchman. I've never read many books in my career as a personality or as in any other form, but I was a massive fan of the Chronicles of Narnia in my youth. So far this week, we've had The Magician's Nephew. We've had The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. We've had The Horse and His Boy. We've had Prince Caspian. We've had The Voyage of the Dawn Treader in the semi-finals. We've just had The Silver Chair, the hot seat of the last duel. Now we go to the last battle. This is going to be an amazing one. Yusuf Bin Sahel has rejoined me in the booth. Fascinating to see all the drivers on tenterhooks watching those guys play for thousandths of a second. Now we get to see if anyone can crack the whip of Vika Schletz. It's looking tough.
Yes, and to translate your reference, essentially we've had the Half-Blood Prince and now comes the Deathly Hallows, although I much prefer a certain book by an up-and-coming author, Jake Sanson, I believe.
Oh, you've read that yet, have you? I've only just about got to the end of chapter 7. We're not far off the full book. Vika Schletz, Remy Luth, Christian Duven, Dennis Holler, Alejandro Florido, and Ruben Seisal at the front of the grid with Leon Schmidt, Gianmaria Companucci, Jaco Vrogindevai, and Albert Boss giving chase. This is going to be an electrifying playoff. And don't forget, the last 4 drivers in the standings at the end of this race will be eliminated. Just 6 laps of racing. This is going to be special.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I was there as they were picking their kart numbers. Lots of discussions happening, particularly between Vico and Remy, talking about, let's just work together. It's fine. We'll pull away from everyone. It's going to be really interesting to see because don't forget, Remy, Vico, Dennis, all part of the same team. So they're going to be looking to work together, try to pull away from everyone. We heard from Leon, he just thinks, Vika just can't be touched right now. But if they can stay within touching distance of Vika, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you are susceptible to an attack on the last lap, anything can happen. If you pull away, sure, you might have the race in the bag.
This is where determination and stamina is really going to kick into its stride here as the drivers work their way into position. Once again, it is the pace kart that fields the grid around. It'll be Vika Schletz that leads them from the pole position. The pace car pulls out of the way and the 10 drivers go to battle for the GP1 playoff. Off we go. And it's a cracking start to the inside line from Vika Schletz as the drivers all work their way forward. Just 2 drivers deciding not to go with the pack. Jakov Rogindevai and Albert Boss try to go and slingshot from the far side on the racing line. And it already looks like we've got some battles up in the sharp end. Companucci's already been overtaken. Big dive on the inside from Duven. Duven's going to take in the slice on Remy Luth. And he gets through in a second position. Lovely bit of driving from Duven. So he works his way forward side by side further back between Rogindevai and Boss as they try to take on Companucci. But already a big slice of the cake has been stolen away from Remy Luth here by Christian Duven, who manages to slot into second position. He really wants to get on the podium, even if he can't take the title away from Vika Schletz.
This is a really risky move from Christian Duven because essentially Remy was only a kart length behind Vika. By going for this move, he's now 2-3 kart lengths behind, and he's going to have to catch Vika essentially on his own. He's got no one behind him to work with him. This is the perfect opening lap that Vika Schletz could have asked for. Now all of the eggs are in, all of the cards are in his hand. What can he do with this gap? Can he continue to pull out this gap despite Remy and Christian now being pretty much nose to tail as we come over the line to start lap number 2?
1 down, 5 to go. Big push needed. Schletz leading from Duven, Luth, Holler, Schmidt, Vrogindevai, Conceição, Boss, Companucci and Florido. Very big shuffle of the deck behind Vika Schletz. But there's still plenty more coming. Luth is right on the toe of Christian Duven. Duven just doesn't seem to have the stamina in the second lap, certainly in the start of the second lap. Luth has caught him right up, and the Frenchman is going to be absolutely adamant. Look, you better have some pace at the end of this lap, Christian. Otherwise, you've just ruined any chances I might have had of sticking with Vika Schlitz. Schlitz can basically run this race to ransom and get away and cement it. But last year, he came so close to the title. He's had so many opportunities. Jesolo, Lignano, Lenato, and here, there again last year at Siete Larghi. Here at Viterbo, he's got the best chance possible. And surely, not even the racing gods can hoodwink him and take away an opportunity for Vika Schlitz. This is this chance that he's been waiting for such a long time. He's looking at 12 points. If Dennis Holler is going to turn the tables, and he is the only one mathematically in the standings who can take it away from him, Dennis Holler has got to outscore Vika Schlitz by 12 points across these two races. That means that Dennis Holler has got to take the win in the first one and hope that Vika Schlitz finishes less than 5th position in the first one, and then he's got to finish less than 5th position in the second one as well. That is a big, big pressure cooker for Dennis Holler as he sits in 4th position under pressure from the Austrian Leon Schmidt in the time to come. But at the moment, all Dennis Holler can do is watch as Duven and Luth duel away of a 2nd position. As far as Remy Luth is concerned, he wants to get himself on that podium.
Yeah, there's 10 points between our top 2 in the standings at the moment, and there's only essentially 7 points on offer in the final race. So Dennis Holler has to essentially get to within those 7 points. So he needs to take 3 points, or pardon me, he needs to be able to get a few points. As here comes a move up the inside, and Remy Luth has decided, you know what, Christian, you weren't quick enough. I'm going to retake this position. You can now push me along.
So Remy Luth does decide, look, this is a little bit futile. I'll get into 2nd place, Christian. You and Dennis can work together with me. So that backs them up a little bit into the path of Dennis, but we know that Dennis is quick. So if 3 of them can get after Vika Schlitz, that's how they change their cards in this race. Schlitz gets his head down. 2 down, 4 to go. Big push needed. Oh no, sorry, 3 down and 3 to go. My apologies. We're at the halfway point of this first playoff. And don't forget, the bottom 4 drivers in the standings at the end of this race will be ending their competition. So it really is now down to the wire. Good to see. Oh, but big move again on the inside from Duven. Duven is going for it again in 2nd place. Luth is trying to keep himself on the outside and get back to the inside line. Well, he's managed to nail it. Now he's got to try and park the bus on the inside line and make sure that Duven doesn't get there. Dennis Holler is going to be brought into this as well. So Dennis Holler is going to try and go side by side. He gets there on the inside and gets the move on Duven. He goes parallel with Luth. And so Dennis Holler with a chance to creep into 2nd place. And now Remy Luth is going to go back alongside him. He's going to get Duven for some company. They're going to go 3 wide. Duven up the middle. Round the outside comes Dennis Holler with some assistance from Luth. Oh, that's beautiful teamwork execution. Dennis Holler's going to move into 2nd place here. Holler in front of Luth, and all of that has held up Duven. Here comes Conceição. Conceição into 4th position. That one decision from Remy Luth, that one decision from Christian Duven has backfired on him massively. He's now down to 5th position. He made that move on Luth, and now here he is, back down in P5. And now Luth and Holler can disappear up front.
And this has essentially handed the title to Vika Schlitz because he is long, long gone. And, well, a driver of his caliber, he is not going to get caught unless something goes wrong with his kart. So Vika Schlitz has one hand on the title already. Dennis Holler up into 2nd. Let's not forget that Remy Luth and Christian Duven, they're battling for 3rd overall. That's why they decided to start battling, because Christian said, look, I've got nothing to lose if I don't win this race. I need to make sure that I am ahead of Remy. That's why he went for the move. However, now he's 2 positions behind, but we've got this big, big battle for 2nd place. We'll see whether Dennis and Remy, though, can work together to try to pull away from Christian behind them.
Because Duven is 8 points behind Remy Luth in the standings, so that's what it means. We've got Vika Schlitz on the inset. The main picture shows you the battle for 2nd position, and it is 2nd all the way back to 10th. There's only 4 places that are going to be 4 drivers, that are going to be eliminated from the contest, so they may as well give it all guns blazing and hell for leather, and they're certainly doing that from 6th down to 10th. We've got Vergindevai, Schmid, Companucci, Florido and Boss leaving nothing on the table as out comes Vika Schlitz to go into the last lap of the playoff GP1. After this lap, there will only be 1 race to go, and it'll be the top 6 drivers gunning for it. Boss is going to work with Vergindevai one last time as they push to try and take on the Spaniard Florido and the Italian Companucci. But it looks to me as though Vika Schlitz has got one hand on the trophy. It's game. At the moment, it's going to be set after the GP2 playoff. It'll almost certainly be matched. Oh, big dive on the inside of Duven again as Holler and Luth trying to make sure they stay in front of Duven, and they've actually conceded a place there for Duven. Conceição has moved up into 4th position, so the Portuguese driver Ruben Conceição now finding his line to get up the inside and into 4th position. Then Schmid, Florido, Companucci, and then Bossam Vergindevai to the line.
Yeah, Schmid's going to gain some points over Florida, but not enough to get into the top. The sixers, here we go for a potential move. Holler's going to go defensive. To the outside looks Remy Lerth. He's going to go for the switchback. He's going to make it work, and following through, Ruben Conceição. We're now 3 abreast, and it's Duvin who gets 1, 2, maybe even 3. Looking to the outside through the long sweeping left-hander. It is Luth against Duvin, the 2 drivers battling for 3rd in the overall standings, as here, round the final corner to start the final lap of the race comes Vika Schlets. Checkered flag, Schlets wins, and here is the run to the line, won by Remy Luth, who will take 2nd position ahead of Christian Dubin. Ruben Conceição up into 4th, Dennis Holler dropping down into 5th position, Companucci up into 6th at the very end. Then comes Schmid, Florido, Vergindevai, and Albert Boss completing our top 10.
And with that race, Vika Schlets gains 6 points on Dennis Holler. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, his lead with the pole position from the last duel and the 6-point swing is now 17. With that race victory, Vika Schlets cannot be caught. He has just sealed the Champion Cup Kart title 2026. I'm not sure exactly what he has realized he's achieved yet, because he was just focusing on his race up front. He doesn't know where Dennis Holler has finished. But with Holler down in P5, Holler only scores 6. Vika Schlets scores 12. So whatever happens now, Vika Schlets cannot be beaten. How about that? Dennis Holler shaking hands with his opponents, even shaking hands with Christian Duvin after a great battle out there on the course. But now we know the identity of the Champion Cup Kart title winner on mathematics alone. It cannot change hands now. A brilliant run in qualifying, a brilliant run in GP Playoff 1, and Vika Schlets has done exactly what he needed to. He's backed right off, and he's soaking up the spoils. Vika Schlets becomes the title winner. However, there is still 1 race to go, and that's going to be the top 6 playoff. That will confirm who goes to the podium for the 3rd spot, and that's going to be Remy Luth versus Christian Duvin. The battle between them is still fever pitch, and there's 10 points between them. So actually, I'm going to quickly do the mathematics again. I think that's actually sealed it. Remy Luth has secured 3rd position behind Dennis Holler as well.
Absolutely. So I don't know how it works. Maybe if there's a DNF, you don't score any points, but I would assume that you still get those points that are available to you. So provisionally, Vika has 1 ahead of Dennis, then comes Remy and Christian. So our top 4 are sealed. All that's left now is the battle for P5, and there's only going to be 2 of those drivers who are going to make it into that final playoff battle.
So it is going to be fascinating. And of course, even if you don't win the title as a result of winning that top 6 race, you still want to win the battle. You still want to win the war. And the war may well have been won, but the battle is still raging in the closing stages, and the drivers will head to the karts one final time. Oh my goodness. That's what I love about Champion Cup Kart. You can have a champion won over the course of a weekend, but there are still prides on the line. There are still battles to be won. There are still amazing games that can still be achieved here, and it is a fascinating duel. But I think Vika Schlets knows that according to the mathematics of the regulations, before we even get to GP Playoff 2, he's got the job done. Unfortunate for Dennis Holler, who slips all the way to 5th position. There was always a big risk that when he was battling away in 3rd and 4th position off the line, there was always a risk that that is the amount of points he could lose. But as the mathematics goes, it's all about the points in Champion Cup Kart. And Vika Schlets has done exactly what he needed to do. He came so close last year. It was gut-wrenching how close he came to winning the title. In 2026, he's sorted it out, and he has put right what slipped away. Fabulously done from Vika Schlets. Remy Luth, though, still wanting some pride in the battle for 2nd position. Christian Duvin still wants to fight away. Now, look at this. Interesting conversations there between Christian Duvin and Dennis Holler. I'm hoping it's of an amiable nature. And the 71 is in there with them. That is, of course, Vika Schlets. So I'm thinking it's just an admirable and amiable debrief between the drivers at the sharp end. But there's no getting away from the fact that Dennis Holler has slipped all the way to 5th position in the race that he needed to stay favourable on points. That's a tricky one for the German talent.
Yeah, and also looking at the points, Conceição now is ahead of Alejandro Florido by a single point heading into Playoff 2. So that's going to be a super tight battle to watch. And essentially, it's whoever beats whoever takes that spot.
We're seeing the replay on the inset of the big battle that really shaken it up in the early stages. Some big highlights. Duven going for the moves on Lerth early. That's what really set the cat amongst the pigeons, and certainly the pigeons were back in en masse all the way throughout. You're going to see it on the main screen now as the inset. We still see the aftermath. It was just pure determination from Christian Duven, but when you've got so many calculated heads out there, it can very easily get away from you. But fair play to Duven. He made it work on the final lap. It was just, he went a little bit too gung-ho too early to get the win of the race battle. But now we have the identity of the top 6 competitors, and it is going to be fascinating. Vika Schlets, Remy Lerth, Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Ruben Conceição, and Alejandro Florido. They are the ones that will make it through to the final playoff. Fabulous battle between them all, and certainly great racing all the way. It's not quite done yet, but the challenge is really going to be exceptional as they move their way further forward. Fabulously done, and a really good challenge all the way to the line. So we'll get the final race battle of the contest. Schlets, Lerth, Holler, Duven, Conceição, Florido. 6 more laps before we can conclude our proceedings in Champion Cup Kart 2026. And then we will head to the podium ceremony where the champions will be crowned across talent, expert, master, junior, lady, heavy, and of course, the Champion Cup Kart itself. A fabulous battle all the way to the end, and a really exciting duel has been had throughout. We'll also get to crown the winner of the last duel. That, of course, as we already know, is Vika Schlets. And so the final reckoning, that last bout where the drivers will take to the circuit. Imagine this is you, Yusuf. You're one of 6. You can win the championship or not, or you've already won the championship. You're going in for this last race. You're battling against 5 of the best rental kart drivers in the world. How do you play it? Do you measure it, or do you go all out hell for leather?
Ask me that once I'm good enough to be part of that 7, and I can give you an honest answer.
Come on, don't sit on the fence.
I was actually having this conversation with Ragindavai because, you know, we were saying, yeah, he can't win it. What do you do going into this? And, you know, I was saying, well, if it was me, I'm in a race. I'm in the race to win it. At least if you can do well in that, you can say, look, I just beat all of these guys in a race. Sure, I didn't get more points over them over the weekend, but there is a huge amount of pride. And it's the same thing that I told myself going into the A final. I said, I'm not too bothered by total points. For me, I'm kind of going off standard UK racing of, if I do well in the A final, that is, you know, inside me, that's what matters. And I think that's going to be a case for quite a few of the drivers. Well, for all of them, because none of them can win the championship now. This is the last hurrah. And if you can be the fat lady who has the little sonnet at the end to wrap up CCK 2026, I think you're laughing.
Makes total sense. And the drivers now being put into their positions. We obviously don't want to talk to the drivers in the top 3 positions from the last playoff because they're preparing for the main event. This is the top 6 Battle Royale playoff. Vika Schlets, Remy Lerth, Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Ruben Conceição, and Alejandro Florido. It'll be the Dutchman, the Frenchman, the German, the 2-time champion Dutchman, the Portuguese, and the Spaniard. A fabulous run to the line. Sadly, there will be no repeat Italian champion in 2026 as the last man in, Gianmario Campanucci, sadly eliminated from the contest along with Leon Schmidt, Jakov Rogindivai, and Albert Boss. And so now we have just the last 6. 18 points on offer, of course, for the victory in the last duel. In the victory for the last playoff, I should say. So it really is going to go down to the ragged edge. The contenders just looking in and feeding themselves into the last battle in close proximity. But it really is going to be fascinating to see how this all plays out. One last race, one last battle. Time to go to war. 6 more laps of the beautiful Leopard circuit Viterbo, just 50 miles from the beautiful nation's capital of Roma. And what a fantastic setting this is for the best drivers in rental karting in the headquarters of the sport. It may have been invented in the United States, but Italy has very much become karting's headquarters. And that ribbon of landscape that goes from Venice in the north of east of the country all the way across to Milan in the central of the North Run. That ribbon of mountain range and lakes where all of the top karting manufacturers come from the CRGs, the Kart Republics, the Tony Karts, the Paralins. They're the ones that all feed into this international global fest of sport. Here, it's the French manufacturer Sodi that has given us our center stage for the Champion Cup Kart 2026, with amazing support and assistance from Dan Rowe and Mokadamo, who have been fabulous in giving us amazing commercial support. We're hugely indebted to the ACI as well, and of course, everybody here in Viterbo on the fabulous Leopard circuit. They've given a real kick-up to the Champion Cup Kart. We've been really blessed in the last 5 years for some fantastic venues. Jesolo, Lignano, Lenato, Siete Larghi. This year, well, Viterbo has really turned out to be something special. And that's something that's been said amongst the grid. Doesn't matter whether you're at the front of the grid or the back. One thing that the drivers are almost in complete unified agreement on is that this place is special.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Rory O'Regan, if you're listening, sucks to be you because you didn't come. I was having a chat with him beforehand and he said, I really want to come. I love this track more than any other track. But he's not here, so I'll rub it in a little bit when I see him. But it is an absolutely fantastic circuit. I can't wait to see where CCK is going for 2027, but I'm sure it's going to be another absolutely epic track and it'll be another fantastic set of races and maybe another new champion to add to the list.
Well, if you're setting your hearts on coming and competing in the CCK in 2027, you do have a couple of options. Of course, the 2027 race will be on the calendar for the international rental karting competition as soon as possible, but there are some little offshoot events, of course, as well. CCK España is going to be taking to the circuit in March of next year, which is a baby qualifier, if you like, to the CCK, run in fantastic fashion by the Spanish karting group, the none the least, of course, of whom is Maria Menendez, who's been racing in the category this weekend. She obviously helps to organise and administrate CCK in Spain. Last year, they raced in fantastic fashion in the 2026 running back in March in the beautiful circuit at Madrid. And I believe that is exactly where they're going to be taking place for the same racetrack again in March. You can follow all of the action. And if you subscribe to Champion Cup Kart in the future on the social media channels, you'll get info on this kind of thing. But it is on the Los Santos de la Hermosa karting circuit in Madrid. And that will be from Friday the 12th of March to Sunday the 14th of March. So if you want to go racing again in CCK, I have already made a vow, and I'm going to say this on the live stream. I'm going to drop a bombshell on you all right here and now. I said this in jest on Thursday. I'm actually going to put my neck on the line and say it for definite. And I'll say it in front of everybody here. If I am not working, if I am not commentating from Friday the 12th of March to Sunday the 14th of March, I will fly to Madrid and I will race in the CCK España. Not commentate, I will race. I will race in the heavy category. There, I said it. The bombshell is out. It is leaked. I will go and do it. And I'm sticking to that. If I'm not working on that second weekend in March 2027, I will race in the CCK España. I'm going to go and do it. I'm terrified at the prospect, but I'm going to go and do it.
I think after all you were saying about, you can come in and race this event, even if it's your first time karting, you've got to do it. You can't show any fear. I can't remember who it was that we interviewed who said no fear.
Oh, yes, that was Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler never has any fear.
There you go. So you have to follow Dennis's advice, no fear, and take to the circuit in Madrid.
Well, my racing experience thus far in real life is limited to one race weekend in Tillotson T4 at Tattershall, where I basically finished last in every race on, I'm not trying to be harsh in saying it, the worst circuit for a new driver is possible to get. It's a fabulous race circuit for rentals, and it's an amazing for club karting. But if you're a brand new racing driver, Tattershall is not a great place to learn because it is like falling off the back of a washing machine and being kicked around from the plug socket. It's so bumpy. It's so difficult to get right. So I would have loved to have had a go at Tillotson T4 for the first time on a different circuit. But Tattershall, it's a great track. I just needed more confidence, more experience. And that's my limited racing experience there. In terms of rentals, it's got to go back to the Daytona Super Champs. I did a heavy race back in 2025 in January. I think you were there, actually.
Commentating it. I was commentating it, Jake.
You were commentating it. So I got a third place in heavy, and I think there were 7 of us in the heavy class. So I got a podium on my debut. I'm happy with that. I still have the trophy. It's got pride of place on my shelves in Pattaya in Thailand. I do want to go and get some more. So let's see what happens in CCK España.
Absolutely, and also Tatchel's one of my local circuits, so I used to do a bit of testing there. Have you been to Fullbeck?
I've been to Fullbeck many times. I've never driven it, though.
That is much more of a trial by fire because you're going to be massacring every single curb to ever exist. I think that'd make a great podcast. You know, best and worst circuits as a new driver, as an experienced driver. However, with that being said, I do believe the green flag is about to drop. We have one final, I'd say shootout, not a qualifying shootout, a race shootout between our top 6 drivers over the course of this weekend. The drivers who have amassed the most amount of points. And what a fine set of drivers they are.
We'll put a pin in that conversation and we'll carry it on at a later stage. Vika Schlets, Remy Lerth, Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Ruben Kudzesau, and Alejandro Florido. They are the 6 drivers who are left. The pace kart is going to back up the pack. Then for the last time this weekend, it will disappear from the fray and allow the 6 drivers to go to battle one last time. I can't believe we got to this point. This race weekend goes by so fast, and it is a true testament to all of the incredible work that Pier Natali, Rocco, and Barbara Famini do. They are such a fantastic family. They put in such amazing passion to revive the spirit of the old Coppa Campioni race that saw the greats, Riccardo Patrese, Nigel Mansell, Alain Prost, Ayrton Senna go and do in karting days of yore in the late 70s, early 80s. That's what this spirit of this race is. It's why we wear the bibs. We harken back to those days. And the spirit of the competition is immense. Now, 6 more laps of the Viterbo circuit, and we will finish off strong. Let's go to battle for the last time. It's the final playoff of the Champion Cup Kart 2026. Schlets, Lerth, Holler, Duven, Kudzesau, Florido. Only Florido decides he's going to try something different into turn 1. Everybody else sticks like glue, and now they will work their way up the hill. Just 6 laps, 6 drivers. Can anybody beat Vika Schlets in this last race? Even if they don't beat him to the title, it's a big dive from the second place man. Remy Lerth has actually been beaten by Dennis Holler. It's Holler who's actually worked his way through past Loth and past Vika Schlets. He wants to give himself one final push onto Vika Schlets. Can he vanquish him?
This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, I've got to think that Vika Schlets, you know what? He's got nothing to lose. Why not just fight from the very get-go? At least that's what I'd do if I was Vika. I'd just have an absolute time of it. A great battle as Duven goes up the inside, makes the move up into 3rd place. For now, though, it looks like Vika Schlets is just going to sit behind Dennis Holler.
Duven dives in on Lerth and gets that 3rd place, as Yusuf pointed out, and we've still got the 2 at the back. Kudzesau and Florido trying to second-guess where they're going to make their moves. But the lap is complete as they come out of these last 2 right-handers and onto the main straight. And Vika Schlets is going to play with his rival and his friend. How about this? The 2 men, Vika Schlets and Dennis Holler, they're teammates, they are great mates, and they are great rivals too. And they will battle for the last 5 laps of this week here in Champion Cup Kart at Viterbo in the beautiful region of Lazio, not far away from the nation's capital of Rome. Here we go, up to the inside apex, and Kudzesau gets the move there on Remy Lerth. So Remy Lerth is struggling this time in 5th position as he's almost in danger of losing out to Alejandro Florido. They're going to work their craft up to the crest, up through the left, kick out through the right, triple apex right-hander. The second one is where the elevation changes. It's where the back end wants to kick out as well. And Dennis Holler has the advantage, but down the back straight, we've still got Vika Schlets and Christian Duven. Duven's on a rocket ship run down the back straight. He's been able to pick up a big launch. He dives in on the inside of Vika Schlets. I'm back, baby. Don't count me out just yet. Christian Duven finds the pace and goes for Hellbroke. What an amazing charge from Christian Duven, and he's now in his 2nd place.
I'm really confused by that. Has Schlets let Duven through, maybe to kind of support Duven in his charge against Remy Lerth? But again, it can't change. That was bizarre how quickly he went past Vika, who I don't think made a mistake.
This show is going to be very spicy for the last 4 laps of racing this week. Vika Schlets down to 3rd now between Holler, Duven and Schlets. From Vika's point of view, I guess he just doesn't have to push so hard. Why not? I may as well just go and have some fun and play. It's safe in the knowledge that the title is nailed to the mast. But the other drivers, well, they're in exactly the same boat. Only one expert against the 5 talents. And Dennis Holler is the king of them all, the 38-year-old from Hagen in Germany. And he's doing a grand job. Duven still fancies his chances. He's got pace, and he's going to be pushing with Dennis Holler. He may still have something here.
And you can see on the times, a 1 minute 12.6. That is a ridiculous time from Christian Duven, who is now going to go up the inside. I think they put a Ferrari in that Zodi kart. Christian Duven moves to the front of the field, and with the pace that he's showing, surely he's going to be able to gap these two behind him. So it is now Duven ahead of Holler, then comes Schlitz.
Never ever think for one moment of your life that this Christian Duven freight show is going to be tame and it's going to be calm. Never. Christian Duven will always put on a show. He is a two-time champion. He's ahead of the 2021 champion and ahead of the new champion. And this is a fantastic duel to the first corner as Conceição now fancies the chance to get ahead of Vika Schlitz. And he does get there. And Remy Luth to the inside line of Schlitz as well. I think Schlitz is just having a lackadaisical fun time out there as Holler and Duven are stretching away with 2.5 laps to go. Schlitz finds himself all the way back in 5th position. Jog on. It's going to be fascinating to see who comes through on the top. And Conceição, he's got his dander up. He's in 3rd position. He's managed to get ahead of Remy Luth. What if Conceição could come through from 5th on the grid and actually get the win in the final playoff? It won't mean a difference in terms of the championship fight, but what a way to exit.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to say this as an insult to Vika Schlitz, but if I didn't know better, I'd say some random guy like Yusuf bin Sahel went up to him and said, "Can I sneak into your suit for the playoff round 2?" But let's see if Vika can come back up through the field. He's down into 5th position now behind Remy Luth, but it is Duven and Holler up at the front of the field as they make their way through the final couple of corners, and these two are just going to be pulling clear of the rest of the field. Conceição up into 3rd position, but is about a second behind these leading two.
I'm going to predict something. We've got 2 laps to go here. Schlitz is in P5 with Duven and Holler about to battle the battle of all battles with Conceição and Luth. I still say Schlitz wins this. Do you know what? It's that kind of week. I think Schlitz could still win this. He's in P5. There's a gap between 1st and 2nd and the chasing pack. I think if these two start kicking on and having a battle, Schlitz could still win. That's the kind of week we're having in Champion Cup Kart. Don't count him out of the win for this one yet, as now we've got a battle at the inside. Schlitz is going to make the move on Luth. As I say that, Schlitz uncorks the bottle. This is where the comeback comes in. Luth is going to hope that Florido can work with him to try and catch up to the pack. But now, if Vika Schlitz can stay in 4th place, Duven and Holler battle. Conceição catches them up. He throws his hat into the ring. Schlitz is the man in the box seat. He could still fight back from this. So now it's all about Duven versus Holler, 2 men who know how to win the Champion Cup Kart title. They've both done it. Holler in 2021, Duven in 2022 and 24. So now, what are they going to give us in the last lap of the 2026 Champion Cup Kart race weekend? It is the Daytona 500 of rental karting. It is absolute fever pitch. 119 drivers rocked up to Viterbo with the hope of the title fight. Now there's 1 lap to go this week, and it's absolutely no holds barred as Holler has a sneak on the inside of Duven, thinks better of it, waits until turn 5. He's going to go through 2, up the crest of 3, round through 4, and he'll slingshot. But Duven surely knows it's got to be coming, but Holler's still going to find the inside. He bails out of it in the end. He wants to see what Duven's going to do in reaction. Duven covers the inside bases. Next to the inside apexes from Duven. This isn't done yet by quite a long stretch.
Yeah, and it's all going to be about that run at the top of the hill. You've got to go so tight into this right hand, otherwise your front end just washes completely wide. Can Dennis Holler get the run? Well, it's decent, but he's about half a kart length behind, maybe even a kart length. After this left-hander coming up, it's then through that longer left corner. Here comes Holler. He's looking up the inside too far back, I think, just trying to make Christian Duven panic slightly. How's the run is not that good. I think Christian Duven has done it.
Christian Duven settled his own score in this playoff. He may not necessarily win the battle, but he's certainly won the scrap at the end of it all. And Christian Duven reminds everybody, I was champion twice over. In 2027, I am going to bounce back in style, and I'm going to take this off the final turn. Christian Duven wins the playoff. Fabulously done, as it is Rocco Formini who bounces with joy for the checkered flag to finish the Champion Cup Kart. He loves the final flag flourish. We always give it to Rocco every single year. And as Rocco Formini waves them home in flamboyant style, we now finish off. We know who the champion is. You're the champion, says Dennis Holler. He points to Vika Schlitz. It's yours, baby. You've done it. So many times, so close. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride until 2026. Vika Schlitz joins the ranks of the superstars of the CCK. He follows in the footsteps of Dennis Holler Christian Duven, Alberto Brentigani, and Diego Perez Lara, we have a new champion. His name, Vika Schlets. And it was so richly, richly deserved.
What a fantastic set of battles, and Vika Schlets just all weekend. Well, before the weekend as well, he has just looked absolutely incredible. This is such a fantastic touch as well. The flags being given to their respective drivers to show off on a circuit one last time, as we see Remy Lerth waving the French flag on the back straight.
As we always do in Champion Cup Kart, everyone is a superstar in this category. The world's best arrive and drive racers from around the globe, and they get a chance to show it. I love it. Christian Duven, you've got the Dutch flag, mate. Vika Schlets. I can't wave it. No, yes, you can, says Vika Schlets. I'm going to give it to you as well. I won the championship title, but you won the last race, mate. How about that? Wonderful camaraderie. And look, they're going to do it together. That's incredible. They're going to lock wheels and carry the flag of the Netherlands together. So we've got the French flag raised aloft by Remy Lerth, the Spanish flag raised aloft by Alandre Folido. What a week the 19-year-old from Cadiz has had. The flag is waved aloft by Ruben Conceição for Portugal. The German flag for Dennis Holler. And if we look back, we're going to see a beautiful, beautiful sight as the two men who have taken this day by the throat, the Dutchmen, have been absolutely sensational. Vika Schlets wins the title. Christian Duven wins the playoff. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, your superstar legends of Champion Cup Kart 2026. As the champion waves the Dutch flag aloft, he becomes the second Dutchman to win the title. After the German Dennis Holler, the Dutchman Christian Duven, the Italian Alberto Brentigani, and the Spaniard Diego Perez Lara, we have our second driver from the Netherlands to become champion of Champion Cup Kart. Pier Natale Formini and Rocco Formini are the first to congratulate him. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Champion Cup Kart 2026, Vika Schlets. It was such a long time coming. He's worked so hard to get to this point. 2025 was bittersweet. It was cruel how close he came. But he was always determined, always resolute. He held his head high and said, I'll be back next year. I'll be better, I'll be stronger, I'll be faster. He wasn't lying. An amazing week for Vika Schlets. He is the undisputed, legendary 2026 Champion Cup Kart winner of the 2026 extravaganza. This is such a special week for rental karting. Everyone gets a chance to shine. And we literally have a race of champions out there. Christian Duven, double champion. Dennis Holler, 2021 champion. And Vika Schlets, 2026 champion. My goodness, next year is going to be amazing. We're very nearly going to have a playoff with all the champions very nearly in 2027. I have no doubt in my mind at all that Christian will be back, Dennis will be back, and of course, Vika will be back to make it back-to-back. He could be the first driver ever to do it.
Absolutely so. Well, 2027 is going to be something special. I know one thing, Jake, you're going to absolutely love it if we get into a 6-driver playoff with 5 previous champions and 1 driver who has never won it before.
Yeah, that would be my absolute sweet spot. Alberto, Diego, come on. Cancel your plans for the summer 2027. Come back and join us. I mean, imagine if we could organize it in the F1 break. And we could get Kimi in there. Imagine. I mean, now I really am dancing with fairies up in the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds phase of my commentary career. But even so, still worth it. Absolutely amazing. And all of the contenders have put on a fantastic display. Congratulations to Alejandro Florido, to Christian Duven, to Ruben Conceição, to Remy Lerth, to Dennis Holler, and to the new champion, Vika Schlets. So the pictures down at the end, you're going to see in the inset again, Rocco Formini doing exactly what he does best. We always leave it to the very last lap of the very last race for Rocco to do his business. He waves the checkered flag like no other man in karting. We adore Rocco. He is the spirit of this event. And it's wonderful to see him put on such a flamboyant end to the Champion Cup Kart week. Wonderful, wonderful scenes. That's what makes this event so special. 119 drivers coming from all four corners of the globe to race, to be seen, to be appreciated, to be treated as equals. And they all get to put up and put on their show and mix it with the best of them. Stick around, folks, because we will be going to the podium ceremony where we will crown the champions, the top 3 drivers in the Master, the Heavy, the Lady, the Talent, the Expert, the Junior, and of course, the top 3. From you, Yusuf bin Sahel, how has this week been as a first-timer to the event?
Absolutely fantastic. I didn't really know what I was getting into. I knew that there'd be some very quick drivers. There absolutely were. It was a pleasure. It was an honor to be on the track at the same time as them, learned such a huge amount from them. And I'd love to be able to say next year I'll be back to try to beat them. I think next year I'll be back to try to learn a bit more from them.
So we have caught the bug now. So you're coming back. You are in this zone now.
Jake, I'm a racing driver. If I go to a track, I will catch the bug.
Fantastic. Great last word then from Yusuf bin Sahel. We'll head down shortly to have a word as Margherita Baldini is going to be chatting with the top 3 drivers after a fabulous, fabulous run. And it'll be wonderful to get the first one. I love that Mishi and Nadia Eger already know the score on YouTube. Go and have a nice party. Oh, it's like you've been here before, guys. They were, of course, with us in person at Siete Larghi almost 12 months ago. It was actually 10 months ago, if we're honest. But fabulous to have so many great fans and appreciated fans of the sport amongst us. And we're going to enjoy this because now Margherita Baldini has been waiting all day for this. She gets to talk to the champion, Cup Kart champion, 2026, the Dutchman, Vika Schlets.
Finally here with the winner of Champion Cup Kart 2026, Vika Schlets. We are so happy to have him. And how does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing, of course. It's a long fight, a hard fight, but a fair fight. And that's the most important. And I really enjoyed the championship.
Were you expecting to win the Champion Cup Kart this year?
I knew I had a chance. I'm one of the favorites, but can always go the other way, you know, but now it goes the right way, so that's nice.
How are you still so calm about it?
I don't know yet. I'm always a calm person, so yeah, I'm really happy, of course. It's not like that, but I'm always calm, so also doing the driving.
Seriously, he fought it until the very last minute. I think he did one of the greatest race that we ever saw here, generally in the Champion Cup Kart. You know that better than me, Jake.
Yes, after 6 years, a fantastic fight. Vika has come so close so many times. He deserves it. We're going to enjoy this party tonight. Thank you, Vika, and grazie mille, Margherita Baldini, for all your hard work for the last 3 days. Fantastic work.
Thank you, Jake.
There you go. Leopard Circuit Viterbo has given us one heck of a spectacular show. Really amazing. A fantastic draw and a fantastic battle. 119 drivers started the week. Only one champion has been crowned in the overall rankings. There are, of course, class winners, and we'll announce all of those at our podium ceremony this evening. If you're sitting there at home thinking, I like this fancies a really, really good go, I have an idea that I could go and do this. Yusuf, it's easier than you think.
It is. Drop Rocco a message, or to be honest, Rocco comes and finds you and drops you a message, and then just come along. I don't know what the dates are for next year, but if I'm free, I'm coming.
There you go. We will announce the dates for 2027 in due course, naturally. If you want to follow along and keep up to date and get yourself on the grid next year, at Champion Cup Kart on the social media channels, championcupkart.com, put it in your browser, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell here on YouTube. You'll never miss a moment of racing in CCK. And of course, you can go back and watch all of the great battles from the 2025 running in the wet at Siete Larghi as well. We are passion, we are pride, we are power, we are speed, we are love, we are karting. That's what we do in Champion Cup Kart. Jake Sanson signing off from the booth. I'll see you back down at the podium. thank you very much indeed for your patience. We are ready to conduct the prize giving ceremony for the 2026 Champion Cup Karts. We hope you guys have enjoyed the incredible and phenomenal racing that we've had since the start of the week. 119 drivers from all four corners of the globe came to compete with us, and we have put on a fantastic show. Before we start the actual prize giving, we would like to invite a few of our guests who have been here helping us to put on this fantastic event. Would you please welcome the race director, Daniele Deliles, the chief steward, Emilio Virgili, and from Viterbo Circuit, Paola Moscerini. Where is Barbara? Where is Barbara from Viterbo? Barbara, thank you so much. These amazing people have been part of your race. Whether you've been on the wrong side of them or the right side of them, we couldn't have done anything here in the Champion Cup Kart without them. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Grazie mille tutti. Grazie ragazzi. We've got some amazing prizes to give out. Of course, we have the CCK Style Cup. That's going to be given right at the very end. We also have the Super Nations Trophy coming up later. And of course, all of the Prosecco comes from our great partners at Rizzetto. And of course, Parmigiano have been fantastic with us all the way through as well. We want to thank the guys at Mocadamo and from Danbrow as well. They've been absolutely amazing in technical support. We couldn't have done any of this without them.
Please call Parmigiano Team Racing.
So where are the guys from Parmigiano Team Racing? Where are they, guys? Let's bring them forward. Parmigiano Team Racing, you guys have been absolutely amazing. You have worked so hard for us over the course of this week. Your mechanics, your engineers, they have put so much of this week together for us through the sprints and through the endurance. We are so grateful for all of their hard work. Without this, there is no race at all in Champion Cup Kart 2026. Let's hear it for Parmigiano Racing! Grazie ragazzi! Thank you so much, guys. We are so grateful. We're going to start our procedure with the individual prizes now. There are some special awards to give out before we go to the individual class and overall championship trophies. We will start from time qualifying. We obviously went through the heats and semi-finals, but there are a couple of prizes to give out. Firstly, the Velox Lap trophy, which is for the average lowest lap time from the 3 sessions. And of course, the Mocadamo Cup, which is the pole position winner from the qualifying stages. On this occasion, the winner of both trophies is the same man, Mr. Leon Schmitz. Quickly, Leon. Two trophies for this man. He wins the Velox Lap and the Mocadamo Cup. A fantastic amount of work from him in the qualifying session. The Velox Lap goes to the driver who got the average fastest lap time across Q1, Q2 and Q3. And of course, the Mocadamo Cup is the pole winner from the qualifying sessions across the times. He got the fastest average lap and the fastest overall lap as well. The Velox Lap and the Mocadamo Cup in 2026 goes to the Austrian Leon Schmitz. Congratulations, Leon. Vielen Dank for the memories. So we're going to move on to the special trophies now for the oldest and the youngest competitors in the competition. We always like to celebrate the achievements of the competitors. We are an equal competition for the young and for the slightly older. So we're going to give out the prizes for the two drivers who top and table our tallies of the age gaps. First of all, our trophy for the seniorist of the senior veteran competitors in the field, Saro Costieri. Amazing. Still competitive, still fast, and still never giving up. Ladies and gentlemen, the veteran, Saro Costieri. And we will also present a trophy for our youngest contender in the competition. We have many juniors here this year, but none as impressive as the 11-year-old who came and joined us all the way from Latvia. Please welcome Harmon Mendes. Well done, Armand. Very competitive, very strong race for all of the juniors, but the youngest in the competition, the Latvian superstar, Armand Mendish. Yes, you get to be on the top step of the podium. You were the youngest contender, Armand. Oh, it's his brother. Get your brother, quick. Get your brother. Armand, come and join us. He heard the surname Mendes and thought it was him. Armand Mendes! The youngest contender in the competition, and he absolutely richly deserves to be here amongst them. He was so competitive and so fast in the junior and the overall stagings. Give it up for Mr. Mendes! So now we have a special trophy for the driver who we feel has covered the longest distance to be here. Now, this year, we've had to get a bit radical. We know that many of you have taken flights to be here, but actually there is a person who has traveled personally under his own steam longer than anybody who took a flight. There is one person here who decided to travel to the event by bike, 2,000 kilometers to be here single-handed for this event. So I know some of you have flown here, but I'm sorry, in spirit, you do not beat this guy. 2,000 kilometers by bike. Give it up for Pablo Cristobalina! It takes a really special kind of nutter to do 2,000 kilometers on a bike just to come racing in a kart race. There is something pretty special about this guy. Give it up for Pablo Cristobalina! You're hardcore, Pablo. We love it. Next up, we have the winner of the last duel trophy. So the winner of the last duel trophy is separate from everything else, and it just takes into account all of the action at the closing stages of the competition. So after the immense battle in the winner of the last duel, separate from the other finals and from the other competitions. So the winner of the last duel, please give it up for Vikas Letz! This, of course, was the bonus point that set things up in motion for the final playoffs. He was fantastic. He's going to be on this podium a few times tonight. I should point that out already. But just for the last duel, Vikas Letz has done the amazing job. On the podium, Vika. Come on the podium. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the last duel, Vikas Letz! Thank you, Vika. We'll see you back in a very short while. Now comes a very special trophy in the Champion Cup Kart. This is the Gustavo Formini Trophy. We are all a family here. We're all part of one collective community. And each year we like to award the Gustavo Formini Trophy for the competitor that has shown great speed, great fairness, great friendliness, and above all, great sportsmanship. This has always been a very, very difficult one to pick every single year. But this year, I think it's fair to say, of all of the competitors who brought out, there is one who embodied all four of these at the same time. The Gustavo Formini Trophy 2026, Marvin Comdor! Always a seasoned campaigner in Champion Cup Kart since his first appearance, and this year, utterly and richly deserving of our very special family award, the Gustavo Formini Trophy. He will always be part of our family. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Marvin Comdor! Congratulations, buddy. Very deserving indeed. So now, oh, bless you, Marvin. Bless you, mate. Thank you. So we are now going to go to the 2-hour endurance trophies. This has been long awaited. It is subject to official declaration by the Italian Federation, but we still have 3 classes to give trophies to. I should point out this is not the overall classifications, it is the individual classes. The results will be published on official declaration. So we have 3 classes, the Pro Top 3, the Gent Top 3, and the Academy Top 3. So there will be 3 sets of classes to come up onto the podium. So We will start with the Academy podium in the 2-hour endurance. The top 3 teams of junior drivers. These are the best 3 teams with 2 juniors in their lineup. So, in 3rd position, Kasnit Racing. Where are the boys from Kasnit Racing? It should be Vincenzo Nito and Vincenzo Castaldo. It looks as though you're going to collect on their behalf. Thank you very much, Roberto Liberali. He will collect the trophy on their behalf and make sure that the Vincenzos pick up the trophy. So it is the 3rd place in the Academy. Wear a pair of medals, why not, Roberto? Grazie mille. In 2nd position, Roma Kaput Karting. Where are the boys from Roma Kaput? Roma Kaput Black, I should say. Roma Kaput Black. There were 2 teams, black and orange. Where is the team from Roma Kaput Black? Have they already gone? Oh, you're going to collect it for them. Why not? Thank you, Sara Castieri. He's going to collect the trophy on behalf of Roma Kaput Black. A handshake. He'll make sure that they get their trophies. This is for 2nd place in the Academy. 2nd place in the Academy. Yeah, that's who he's collecting the trophies on their behalf. So 2nd place in the Academy. We will make sure you collect the trophies for the boys. Yes, 2nd, Saro, 2nd. You've been on the top step of the podium once. Don't milk it. In the Academy, yes. 2nd in Academy. So let's welcome the team that gets the victory in the Academy class of the Endurance. Team Polak! Igor Polak and Jakub Paczynszyn were the 2 drivers who were the best combined junior team in the 2-hour endurance, and they come through with the winning prize for the 2-hour endurance race in the Academy class. So congratulations to the contenders in the Academy category. Well done and congratulations. The prizes, I believe, are coming later. So congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the 2-hour podium in the Academy. Grazie mille. Thank you, guys. Now to the podium ceremony for the gent category, the gentleman category in the 2-hour. In 3rd position for the United Kingdom, BPEC Bandits. This is 3rd in the class for the gentlemen. A fabulous run from Toby Wykes and Yusuf bin Sahayl. And full credit to Yusuf, who has not only been racing this weekend, he's also been commentating alongside me. So he's been a very busy man this week. Massive congratulations to Toby and to Yusuf. BPEC Bandits! In 2nd position in the gentleman category, Siracca Racing! The 2 drivers for Siracca Racing, let's come forward. Fernando Velora will come to the podium. And naturally, being Fernando Garcia Velora, he's going to come with the flag of España! Of course he is. There you go. But for the winning team in the gentleman category of the 2-hour endurance, please welcome LMKC Puertas MGV! The winning team in the gentleman category as Luigi Vinieri goes to the top of the podium alongside his Spanish colleague. A wonderful end to the day and a fabulous victory. Luigi gets to be an honorary Spaniard this time. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your gentleman category in the 2-hour endurance. Yeah, Yusuf's made the right decision there. He's going to get out of the way. Toby, that is Prosecco, just so you know. So there we go, it's going all the way to the restaurant. Let's celebrate Fiesta style. Grazie mille tutti. Gracias, mi amigos. We've started the party early, clearly. Now we're going to move on to the pro category of the endurance. This is our final podium of the endurance category. Let's welcome the top 3 teams. First of all, in 3rd place, we welcome back to the podium, Team Polak. They were 3rd in the pro category as well as the winners of the Academy class. So fabulous display from Igor Polak and Jakub Paczynszyn. Very deserving of their 3rd place in the endurance run. And this is for the pro class, so there are CCK hats and the trophy. Give it up for Team Polak! And in second position in the pro category, CKC Official. Where is the team for CKC Official? Number 75 should be amongst that particular team. Where is the team in second position? Have they already gone? Maybe they've already gone. CKC Official. 75. Oh, I haven't got the names of the drivers in my list. That's the problem. Who was the driver number 75? I think they've already gone. Okay, we'll make sure the trophy gets to them. No problem. However, we do definitely have on site the winner of the pro category. Please give it up for PFV. The team made up of Gianmaria Campanucci and Abdi Badawi. They have certainly survived and they have stayed in touch. A fabulous battle from them as they give us right the way to the final hurrah. Excellent stuff. Amazing work as Abdi Badawi and Gianmaria Campanucci get the top spot of the podium in the Endurance Pro. And so we will hear the national anthem for the Endurance Race Pro category alone, and it will be the national anthem for Italy. This isn't it, by the way, just in case some of you were wondering if this is the Italian national anthem. It's nice, but the Italian national anthem is better, I promise you. Okay, so one more time then, in honour of the 2-hour Endurance Pro team that take the victory, PFV, we hear the anthem for the nation that was registered under, the national anthem for Italy. That wasn't it either. It's all right, Pianatali. All good. When you're ready, my friend. I mean, you could all sing it. You all know it. You all know it. Has anybody got Fatboy Slim's number? Congratulations to the winning team on the top step of the 2-hour endurance podium. Grazie ragazzi. We shall now move forward. So now we come to the finals. It was a very exciting day in all 4 races, and we will celebrate each of the drivers in the finals with a fantastic celebration of their achievements. In 3rd position, representing Italy, Marco Foli. A hearty congratulations to Marco Foli, 3rd position in the D final. In 2nd position, Merconito. Mirko Zotta had to go, so it looks as though Roberto Liberali will be playing the role of Merconito. He looks just as young. But the winner on the top step of the D final podium for Italy, Diego Mugione. So Rocco and Barbara will be giving out the trophies to the 3 drivers on the positions of the podium. And we get to celebrate each of them in turn. In 3rd position, Marco Foli. In 2nd position, Roberto Liberali is collecting the trophy on behalf of Merconito. And the winner of the D final, Diego Mugione. Thank you guys. Grazie ragazzi. Only for the finals, only for the groups. Oh.
Which is this?
D final.
The final. So anthem for the final.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, guys. Fantastic end to the week for Marco Foley on behalf of Mercanito and Diego Mugione. Now we step forward and move on to the C final. And we have three very different nations to welcome their way to the podium on this occasion. In third position for Latvia, Armand Medniš. So Ricard was the one who came and got the youngest competitor trophy. Now Armand comes to the podium wrapped in the Latvian flag after his third place in the C final. Congratulations, Armand. In second position, representing Germany, Luca Grabner. A hearty congratulations to Luca. Did a fantastic job all through the week and he utterly deserves his place on the podium in the C final. Very good work indeed for the German driver. Receives his trophy from Rocco Formini. Ladies and gentlemen, Luca Grabner. But the winner of the C final after an absolutely fantastic week of racing for España, Miriam Gonzalo! A fabulous result and an amazing drive all week. Thoroughly deserving her place on the top step of the C final podium. She receives the trophy and the cap from Rocco and Natali Formini. Your winner of the C final for España, Miriam Gonzalo! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, we will hear the national anthem for Spain. Congratulations to our three drivers on the C final podium. Armand Medniš, Luca Grabner and Miriam Gonzalo. Now we move on to the B final podium, a very contested competition, and once again we will welcome three nations to the podium for the B final. In third position, representing España, German Munoz. Portugal. A fabulous week for German Munoz. Very deserving indeed as he comes to the podium in third position. A great week for the Spanish driver. Give it up for German Munoz. And now to the podium in second position, representing Austria, Simon Liegel. A very strong week indeed for Simon. Did a brilliant job all the way through the week and only just put himself into the frame for the B final. Could easily have made the A final had luck gone more his way. But he finishes in second place for Austria, Simon Liegel. But your winner of the B final, please welcome to the stage for Portugal, Jorge Maya. Obrigado, Jorge Maya. We hear the Portuguese national anthem on the podium, welcoming the three drivers on the top steps. Please give it up for German Munoz, Simon Liegel, and your B final winner, Jorge Maya. Thank you, guys. Now we move on to the A final, and of course the winner of the A final, it's a special one because they win the Starlight Cup. Very special prize for the winner of the A final, and it is definitely going to be an exciting one. To the podium then in the A final, in third position, representing España, Adrián García. Some people are quick, some people are smooth, some people play it ultra cool. And Adrián García has it in spades. Give it up for Adrián García! In second position in the A final for Germany, please welcome Dennis Huller! The 2021 champion, part of our family ever since, always here to put on an excellent show. There's none quite like Dennis Huller! Second place in the A final. And we welcome to the rostrum in the first position on the top step of the podium for the Netherlands, Vika Schlitz! A fabulous race in the A final that set things up for the big finale in the playoffs. This is the year it finally all came good for Vika Schlitz after so much hard work. Give it up for the winner of the A final, Vika Schlitz! And in deference to our man on the top step, the national anthem of the Netherlands. Congratulations to our A final performers. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for García, Huller and Schlitz. Well, folks, after an incredible week of racing, now we can focus on the individual disciplines. It's been a long week to get here, but now the 7 podium prizes for the individual classes and the Champion Cup Kart itself. We will start with the junior category, the drivers under the age of 18. The winner of this category will be test driving in the OKJ category. A very big prize indeed for any young karter. So, first and foremost, we welcome the 3 nations to the podium as the top 3 junior drivers of the week. In third position, representing Denmark, Jakob Pedersen! A hearty congratulations to Jakob. In second position for Germany, Fabian Kopp. Excellent work from Fabian Kopp this week. But on the top step of the podium for Italy, Gianmaria Campanucci. After an incredible week of racing, the top 3 drivers come through, and on the top step of the podium, Gianmaria Campanucci will be receiving his OK Junior test. First of all, though, the trophies for the individual drivers. In third position, Jakob Pedersen. In second position, Fabian Kopp. And to the victor on the top step of the podium, the OK Junior category test. 50% entry fee into next year's CCK, and the junior champion. Please give it up for the Italian stallion, Gianmaria Campanucci. A hearty congratulations to our juniors ranked in the top 3 for the week. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jakob Pedersen, Fabian Kopp and Gianmaria Campanucci. I'm not sure Gianmaria is going to spray that Prosecco. He's a little on the young side. I think that one's for Mum. So we move forward and go on to the talent category. After 3 incredible days of racing, the top ranking drivers in the talent class. So we've got 2 nations represented on the podium for this, and a very exciting and competitive week in the rankings. In 3rd position, representing the Netherlands, Christian Duven. Twice champion of CCK in 2022 and 2024. Wonderful that he continues to be so fast at the sharp end of the field, and always likely to be sharp end of the pack in the talent class. Give it up for 3rd place, Christian Duven. In 2nd position, representing France, Remy Lerth. The 25-year-old from Marseille has been absolutely formidable over the course of this week. An adopted son of the Champion Cup Kart category, and wonderful to see him in such great voice. Give it up for Remy Lerth. But on the top step of the talent category podium 2026, please give it up for the Netherlands, Vika Schlets. I did say he was going to be on the podium several times tonight. An amazing run. And after so many years of trying, it's wonderful. It's his turn. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Thank you, and give it up to the top 3 drivers, Vika Schlets, Remy Lerth and Christian Duven. Congratulations. So we move on now to the expert category, one of the most competitive over the course of the week. Always really excited to see the drivers put on an excellent showcase. So to the expert, the top 3 drivers in the competition. So in 3rd position, representing Poland, Matthias Bartsch. A fabulous week for the man from Poland. Whenever he returns to Champion Cup Kart, he never delivers anything less than 100% best. Wonderful to see him on the rostrum once again. In 3rd position in expert, please give it up for Matthias Bartsch. In 2nd position in the expert category for Italy, he's not here, maybe someone can collect the trophy for him, Salvatore Nito! They've had to disappear, I think, the Nito family, so if someone wants to pretend to be Salvatore Nito, would anybody dare to be Salvatore Nito? Oh yes, of course, Roberto Liberali would. That's your best Salvatore Nito impression I've ever seen. But on the top step of the expert category, please welcome, for Germany, Dennis Holler! A massive congratulations as to the top step of the podium. Once again, climbs the star of Germany. He really has put on an excellent display this week. So let's hear once again the national anthem for Germany. Vielen Dank, Dennis. An amazing week. A fantastic race from you all. Give it up for the experts. And lovely acting, Roberto. Brad Pitt's worried. So we move on now to the Masters category. A fabulous battle again all the way through the week. So difficult to predict who was going to win this one all throughout. And we have an amazing podium of 3 different nations. In 3rd position for Italy, Lorenzo Mori. Congratulations to Lorenzo. A fabulous week. Great to see him on the rostrum after a very tricky week of racing. Always right near the sharp end, always deserving to be in place. Ladies and gentlemen, Lorenzo Mori! In second position for Spain, Valentin Aparicio! You can never slow this man down. You can never halt his charge. Back to the Masters podium yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, whoa! Valentin does it his way. Give it up in second place for Valentin Aparicio! But your driver in the victory position in the Masters 2026, please give a warm welcome for Portugal, Ricardo Ribeiro! Chilled and relaxed. The shorts are back, the sandals are out. Ricardo's done for the week. And what a week it was for Portugal. Give it up for the winner, Ricardo Ribeiro! There we go, the victor of the spoils, and Ricardo Ribeiro, like all the other class winners, gets a 50% entry reduction. Oh, wonderful, look at the scenes on the podium, guys. Give it up for Lorenzo Mori, Valentin Aparicio, and your winner, Ricardo Ribeiro! Now we come to the heavies category. It was always going to be a tough one. I nearly entered this one myself this year. But even I wouldn't have been in the top three. No chance, not against these guys. So the heavyweights will make their way to the top steps of the podium. And it's 3 different nations, one more time. In third position, representing España, Jose Ramos! There's only one, Jose Ignacio Ramos. When he comes to our podium, he makes sure you remember it. A wonderful result and a wonderful week. Ladies and gentlemen, your heavyweight P3, Jose Ramos. In second position, representing Great Britain, please welcome Ash Chivers. A brilliant week for the British racer. His first time competing in Champion Cup Kart here in Viterbo. And a wonderful completion to his week after a very exceptional battle. Ladies and gentlemen, Ash Chivers! But on the top step of the podium, please welcome for Austria, Simon Liegel! A brilliant result and a fantastic week of racing. He takes the top spot in the heavyweight category. A fabulous spacecraft and great week from him that even included a podium finish in the finals at the end of the week. So ladies and gentlemen, for the Austrian nation, let's hear it for Simon Liegel! A massive congratulations to our 3 masters on the podium. Please give it up for Jose Ramos, Ash Chivers, and your winner, Simon Liegel. To our 7th and final class podium. This is, of course, the ladies category, and in recent times we have awarded this as the Ross Rock Cup in memory of our beloved Rossella Formini. A very special trophy. Give it up for Rossella, ladies and gentlemen. We know you're watching us. We love you, Rossella. Grazie mille. So we welcome the top 3 drivers in the ladies category. And don't forget that there is a very special prize at the end as well. In third position for Latvia, Ottilia Granberger. A brilliant week for the Latvian, always fighting at the front end of her battles, making very big noise out there on the course and doing Latvia very proud. Ladies and gentlemen, third position, Ottilia Granberger. In second position for the Netherlands, Amber Ebbers. For the last few seasons, Amber has become a staple of the Champion Cup Kart, and now we cannot really race without her. Always fantastic to see her in the ladies category. Always a strong racer at the top of any grid. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, Amber Ebbers. But the 2026 winner of the Rosrock Cup in memory of Rossella Fomini. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Netherlands, Debbie Wolfs! She's the most popular politician in the world right now. A fabulous result. And of course, we also need to announce to Debbie that as the winner of the Rosrock Cup, she is also the winner of the OK Senior Karting Test as well, ladies and gentlemen. A big congratulations to our Rosrock Cup winner for the Netherlands, Debbie Wolfs. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first time I've heard of the swear word in the national anthem, but there you are. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ottilia Granberger, Amber Ebbers, and your Ladies' Cup winner, Debbie Wolfs. So now we come to the Style Cup itself. The CCK, the Champion Cup Kart. Ever since the 2021 season, from Jesolo to Lonato to Lignano to Siete Larghi to here, it is time to put on an amazing show every year. And now we come to the 6th crowning, to follow in the footsteps of Dennis Holler, Christian Duven, Alberto Brentegani and Diego Perez Lara. The CCK Style Cup will now finally be presented. Let's welcome the top 3 drivers from the final rankings. In third position, representing France, Remy Luth. A wonderful end to a fabulous week for the 25-year-old from Marseille. A brilliant result and an amazing end to the week. Third position in the 2026 Champion Cup Kart after an amazing bout of heats, semi-finals, last duel and playoffs. For France in third position, Remy Luth. In second position, representing Germany, please welcome Dennis Holler! 5 years ago, Dennis Holler was the first ever winner of the Champion Cup Kart in 2021. Now he returns to the podium. Amazing work from the 38-year-old from Hagen, the only expert in the top 3. All the others were in the talent class. And a wonderful display from Dennis Holler, who's been amazing all week. Ladies and gentlemen, for Germany, in second place, Dennis Holler! But after Dennis, Christian Duven, Alberto Brentegani and Diego Perez Lara, we can now finally crown a new champion, Cup Kart champion. He's come so close so many times before. Tonight is his night for the Netherlands. Please give it up for Vika Schlitz! There can be no doubt. The star of the show, the vanquisher of all foes, an amazing performance and a great result. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6th edition winner of the Champion Cup Kart, it's Vika Schlitz! And in deference to the man on the top step of the podium, one more time we will hear the national anthem for the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, your kings of Viterbo, the top 3 drivers of Champion Cup Kart 2026, Remy Leuth, Dennis Holler, and your new champion, Viterbo. And in the time-honoured tradition, we invite Vika Schlets to let rip. Go on, buddy, you've earned it. You've worked so hard. Dennis and Remy can join you as our top 3 drivers on the Champion Cup Kart podium. Remy Leuth, Dennis Holler, and the new champion, Vika Schlets, can finally soak it up, Viterbo style. Let's get busy with a fizzy! And of course, Vika Schlets will add to his tally. Not only does he win the Style Cup, ladies and gentlemen, but Vika Schlets will be taking to the circuit in a Formula 4 racing car. This is the big prize. He wins a Formula 4 test after so much work this week. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Vika Schlets! An amazing performance. Congratulations to Remy Leuth, to Dennis Holler, and the new champion, Vika Schlets, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, give him one more big hand. Thank you, guys. An amazing week. Thank you so much for all of your amazing racing. The Kings of Viterbo, your Champion Cup Kart overall podium 2026. There is only one more prize to give out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gents. Amazing race week. This is the one so many of you have been waiting for. It was always going to be a very close one, but the Super Nations Cup in Champion Cup Kart has always been very hotly contested. We have the final results. I have the piece of paper. So we can confirm the 3 top nations from the Champion Cup Kart 2026. It's been very close, very tight, all the way through, and we have had some amazing entertainment. We'll allow Vika's trophies to be collected for him. He's got only 2 hands. He's got a lot of work to do to carry them all. So now, folks, we will welcome the top 3 nations of the week to the rostrum in the Super Nations podium. Rocco, Pinatali, and Vika, the final picture. And now for the top 3 nations. In 3rd position, with a grand total of 1,440 points, the Netherlands! Welcome, Team Netherlands, to the podium. All of the Dutch drivers have been fantastic this week, and Netherlands are 3rd in the Nations Cup. A massive congratulations. Come on, Vika. Even the champion has got to work to the podium, as does Christian Duven. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd position in the Super Nations, the Netherlands! Team Netherlands make their way to 3rd position on the rostrum after a fantastic run. In 2nd place, this of course is going to be the big one. In 2nd position, with a grand total of 2,160 points. In 2nd place, España! A fantastic week of racing. And it's Team España that comes to the podium. My goodness, they're going to bring everybody. They're going to bring everybody onto the podium with a Spanish passport. This is going to be busy somehow. Absolutely phenomenal. In 2nd position then, ladies and gentlemen, it's España! I'm not sure you should give that to Fernando Vilora. But ladies and gentlemen,